Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents Noel Coward's operetta, Bittersweet, starring Jeanette MacDonald and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae ringing up the curtain on Noel Coward's romantic operetta, Bittersweet. In writing the book, Lyrics and Music for Bittersweet, Mr. Coward fashioned an operetta of rare charm, created characters both warm and real, and gave them some of his most beautiful music to sing. As the composer Carl Linden, I'm supposed to have written most of those melodies, and in teaching them to charming Sarah Millick, we fall in love and marry. We first meet Sarah tonight as a very lovely old lady who treasures within her heart the story of a great romance. And here she is, in the person of our guest star this evening, the First Lady of the Screen, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
No matter how many years you live, the past is only a memory away. I'm over 70 now, but whenever I see young people hand in hand with a light on their faces, I see Carl and myself again, and I live once more the memories that are bittersweet. Tonight we had a party in my London home in Grosvenor Square. I gave it to celebrate the engagement of one of the young ladies of the neighborhood to a very nice young man. During the evening, I walked into the room accidentally and overheard a conversation.
Oh, Vincent, I'm so utterly miserable.
Well, don't cry, Dolly. After all, you're going to marry a rich man, have rich friends. Maybe someday you'll be able to engage my orchestra to come and play for you.
How can you be so hard?
Well, I've got no money. Nothing to offer you. You'd look fine singing my songs in some cheap cabaret.
Oh, what am I to do? What am I to do? Oh, Vincent, kiss me for the last time.
Darling.
Oh, your ladyship.
Your fiancé has asked me to look for you. If the moment is inopportune, I apologize. Young man, you're the piano player in the band, aren't you?
Oh, I'm the leader of the band.
What a pity. It's not a very good band.
But
Your ladyship, let me explain. I love Vincent, and he loves me.
Are you sure he loves you? Would he live for you, die for you?
you're laughing at us.
I laugh at almost everything now. It's only when one is very old indeed that one can see the joke all the way round.
What joke?
Life and death and happiness. Here, sit down a moment and let me tell you something. You say you're in love. I find it very hard to believe you. Your romance could not live the length of a day. You hesitate, analyze, betray your love with compromise, till glamour fades away. And all too soon you realize that there's nothing left to say. there is a call that echoes sweetly when it is spring and love is in the air. Whatever befall, respond to it completely, for it may bring you sadness and despair. What a lovely song. Yes. It was written for me many years ago by my singing teacher. It was spring, and it was the springtime of my life. I remember how I stood beside the piano in this very room, singing it. My lessons had run well over the hour.
Sang that beautifully, Miss Sarah, except that you took the high note too much at the back of your throat.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Linden.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters but just these very few moments.
Why do you say that?
Because it's spring and I...
Yes?
I fear I am talking nonsense.
Perhaps a little.
You know, when I was a youngster, we used to have festivals in the spring in my country. And the young boys and girls dance, and the old people sit around under the trees watching and remembering when they, too, were young. And in love.
In love?
Yes. As you are in love with your handsome Sir Devon.
Oh, you. Yes, of course. Well, tell me more about your country, Mr. Linden.
There's nothing to tell, really. It seems so very far away, I've almost forgotten.
You're homesick, though. I can see you are. Oh, Mr. Linden.
Will you forgive me, Miss Sarah, when I tell you that I shall be unable to play at your wedding reception tomorrow?
Oh.
I must go away to Brussels.
To Brussels?
Yes, a concert. I have to play at a concert. It's very important.
Then this is the last time we shall meet for ever so long.
Why, no. Tonight. I'm playing tonight for your dance.
Oh, but that's different. There'll be so many people.
Yes, this is indeed the last time we shall be alone together.
Yes.
We'd better run through your exercises once more.
Yes. All right.
Now, Miss Sarah, if you please, sing a scale for me. Take a breath and then reprise in a different key. All my life I shall remember knowing you. All the pleasure I have found in showing you the different ways that one may phrase the changing light and a changing shade, happiness that must die, melodies that must fly. must fade, dusty and forgotten by and by.
Learning scales will never seem so sweet again, till our destiny shall let us meet again.
The will of fate may come too late. When I'm recalling the hours we've had, why will the foolish tears tremble across the years? Why shall I feel so sad?
Treasuring the memory of these days, I'll see you again whenever spring breaks through again.
I may lie heavy between, but what has been is past forgetting. This sweet memory across the years will come to me. My world may go awry. In my heart will ever lie just the echo of a sigh.
Child, your lesson should have been over a quarter of an hour ago. There's so much to be done.
Oh, Mother.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Millick.
Oh, Mr. Linden, you know my fiancé, Sir Hugh Devon.
Yes, of course.
Good afternoon, Lyndon.
Good afternoon.
Your mother and I have been over looking at some chairs, Sarah. Papa's giving them to us as a wedding present. They've been in the family for generations.
Oh, that's nice. Are they comfortable?
Sarah, my dear, one never sits in them.
Now, you two darling children mustn't stand here chattering. You have a fitting at 4:30, Sarah.
Well, I must be going.
Oh, Mr. Linden, I'm sure Sarah will resume her lessons with you when she's settled down in her new home.
Mother, please.
It will be an occupation. I always believe in young married women having an occupation.
I should have thought being married would be quite sufficient.
Well, naturally, Sarah will want something to occupy her mind.
Yes, you're absolutely right. But I'm afraid she will have to take her music lessons from someone else. I shall be far away in my own country.
Oh?
But each year, when spring comes round again, I shall remember what a charming pupil you were, Miss Sarah, and how, although you sang your top notes from the back of your throat and your middle notes through your nose, you always sang your deep notes from your heart.
Well, really?
This is goodbye, Miss Sarah, except for tonight when there will be so many people. Too many people.
But a thoroughly unpleasant young man.
Oh, it's the weather. I'm sure it's the weather.
I'll see you again whenever spring breaks through again.
Now, Sarah, get up from that piano. Didn't you hear me say you had a fitting?
Yes, Mother.
Then let's get on with it, Sarah. And do stop dreaming.
Yes, Mother.
This sweet memory across the years will come to me.
I could hear Carl's music singing through me as I walked with my mother and my fiancé out into the street. And a cloud had come across the sun, and in my heart there was an echo of a sigh as I remembered the sound of his voice whispering.
Maybe it's because none of us now living can remember when we didn't have railroads that so many of us are inclined to take them for granted, almost as if they were a fact of nature. As a matter of fact, it's hard to realize all the work and the money which have gone into their creation and their daily operation. There are almost 230,000 miles of railroad line in the United States, and each mile represents an average investment of more than $125,000. That money has come from the savings of millions of our people. They are not the sort of people who can be cartooned as big, fat men with long, fat cigars in their mouths and dollar marks on their vests. They're just people, all sorts of people, people you know and like, probably you yourself. For even if you are not one of the hundreds of thousands who own railroad stocks or bonds directly, you almost certainly are one of the millions of insurance policy holders and savings bank depositors and beneficiaries of endowments which have invested in railroad securities. So, in all probability, you have an indirect interest, but a very real interest, in railroads and their earnings. Of the money invested in railroads, about $89,000 per mile has gone to create tracks and bridges, signals and stations, shops and yards, and the other fixed facilities that are necessary for the running of trains. And another $36,000 per mile is invested in the cars and engines which make up the trains. Running these trains and working in the yards and shops, the stations and offices, there are more than 1,300,000 railroad men and women. And it takes all these people and all this work and all this money to create and to operate the American railroads, the system which many of us are inclined to take for granted. And now the second act of Bittersweet with your host, Gordon MacRae, and his guest star, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
Yes, no matter how many years you live, the past is only a memory away. Strange, I can hardly remember what you looked like, but I remember that Carl had the kind of eyes that no girl could ever look away from, and the kind of smile that went straight to your heart, and the kind of arms that could shut out the whole world or gather it in. The night of my engagement party, I remember standing there in my blue brocade beside Hugh, looking at Carl and saying to myself, exactly as you said tonight, what am I to do? Oh, what am I to do? Carl sang a song that night, not at all the kind of song for the occasion or the company. It was a song he had written about himself and about love and happiness.
Life is very rough and tumble for a humble chanter. One can betray one's troubles never, whatever occurs. Night after night, have to look bright, whether you're well or ill. People must laugh their fill, you mustn't sleep till dawn comes creeping. Though I never really grumble, life's a jumble indeed. And in my efforts to succeed, I've had to formulate a creed. I believe in doing what I can, in crying when I must, in laughing when I choose. Hi-ho, if love were all, I should be lonely. I believe the more you love a girl, the more you give your trust, the more you're bound to lose. Although when shadows fall, I think if only somebody splendid really needed me, someone affectionate and dear, cares would be ended if I knew that she wanted to have me near. But I believe that since my life began, the most I've had is just a talent to amuse. Hi-ho, if love were
Would you care to dance, Sarah?
Yes, Hugh, I suppose so. Carl has a beautiful voice, hasn't he?
Carl?
Mr. Linden.
I don't understand you, Sarah. You've been acting strangely ever since your music lesson.
Are you glad you're going to marry me, Hugh?
After all, you have your future position as my wife to consider.
And do you love me?
Sarah.
Well, do you?
Well, of course I do. What's the matter with you?
Don't look so solemn, Hugh. I'm in love.
My dear girl, that's all very well, but you really must restrain yourself.
What a stupid tune, Mr. Linden. So dismal, Mr.
Sarah!
Oh, play something gay, please, immediately.
Sarah, you must not speak like that. Have you taken leave of your senses?
Oh, leave me alone.
Perhaps this will suit you better, Miss Sarah.
Yes, that suits me much better.
Play something gay for me, play for me, play for me, set me free. I am in a trance tonight. Can't you see how I want to dance tonight? Madly, my heart is beating, some insane melody possessing me. In my brain, reeling and obsessing me. How can I leave it to call in vain? Is it joy or pain? Tell me what is love? Is it some consuming flame? Part of the moon, part of the sun, part of a dream barely begun. When is the moment of breaking, waking? Skies change, nothing is the same. Some strange magic is to blame. Voices that seem to echo round me and above. Tell me what is love,
Tell me what is love? Is it a consuming flame?
Part of the moon,
Part of the sun,
part of a dream barely begun. When is the moment of breaking, waking? Voices that seem to echo round me and above. Tell me what is love?
Sit here with me, Hugh.
If you wish, Sarah.
I'm very sorry I was unkind and silly. Will you please forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive.
Oh, Hugh, must you be so polite?
Are you always going to be like this after we're married? I mean, cold and unbending?
I enjoy being high-spirited as much as anyone.
Do you?
But there is a time and a place for everything.
Then I can look forward to our being very high-spirited when we're alone, when no one is looking. Or maybe you wear a funny hat at breakfast.
Are you laughing at me?
No, but I'm looking at you just as though I had never seen you before.
You dear.
Yes, Mrs. Millick.
Your mother's waiting for you downstairs. The carriage is at the door.
Thank you, Mrs. Millick. Good night, Sarah.
Good night, Hugh.
Oh, will you drive with me tomorrow in Regent's Park?
Thank you. That would be delightful. Good night, Hugh. I remember as though it were yesterday how I stood there watching Hugh leave. I felt stifled, trapped. And suddenly I wanted desperately to be young and carefree. So I went into the next room where my bridesmaids were watching the musicians put away their instruments. And with almost hysterical abandon, I forced them into a game of blind man's buff.
You're it, Sarah. Here, take my handkerchief and tie it around her eyes.
Well, not too tight.
Can you see anything?
No, not a thing.
All right, spin her around. 1, 2, 3.
Good night, young lady.
Watch out, Mr. Linden. We're playing blind man's buff.
Oh, Sarah, be careful. You're going straight for Mr. Linden.
Oh, Sarah, darling.
He's kissing her. Oh, Carl. Carl, I've waited so long for you to hold me in your arms.
Darling,
Sarah, you're forgetting Hugh.
come with me.
Now?
Yes, now tonight. I love you, darling. I'll take care of you, live for you, die for you.
And I'll love you always.
But, Sarah, you're marrying Hugh tomorrow. Are you out of your mind?
Perhaps, but I'm happy. Can't you see I'm really happy?
Mr. Linden, I appeal to you. What are your prospects? Have you any money?
Why, no, none. But I can earn enough.
How?
I'll sing.
Sarah.
Yes, Sarah will sing and I'll play my music, and we'll make a living. Come, Sarah.
I'll get your hat and cape.
Thank you, Gloria. Oh, Carl, thank you. Thank you for coming before it was too late.
Ring far behind you the chains that bind you, that love may find you in joy or strife. Though fate may shame you and defeat you, your youth must answer to the call
Just after the first act of Bittersweet, we were talking about the way a good many people are inclined to take railroads for granted. Well, one reason for that is the way railroad service goes on in all seasons in almost any kind of weather. This dependability is an outstanding characteristic of railroad service, so common, in fact, we're likely to overlook the effort, the organization, and the expense involved in maintaining it. When snow must be removed from railroad tracks, the railroads don't call on the taxpayers to clear it away. Railroad men and railroad equipment tackle the job. When floods carry away a bridge, it's railroad forces and railroad money which build a new one. When storm knocks out railroad signals, the railroad's own maintainers turn out to restore communication. And always, no matter what the trouble or the interruption, railroad men and railroad organizations are at work to keep supplies moving, to keep things going. So because we are accustomed to relying on this railroad way of meeting situations, we are likely to accept it all without much thought of the men and the organization back of it. The Railroad Hour show train will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And now the third act of Bittersweet with your host, Gordon MacRae, and his guest star, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
I'll see you again.
After we were married, Carl and I were ideally happy until we went to Vienna to work at Herr Schlick's cafe. Carl led the orchestra, and I was engaged both as singer and as one of the hostesses. I remember moments of blinding happiness. I remember laughter and music and tears and terror.
Oh, Fräulein Sherry, I'm glad you came early this evening. I must have a little talk with you.
Oh, yes, Herr Schlick.
Fräulein, you are losing me one of my most valued clients.
Why, I don't understand.
Captain August Lute tells me that you have repeatedly refused to dine or dance with him.
Well, I am married, Herr Schlick.
Fräulein, if one wishes to retain one's position in any establishment, one must be nice to the guests. Captain Lute is here, and he insists that you dine with him tonight. I have assured him that you will.
Sarah, darling, you better get ready. Sing in a few minutes.
Oh, I wanted to talk with you, Carl.
I will see you after your song, Fräulein Sherry.
Well, Herr Schlick is all excited. There's lots of officers here tonight.
Oh, Carl, I hate this place. Let's go away.
Why, darling, what's the matter?
I'm frightened, Carl. I don't know why, but something horrible will happen if we stay here. I know it. I feel it.
I'll take it. It's all right. We'll go away then tomorrow. I hate Schlick in this place as much as you do. We'll go to Budapest and start our own little cafe.
Then tonight will be our last performance here.
Yes, our last. Now, you'd better get ready, darling. I've got to go back to the dining room and start the show.
All right, dear.
All right, men. You've been asking for this song all evening. Now, let's all sing it.
Okay, the golden sunshine of a summer day. Okay, we'll bear the burden of your cares away. Here's to the love in you, the hate in you, desire in you.
Light of the sun that will walk you along, lifting you high on the wing of a song.
The dream in you, the flame in you, the fire in you. Okay,
Okay. So while forgetfulness we borrow, never minding what tomorrow has to say.
Okay, the only call we all obey. Okay, okay, okay.
The golden sunshine of the summer day. Okay, we'll bear the burden of your cares away.
Here's to the love in you, the hate in you, desire in you.
Light of the sun that will walk you along, lifting you high on the wing of a song.
The dreams in you, the flame in you, the fire in you. Okay,
Okay. So while forgetfulness we borrow, never minding what tomorrow has to say.
Okay,
the only call we all obey. Okay, okay,
Oh, Carl, that was beautiful.
Fräulein Sherry,
Oh, yes, Herr Schlick.
Captain August is at that corner table. He is asking for you.
Oh, well, it's time for me to sing my number.
Very well, then. After your number, I will take you to his table. Tonight, he will tolerate no excuses.
Don't look like that, darling. Remember, this is the last evening.
I know it's foolish, but I'm frightened.
Come on now. Let's do your number.
Gentlemen, the song I'm about to sing is the latest composition of my husband, Herr Carl Linden. It is the story of a lovely flaxen-haired princess who fell in love with a gypsy, a zigeuner.
Once upon a time, many years ago, lived a fair princess, hating to confess, loneliness was torturing her soul. Then a gypsy came, called to her by name, wooed her with a song, sensuous and strong. All the summer long, her passion seemed to tremble.
believe this was our dance.
Oh, Captain August, I'm very tired. Will you forgive me just this once?
No, Fraulein. You have evaded me quite long enough. After all, a dance is a very small favor.
Oh, very well, Captain.
My thanks, Fraulein. Oh, you dance beautifully, Fraulein.
My husband's music sounds wonderful, doesn't it, Captain?
I am not dancing with you in order to discuss the merits of your husband. Come, unbend a little. This dance does not belong to your husband. It belongs to you and me.
Captain August, I must insist.
Don't be such a little silly fool, Fraulein. Let me hold you close, like this. Closer, closer.
No, let me go, Captain. Oh, Carl! Carl!
Take your hands off her, you filthy drunken swine!
Carl!
No one speaks to me like that, Mr. Orchestra Conductor. Get yourself a sword and prepare to defend yourself.
No! Oh, no, Captain, I beg of you. My husband is a musician, not a soldier.
Sarah, please be still. If someone will be so kind as to lend me a sword, I will answer this gentleman's insult.
Someone give him a sword!
Carl, please!
You may use my sword, Herr Linden.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Orchestra Conductor. En garde! I will show you what it is to insult an officer, Mr. Musician. There!
Oh! He's running through.
Someone call a doctor, please, quick!
Carl. Carl.
Ah, can you hear me, darling?
I hear you, Sarah. Don't cry, darling. I'll see you again. Whenever spring breaks through.
Oh, no. No, you mustn't. You mustn't.
Sarah, my sweet, my love. Sarah.
Carl. Oh, Carl. I love you till I die. Goodbye. Oh, your ladyship, that's the most romantic story I've ever heard in my whole life. Vincent, I love you. Darling, do you still want me to go away with you?
What a melody. Lord, what a melody. Do you mind if I try it with my band, your ladyship?
No, not at all.
Vincent.
That's really a great tune.
He's forgotten all about me for a song.
Then go after him, child. Be there waiting when he turns away from the piano. He needs you. If you've found love, don't let it go away from you. For it only comes once. Only once.
Thank you, your ladyship. I'll do exactly that. Oh, Carl.
Whenever spring breaks through again, all my road may go wrong.
How sweet was my youth. How bittersweet my memories. I shall love you till I die. Goodbye.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Jeanette MacDonald will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is your host, Gordon MacRae, giving a big vote of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Jerome Cowan, Sam Hearn, Barbara Eiler, Jack Edwards, Peter Rankin, Myra Marsh, and Colleen Collins for their fine performances in Bittersweet, which was adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. And now, here's Jeanette MacDonald.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad the Association of American Railroads invited me back to do Bittersweet. It's one of my favorite operettas.
Well, Jeanette, you've chosen one of my favorites for your next appearance, The Merry Widow.
Well, I'm looking forward to doing it with you, Gordon. And next week, I'm certainly going to be listening to Patrice Munsell and Pinky Lee and Rudolph Frimmel's operetta, Rosemary.
And don't forget On February 14th, Jane Powell and Walter O'Keefe will join me in Victor Herbert's operetta Sweethearts.
I'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, Cindy.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. So until next week, goodbye.
Bittersweet has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Jeanette MacDonald is currently starring in the new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor production, The Sun Comes Up. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Vortex. We present Joan Greenwood, Richard Bryars with Margaret Robertson and Rolf Lefevre in the play by Noel Coward, first produced at the Everyman Theatre, Hampstead in November 1923, when the author played the part of Nicky. The Vortex.
I'm expecting Mrs. Lancaster in at any moment now, ma'am.
Thank you, Preston. We'll wait a little.
Shall I get you some tea?
No, thank you. We've already had some.
Very good, ma'am.
Give me a cigarette, Pawnee. They're in that box on the table.
Here you are, Helen.
Thank you.
It may be tiresome of me, but I think all this colouring is oppressive.
You make such a fetish of house decoration, Pawnee.
No, not at all, but I do like things to be good and right.
But I don't consider the new frieze in your bathroom either good or right.
How can you, Helen? It's too marvellous for words. Pirelli designed it especially for me.
Personally, it would make me self-conscious to sit in a bath surrounded by frisky gods and goddesses, all with such better figures than mine.
I find it encouraging. This whole room is so typical of Florence.
What way?
Every way. Look at the furniture.
Little artificial, perhaps, but quite harmless.
Dear Helen, you're such a loyal friend.
I'm very fond of Florence.
We all are. Oh, my God, look at that lampshade.
I gave it to her last Christmas.
Wasn't that a little naughty of you?
I don't see why. It's extremely pretty.
Too unrestrained. Such a bad example to the servants. What a hideous frame. Who's this boy?
Tom Varian. You must have seen him.
Florence's past, present, or future?
Present.
He has that innocent look that never fails to attract elderly women.
Don't be a cat.
I wasn't meaning Florence. She's too divine to be in any marked category.
I wonder.
Oh, yes, Helen, deathless sort of magnetism, you know.
I often wonder what will happen to Florence eventually.
Oh, my dear, I'm far too occupied in wondering what's going to happen to me to worry about other people.
I always thought your course was quite clear, Pawnee.
However offensive that remark was intended to be, Helen, I shall take it in the most complimentary spirit.
I'm sure you will.
I expect Florence will just go on, then suddenly become quite beautifully old and go on still more.
Oh, it's too late for her now to become quite beautifully old, I'm afraid. She'll have to be young indefinitely.
I don't suppose you'll mind that, but it's trying for David.
And fiendish for Nicky.
Oh, no, my dear, quite wrong there. I'm sure Nicky doesn't care a damn.
It's difficult to tell with Nicky.
He's divinely selfish. All amusing people are.
Did you hear him play in Paris?
Yes.
Well?
Erratic. One or two things perfect, but he's slovenly.
He only takes things seriously in spurts. But still, he's very young.
Do you really think that's a good excuse?
No, I'm afraid not. Especially when so much depends on it.
What does depend on it?
Everything. His life's happiness.
Don't be so terribly intense, dear.
It's true.
I'm quite sure Nicky will be perfectly happy as long as he goes on attracting people. He loves being attractive.
Naturally, he's Florence's son.
Such an exciting thing to be.
You don't believe Nicky's got anything in him at all, do you?
Oh, I don't think it matters anyway.
I do.
But you've got a loving nature, Helen. I always knew it.
Nicky hasn't had a chance.
Nonsense. He's had everything he wanted ever since the day he was born, and he'll go on wasting his opportunities until he dies.
Quite possibly.
Really? Well, then.
He may have had everything he wanted, but he's had none of the things he really needs.
Are you talking socially or spiritually?
You're quite right, Pawnee. You wouldn't be so beautifully preserved if you'd wasted any of your valuable time on sincerity.
I forgive you for that, Helen, freely.
Thank you so much.
You must realize one thing. Everyone is sacrificed to Florence. It's as it should be. Of course, she's a couple of 100 years too late. She ought to have been a flaunting, intriguing king's mistress with black page boys and jade bars and things too divine. Oh.
Miss Hibbert.
Clara!
My dears. Oh, isn't Florence back yet?
No, we're waiting for her.
Oh.
You look harassed, Clara.
I am harassed.
Why?
I'm singing tonight for Laura Tennant. She's giving a dreadful reception at her dreadful house with some dreadful ambassador.
How dreadful.
No one will listen to me, of course. They'll all be far too busy avoiding the cup and searching for the champagne.
What are you singing?
Oh, one Gabriel Fauré, two Reynaldo Hahn, and an aria.
Which aria?
Oh, I can't think. My accompanist will know. I've got a frightful headache.
Why don't you take off your hat?
I daren't. I've just had my hair done. I suppose you haven't got a cachet fèvre, either of you?
No, but Florence has, I expect. Preston will know where they are. Ring the bell, Pawnee.
Oh, my poor Clara. I do hope your singing tonight will justify the fuss you're making this afternoon.
Don't be so brutal, Pawnee.
Is Gregory going with you?
But of course, I never sing unless he's there. He gives me such marvellous moral support.
Moral is hardly the word I should have chosen, dear.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if Mrs. Lancaster has any cachet fèvre anywhere?
Yes, ma'am, I think so.
Oh, do get me one, Preston. I'm suffering tortures.
Very well, miss.
Preston has such wonderful poise, hasn't she?
She needs it in this house.
I do wish Florence would hurry up. I want to borrow her green fan. I've got a new patou frock that positively demands it.
Oh, she can't be long now.
I suppose I daren't ask Preston for the fan and creep away with it.
I shouldn't if I were you. Florence is very touchy over that sort of thing.
Well, she promised it to me ages ago.
Well, surely there isn't such a desperate hurry. You won't be singing until about 11:30.
My dear, I've got to rehearse, and I don't know a word. Tu m'appelles, je... Oh.
Shall I put it down for you here, ma'am?
Oh, you're a saint, Preston. Thank you 1,000 times.
Soak it a little first, dear, or you'll choke. I should detest that.
Now, I must lie down flat. Get out of the way, Helen.
Perhaps you'd like us both to go right out of the room and sit in the hall.
No, Pawnee. I should never expect the least consideration from you.
Lift your head, dear. There you are.
Thank you, Helen, darling. I shall always come to you whenever I'm ill.
That will be nice.
Thank you, Tom.
Here we go.
Helen, Pawnee. Have you been here long?
No, only a few hours.
Oh, my dear, I'm so frightfully sorry. We've been held up for ages in the traffic. Davis is a congenital idiot. Always manages to get to a turning just as the policeman puts out his hand. No initiative whatsoever. What's happened to Clara? Has she been run over?
No, dear. I've got a frightful head.
Pawnee, you know Tom, don't you? Tom Varian, Mr. Quentin. I'm sure you'll adore each other.
How are you? Very well, thank you. How sweet of you to ask me.
Is there anything I can do, Clara?
Yes, dear. Lend me your green fan for tonight.
All right, but you won't get too carried away with it, will you, dear? I should hate the feathers to come out. Does anyone want any tea?
No, thanks, dear.
Cocktails, then?
It's too early.
It's never too early for a cocktail.
I should like to go quite quietly into a convent and never see anybody again, ever.
Gregory would be bored stiff in a convent.
Oh,
Oh, we've just been to the most frightful charity matinee. Nothing but inaudible speeches from dreary old actors and leading ladies nudging one another all over the stage.
You rang?
Cocktails, Preston, and ask Barker to wrap up my green fan for Miss Hibbert to take away with her.
Very good.
Oh, you're an angel, Florence. I think I'll sit up now.
Do, dear, then Tom will be able to sit down.
Oh, I really do feel most peculiar.
You look far from normal, dear.
If Tom is rude to me anymore, Florence, I shall burst into tears.
Tom, give me a cigarette.
Oh, here are some.
No. Tom has rather a special hearty kind that I adore.
Lend me your lipstick, Helen. Mine's sunk down into itself.
Here you are.
Oh, what a lovely colour. I look far prettier than I feel.
Thank you, Tom Angel.
I shan't be able to get down to the house until Saturday evening, Florence. I'm seeing Gregory off to Newcastle.
Why Newcastle?
Well, his home's just near there. Isn't it too awful for him?
Well, wind me the time of your train, won't you?
Of course, dear.
You're smelling divinely, Florence. What is it?
It is good, isn't it?
Narcisse Noir of Caron. I use it.
Yes, you would, Bonnie.
Here is the fan, miss.
Oh, thank you so much. You are sweet, Florence. The fan gives me such a feeling of security when I'm singing modern stuff. I must rush now.
Don't you want a cocktail before you go?
No, darling. I should only hiccup all the evening. Well, goodbye. You've been such a comfort. Goodbye, Helen. And Pawnee, you will be nicer to me over the weekend, won't you? I shall be so depressed, what with Gregory going away and everything. Goodbye, Tom.
Toodaloo.
I shall dine in bed and give way at every pore.
Poor Clara. She eternally labours under the delusion that she really matters.
We all do that a little.
You're awfully cruel to her, Pawnee.
She upsets my vibrations.
Oh, I've taken a sudden hatred to this hat. Oh, there, that's better. Are you going to the New Elaine tonight, either of you?
I'm not, but Pawnee is, of course.
It's going to be amazing. What a cast, my dear. Marvellous Selwyn Steele, and Nora Dean, and that perfect woman, Lily Burfield.
I can't stand her. She'll be so bad.
How can you, Helen? Did you see her in Simple Faith?
Yes, unfortunately.
Oh, you really are too tiresome for words.
Her technique creaks like machinery.
It's sacrilege. It's too marvellous.
Shall I put them down here, Mum?
What do you think about it, Tom? Yes, thanks, Preston.
I've never seen her, Florence.
Yes, you have, about 3 months ago at the comedy. Give Helen her glass, Pawnee.
Oh, I don't remember.
Don't remember? An artist like that? Good God, it's agony.
You look awfully tired at dinner time, Pawnee, if you don't calm down a little.
This is special. My own invention.
Absolutely delicious. Isn't it, Tom?
But too sweet.
Tom, darling, don't be so taciturn. He's always taciturn after a matinee.
When's Nicky coming back?
Tomorrow, isn't it too divine? He's been away for a whole year, but I saw him for a moment on my way through Paris last month.
Has he been working hard?
I suppose so, but you know what Nicky is, bless his heart.
I heard him play at Yvonne Mirabeau's.
Oh, she is a loathsome woman, isn't she?
Not as bad as that.
She's a half-wit. I can't bear half-wits.
She goes on so dreadfully about things, devastating.
Funny Nicky liking her so much.
Only because she keeps on saying how wonderful he is. That always appeals to Nicky.
How old is he now?
24. Isn't it absurd to think I have such a grown-up son? Old General Fenwick said last Thursday that... Oh. Hello. Yes, my dear. How are you? Oh, yes, so am I absolutely worn out. Now, when? Oh, how perfectly marvelous. No, dear, it's a prescription, but I can let you have a little in a jar. Oh, quite easy. All you have to do is just rub it on at night. Oh, don't be silly, not in the least. If you send the car around, that'll be all right. Very well. Goodbye, darling. Oh, I give Clara Hibbert 10 for stupidity, don't you?
110.
10's the limit.
I'd say, Florence, I think I'd be getting along if I've got to be dressed and back here by 7:30.
You got half an hour.
It's not very much.
The car's outside. Take it and send it straight back.
Can it drop me, Florence, dear? I always feel so much richer in your car than anyone else's.
Of course, Paulie. Oh. Hello. Yes, speaking. How do you do?
Goodbye, Helen. It's been too divine.
Ring me up at tea time tomorrow, Connie.
Oh, how perfectly sweet of you. Now, really. Well, naturally, if you persist in saying such charming things. Oh, what nonsense.
Bye, Florence.
Oh, it's that awful General Fenwick. Goodbye, Pawnee, dear. You're coming down to the house on Friday.
Yes, too lovely.
Helen's coming by the 5 o'clock. You'd better travel together.
Perfect. Are you ready, William?
Quite.
You can drop me first, can't you? I'm not as young as I was.
Yes, of course.
Please forgive me. People rushing in and out. This house grows more like a railway station every day. Now, General, that was a deliberate compliment. You are a ridiculous man. Very well. Goodbye. My God, 10 for dreariness.
Oh, he's not a bad old thing.
Nobody tries to be, and that's what's so frightful. Oh, I look like death. Isn't Tom a darling?
Yes, dear, without being aggressively brilliant.
I'm afraid, Helen, you're getting rather bitter.
Nonsense.
Well, it's silly to be sarcastic about Tom.
Better than being maudlin about him.
I don't know what you mean, dear. I'm not in the least bit maudlin and never have been about anybody. I sometimes wish I could. I'm too hard.
Tom will let you down.
Let me down? Why? Oh, I don't understand.
You're more in love with him than he is with you.
Oh, don't be absurd, Helen.
It's true.
He adores me, worships me. He's never seen anyone like me before in his life. I'm something strange, exotic.
You're more in love with him than he is with you.
You're getting on my nerves today, Helen.
You do see that I'm right, don't you?
If you knew some of the things he's said to me.
I can guess them.
That boy was utterly unawakened before he met me.
He's very young.
I've taught him everything.
For nothing.
Helen, I believe you're jealous.
Don't be a fool.
I wish I hadn't this fatal knack of seeing through people.
How's David?
I don't know. Well, you ought to be home soon.
Doesn't he ever suspect anything?
Of course not. He adores me.
It seems so strange not to see.
I'm devoted to David. I'd do anything for him, anything in the world. But he's grown old, and I've kept young. Well, he does muddle things up so. I can't help having a temperament, can I?
Temperament, no.
David's always loved me and never understood me. You see, I'm such an extraordinary mixture. I've so many sides to my character. I adore being at home and running the house and looking after David and
You don't
Nicky.
exactly overdo it.
Well, Nicky's been away for such ages. Also, one must be in London for the season. You can't expect me to bury myself in the country indefinitely. I shall be there practically all through the spring and the summer.
Ooh, lovely tennis parties and cricket weeks and things.
Certainly.
You're a divine creature, Florence.
Am I? Oh. Hello? Yes, speaking. It's Inez Julieta. I never went to her recital. Inez, darling, I never recognized your voice. Didn't you get my note? Oh, no, it was absolutely true. I was in agony. Inez, don't be angry. If you only knew how I long for the sound of your wonderful, wonderful voice. Darling Inez, don't be cruel. Tomorrow, then. I do wish Inez weren't so persistent.
You never stop encouraging her.
Oh, Helen, I'm so tired of everyone.
Except Tom.
Yes, except Tom. He's such a darling.
How do you think he and Nicky will get on?
Marvelously. Tom loves music.
He says he does.
My dear, I took him to that Russian thing the other day and he sat entranced from beginning to end.
Poor Nicky.
Why'd you say that?
Because I sometimes feel it.
Oh, I wonder why we're such friends. We're so opposite. You don't understand me a bit. I used to think you did, but you've been different lately, unsympathetic.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have, over Tom. I believe you're in love with him yourself.
No, it isn't that.
Anyhow, you can't bear him being in love with me.
I don't think he is, really. Oh, I quite realize he was very violently infatuated. That's wearing off a bit now. I'm beginning to see him as he is.
No, it's not true. You don't understand.
We are friends, Florence, though we're so opposite. Do you really know the truth inside you, or is all this shrill vanity real?
What's the matter with you?
You're 10 years older than I am. But when I'm your age, I shall be 20 years older than you.
Darling, how deliciously involved. What can you mean by that?
I mean, I think it's silly not to grow old when the time comes.
Helen! Oh, what on earth's that? Nicky!
Mother.
Oh, but I'd no idea. I thought you were coming tomorrow.
No, today I wrote to you.
Oh, I'm terribly, terribly excited.
Helen, dear, how are you?
Splendid, Nicky.
I can't get over your arriving like this. I never realized.
Silly. You're looking awfully well.
Am I?
Wonderful as usual.
I was talking to George Morrison only last Thursday.
The man who wrote that fearful book?
It isn't a fearful book. It's brilliant. Anyway, he absolutely refused to believe that I had a grown-up son.
My dears, I must fly.
Oh, don't go yet, Helen.
I must. I'm hours late as it is.
We'll be a little later then.
Remember, 5 o'clock train on Friday.
Oh, is she coming down to the house? Divine.
Yes, if Florence is still speaking to me. Goodbye.
Have you been having a scene?
No, dear.
She's a darling, Helen.
Extremely stupid and tactless sometimes.
It doesn't feel as though I've been away at all.
Oh, I've missed you appallingly. We had such a short time together in Paris. Did you enjoy all my letters?
I adored them. So did John Baggett. I used to read most of them aloud to him. He's mad on you. He saw your picture in the Tatler or something and fell in love with it.
Is he nice?
He's grand.
We must all dine at the embassy. When's he coming to England?
Not until after Christmas.
Oh, you must see my new photographs. They are wonderful.
Oh, it's heavenly being back.
Look.
I don't like that one.
Oh, how can you, Nicky? Tom likes that one the best of all.
Who's Tom?
Tom Varian. He's a dear. You'll like him frightfully. You know, the very nicest type of Englishman.
I hate the very nicest type of Englishman.
Now, don't be tiresome, Nicky. He's only 24, and they all think so well of him.
All who?
Well, all his officers and people. He's in the brigade.
Oh. Oh, now, that one really is enchanting. Oh, they've got your hair beautifully. Oh, yes, my dear, it's perfect.
It is good. Oh, she's sweet, Madam Henderson. She simply won't hear of my paying for these. She says it's quite sufficient to be allowed to exhibit them in the window.
Is anyone dining this evening?
No. Oh, dear, I'd forgotten. I'm dining out with Tom.
Oh, I see.
Oh, your first night home, too. How perfectly fiendish. What a fool I am to have muddled it up.
It doesn't matter, darling.
Oh, but it does. I wonder whether we could get another seat.
Seat? What for?
We're going to the first night of the new Elaine. It's going to be marvellous.
Who's in it?
Nora Dean and Selwyn Steele.
Oh, God.
Well, it's silly of you to always jeer at Selwyn Steele. He's a brilliant actor. If only he could get away from his wife.
I couldn't bear him tonight anyway. I'm tired. Is Father home yet?
No, I don't think so. Oh, I do feel such a beast.
Don't be silly. Honestly, I don't mind a bit.
I know. You have a nice, quiet dinner here and join us at the embassy afterwards.
Is it a late night?
Yes, they play the most heavenly tune there now. Tom always makes them do it over and over again. I'll put it on.
How's Iris?
Oh, my dear, don't speak of her.
Why, what's she done?
She's been absolutely foul.
In what way?
Everywhere. I never trusted her, luckily. Thank God I've got an instinct about people. Listen. Isn't this marvelous? She said the most filthy things to Gloria Craig about me. I always knew she was insanely jealous, but there are limits. I loathe being at people's beck and call. Oh, come and dance.
I'm sorry you rowed. I rather liked her.
But only because she kept on saying how wonderful you were. She doesn't know a thing about music, really.
Oh, yes, she does.
It's all merely bluff, all that appreciation. Darling, how oddly you're dancing.
Well, it's probably because we haven't danced together for so long.
Anyhow, now she's gone off to Monte Carlo with Viola Fenchurch. Silly fool.
Nicky, my boy.
Hello, Father.
I thought Florence said tomorrow.
Well, Mother muddled it up.
You look rather tired.
I'm splendid. How's everything?
Oh, same as usual. I've made lots of improvements down at the house.
David thinks and talks of nothing but the farm.
It's beginning to pay a bit. Peterson's an awfully good man.
We'll make a grand tour of it on Sunday.
And have you enjoyed yourself in Paris?
Oh, yes, rather. It's a splendid place to work.
It never struck me that way quite, but still.
Sophie de Molinac said Nicky's playing had improved enormously.
I'm so glad, Nicky.
I've been doing some Spanish stuff lately.
I wish I knew more about it.
Never mind, Father.
Well, come to my room and talk. I can't bear that thing.
Oh, Father's such a beast. He never will dance with me.
Is the evening news anywhere about?
Yes, here.
Oh, thanks. I'm so glad you're home again, Nicky. Now, don't forget, come and talk.
Oh, David's so much happier in the country.
Why on earth doesn't he retire and live at the house for good?
Work has become such a habit with him. He's always hated giving up habits.
Mother, I've got something rather important to tell you.
Oh, darling, how thrilling. What is it?
I'm engaged to be married.
What?
Practically. As much as one can be these days.
Nicky.
Don't look so stricken.
Oh, but Nicky, I never sort of visualized you being engaged or married or anything.
Why not?
You're not old enough.
I'm 24.
Well, you don't look it, but thank God.
What do you really feel about it, Mother?
Darling, I hardly know what to say. You sprung it on me so suddenly. Who is she?
A girl called Bunty Mannering.
Well, what a silly name.
It isn't at all. It's very attractive.
Is she an actress or a student or what?
Neither. She's what is technically termed a lady.
Do you think she'll like me?
She went mad over your photograph.
Which one?
The looking out of the window one.
Ah, now that really is one of the best I've ever had done.
She said you had the face of a heroic little boy.
What a divine thing to say.
She does say divine things. She's supremely intelligent.
Is she in Paris?
No, she came over with me today.
Where does she live?
Well, just round the corner in Carberry Square.
Oh, near the Churchingtons.
Well, it's her mother's house, but her mother's away just now, so I asked her to change quickly and come on here.
Nicky.
Oh, why not? I wanted you to see her as soon as possible.
It's an awful shock, you know.
Oh, nonsense, Mother. You're quite excited about it, really?
I shall be charming to her.
Then she'll adore you at once. Probably too much. I shall be jealous.
You better both dine here together and come on to the embassy. How old is she?
23.
What does she do?
Nothing much. She writes things occasionally.
Where did you meet her?
Oh, first of all, at a party at Olive Lloyd Kennedy's.
I can't bear Olive Lloyd Kennedy if she's a cat.
Then I met her again at Marion Fawcett's, a frightful sort of reception affair. She was staying with her.
She seems to move exclusively among my worst enemies. Is she pretty?
I don't know. I haven't really noticed.
Nicky, darling, I really do feel so extraordinary about it.
Why extraordinary?
It's a milestone, isn't it? You being engaged. A definite milestone. Oh, look at my nose. Oh, I hope she'll like me. I must go and dress now. Tom's fetching me at 7:30. Bring her to my room when she comes.
But don't go for a minute.
I must really. Tom will be furious.
Oh, damn Tom.
Oh, Nicky. Now, don't go and take one of your tiresome prejudices against him.
All right, I'll try not to.
He's frightfully good-looking.
Oh?
And he adores music.
Now then, Mother...
He does, honestly.
Good.
And he dances beautifully.
I shall never stop dancing with
And
him.
he's so good at games.
He sounds adorable.
Of course, he needs knowing.
So do I.
You will make an effort, though, darling, won't you? For my sake.
Yes, Mother.
And we'll all have a divine time together, Tom and me and you and what's her name?
Bunty.
Oh, yes, of course, Bunty.
Oh, this is her, I expect.
Do you feel wonderful about her?
Yes.
It is thrilling, isn't it, being in love?
Yes.
Your father was right. You look awfully tired, Nicky.
What nonsense. I feel grand.
Miss Mannering.
Bunty. You have been quick.
I've simply flown.
Bunty. Here is Mother.
Oh. This is frightfully exciting, isn't it?
I've told her.
Are you furious?
Of course not. Why should I be? Especially now.
It's absolutely incredible, you being Nicky's mother.
Am I anything like you thought I'd be?
Yes, exactly. But I couldn't believe it until I saw you.
Take off that perfectly divine cloak and have a cigarette. I've got to rush and dress now because I'm terribly late. But you're dining here with Nicky and joining Tom Verrian and me at the embassy afterwards.
Tom Verrian?
Yes. You know him?
I did when I was a child, if it's the same one.
Nicky, I don't feel extraordinary anymore about it. I'm delighted.
Angel,
Now, perhaps Bunty would like to come down to the house on Friday for the weekend.
Oh, yes, marvelous.
That's awfully sweet of you, Mrs. Lancaster.
No, you must call me Florence. I can't bear Mrs. Lancaster. I must fly. Tom will be here any moment. That's him on the desk.
Yes, it is the same one.
Oh, how too divine. Oh. Hello. Yes, speaking. Elsa, darling, how are you? What? Tonight? Oh, how perfectly heavenly. Of course, I'd adore it. Listen, Nicky is just back from Paris. Can he come too with Bunty Mannering? Yes, he's here. See you tonight, dear. Here, Nicky, talk to Elsa. I'm so glad about you and Nicky. It's too wonderful.
Hello, Elsa? I'd no idea you were in London. But I'm terribly thrilled. My dear, you haven't. All those lovely tunes you played to me in Paris. How amazing. I am glad. But have you done anything with that tango? You must play it tonight. I want Bunty to hear it. It is perfect, isn't it? Goodbye, dear. Bunty,
What?
I'm terribly happy.
So am I.
Do you remember how we planned all this? Coming home together and breaking it to Mother and everything?
Rather.
Do you really like her?
I adore her. She's a perfect angel.
I told her your heroic little boy line. She loved it.
It's true, you know. Rather defiant, too, laughing at fate.
Doesn't Paris seem ages away now?
A different life altogether.
Oh, that nasty little bit of channel is such an enormous gulf, really. Did you put that dress on purpose?
Perhaps.
You are a devil.
It's such fun being reminded of things.
And such agony, too.
Nicky, darling, why agony?
It was always agony being in love. When I started loving you in that dress.
Did you?
Don't pretend you didn't know.
I suppose one always knows, really.
From the very first moment.
Yes.
A sort of spark.
Your playing helped a lot.
I meant it to.
You calculating pig.
Have a cigarette.
All right.
I wish we weren't so free.
Why? What do you mean?
Oh, I feel I should like to elope or something violently romantic like that.
Well, there wouldn't be much point in it now, would there?
Perhaps not. How much do you love me?
I don't know.
It's fun analysing one's emotions.
Marvellous fun.
And a comfort, too, when things go wrong. But it kills sentiment stone dead.
Good job, too.
Oh, you're frightfully hard, Bunty.
Am I?
Much harder than me, really.
You've got so much hysteria.
I can't help it.
Of course not. It's your temperament. You burst out suddenly.
Not so badly as I used to.
You're growing older.
God, yes. Isn't it foul?
Hell, my dear.
It's funny how Mother's generation always longed to be old when they were young, and we strain every nerve to keep young.
That's because we see what's coming so much more clearly.
Wouldn't it be terrible to know exactly? Oh, I feel frightened sometimes.
Why?
Well, we're all so hectic and nervy.
It doesn't matter. It probably only means we shan't live so long.
Shut up! Shut up!
Mr. Verian.
Ah, how are you? I'm Nicky. I came over today instead of tomorrow.
Oh.
Do you know Bunty Mannering?
But Bunty? I say, I am glad.
Well, we'd better have some cocktails. Chesterton, bring us some cocktails.
This is jolly. I didn't know what had become of you.
I've been living in Paris a good deal.
But how many years ago is it
During
since
the war. The last time I saw you, you were at Sandhurst.
Such a pretty place.
You've hardly altered a bit. More grown up, of course.
All this is most affecting.
Bunty and I used to know one another awfully well.
Ah, what fun.
Nicky.
But it is. It's thrilling. Nothing so charming as a reunion.
Nicky and I have been travelling all day. Boats and trains get on his nerves.
When the cocktails come, tell Preston to bring mine to me in Father's room, will you?
Nicky, don't be so silly.
Well, surely it's not silly to want to talk to my aged father after a year's debauch in Paris. I fail to see why you should have the monopoly of reunions.
Well, don't be long.
Cheerio.
Oh, God.
What's up?
These temperamental musicians.
Silly ass.
He isn't really. He's only jealous.
Why, is he,
We're by way of being engaged.
What?
Why not?
What, are you in love with him?
Yes, isn't it damnable?
Oh, good Lord.
What are you laughing at?
Well, it seems so funny you being in love with that sort of a chap.
What do you mean by that sort of chap?
Oh, I don't know. Her type seems so unlike you.
Type?
Yes, you know, up in the air, effeminate.
You're more bucolic than you used to be, Tom.
Yeah, I say, old girl, it's a bit thick.
The cocktails, sir.
Oh, will you please take Mr. Nicky's into him in his father's room?
Yes, miss.
Is Mrs. Lancaster nearly ready?
I think so, sir.
Ask her to hurry, we shall be late.
Yes, sir.
I can laugh now.
Why?
I've just realized something.
What?
We shall meet again over the weekend.
Are you coming down to the house?
Yes.
Well, that's splendid. Come for a tramp Sunday morning and we'll talk.
What about?
Oh, lots of things. Old times.
2 old times, Tom.
Cheerio.
It's much too fast, Nicky.
Oh, do slow down a bit.
It's the pace that's marked on the record. I've never danced well since the war. I don't know why.
But Mr. Fairlight, your last act was so strong when she came in half mad with fright and described everything minutely.
I try to write as honestly as possible.
I gave her 3 for manners, but simply charm because I had to be a little nice.
I thought you were rather decent.
No, but really, Nicky, his technique completely annihilated his inspiration.
Well, not with Debussy and Ravel. With the older masters, yes, he's probably tired of
That's so stupid, I think.
My dear Pawnee, it was the most chic thing you've ever seen, but unfortunately the wrong colour.
Marion Ferrer said that Borrow model copied in the most frightful blue.
I believe my shoe's coming off. No, it's all right, Tom.
I wonder if you could gouge the cigarette end out of the holder for me.
I will try. I always smoke a pipe when I'm working.
How soon?
I suppose one can never really judge a properly from a recital, Nicky.
Well, not with him, Bunty. He's not dramatic enough.
Dramatic pianists make me uncomfortable.
You've got to have
Pawnee, your tongue grows more venomous every day.
I had to say something. Anyhow, it's true.
Especially about her ankle.
Oh, you must come next Sunday week, Tom.
Thanks awfully. I'd love to, Claire.
I'm only singing ballads, but you know what Sunday concerts are.
Oh, yes, rather.
What's on the other side, Nicky?
You've got the cutest ears and eyes and nose.
No.
Would you put on Spoony Moon in Upper Carolina?
No, don't put it on, Nicky. Play something yourself. You always make the gramophone go too quickly.
Yes, go on, Nicky.
All right.
Cigarette, Florence.
No, thanks, not another. I'm dancing with Tom.
Missing one, Tom.
Righto.
What about this one?
Come on, Mr. Fairlight. Don't overdo the serious dramatic stunt.
I warn you, I'm no good, Miss Mary.
I support you, Nicky.
I see it.
Pawnee,
Yes, Helen?
Tom Verrier doesn't dance as well as he thinks he does.
With that figure, he ought to be marvellous.
She's too athletic.
Anyhow, I'm sure he's a success at the Bath Club.
Doesn't Florence look astounding?
Absolutely. She knows exactly what suits her.
Where's David?
He went off to his study to smoke.
Do wish Florence wouldn't be irritable with him in front of everybody. I felt acutely uncomfortable at dinner.
Makes Nicky furious as a rule, but tonight he was too occupied with that stupid little fool Bunty Mannering to take any notice.
She's an excellent type.
Very average. I only hope nothing will come of Nicky's mania for her.
I don't think we need worry.
Why?
Wait and see, my dear.
Come and dance, Pawnee, and tell me how divinely I sang on Tuesday.
You didn't.
Oh, 10 for cruelty.
Don't rob me of Pawnee,
You
dear.
go and sit by Nicky, Helen.
All right, I will.
Come on, you're a lazy old thing. You've just been gossiping with Helen.
You match, Nicky.
Isn't this a marvellous tune?
Fascinating. Darling, I do want to match. Don't stop, I'll get me out of your pocket. What a divine little box.
Helen, give that to me.
Nicky, dear, don't be so tiresome.
I'm sick of playing. Let's have the gramophone again. Here's a light, darling.
Thanks, Nicky.
Let's have the gramophone.
Whose copy is this? Someone drank mine, I'd hardly catch it.
If it has no sugar in it, it's mine.
Has no sugar.
You're dancing abominably, Tom.
No, am I?
What's the matter with you?
I don't know. I suppose I'm tired.
Well, you're not usually tired when you're dancing with me.
Oh, Florence, don't nag.
How dare you speak to me like that?
I say, Florence, I'm sorry, old girl.
Let's stop the music for a moment and think of something really marvelous to do.
No, let's go down. Oh, no, I'm exhausted. Oh.
Well, what was that divine game we played coming back from Paris, Helen?
Just ordinary clumps, wasn't it?
I loathe clumps.
What about the history game?
What is that?
No, Nicky, it's too intellectual.
Well, there's a mahjong set in the drawing room.
Oh, how divine. Let's make up a table immediately.
I won't be happy until someone gives me a set made entirely of jade.
Come on, Bunty.
I can't play it. Ask Tom.
You can. You used to play it in Paris with Yvonne.
I've forgotten it.
You'll soon remember again.
Come along, Clara.
No, I insist on Mr. Fairlight learning.
I'm afraid I'm no good at that sort of
You'll
thing.
be able to put it in one of your plays.
Oh,
come and watch. It's too thrilling for words.
You only one set, Florence?
Yes, isn't it maddening? Clara promised to bring hers down, but forgot.
Does Bruce Fairlight play bridge?
No, I don't think so.
Dramatists are such a comfort in a house party, aren't they?
Aren't you going, Florence?
No, Tom.
Oh.
But please, don't let me stop you going. I'm sure you're dying to be with the others.
I say, Florence, I wish you wouldn't go on like that.
I don't know what's the matter with you. You've never behaved like this before.
I haven't behaved like anything.
You've been exceedingly rude to me, both at dinner and afterwards.
I wasn't at dinner.
Yes, you were. You snapped me up when I said I didn't like Elsie Saunders.
You know perfectly well she's a friend of mine.
Well, she oughtn't to be after the things she said about me.
You will go on imagining.
Nothing of the sort. I know. If you weren't so dense, you'd see too that... Oh, the jealousy I have to put up with. I get so tired of it all. So desperately tired.
Talk about being different. You're different, too.
I'm unhappy.
Why?
Because I hate to see you being put against me.
Oh, Florence.
No, you'll understand one day. They're all very subtle, but I can see.
Nobody said a word to me about you, and they better not try.
Why? What would you do?
Why, I'd be furious.
Oh.
And I'd let them see it, too.
Tom.
Yes?
I forgive you.
Oh, I can't bear you being angry with me.
Can't you really?
It makes me feel beastly.
Come and sit here.
That's a lovely dress.
It is sweet, isn't it?
You always wear wonderful clothes.
Do I, Tom?
You know you do.
Do you remember the very first time we met?
Rather.
Oh, Oxford's so full of romance, isn't it?
It was when you came down.
Thank you, Tom, dear.
We did have fun.
You used to come up to the matinees and I'd motor you back afterwards.
Ripping.
Oh, that reminds me. I got seats for Rolling Stones on Tuesday. Don't forget.
But you never said you were going to get them.
Well, it doesn't matter. I thought I did. We'd better dine at Claridge's.
But Florence, I can't come.
Why not?
I promised to go out.
Who with?
Mother.
Can't you put her off? Oh, it's going to be such a good first night.
Well, you see, it's a matter of fact, it's rather awkward. I put her off the other day.
Oh, well, never mind. We'll go some other night.
Hello, Florence. I thought you were in the drawing room.
They're playing mahjong, and there's only one set. I shall break in presently.
Let's go and see how they're getting on.
Yes, do.
Come and play soon.
David, don't you think this is a divine frock?
Very pretty.
You and Helen seem to be very thick at dinner. What were you talking about?
Oh, nothing much. I like Helen.
Only because she flatters you and listens to everything you say.
She doesn't flatter me.
I suppose she was talking about the farm and giving her opinions.
We did discuss the farm a little.
She doesn't know a thing about it, really.
Perhaps not. But it passed the time.
What's the matter, darling?
Oh, Nicky. Nothing. I've got a slight headache.
You go to bed?
I can't. It's much too early.
Oh, I'm sick of mahjong.
Who's playing now?
Pawnee and Helen and Clara are trying to teach Bruce Fairlight. He's an awful fool at it.
You must get Bunty out of that habit of contradicting everything people say.
I don't see why.
It's bad breeding.
Who cares nowadays? We've all got a right to our opinions.
She seems to forget that I'm much older than she is.
That's no argument, Mother. It's silly only to remember your age when someone says something you don't like.
She's having a bad effect on you.
Nonsense.
You've changed since Paris.
Naturally.
You never used to be rude to me.
Oh, damn, I'm not rude.
Yes, you are.
Well, don't start running down Bunty.
Oh, stop playing. Stop playing.
Oh, God.
What's happening?
Nothing, Helen. Bunty's just putting Nicky against me. I knew she'd try to.
You must be having a delightful evening, Nicky. You leave the drawing room having rowed with Bunty, come here and row with Florence.
Well, Mother's impossible.
No different from what she's always been.
Well, I haven't realized it before.
You haven't been engaged before.
I'm hating this house party.
Don't say that, dear. It's not kind.
You know I don't mean you.
Are you very much in love?
Yes. No. I don't know.
I wonder.
It's utterly devastating anyhow.
When did you meet her?
About 5 months ago.
What was she doing in Paris?
Oh, I don't know. Fooling about.
Splendid.
She's been studying French literature.
Why?
Well, she's going to write herself someday.
Oh, I see.
Helen, do you like her?
I can't tell yet. Yesterday was the first time I'd ever set eyes on her.
She's wonderfully intelligent.
Yes, I'm sure she is.
You don't like her?
I tell you, I'm not sure yet.
It's generally the way. One's friends always hate one another.
It is difficult for you, isn't it?
I should so like you to like her.
Very well, I'll try.
She's utterly opposite to me in every way.
Yes, I see that.
But that's as it ought to be, isn't it?
It depends.
And I need a sort of restraining influence, terribly.
Yes, Nicky.
She's awfully good for me.
Is she?
Yes, she curbs me when I get temperamental and silly.
I always felt you needed encouraging more than curbing.
Oh, aren't you a darling?
I mean it.
You're wrong, though. I'm all over the place.
Anyhow, I do hope you'll be very happy with her.
I don't suppose I shall ever be that. I haven't got the knack.
Do you work hard?
Yes.
Really?
Frightfully.
Liar.
Well, you've seen me in Paris. Studying, all night long until the grey dawn put the guttering candle to shame and my nerveless hands dropped from the keys.
Candles gutter awfully quickly when they're burnt at both ends.
Meaning that I look a debauched wreck of my former self?
Exactly.
If you go on encouraging me at this rate, I shall commit suicide.
You do resent anyone taking a real interest in you, don't you?
I distrust it.
Why?
I don't know. I'm not worth it.
You seem to be suffering from a slight inferiority complex.
Not a bit of it. I'm gay and witty and handsome.
Oh, Nicky, you're so maddening.
Don't be cross, Helen.
I'm one of the few people who really know what you're like, and you won't give me the credit for it.
Do you think you do, honestly?
Yes, and I'm exceedingly worried about you.
You needn't be.
You're sensitive and reserved and utterly foolish.
Thank you. I'm beginning to feel beautifully picturesque.
And you're scared.
Why? What have I to be scared about?
Would you like me to tell you?
No.
Why not?
Because you're a sentimentalist and you see things that aren't there at all.
You're far more sentimental than I.
Oh, darling Helen, you've got such a lovely mind. Like a Christmas card with frosted robins and sheep wandering about in the snow, bleating.
All the same, I should give up drugs if I were you.
Helen.
Well?
I don't know what you mean.
Do you think I can't see?
You're being terribly funny, aren't you?
You fool, you unutterable little fool.
Don't be dramatic, dear.
I thought you had common sense. I credited you with more intelligence than that.
If you persist in being absurd...
Oh, Nicky, don't resist me. Don't fight me. I'm your friend. I wouldn't have said a word if I weren't. You've got to stop it. You haven't gone far yet. There's still time. For God's sake, listen to reason.
Shut up. Don't speak so
Nicky,
loudly.
throw it away.
When did you find out?
Tonight? You know, when you were playing, but I've guessed for ages.
You needn't be frightened, Helen. I only take us the tiniest little bit once in a blue moon.
If anything goes wrong, you'll take a lot. Throw it away.
What could go wrong?
Never mind. Throw it away.
I can't. Look out, someone's coming.
Hello.
Hello, Father.
What's the matter?
Matter? Why?
You look very worried.
Oh, Helen and I have just had a grand heart-to-heart talk. We've undone our back hair, loosened our stays, and wallowed in it.
Oh, I see.
We haven't seen one another for so long. It was inevitable.
You never came and looked at the farm this morning. I waited for you.
I'm awfully sorry, Father. I just went on sleeping.
I'll see you later, Nicky.
All right.
And how do you think your mother's looking?
Splendid. Same as ever.
Would you like a cigar?
No, thanks, Father. I'm not very good at them.
I was just on my way to bed. There are far too many people in the house.
You must be used to that by now.
You ought to stay down here, you know, during the week and get some fresh air.
I've got such millions of things to do in London.
Worth doing?
Of course.
You look as though you needed a rest.
You needn't worry about me, Father. I feel splendid.
She seems a nice girl.
Who? Bunty?
Yes. Quiet. Untiresome.
Oh, she's a darling.
When do you propose to get married?
I don't know. The engagement's only a sort of tryout, you know.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize that. I'm so unversed in modern technicalities.
It's her idea, really, just to tread water for a bit.
It sounds an excellent plan.
I'm awfully glad you like her.
Is she musical?
Oh, yes, frightfully.
Good.
Father, I think I will come down here for a few days and work quietly.
If you do that, I'll only go up to London every other day. I see so little of you when you're at the flat.
Well, that's settled then. I wonder what Mother will say.
I'll talk to her.
All right. She won't bother about us much.
No, I don't suppose she will. I think I'll be getting along to bed now. Good night, my boy.
Good night, Father.
Nicky, I want to talk to you.
Bunty. All right.
Perhaps you'd stop playing for a minute.
Won't you let me woo you with a little scree of it?
Please stop.
I'm unappreciated, that's what it is. I say, Bunty.
What?
Before you say anything awful to me, I am sorry for being rude just now.
So you ought to be.
Will you forgive me?
Yes, I forgive you.
I've been irritable all evening.
Give me a cigarette, Nicky.
Here.
Thanks.
What did you want to talk to me about?
Lots of things. Us.
Oh, I see.
Don't you think it's rather silly being engaged?
No, not at all.
I do.
Just because we bickered a bit tonight?
No, not only because of that.
Why then?
Can't you see?
No.
Well, we're not very suited to one another, are we?
Now, why do you suddenly say that?
Because I've only just realized it.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault particularly.
I'm glad.
It's circumstances and surroundings.
Oh, that can be altered quite easily. We'll change the shape of the house. We'll take all that wall away and turn that into a studio. You love studios, don't you? Then we'll transform the drawing room into an enormous aviary.
It's practically that now.
And we'll take that...
Shut up, Nicky.
I'm only trying to be amenable.
Are you really?
Yes. I'm putting up a sort of defense, Bunty. I have a feeling that you're going to be unpleasant, and I want to establish myself comfortably before you start.
I don't want to be unpleasant, only honest.
You won't let the two run together, will you?
Oh, you're hopeless, hopeless, hopeless.
Yes, I think I am, rather.
Anyway, I'm glad it makes it easier.
Does it?
You're not in love with me, really. You couldn't be.
Please don't say that.
Why don't you face things properly?
One generally has to in the end. I'll have to put it off for as long as possible.
That's cowardly.
Don't be pompous, darling.
You're a great help, I must say.
Why should I help to destroy my own happiness?
That's self-pity and self-deception.
Why are you going on like this?
Because I tell you, I've realized the truth.
I suppose you've taken a hatred to Mother.
No, not a hatred.
You don't like her?
Not very much.
Well, why not? She likes you?
She detests me.
Oh, nonsense. Why should she?
Because I'm young.
What a filthy thing to say.
It's true.
It's nothing of the sort.
You're so stupid sometimes.
Thank you.
Now, don't let's start bickering again.
We won't discuss Mother any more then.
You started it.
Look, I wish I could make you understand her like I do. I mean, she's awfully irritating, I know, but deep down she's marvelous in spite of everything.
Everything.
Yes, everything. But don't be a beast, Bunty. Just try to see her point a little, even if you do dislike her. She is terribly silly about being young, I know. But she's been used to so much admiration and flattery and everything always, she feels she sort of can't give it up. You do see that, don't you? She hasn't really anything in the least comforting to fall back on. She's not clever, I mean, real kind of brain cleverness. Father's no good, I'm no good. And all the time she's wanting life to be as it was instead of as it is. There's no harm in her anywhere. She's just young inside. Can't you imagine the utter foulness of growing old? Especially if you've been lovely and attractive like she was. The beautiful Flo Lancaster. She used to be known as that, you know. I can remember her when I was quite small, coming up to say good night to me, looking too perfectly radiant for words. She used to come to the school, too, sometimes. Everyone used to go mad over her. I used to get frightfully proud and excited.
I've never heard you talk like this before.
I don't think I ever have.
I like you better clear-cut, not blurred by sentiment.
To describe you as hard would be inadequate. You're metallic.
I can see straight.
Can you?
Yes, we could never be happy together.
Perhaps not.
Shall we just finish, then?
Certainly. I'm sorry we were too modern to have an engagement ring. You'd have been able to give it back to me so beautifully.
It'd be ridiculous.
Better than being blurred by sentiment.
Oh, my dear, I'm shattered and I'm going straight to bed. Probably for several weeks.
Why?
Oh, he's coming.
Who's coming?
Bruce Fairlight. I've been teaching him mahjong. These master brains. Agony, dear.
Really interesting, that game.
Yes, I thought you'd like it.
It's interesting psychologically. The concentration and suspense.
Well, I'm right exhausted. Must be the country air.
No, it was too lovely because I started with 2 red dragons in my hand.
I wondered who had them.
One more tune, Nicky, before we go to bed.
Yes, just one.
I'll play I Love You. Such a romantic tune, don't you think, Bunty?
Do. What time's everyone getting up in the morning?
The 10 o'clock's the best, Helen. We'll have breakfast at 9 downstairs.
You know, but in London I can never do more than nibble a piece of thin toast, and whenever I'm aware, eat enormously. How very peculiar. Your tone revolts me, Nicky. You must never be irascible with your old friends.
I haven't got any.
Nicky.
Sorry, Helen.
I don't know what's the matter with Nicky. He's been in a vile temper all the evening. His first weekend at home, too.
Oh, such a pity, Mother, when so much trouble has been taken to make me happy and cozy. Come and dance, Bunty.
No, not now, Tom.
Dance with him, Bunty. Chaps must have exercise.
You dance with Bunty Pawnee and I'll dance with Tom. Come on.
Righto.
Great thing in this world is not to be obvious, Nicky. Over anything.
You are infuriating, Helen. It's a wonderful book.
Thoroughly second-rate.
What do you think about Mischievous Passion, Fairlight?
I never read novels on principle.
Well, you must read this. It's colossal.
Don't be led away by Pawnee, Mr. Fairlight. He has no discrimination.
I tell you, it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Nonsense.
There are times, Helen, when I can willingly see you dead at my feet.
A little slower, Nicky. For heaven's sake.
How's that?
I think you'd better go to bed, Nicky.
We're all going anyhow.
Not yet, please, Mummy dear. I'm having such a lovely time.
Take it off, Pawnee.
I always knew the continent was fatal for the young.
Nicky's upset. It's my fault we're not engaged anymore.
Why? What's happened?
Nothing happened, Florence. It was never very serious, really.
I had a feeling that it was, Bunty.
You were wrong, Helen.
Well, I must say it's all been rather abrupt.
It's better to finish things off at once, cleanly, if you're not quite sure, don't you think, Florence?
Well, I'm sorry, Bunty, but if you feel like that, there's nothing more to be said.
I wouldn't have mentioned it at all, only you all seem to be blaming him for being irritable.
Poor Nicky.
I really must go up to bed now. Oh, I'm so tired. Good night, Florence, dear.
Good night, Clara. Breakfast at 9. Have you got books and everything you want?
Yes, thanks. Good night, everyone.
Good
night, Clara.
Tom, be an angel and fetch me a glass of milk. It's in the drawing room.
All right, Florence.
Oh, come on up, Florence. I'm dead.
Oh, so am I, Helen. Will you turn out the light, Pawnee, when you come?
With beautiful precision, dear.
Oh, tell Tom to bring my milk up to me, somebody.
All right.
Good night, Mr. Fairlight.
Good night, Mrs. Lancaster.
Good night, Florence.
Oh, well, I suppose we'd all better go up, Miss Mannering.
I don't feel I could sleep yet, Mr. Fairlight.
Hello. Where's Florence?
Gone up to bed. Will you take her milk to her?
What's become of Nicky?
In the smoking room, I think.
Good night, Miss Mannering.
Good night, Miss Fairlight.
I shall come too. Good night.
Good night, Pawnee.
When you're writing, Fairlight, do your characters grow as you go along?
No, I think each one out minutely beforehand.
Not too intriguing.
So, you've broken it off already, Bunty.
Yes, Tom.
I didn't know you were going to do it so soon.
It's better to get things over.
What did he say?
Nothing much.
Was he furious?
Oh, what does it matter? Don't let's go on about it.
It's all damned awkward.
What?
The whole thing.
You're rather scared, aren't you?
Oh, no. No, not exactly. Now that I've got you to back me up.
I shall be glad when we're out of this house.
So shall I.
I hate the atmosphere.
I don't know how I've stood it for so long.
You didn't notice it until I came, any more than I noticed Nicky's atmosphere until you came.
It's queer, isn't it?
We're reverting to type, don't you see?
What do you mean?
Never mind, it's true.
Why, you think I'm being a cad to Florence?
Yes, I do, really.
Well, Bunty, you said this
But
morning...
I didn't see how you could help yourself. Now that I do. It's frightfully difficult. But it's not altogether your fault any more than it would have been mine if I had married Nicky. Oh, one gets carried away by glamour and personality and magnetism. They're beastly treacherous things.
Oh, you are wonderful.
To be silly.
Well, you're so cool and clear, and you see everything.
I'm sorry for Nicky.
Oh, damn, Nicky.
Oh, Tom.
Why? What's that?
You're so dead set.
But you're worth 10 of him any day. Oh, what's the use of a chap like that, Doesn't do anything except play the piano. He can't play any games. He's always trying to be funny.
Shut up, Tom. You're being rather cheap. I haven't reverted to type so quickly that I can't see some of the things I'm missing.
I wish I knew what you were talking about.
Oh, God, I feel so miserable.
I say, Bunty, for heaven's sake.
Don't. Give me my shoes.
I say, old girl, hadn't you better go to bed? You're all wrought up.
He said beastly things.
I'll wring his neck.
Oh, shut up, Tom, shut up.
Bunty, stop crying. Yes, dear. Please. Please, stop crying.
I can't find my hanky.
Here's mine.
Tom!
Yes, Florence?
What does this mean?
Sorry, Florence. I...
You utter cad.
Look here, I should like to
Be
say...
quiet, mind your own business.
What's the matter? Anybody hurt?
No, not hurt.
I banged my hand, that's all.
Liar.
Mother, don't be so stupid.
Florence, I really...
Don't speak to me, Tom.
Mother, not now, not now. It's all wrong. Now, control yourself. Bunty, go to bed. Please. Please.
All right. Tom.
Come in, Bunty.
Stop. I want an explanation, please.
How dare you speak to me like that?
Get out of my house. Get out of my house.
This is disgusting.
I say, Florence...
Get out of my house.
I shall leave first thing in the morning. It's much too late tonight.
Tom.
Yes, Florence?
You kissed her. You kissed her. I saw you.
Yes.
In this house.
Yes, Florence. I apologize.
Apologize. Your beneath contempt. Never speak to me again. Never touch me again. I hate you.
Look here, Florence. I'm desperately sorry. You say I'm afraid I love her.
You dare stand there and say that to me. It's incredible. After all I've done for you, after all we've been to one another. Love. You don't know what it means. You've lied to me all these months. It's contemptible, humiliating. Get out of my sight.
Very well. Goodbye.
Tom! Oh, Tom! Come back! Come back!
Florence, what is the use of going on like that?
I wish I were dead.
It's so cowardly to give way utterly as you're doing.
I don't care, Helen, I don't care.
If you don't face things in this world, they only hit you much harder in the end.
He loved me, he adored me.
Never. He hadn't got it in him.
After all I've done for him to go to go to Bunty.
If it hadn't been Bunty, it would have been someone else. Don't you see how inevitable it was?
How dared they? Here, in this house.
Well, that's a little thing. That doesn't matter at all.
It does.
Florence, sit up and pull yourself together.
I think I'm going mad.
Not a bit of it. You're just thoroughly hysterical.
Oh. Give me some water.
Yes, all right.
What time is it?
1:10.
Don't go to London by the early train, Helen. Stay and come up with me in the car.
Very well.
Oh, thank God you were here.
I wish I'd known what was happening. I might have done something. Here you are.
Thank you. What can I do to get him back?
Don't be silly.
What can I do? What can I do?
Do you mean to say you'd take him back after tonight?
No, never. Not if he crawled to me. Never.
Well, then, make up your mind definitely never to see him again, whatever happens.
Yes, I will.
Why don't you go to bed now?
I couldn't sleep.
Put it all out of your mind. Make an effort.
I can't. I'm too unhappy.
Think of Nicky.
Nicky's young.
That doesn't make it any better for him.
He'll get over it in the long run.
The long run never counts at the moment.
But he wasn't in love. Really?
As much as you are here capable of it.
Well, he's well rid of her. She'd never have appreciated him properly. She hasn't the intelligence.
Oh, I don't agree with you there. She's intelligent right enough.
Treacherous little beast.
Yes, far-seeing.
Are you standing up for her? Do you think it was right of her to take Tom away from me?
Yes, quite right.
Helen!
To do her justice, she didn't deliberately set herself out to get him away from you at all. She discovered that in spite of the somewhat decadent years, Tom was still her type, and likely to remain so. So with common sense, she decided to shove Nicky forthwith and go with him.
Her type, indeed.
Yes. She'd have been quite a nice girl, really. She'd been left alone, not allowed to go to Paris and get into the wrong set.
You are extraordinary, Helen. Do you realize that you're making excuses for the girl who's betrayed your best friend?
Don't be utterly absurd. I'm not making excuses, and anyhow, she hasn't betrayed you. She hardly knows you in the first place. She's just followed her instincts, regardless of anyone else's feelings. As you've done thousands of times.
Helen, you're being horrible to me.
I'm not. I'm trying to make you see. You're battering your head against silly cast-iron delusions, and I want to dislodge...
Helen, I'm so unhappy, so desperately unhappy.
Yes, but not because you've lost Tom. It's something far deeper than that.
What, then?
You're on the wrong track, and have been for years.
I don't understand.
You won't understand.
Oh, my eyes are sore. It's so lovely, this, and so refreshing.
I think I'll go to bed now.
No, wait a little longer with me, please, Helen. Just a few minutes.
It's so hot in here.
Well, open the window, then.
Yes, all right.
Do you ever do this?
Do what?
Put scent on a cigarette. It's divine.
Wonderfully clear night. You can see the hills right across the valley. The moon's quite strong.
I chose this room in the first place because the view was so lovely.
Do you ever look at it?
Of course I do, often.
It's been raining. I do wish you'd throw that cigarette away. It spoils the freshness.
It's soothing me, calming my nerves.
I do wish I could help you, really.
You are helping me, darling. You're being an angel.
Don't talk so emptily, Florence. I'm worth more than that.
I don't know what you mean.
It sickens me to see you getting back so soon.
Getting back?
Yes, your usual worthless attitude of mine.
Helen!
A little while ago, you were really suffering for once. In a way, I was glad because it showed you were capable of a genuine emotion. Now you're glossing it over, smarming it down with your returning vanity. Soon you won't be unhappy anymore, just vindictive.
No, don't go on at me like that. I'm too wretched.
Florence, dear, forgive me, but it's true. And I don't want it to be.
Nicky.
Helen, I want to talk to Mother, please.
What is it?
All right, Nicky.
I couldn't sleep.
Florence, dear, good night.
No, Helen, don't go yet.
I must.
Helen, stay with me.
Please go.
I can't stay, Florence. It's impossible.
I don't know what you mean by coming here and ordering Helen out of my room.
I'm sorry, Mother. I felt I had to talk to you alone.
At this hour of the night, you're mad.
No, I'm not. I think I'm probably more unhappy than I've ever been in my life.
No, you're young. You'll get over it.
I hope so.
I knew the first moment I saw her what sort of girl she was.
Oh, Mother.
It's true. I had an instinct about her.
It's all been rather a shock, you know.
Yes, dear, I know. But you mustn't be miserable about her. She isn't worth it.
Don't, Mother.
Listen, Nicky, go back to bed now, there's a dear. My head's splitting.
I can't yet.
Well, take some aspirin. That'll calm your nerves.
I'm afraid I'm a little beyond aspirin.
Now, I don't want you to think I don't sympathize with you, darling. My heart aches for you. I know so well what you're going through.
Do you?
It's agony, absolute agony. But you see, it will wear off. It always does in time. Nicky, please go now.
I want to talk to you.
Tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow.
No, now.
You're inconsiderate and cruel, I told you. My head's bursting.
I want to sympathize with you, too, and try to understand everything as well as I can.
Understand everything?
Yes, please.
I don't know what you mean.
Will you tell me things as though I was somebody quite different?
What kind of things?
Things about you, your life.
Oh, really, Nicky, you're ridiculous asking me to tell you stories at this hour.
Mother, sit down quietly. I'm not going out of this room until I've got everything straight in my mind.
Nicky,
Tom Verrian has been your lover, hasn't he?
Nicky, how dare
Now,
you?
keep calm. It's our only chance. Keep calm.
How dare you speak to me like that? Suggest such a thing.
It's true, isn't it?
Go away, go away.
True, isn't
no,
it?
No,
It's true, isn't it?
No, I tell you, no.
You're lying to me, Mother. What's the use of that?
You're mad.
Does Father know?
Go away.
Does Father know?
Your father knows nothing. He doesn't understand me any more than you do.
Then it's between us alone.
I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Mother, don't go on like that. It's useless. We've arrived at a crisis. Wherever we go, whatever we do, we can't escape from it. I know we're neither of us very strong-minded or capable, and we haven't very much hope of coming through successfully, but let's try. It's no good pretending anymore. Our lives are built up of pretenses all the time. For years, ever since I began to think at all, I've been bolstering up my illusions about you. People have made remarks, not realizing that I was your son, and I pretended they were inspired by cattiness and jealousy. I've noticed things, trivial, incriminating little incidents, and I've brushed them aside and not thought any more about them because you were my mother, clever and beautiful and successful. And naturally people would slander you because you were so beautiful. And now I know
Nicky,
that they were right.
I implore you, go away now and leave me alone.
No, I can't.
No, you're cruel to torment me.
I don't want to be cruel.
Well, go to bed then and we'll talk everything over quietly another time.
It is true about Tom Verrian, isn't it?
No.
But we're on awfully dangerous ground. I'm straining every nerve to keep myself under control. Now, if you lie to me and try to evade me any more, I won't be answerable for what might happen.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm frightened.
Nicky, darling,
Don't touch me, please.
have a little pity for me.
Was Tom Verrian your lover?
Yes.
I want to understand why.
He loved me.
But did you love him?
Yes.
It was something you couldn't help, wasn't it? Something that's always been the same in you since you were quite young?
Yes, Nicky, yes.
And there have been others, too, haven't there?
I won't be cross-questioned anymore. I won't.
I wish you'd try to understand. I'm not blaming you. I'm trying to help you, to help us both.
What good can all this possibly do?
Clear things up, of course. I can't go on any more half-knowing.
Why should that side of my life be any concern of yours?
But, Mother!
I'm different from other women, completely different, and you expect me to be the same. Why can't you realize that with a temperament like mine, it's impossible to lead an ordinary humdrum life? You're not a boy any longer. You're a man.
I'm nothing. I've grown up all wrong.
Well, it's not my fault.
Of course it's your fault, Mother. Who else's fault could it be?
Your friends, the people you mix with.
It wouldn't matter who I mix with if only I had a background.
You've got as much money as you want. You've got your home.
Home? That's almost funny. There's no peace anywhere, nothing but the ceaseless din of trying to be amused.
David never complains.
I don't suppose you looked at Father during the last few years, or you wouldn't say that.
He's perfectly happy because he's sensible. He lives his own life and he doesn't interfere with mine.
It must be your vanity that makes you so dreadfully blind and foolish.
Understand this once and for all. I won't be spoken to like this.
You've had other lovers besides Tom Verrian, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I have. Now then.
Well, anyhow, that's the truth at last.
Nicky, don't be angry. Please, Nicky, don't be angry with me.
I'm not angry a bit. I realize that I'm living in a world where things like this happen. They've got to be faced and given the right value. If only I'd had the courage to realize everything before, it wouldn't be so bad now. It's the sudden shock that's thrown the whole thing out of focus for me. But I mean to get it right. Please help me.
I don't know what to do.
It's your life, and you've lived it as you wanted to live it. Now, that's fair.
Yes, yes.
You wanted love, always. Passionate love, because you were made like that. It's not your fault. It's the fault of circumstances and civilization. Civilization makes rottenness so much easier. We're utterly rotten, both of us.
Don't.
Well, how can we help ourselves? We swirl about in a vortex of beastliness. This is a chance, don't you see? To realize the truth, our only chance.
Oh, Nicky, do stop. Go away.
But don't keep on telling me to stop when our only hope is to hammer it out.
Oh, overwrought. It isn't as bad as you think.
Isn't it?
No, of course it isn't. Tomorrow morning you'll see things quite differently.
You haven't understood.
Yes, I have.
You haven't understood. Oh, my God. You haven't understood. You're building up silly defenses in your mind. I'm overwrought. Tomorrow morning I shall see things quite differently. Oh, that's true, Mother. That's the tragedy of it. You won't see. Tomorrow morning I shall see things differently. All this will seem unreal, a nightmare. The machinery of our lives will go on again and gloss over the truth as it always does, and our chance will be gone forever.
Chance? What chance? What are you talking about? What
I must make you see somehow.
Oh, you're driving me mad.
Oh, have patience with me, please.
Can I have patience with you? You exaggerate everything.
No, I don't. I wish I did.
Listen, let me explain something to you.
Very well, go on.
You're setting yourself up in judgment on me, your own mother.
No, I'm not.
You are. Let me speak. You don't understand my temperament in the least. Nobody does.
You're deceiving yourself. Your temperament's no different from thousands of other women, but you've been weak and selfish and given way all on the line.
Let me speak, Argent.
What's the use? You're still pretending, Mother. You're building up barriers between us instead of helping me to break them down.
What are you accusing me of having done?
Can't you see yet?
No, I can't. If you're preaching morality, you've no right to. That's my affair. I've never done any harm to anyone.
Look at me.
Why? What do you mean?
You've given me nothing. All my life, nothing that really counts.
Now you're pitying yourself.
Yes, with every reason.
You're neurotic and ridiculous. Just because Bunty broke off your engagement, you come and say wicked, cruel things to me.
You forget what I've seen tonight, Mother.
I don't care what you see.
I've seen you make a vulgar, disgusting scene in your own house, and on top of that, humiliate yourself before a boy half your age. The misery of losing Bunty faded away when that happened. Everything is comparative after all.
I didn't humiliate myself.
You ran after him up the stairs because your vanity wouldn't let you lose him. It isn't that you love him. That would be easier. You never love anyone. You only love them loving you. All your so-called passion and temperament is false. Your whole existence has degenerated into an endless, empty craving for admiration and flattery. And then you say you've done no harm to anybody. Father used to be a clever man with a strong will and a capacity for enjoying everything. I can remember him like that. And now he's nothing. A complete non-entity because his spirit's crushed. Well, how could it be otherwise? You've let him down consistently for years. And God knows I'm nothing for him to look forward to. But I might have been if it hadn't been for you.
Don't talk like that. Don't. It can't be such a crime being loved. It can't be such a crime being happy.
You're not happy. You're never happy. You're fighting all the time to keep your youth and your looks. Because you can't bear the thought of living without them as though they mattered in the end.
What does anything matter, ever?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
I'm still young inside. I'm still beautiful. Why shouldn't I live my life as I choose?
You're not young or beautiful. I'm seeing for the very first time how old you are. It's horrible. Your silly fair hair and your face all plastered and painted.
Nicky, stop.
Mother.
No, go away. Go away. I hate you. Go away.
Mother, sit up.
Get out of my room. I don't ever want to see you again. You're insane. You've said wicked things to me. You've talked to me as if I were a woman off the streets. I can't bear it anymore.
I have a slight confession to make.
Confession?
Yes.
Go away.
Look.
What do you mean? What is it?
Don't you know?
Nicky, it isn't. You haven't.
Why do you look so shocked?
Oh, my God.
What does it matter? That doesn't make it any better.
Nicky, promise me. Oh, promise me you'll never do it again, never in your life. It's frightful, horrible.
It's only just the beginning.
What can I say to you? What can I say to you?
Nothing, under the circumstances.
What do you mean?
It can't possibly matter now.
Matter? But it's the finish of everything. You're young. You're just starting on your life. You must stop. You must swear never to touch it again. Swear to me on your oath. Nicky, I'll help you. I'll help you.
You?
Oh.
How could you possibly help me?
Nicky.
Shut up. Shut up. Don't touch me.
Nicky.
I'm trying to control myself, but you won't let me. You're an awfully rotten woman, really.
Oh, Nicky, stop.
Leave go of me. And as to all this, it's bottles and creams and sets.
Oh, Nicky.
Now then. You're not going to have any more lovers. You're not going to be beautiful and successful ever again. You're going to be my mother for once. It's about time I had one to help me before I go over the edge altogether.
Nicky.
Promise me you'll be different. You've got to promise me.
Yes, I promise.
I love you, really. That's why it's all so awful.
No, not awful. Don't say that. I love you, too.
Oh, Mother.
I wish I were dead.
It doesn't matter about death. But it matters terribly about life.
I know.
Promise me you'll be different. Promise me you'll be different.
Yes, I'll try.
We'll both try.
Yes, dear. Oh, my dear.
In The Vortex, by Noel Coward, the part of Florence Lancaster was played by Joan Greenwood, and Nicky by Richard Briers. Helen was played by Margaret Robertson, and Pawnee by Rolf Lefevre. Tom Varian, Anthony Jackson, and Bunty Mannering, Alexa Romanus. David Lancaster, Duncan McIntyre, Clara Hibbert, Marjorie Westbury, Preston, Betty Hardy, and Bruce Fairlight, Alan Dudley. The pianist was Wilfrid Parry. The production was by H.B. Fortile.
Now, we have nearly 9 minutes before home this afternoon at 4:45. So here is a piano piece by Fauré, the Nocturne number 7 in C-sharp minor, and it's played on this record by Kathleen Long. 7 in C-sharp minor by Fauré, played by Kathleen Long. At this time of the year, there's increasing interference from continental stations on our medium wavelengths. To defeat this interference, the BBC has built an extensive network of VHF stations. VHF stands for very high frequency, and it's a system which is virtually free from interference. So the remedy is a VHF set. Take professional advice about installing it, because you may need a good outside aerial. If you don't wish to have a large receiver, there are many VHF portables which will serve the purpose just as well. And remember that if local radio started or is coming to your area, you'll only be able to hear your own local station on VHF. Given the right set and the right aerial, your listening this winter to radios 2, 3 and 4 can give you far more enjoyment. At 8:30 tonight, in the home service, we're broadcasting a dramatization of Robert Graves's famous novel I, Claudius, in which Marius Goring plays the seemingly foolish, crippled, stammering clown who is nevertheless clever enough to survive the violent reign of 3 Caesars, to become emperor himself and remain emperor for 14 years. And that's I, Claudius, in Radio 4, the home service, at 8:30 tonight.
Afternoon Theatre. We present Dulcie Gray and Michael Dennison in Blithe Spirit by Noel Coward, adapted for broadcasting by Norman Wright. Blithe Spirit.
Edith? Yes'm? Put the drinks on the centre table. Yes. Madam Arcati, Mrs. Bradman and I will have our coffee in here after dinner, and Mr. Condamine and Dr. Bradman will have theirs in the dining room. Is that quite clear? Yes'm. And when you're serving dinner, Edith, try to remember to do it calmly and methodically. Yes'm. As you're not in the Navy, it is unnecessary to do everything at the double. Very good.
Excuse me, sir.
Not at all, Edith, not at all. I had no business to get in your way.
No, sir. Oh, I mean, yes, sir.
No sign of the advancing hordes?
Not yet. I've been trying to discourage Edith from being quite so fleet of foot. You mustn't mind if everything is a little slow motion tonight.
I shall welcome it. The last few days have been extremely agitating. What do you suppose induced Agnes to leave us and go and get married?
The reason was becoming increasingly obvious, dear.
Yes, but in these days nobody thinks anything of that sort of thing. What will you have? A dry martini?
Yes, darling. I expect Madame Arcati will want something sweeter.
We'll have this one for ourselves, anyhow.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
I have a feeling that this evening is going to be awful.
It'll probably be funny, but not awful.
You must promise not to catch my eye. If I giggle, and I'm very likely to, it'll ruin everything.
Well, you mustn't. You must be dead serious, and if possible, a little intense. We can't hurt the old girl's feelings, however funny she is.
What Bradman's, darling? He's as skeptical as we are. He probably said the most dreadful things.
I've warned him. There must be more than 3 people, and we couldn't have the vicar and his wife, because A, they're dreary, and B, they probably wouldn't have approved at all. It had to be the Bradmans. Here, try this.
Lovely. Dry as a bone.
To the Unseen.
I must say, that's a wonderful title for a novel.
If this evening's a success, I shall start on the first draft tomorrow.
How extraordinary it is.
What?
Oh, I don't know. Being right at the beginning of something. You still Vera to be a help to you? When you were thinking something out, I mean.
Every now and then, when she concentrated. But she didn't concentrate very often.
I do wish I'd known her.
I wonder if you'd have liked her.
Oh, I'm sure I should. She sounds enchanting. And you know, I've never for an instant felt the least jealous of her. That's a good sign.
Poor Elvira.
Does it still hurt when you think of her?
No, not really. Sometimes I almost wish it did. I feel rather guilty.
I wonder if I died, if you forget me so soon.
What a horrible thing to say.
No, I think it's interesting.
Well, to begin with, I haven't forgotten Elvira. I remember her very distinctly indeed. I remember how fascinating she was and how maddening. I remember how badly she played all games and how cross she got when she didn't win. I remember her gay charm when she had achieved her own way over something and her extreme acidity when she hadn't. I remember her physical attractiveness, which was tremendous, and her spiritual integrity, which was nil.
You can't remember something that was nil.
I remember how morally untidy she was.
Was she more physically attractive than I am?
That was a very tiresome question, dear, and fully deserves the wrong answer.
You really are very sweet.
Thank you.
And a little naive, too.
Why?
Because you imagine I mind about Elvira being more physically attractive than I am.
I should have thought any woman would mind, if it were true. Or perhaps I'm old-fashioned in my view of female psychology?
Not exactly old-fashioned, darling, just a bit didactic.
I love you, my love.
I know you do. Put my glass down, will you?
Certainly.
If I died, I wonder how long it will be before you married again.
You won't die. You're not the dying sort.
Neither was Elvira.
Oh, yes, she was, now that I look back on it. She had a certain ethereal, not quite of this world quality. Nobody could call you even remotely ethereal.
Nonsense. She was of the earth, earthy.
Well, she is now, anyhow.
You know, that's the kind of observation that shocks people.
I was devoted to Elvira. We were married for 5 years. She died. I missed her very much. That was 7 years ago. I have now, with your help, my love, risen above the whole thing. Now, it's probably the Bradmans.
Might be Madame O'Carty.
I suppose she'll come on her bicycle. She always goes everywhere on her bicycle.
It really is very spirited of the old girl.
Shall I go, or shall we let Edith have her fling?
Wait a minute and see what happens.
Dr. and Mrs. Bradman.
We're not late, are we? I only got back from the hospital about half an hour ago.
Oh, of course not. Madame Arcati isn't here yet.
That must have been her we passed coming down the hill. I said I thought it was.
And then she won't be long. I'm so glad you were able to come.
We've been looking forward to it. I feel really quite excited.
I guarantee that my wife will be good. I made her promise.
Wasn't any need. I'm absolutely thrilled. I've only seen Madame Arcati 2 or 3 times in the village. I mean, I've never seen her do anything at all peculiar, if you know what I mean.
Dry martini?
By all means.
She certainly is a strange woman. It was only a chance remark of the vicar's that made me realize she was psychic at all.
Do you believe in it, Mrs. Condamine? Do you think there's anything really genuine about it at all?
I'm afraid not. I do think it's interesting how easily people allow themselves to be deceived.
But she must believe it herself, mustn't she? Or is the whole business a fake?
I suspect the worst. A real professional charlatan. Now, that's what I'm hoping for, anyhow. The character I'm planning for my book must be a complete imposter.
What exactly are you hoping to get from her?
Jargon, principally. A few of the tricks of the trade.
Do you think she tells fortunes? I love having my fortune told.
I expect so.
Here she is.
She knows, doesn't she, about tonight? You're not going to spring it on her.
Well, of course, it was all arranged last week. I told her how profoundly interested I was in anything to do with the occult, and she blossomed like a rose.
I really feel quite nervous, as though I were going to make a speech.
Madame Arcati.
I've leant my bike up against that little bush. It'll be perfectly all right if no one touches it.
How nice of you to come all this way.
My dear Madame Arcati.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm rather late. But I had a sudden presentiment that I was going to have a puncture. So I went back to fetch my pump. And then, of course, I didn't have a puncture at all.
Perhaps you will on the way home.
Dr. Bradman, the man with the gentle hands.
I'm delighted to see you looking so well. But this is my wife.
And we are old friends. We meet coming out of shops.
Would you like a cocktail?
If it's a dry martini, yes. If it's a concoction, no. Experience has taught me to be very wary of concoctions.
It is a dry martini.
Ah, Annalise. Ah, it was wonderful cycling through the woods this evening. I was deafened with birdsong.
It's been lovely all day.
But the evening's the time. Mark my words. Thank you. Cheers. Cheers.
Don't you find it very tiring, bicycling everywhere?
On the contrary, it stimulates me. I was getting far too sedentary in London.
I must say I find bicycling very exhausting.
Steady rhythm. That's what counts. Once you get the knack of it, you never need look back. On you get and away you go. Ah, you're a very clever man. Anybody can write books, but it takes an artist to make a dry martini that's dry enough.
Dinner is served, madam.
Thank you, Edith.
No red meat, I hope.
With this meat, I don't think it'll be very red. Would you rather have an egg or something?
No, thank you. It's just that I make it a rule never to eat red meat before I work. It sometimes has an odd effect.
What sort of effect?
Oh, nothing of the least importance. If it isn't very red, it won't matter much. Anyhow, we'll risk it, shall we? On her mother's side, went right back to the board years, which I think accounted for a lot one way or another. Even as a child, she was given to the most violent, destructive tempers. Very inbred, you know.
Yes, she must have been.
My control was quite scared the other day when we were talking. I could hear it in her voice. After all, she's only a child.
More coffee, Madame Arcati?
No, thank you.
Do you always have a child as a control?
Yes, they're generally the best. Some mediums prefer Red Indians, of course, but personally I've always found them unreliable.
In what way, unreliable?
Well, for one thing, they're frightfully lazy. And also, when faced with any sort of difficulty, they're rather apt to go off into their own tribal language. No, children are undoubtedly more satisfactory, particularly when they get to know you and understand your ways. Daphne has worked with me for years.
And she still goes on being a child. I mean, she doesn't show signs of growing any older.
Time values on the other side are utterly different from ours.
Do you feel funny when you go off into a trance?
Funny?
Mrs. Bradman doesn't mean funny in its comic implication. I think she meant odd or strange.
I'm sure I'm very sorry.
Oh, it doesn't matter in the least. Please don't apologize.
Here they are at last.
Oh, good. Well, Madame Arcati, the time is drawing near.
Who knows? It may be receding.
How very true.
I hope you feel in the mood, Madame Arcati.
It isn't a question of mood. It's a question of concentration.
You must forgive us being impatient. We can perfectly easily wait, though, if you're not quite ready to start.
Nonsense, my dear. I'm absolutely ready. Hey-ho, to work we go. First, a few deep, deep breaths of fresh air. You may talk if you wish. It will not disturb me in the least.
Ah, dear.
An excellent dinner, darling. I congratulate you.
The mousse wasn't quite right.
It looked a bit hysterical, but it tasted all right.
That cuckoo is very angry.
I beg your pardon?
I said that cuckoo is very angry. Listen.
How can you tell?
Timbre. No moon. That's as well, I think. There's a mist rising from the marshes. There's no need for me to light my bicycle lamp, is there? I mean, nobody's likely to fall over it.
No, we're not expecting anybody else.
Good night, foolish bird. You have a table?
Will this one do?
Admirable, Mr. Condamine, admirable. Will you all please sit round it? Now, I am going to walk about the room, but take no notice. No notice whatever.
No, of course not.
This is a moment I always hate.
Are you nervous?
Yes. When I was a girl, I always used to be sick.
How fortunate that you grew out of it.
Little Tommy Tucker sings for his supper. What shall he have but brown bread and butter? I despise that because it doesn't rhyme at all, but Daphne loves it.
Who's Daphne?
Daphne is Madame Arcati's control. She's a little girl.
Oh, she... Yes, of course.
Now, will you all place your hands downwards on the table?
Yes, of course. What about the lights?
Oh, all in good time, Mr. Condamine. The fingers should be touching. That's right. I presume that is the gramophone, Mr. Condamine?
Yes. Would you like me to start it?
Please, stay where you are. I can manage. Now, let me see. What have we here? This will do. Always.
Always.
Charles, what is the matter?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
The light switch is by the door?
Yes, just on the left.
Now, there are one or two things that I should like to explain. So will you all listen attentively?
Of course.
Presently, when the music begins, I am going to switch out the lights. I may then either walk about the room for a little or lie down flat. I must ask you not to address me or move or do anything in the least distracting. Is that quite clear?
Perfectly.
Of course, I cannot guarantee that anything will happen at all. Daphne may be unavailable. She had a head cold very recently and was rather under the weather, poor child. On the other hand, a great many things might occur. One of you might have an emanation, for instance. Or we might contact a poltergeist, which would be extremely destructive.
In what way? Destructive?
They throw things, you know.
No, I didn't know.
But we must cross that bridge when we come to it, mustn't we? Now then, are you ready to empty your minds?
I'll do my damnedest.
Good work. I will now start the music. Lights! Dear, quiet, please. Is there anyone there? Is there anyone there? 1 rap for yes, 2 raps for no. Now then, is there anyone there? Is that you, Daphne? Is your cold better, dear? Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you doing anything for it? I'm afraid she's rather fretful. Is there anyone there who wishes to speak to anyone here? Now we're getting somewhere. No, Daphne, don't do that, dear. You're hurting me. Daphne, dear, please. Oh, be good. There's a dear child. Now, you say there is someone there who wishes to speak to someone here? Is it me? Is it Dr. Bradman? Is it Mrs. Bradman? Is it Mrs. Condamine? Oh, stop it. Behave yourself. Is it Mr. Condamine? There's someone who wishes to speak to you, Mr. Condamine.
Tell them to leave a message.
I really must ask you not to be flippant, Mr. Condamine.
Charles, how can you be so idiotic? You'll spoil everything.
I'm sorry, it slipped out.
Do you know anybody who was passed over recently?
Not recently, except my cousin in the civil service. He wouldn't be likely to want to communicate with me. We haven't spoken for years.
Are you Mr. Condamine's cousin in the civil service? There's nobody there at all.
Disappointing. Just as we were getting on so nicely.
Violet, be quiet.
I'm afraid there's nothing for it but for me to go into a trance. Excuse me a moment while I start the gramophone again.
Not always. Don't play always.
I have enough, Charles. Don't be absurd.
I'm afraid I must. It would be imprudent to change horses in midstream, if you know what I mean.
Have it your own way.
Oh.
That would be Daphne.
Oh!
Good Lord.
Keep still, Charles.
The table's trying to get away. I can't hold it.
Press down hard. Oh! There, now.
Ought we to pick it up or leave it where it is?
How the hell do I know?
You don't need to snap at me.
Leave it where it is.
Who said that?
Who said what?
Somebody said leave it where it is.
Nonsense, dear.
I heard it stick.
Well, nobody else did. Did they?
I never heard a sound.
It was you, Ruth. You're playing tricks.
I'm not doing anything of the sort. I haven't uttered.
Good evening, Charles.
Ventriloquism, that's what it is. Ventriloquism.
What is the matter with you?
You must have heard that. One of you must have heard that.
Heard what?
You mean to sit there solemnly and tell me that none of you heard anything at all?
I certainly didn't.
Well, neither did I. I wish I had. I should love to hear something.
You are playing the tricks, Charles. You're acting to try to frighten us.
I'm not. I swear I'm not.
It's difficult to think of what to say after 7 years. But I suppose good evening is as good as anything else.
Who are you?
Elvira, of course. Don't be so silly.
I can't bear this for another minute. Get up, everybody. The entertainment's over. For goodness sake, let's have some light.
Oh, Charles, how tiresome of you. Just when we're beginning to enjoy ourselves.
Never again. That's all I can say. Never, never again, as long as I live.
What on earth's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. I'm just sick of the whole business, that's all.
Did you hear anything that we didn't hear, really?
Of course not. I was only pretending.
I know you were.
Oh, dear, look at Madame Arcati. She's unconscious.
What are we to do with her?
Bring her round. Bring her round as soon as possible.
Now, let me have a look. I think we'd better leave her alone.
She might stay like that for hours.
Wake up, Madame Arcati. Wake up. It's time to go home.
Here, go easy, old man.
Ruth, get some brandy. Bradman, help me lift her into that chair. Wake up, Madame Arcati. Little Tommy Tucker, Madame Arcati. Wake up.
She's coming round.
Well, that's that. Are you all right? Certainly I am. Never felt better in my life. Well, what happened? Was it satisfactory?
Nothing much happened, Madame Arcati, after you went off.
No poltergeist, at any rate. That's a good thing. Any apparitions?
Not a thing?
No ectoplasm?
Well, I'm not quite sure what it is, but I don't think so.
Very curious. I feel that there's something tremendous had taken place.
Charles pretended he heard a voice in order to frighten us.
It was only a joke.
A very poor one, if I may say so. Nevertheless, I am prepared to swear that there is someone else psychic in this room apart from myself.
I don't see how there can be really, Madame Arcati.
I do hope I haven't gone and released something. However, we're bound to find out within a day or two. If any manifestation should occur or you hear any unexpected noises, you might let me know at once.
Of course, we will. We'll telephone immediately.
Good. Well, I think I really must be on my way now. Good night, Mrs. Condamine.
It was awfully sweet of you to take so much trouble.
Oh, I'm so sorry so little occurred. It's that cold of Daphne's, I expect. You know what children are when they have anything wrong with them. We must try again another evening.
That'd be lovely.
Oh, good night, Mrs. Bradman.
It was thrilling. It really was. I felt the table absolutely shaking under my hand.
Good night, Doctor.
Congratulations, Madame Arcati.
I'll see you to your bicycle.
Good night, everyone. Next time we must really put our backs into it.
Be careful, Mrs. Condamine. She might hear you.
But I really can't. I've been holding this in for ages. She's raving mad, of course. Mad as a hatter.
But do you really think she believes?
Of course not. The whole thing's a put-up job. I must say, though, she shoots a more original line than they generally do.
I do hope Mr. Condamine got all the atmosphere he wanted for his book.
He might have got a great deal more if he hadn't spoiled everything by showing off. I'm really very cross with him. Suddenly felt a draft. There must be a window open.
No, they're shut.
Well, the old girl's gone pedaling off down the drive at a hell of a speed.
Good for her.
You must have a drink before you go.
No, really, thank you. I've got to get up abominably early tomorrow.
It's been a thrilling evening. I shall never forget it. It was sweet of you to include us.
Good night, Mrs. Condamine. Thank you so much.
We'll let you know if we find any poltergeists swirling about.
I should never forgive you if you didn't.
Did you have a coat, Mrs. Brown?
Thank you.
What about you, Doctor? No?
Really have enjoyed so much.
Well, I'm so glad. Good night.
Good night.
Well, darling,
Well,
would you say the evening had been profitable?
yes, I suppose so.
I must say it was extremely funny at moments.
Yes, it certainly was.
What's the matter?
The matter?
Yes, you seem odd somehow. Do you feel quite well?
Perfectly. I think I'll have a drink. Do you want one?
No, thank you, dear.
It's rather chilly in this room.
I thought I felt a draft a few minutes ago.
I don't think I'll make any notes tonight. I'll start fresh in the morning.
Charles!
That was very clumsy, Charles, dear.
Elvira, then it's true. It was you.
Of course it was.
Charles? Darling, Charles, what are you talking about?
Are you a ghost?
I suppose I must be. It's all very confusing.
Charles, look at me. What's happened?
Don't you see?
See what?
Elvira.
Elvira?
Yes. Elvira, dear, this is Ruth. Ruth, this is Elvira.
Come and sit down, darling.
Do you mean to say you can't see her?
Listen, Charles, you just sit down quietly by the fire, and I'll mix you another drink.
But you must be able to see her. She's there. Look, right in front of you. There.
Are you mad? What's happened to you?
You can't see her?
Now, if this is a joke, dear, it's gone quite far enough. Sit down and don't be idiotic.
What am I to do? What the hell am I to do?
I think you might at least be a little more pleased to see me. After all, you conjured me up.
I didn't do any such thing.
Nonsense, of course you did. That awful child with a cold came and told me you wanted to see me. Urgently.
It was all a mistake. A horrible mistake.
No, stop talking like that, Charles. As I told you before, the joke's gone far enough.
I've gone mad, that's what it is. I've just gone raving mad.
For goodness sake, relax while I get some brandy.
How can I relax? I should never be able to relax again as long as I live.
And drink this.
There. Now, are you satisfied?
Now sit down.
Why are you so anxious for me to sit down? What good will that do?
I want you to relax. You can't relax standing up.
African natives can. They can stand on one leg for hours.
I don't happen to be an African native.
You don't happen to be a what?
An African native.
What has that got to do with it?
It doesn't matter, Ruth. Really, it doesn't matter. We'll say no more about it. Look, I've sat down.
Would you like some more brandy?
Yes, please.
Very unwise. You always had a weak head.
I could drink you under the table.
There's no need to be aggressive, Charles. I'm doing my best to help you.
I'm sorry.
There you are. When you've drunk that, you'll go to bed.
Get rid of her, Charles. Then we can talk in peace.
That's a thoroughly immoral suggestion. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
What is there immoral in that?
I wasn't talking to you.
Who were you talking to, then?
Elvira, of course.
Oh, to hell with Elvira.
There now. She's getting cross.
I don't blame her.
What don't you blame her for?
Oh, Lord.
Now, look here, Charles. I gather you've got some sort of a plan behind all this. I'm not quite a fool. I suspected you when we were doing that idiotic seance.
Don't be so silly. What plan could I have?
Well, I don't know. It's probably something to do with the characters in your book, how they, or one of them, would react to a certain situation. I refuse to be used as a guinea pig unless I've been warned beforehand what it's all about.
Elvira is here, Ruth. She's standing a few yards away from you.
Yes, dear. I can see her distinctly under the piano with a zebra.
But, Ruth...
I'm not going to stay here arguing any longer.
Hooray.
Shut up.
How dare you speak to me like that?
Listen, Ruth. Please, listen.
I will not listen to any more of this nonsense. I'm going up to bed now. I'll leave you to turn out the lights. I shan't be asleep. I'm too upset. So you can come in and say good night to me if you feel like it.
That's big of her, I must say.
Be quiet. You're behaving like a gutter snipe.
That is all I have to say. Good night, Charles.
Ruth!
That was one of the most enjoyable scenes I have ever witnessed.
Oh, Elvira, how could you?
For Ruth.
This is obviously an hallucination, isn't it?
I'm afraid I don't know the technical term for it.
What am I to do?
What Ruth suggested. Relax.
Where have you come from?
Do you know it's very peculiar, but I've sort of forgotten.
Are you to be here indefinitely?
I don't know that either. Would you hate it so much if I was?
Well, you must admit it would be embarrassing.
I don't see why, really. It's all a question of adjusting yourself. Anyway, I think it's horrid of you to be so unwelcoming and disagreeable.
Now, look here, Elvira.
I do. I think you're mean.
Try to see my point, dear. I've been married to Ruth for 5 years, and you've been dead for 7.
Not dead, Charles. Passed over. It's considered vulgar to say dead where I come from.
Passed over, then.
At any rate, now I'm here. The least you can do is to make a pretense of being amiable about it.
Of course, my dear, I'm delighted in one way.
I don't believe you love me any more.
I shall always love the memory of you.
You mustn't think me unreasonable, but I really am a little hurt. You called me back, and at great inconvenience I came, and you've been thoroughly churlish ever since I arrived.
Believe me, Elvira, I most emphatically did not send for you. There's been some mistake.
Well, somebody did, and that child said it was you. I remember I was playing backgammon with a very sweet old Oriental gentleman. I think his name was Genghis Khan. And I'd just thrown double sixes, and then the child paged me. And the next thing I knew, I was in this room. Perhaps it was your subconscious.
You must find out whether you are going to stay or not, and we can make arrangements accordingly.
I don't see how I can.
Well, try to think. Isn't there anyone that you know that you can get in touch with over there on the other side, or whatever it's called, who could advise you?
I can't think. It seems so far away, as though I dreamed it.
You must know somebody else besides Genghis Khan.
Oh, Charles,
What is it?
I want to cry, but I don't think I'm able to.
What do you want to cry for?
It's seeing you again, and you being so irascible, like you always used to be.
I don't mean to be irascible, Elvira.
Darling, I don't mind really. I never did.
Is it cold, being a ghost?
No, I don't think so.
What happens if I touch you?
I doubt if you can. Do you want to?
Oh, Elvira,
What is it, darling?
I really do feel strange seeing you again.
That's better.
What's better?
Your voice is kinder.
Was I ever unkind to you when you were alive?
Often.
Oh, how can you? I'm sure that's an exaggeration.
Not at all. You were an absolute pig that time we went to Cornwall and stayed in that awful hotel. You hit me with a billiard cue.
Oh, only very, very gently.
I loved you very much.
I loved you too. No, I can't touch you. Isn't that horrible?
Perhaps it's as well if I'm going to stay for any length of time.
I suppose I shall wake up eventually. But I feel strangely peaceful now.
That's right. Put your head back.
Like that?
Can you feel me stroking your hair?
Only a very little breeze.
Well, that's better than nothing.
I suppose if I'm really out of my mind, they'll put me in an asylum.
Don't worry about that. Just relax.
Poor Ruth.
To hell with Ruth.
Morning, darling.
Good morning, Charles.
It certainly is.
What certainly is what?
A good morning, a tremendously good morning. There isn't a cloud in the sky, and everything looks newly washed.
Edith's keeping your breakfast hot. You'd better ring.
I intend to work all day.
Good.
It's extraordinary about daylight, isn't it?
How do you mean?
The way it reduces everything to normal.
Does it?
Yes, it does.
I'm sure I'm very glad to hear it.
You're very glacial this morning.
Are you surprised?
Frankly, yes. I expected more of you.
Well, really.
I've always looked upon you as a woman of perception and understanding.
Perhaps this is one of my off days.
Good morning, Edith.
Good morning, sir.
Feeling fit?
Yes, sir, thank you, sir.
How's cook?
I don't know, sir. I haven't asked her.
You should. You should begin every day by asking everyone how they are. It oils the wheels.
Yes, sir.
Greet her from me, will you?
Yes, sir.
That will be all for the moment, Edith.
Yes,
I wish you wouldn't be facetious with the servants, Charles. It confuses them and undermines their morale.
I consider that point of view retrogressive, if not downright futile.
I don't care what you consider it. I have to run the house and you don't.
Are you implying that I couldn't?
You're at liberty to try.
I take back what I said about it being a good morning.
You better eat your breakfast while it's hot.
It isn't.
Now, look here, Charles. In your younger days, this display of roguish flippancy might have been alluring. In a middle-aged novelist, it's nauseating.
Would you like me to writhe at your feet in a frenzy of self-abasement?
That would be equally nauseating, but certainly more appropriate.
I really don't see what I've done that's so awful.
You behaved abominably last night. You wounded me and insulted me.
I was the victim of an aberration.
Nonsense, you were drunk. You refused to come to bed. And finally, when I came down at 3 a.m. to see what had happened to you, I found you in an alcoholic coma on the sofa with the fire out and your hair all over your face.
Ruth, I swear to you that during the seance, I was convinced that I heard Elvira's voice.
Nobody else did.
I can't help that. I did.
You couldn't have.
And later on, I was equally convinced that she was in this room. I saw her distinctly, and I talked to her. After you'd gone up to bed, we had quite a cozy little chat.
Yeah, and you seriously expect me to believe that you weren't drunk?
I wasn't drunk. I know what it is, Ruth. We were talking too much about Elvira. It's dangerous to have somebody very strongly in your mind when you start dabbling with the occult.
She certainly wasn't strongly in my mind.
She was in mine.
No, she was she?
Women. What I think of women.
Your view on women is academic, to say the least of it. Just because
because you've always been dominated by them, it doesn't necessarily follow that you know anything about them.
I've never been dominated by anyone.
You were hag-ridden by your mother until you were 23. Then you got into the clutches of that awful Mrs. whatever her name was.
Mrs. Winthrop Llewellyn.
I'm not interested. Then there was Elvira. She ruled you with a rod of iron.
Elvira never ruled anyone. She was much too elusive. It was one of her greatest charms.
Then there was Maud's Charteris.
My affair with Maud Charteris lasted exactly 7.5 weeks, and she cried all the time.
A tyranny of tears.
The only woman in my life who's ever attempted to dominate me is you. You've been at it for years.
That is completely untrue.
Oh, no, it isn't. You boss me and bully me and order me about. Last night, instead of putting out a gentle, comradely hand to guide me, you shouted staccato orders at me like a sergeant major.
You seem to forget that you gratuitously insulted me.
I did not.
You called me a gutter snipe. You told me to shut up. And when I quietly suggested that we should go up to bed, you said, with the most disgusting leer, that it was an immoral suggestion.
I was talking to Elvira.
If you were, I can only say that it conjures up a fragrant picture of your first marriage.
My first marriage was perfectly charming, and I think it's in the worst possible taste for you to sneer at it.
I am not nearly so interested in your first marriage as you think I am. It's your second marriage that is absorbing me at the moment. It seems to me to be on the rocks.
Only because you persist in taking up this ridiculous attitude.
My attitude is that of any normal woman whose husband gets drunk and hurls abuse at her.
I was not drunk.
Be quiet. They'll hear you in the kitchen.
I don't care if they hear me in the Folkestone Town Hall.
Can I clear, please?
Yes, Edith?
Cook wants to know about lunch, Mum.
Will you be into lunch, Charles?
Please don't worry about me. I shall be perfectly happy with a bottle of gin in my bedroom.
Don't be silly, darling. Edith, you may tell Cook we shall both be in.
Yes.
Please, Ruth, be reasonable.
I'm perfectly reasonable.
I wasn't pretending. I really did believe that I saw Elvira, and when I heard her voice, I was appalled.
You put up with it for 5 years.
When I saw her, I had the shock of my life. That's why I dropped the glass.
But you couldn't have seen her.
I know I couldn't have, but I did.
I'm willing to concede, then, that you imagined you did.
Well, that's what I've been trying to explain to you for hours.
Well, then, there's obviously something wrong with you. How do you feel now?
Apart from being worried, I feel quite normal.
Good. You're not hearing or seeing anything in the least unusual.
Not a thing.
You absolutely ruined that border by the sundial.
Oh, Lord.
It looks like a mixed salad.
What's the matter now?
She's here again.
What do you mean, who's here again?
Elvira.
Oh, pull yourself together and don't be absurd.
It's all those nasturtiums. They're so vulgar.
I like nasturtiums.
Like what?
They're all right in moderation, but in a mass like that, they look beastly.
Help me, Ruth. You've got to help me.
What did you mean about nasturtiums?
Oh, never mind about that now. I tell you, she's here again.
You have been having a nice scene, haven't you? I could hear you right down the garden.
Please mind your own business.
If you're behaving like a lunatic isn't my business, nothing is.
I expect it was about me, wasn't it? I know I ought to feel sorry, but I'm not. I'm delighted.
How can you be so inconsiderate?
Inconsiderate, I like that, I must say.
Ruth, darling,
I've
please.
done everything I can to help. I've controlled myself admirably. I should like to say here and now that I don't believe a word about your damned hallucinations. For some obscure reason, you're trying to goad me into doing something I might regret. I won't stand for it anymore. You're making me utterly miserable.
Ruth, please.
Don't come near me.
Let her have a nice cry. It'll do her good.
You're utterly heartless.
Heartless?
I was not talking to you. I was talking to Elvira.
Well, go on talking to her then. Talk until you're blue in the face, but don't talk to me.
Help me, Elvira.
How?
Make her see you or something.
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't manage that. It's technically the most difficult business.
You are here, aren't you? You're not an illusion.
I may be an illusion, but I am most definitely here.
How did you get here?
I told you last night. I don't exactly know.
Well, you must promise that in future you only come and talk to me when I'm alone.
How unkind you are, making me feel so unwanted. I've never been treated so rudely.
I don't mean to be rude, but you must see that...
It's all your own fault for having married a woman who's incapable of seeing beyond the nose on her face. If she had a grain of real sympathy or affection for you, she'd believe what you tell her.
How could you expect anybody to believe this?
You'd be surprised how gullible people are. We often laugh about it. on the other side.
Charles,
Yes, dear.
I'm awfully sorry I was cross.
But, my dear,
I understand everything. Now, I do really.
You do.
Of course I do.
Look out. She's up to something.
Will you please be quiet?
Of course, darling. We'll all be quiet, won't we? We'll be as quiet as little mice.
Ruth, dear, listen.
I want you to come upstairs with me and go to bed.
The way that woman harps on bed.
I'll deal with you later.
Very well, darling. Come along.
What are you up to?
I'm not up to anything. I just want you to go quietly to bed and wait there until Dr. Bradman comes.
No, Ruth, you're wrong.
Come, dear.
She'll have you in a straitjacket before you know where you are.
Elvira, help me. You must help me.
Oh, my dear, I would with pleasure, but I can't think how.
I can. Listen, Ruth,
Yes, dear.
if I promise to go to bed, will you let me stay here for 5 minutes longer?
I really do think it would be better.
Bear with me, however mad it may seem. Bear with me for just 5 minutes longer.
Very well. What is it?
Sit down.
All right. There.
Now, listen. Listen carefully.
Have a cigarette. Huh? It'll soothe your nerves.
I don't want a cigarette.
Then you shan't have one, darling.
Ruth, I want to explain to you clearly and without emotion that beyond any shadow of doubt, the ghost or shade, or whatever you like to call it, of my first wife, Elvira, is in this room now.
Yes, dear.
I know you don't believe it and are trying valiantly to humor me, but I intend to prove it to you.
Well, why not lie down and have a nice rest? And you can prove anything you want later on.
She may not be here later on.
Don't worry. I will.
Oh, Lord.
Hush, dear.
Elvira, will you promise to do what I ask?
That all depends what it is.
Ruth, you see that bowl of flowers on the piano?
Yes, dear. I did it myself this morning.
Very untidily, if I may say so.
You may not.
Very well. I never will again, I promise.
Elvira will now carry that bowl of flowers to the mantelpiece and back again. You will, Elvira, won't you? Just to please me.
I don't really see why I should. You've been quite insufferable to me ever since I materialized.
Please.
All right. I will. Just this once.
Now, Ruth, watch carefully.
Very well, dear.
Go on, Elvira. Take it to the mantelpiece and back again.
How dare you, Charles? You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
What on earth for?
It's a trick. I know perfectly well it's a trick. You've been working up to this. It's all part of some horrible plan.
It isn't. I swear it isn't. Elvira, for heaven's sake, do something else.
Certainly. Anything to oblige.
You want to get rid of me. You're trying to drive me out of my mind.
Oh, don't be so silly. Elvira, please.
Suppose I break that hideous vase on the mantelpiece.
Elvira!
Charles, that vase. It's moving. Oh, this is madness, sheer madness. It's some sort of auto-suggestion, isn't it? Some form of hypnotism. Oh, swear to me it's only that. Swear to me it's only that.
Hypnotism, my
My dear Mrs. Condamine, I came directly. I got your message.
That was very kind of you, Madame Arcati.
Kind? Nonsense. Nothing kind about it. I look upon it as an outing.
I'm so glad. Will you have some tea?
China or Indian?
China?
Good. I never touch Indian. It upsets my vibrations.
Madame Arcati, I'm profoundly disturbed. I want your help.
Ah, I thought as much. What's in these sandwiches?
Cucumber.
Couldn't be better. Now, come now. Take the plunge. Out with it.
Well, I know it sounds idiotic, but the night before last, during the seance, something happened.
I knew it. Probably a poltergeist. Oh, they're enormously cunning, you know. They sometimes lie doggo for days.
You know that my husband was married before?
Yes, I've heard it mentioned.
His first wife, Elvira, died comparatively young.
Where?
Here, in this house, in this very room.
And she materialized the other evening after I'd gone?
Not to me, to my husband.
Capital, capital. Oh, but that's splendid.
From your own professional standpoint, I can see that it might be regarded as a major achievement.
A triumph, my dear. Nothing more nor less than a triumph.
But from my own personal point of view, it is, to say the least of it, embarrassing.
Forgive me, Mrs. Condamine. I'm being abominably selfish. How can I help you?
How? By sending her back immediately to where she came from.
I'm afraid that is easier said than done.
Do you mean to tell me that she's liable to stay here indefinitely?
It's difficult to say. I fear it depends largely on her.
Oh, but my dear Madame Arcati...
Where is she now?
My husband has driven her into Folkestone. Apparently she was anxious to see an old friend of hers.
When did she pass over?
7 years ago.
She'd never have been able to manage a return visit unless there was a strong influence at work.
Do you mean that Charles, my husband, wanted her back all that much?
Possibly. Or it might have been her own determination.
That sounds much more likely.
Would you say that she was a woman of strong character?
But I really don't know, Madame Arcati. I never met her. Nor am I particularly interested in how or why she got here. I am solely concerned with the question of how to get her away again as soon as possible.
I fully sympathize with you, Mrs. Condamine, and I assure you I will do anything in my power to help. But the time has come for me to admit to you, frankly, that I haven't the faintest idea how to set about it.
You mean to tell me that having mischievously conjured up this ghost, or spirit, or whatever it is she is, and placed me in a hideous position, you're unable to do anything about it at all?
Honesty is the best policy.
Oh, but it's outrageous.
I was in a trance. Anything might happen when I'm in a trance.
Well, all I can suggest is that you go into another one immediately and get this damned woman out of my house.
I can't go into trances at a moment's notice. Takes hours of preparation.
Oh, it's too humiliating. It really is.
Try to look on the bright side, Mrs. Condamine.
Bright side, indeed. If your husband's first wife suddenly appeared from the grave and came to live in the house with you, do you suppose you'd be able to look on the bright side?
I resent your tone, Mrs. Condamine. I really do.
You most decidedly have no right to. You're entirely to blame for the whole horrible situation.
Kindly remember that I came here the other night on your own invitation.
On my husband's invitation?
I did what I was requested to do, which was to give a séance and establish contact with the other side. I had no idea that there was any ulterior motive mixed up with it.
Ulterior motive?
Your husband was obviously eager to get in touch with his former wife. If I'd been aware of that at the time, I should naturally have consulted you beforehand. After all, noblesse oblige.
He had no intention of trying to get in touch with anyone. The whole thing was planned in order for him to get material for a mystery story he's writing about a homicidal medium.
Am I to understand that I was only invited in a spirit of mockery?
Oh, not at all. He merely wanted to make notes of some of the tricks of the trade.
Tricks of the trade? Oh, insufferable. I've never been so insulted in my life. I feel we have nothing more to say to one another, Mrs. Condamine. Goodbye.
Oh, please don't go, please. Oh, damn. Oh, Charles, there you are. Well, I suppose Elvira's still with you.
Yes, of course she is. What on earth was Madame Arcati doing here?
She came to tea.
Did you ask her?
I did.
You never told me you were going to.
You never told me you were going to ask Elvira to live with us.
I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did, darling. It was your subconscious.
What was the old girl so cross about? She cut me dead in the hall just now.
I told her the truth about why we invited her here the other night.
That was quite unnecessary and most unkind. But why did you ask her to tea?
To get me exorcised, of course. Oh, dear. I wish I could have a cucumber sandwich. I did love them so.
Is that true, Ruth?
What's true?
What Elvira said?
You know perfectly well I can't hear what Elvira says.
She said that you got Madame Arcati here to try to get her exorcised. Is that true?
We discussed the possibilities.
There's a snake in the grass.
You had no right to do such a thing without consulting me.
Oh, that's has every right. This situation is absolutely impossible, and you know it.
If only you make an effort and try to be a little more friendly to Elvira, we might all have quite a jolly time.
I have no wish to have a jolly time with Elvira.
She's certainly very bad-tempered, isn't she? I can't think why you married her.
She's naturally a bit upset. We must all make allowances.
I was never bad-tempered, though, was I, darling? Not even when you were beastly to me.
I was never beastly to you.
Where is Elvira at the moment?
In the chair by the table.
Now, look here, Elvira. I shall have to call you Elvira, shan't I? I can't very well go on saying Mrs. Condamine all the time. It would sound too silly.
I don't see why.
Did she say anything?
She said she'd like nothing better.
You really are sweet, Charles, darling. I worship you.
I wish to be absolutely honest with you, Elvira.
Hold on to your hats, boys.
I admit I did ask Madame Arcati here with a view to getting you exorcised. And I think that if you were in my position, you would have done exactly the same thing, wouldn't you?
I shouldn't have done it so obviously.
What did she say?
Nothing. She just nodded and smiled.
Thank you, Elvira. That's generous of you. I really would so much rather that there were no misunderstandings between us.
It's very sensible, Ruth. I agree entirely.
Before we go any further, Elvira, I want to ask you a frank question. Why did you really come here? I don't see that you could have hoped to have achieved anything by it, beyond the immediate joke of making Charles into a sort of astral bigamist.
I came because the power of Charles's love tugged and tugged and tugged at me. Didn't it, my sweet?
What did she say?
She said she came because she wanted to see me again.
Well, she's done that now, hasn't she?
We can't be inhospitable, Ruth.
I have no wish to be inhospitable, but I should like to have just an idea how long you intend to stay, Elvira.
I don't know. I really don't know. Isn't it awful?
She says she doesn't know.
Surely that's a little inconsiderate.
Didn't the old spiritualist have any constructive ideas about getting rid of me?
What did Madame Arcati say?
She said she couldn't do a thing.
Hooray.
Oh, Charles. Charles?
She's off again.
You really must not be so callous, Elvira. Try to see her point a little.
I suppose she said something insulting.
No, dear, she didn't do anything of the sort.
Now, look here, Elvira.
She's by the window now.
Oh, why the hell can't she stay in the same place?
Temper again. My poor Charles, what a terrible life you must lead.
Do shut up, darling. You'll only make everything worse.
Who was that darling addressed to, her or me?
Both of you.
Oh, this is intolerable. I am now going out to my room, and I shall have my dinner on a tray. And you and she can have the house to yourselves and joke and gossip with each other to your heart's content. The first thing in the morning, I'm going up to London to interview the Psychic League. And if they fail me, I shall go straight to the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Ruth!
Let her go. She'll calm down later on.
It's not like her to behave like this. She's generally so equable.
No, she isn't. Not really. Her mouth gives her away. It's a hard mouth, Charles.
Her mouth's got nothing to do with it. I resent you discussing Ruth as though she were a horse.
Do you love her?
Of course I do.
As much as you love me?
Don't be silly. It's all entirely different.
I'm so glad. Nothing could ever have been quite the same, could it?
You always behaved very badly.
Oh, Charles.
I'm grieved to see that your sojourn in the other world hasn't improved you in the least.
Go on, darling. I love it when you pretend to be cross with me.
I am now going up to talk to Ruth.
Cowardy custard.
Don't be idiotic. I can't let her go like that. I must be a little nice and sympathetic to her.
I don't see why. If she's set on being disagreeable, I should just let her get on with it.
The whole business is very difficult for her. We must be fair.
She should learn to be more adaptable.
She probably will in time. It's been a shock.
Has it been a shock for you too, darling?
Of course. What did you expect?
A nice shock?
What do you want, Elvira?
What? I don't know what you mean.
I remember that whenever you were overpoweringly demure, it usually meant that you wanted something.
Oh, it's horrid of you to be so suspicious. All I want is to be with you.
Well, you are.
I mean, alone, darling. If you go and pamper Ruth and smarm her over, she'll probably come flouncing down again, and our lovely quiet evening together will be spoilt.
You're incorrigibly selfish.
Well, I haven't seen you for 7 years. It's only natural that I should want a little time alone with you. To talk over old times. I'll let you go up for just a little while if you really think it's your duty.
Of course it's my duty.
Then I don't mind.
Your Disgraceful, Elvira.
You won't be long, will you? You will come down again very soon.
I shall probably dress for dinner while I'm upstairs.
Darling, you don't have to dress for me.
I always dress for dinner.
What are you going to have? I should like to watch you eat something really delicious.
Be a good girl now. You can play the gramophone if you like.
Thank you, Charles. Always. Dum-da-da-dum. Always. Dum-da-dee-dee-dee. With a loud I love you.
Does it show any signs of clearing?
No, it's still pouring.
I do sympathize with you, really, I do. It's really been quite a chapter of accidents, hasn't it?
It certainly has, Mrs. Bradman.
That happens sometimes, you know. Everything seems to go wrong at once. Exactly as though there were some evil forces at work.
You're sure you wouldn't like a cocktail or some sherry or anything?
No, thank you, really not. George will be down in a moment, and we've got to go like lightning. We were supposed to be at the Wilmots at 7, and it's nearly that now.
I think I'll have a little sherry. I feel I need it.
Don't worry about your husband's arm, Mrs. Condamine. I'm sure it's only a sprain.
It's not his arm I'm worried about.
And I'm sure Edith will be up and about again in a few days.
Nothing to worry about, Mrs. Condamine. It's only a slight sprain.
Oh, Doctor, I'm so relieved.
It made a good deal of fuss when I examined it. Men are much worse patients than women, you know, particularly highly strung men like your husband.
Is he highly strung, do you think?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I wanted to talk to you about that. I'm afraid he's been overworking lately.
Overworking?
Of course, the shock of his fall might have something to do with it, but I certainly should advise a complete rest for a couple of weeks.
Oh, you mean he ought to go away?
I do. In cases like that, a change of atmosphere can work wonders.
What symptoms did you notice?
Oh, nothing to be unduly alarmed about. A certain air of strain, an inability to focus his eyes on the person he's talking to. A few rather marked irrelevances in his conversation.
Yes, well, he often goes like that, particularly when he's immersed in writing a book.
Well, I'm not in the least perturbed about it, really, but I do think a rest and a change would be a good idea.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Would you like some sherry?
No, thank you. We really must be off.
How is poor Edith?
Oh, she'll be all right in a few days. She's still recovering from the concussion. And see that she doesn't take that bandage off.
It's funny, isn't it, that both your housemaid and your husband should fall down on the same day, isn't it?
Yes, if that sort of thing amuses you.
Oh, of course, I didn't mean it like that, Mrs. Condamine.
Oh, come along, my dear. You're talking too much as usual.
Oh, horrid George. Goodbye, Mrs. Condamine.
Goodbye.
I'll pop in and have a look at both patients sometime tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much.
Condamine. Well, how does he feel?
All right.
It's only a slight sprain, you know.
Is this damn sling really essential?
It's a wise precaution. It will prevent you using your left hand except when it's really necessary.
I had intended to drive into Folkestone this evening.
It would be much better if you didn't.
It's extremely inconvenient.
You can easily wait and go tomorrow, Charles.
I can't stand another of those dreary evenings at home, Charles. And I haven't seen a movie for 7 years.
Let me be the first to congratulate you.
What's that, old man?
Charles, dear, try to be sensible, I implore you.
Sorry, I forgot.
You can drive the car if you promise to go very slowly and carefully. Your gear change is on the right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, well, use your left hand as little as possible.
All right.
You'd much better stay at home.
Couldn't you drive him in?
I'm afraid not. I have lots to do in the house. And there's Edith to be attended to.
Well, I'll leave you to fight it out among yourselves. But remember, Condamine, if you do insist on going carefully, does it? The roads are very slippery, you know. Come along, Violet.
Goodbye again. Goodbye, Mr. Condamine.
Goodbye. I'll see you out. How long am I going to have to wear this damn thing? Do you think? Matter of days. No, that's something I suppose. It's very important.
You really are infuriating, Elvira. Surely you could wait and go to the movies another night. Elvira? Stop behaving like a schoolgirl. You're old enough to know better.
What?
I was talking to Elvira.
She isn't here.
She was a moment ago. She threw a rose at me.
She's been very high-spirited all day. I know this mood of old. It usually meant that she was up to something.
Charles, you're quite sure she isn't here?
Quite sure.
I want to talk to you.
Oh, Lord.
I must. It's important.
You've behaved very well for the last week, Ruth. You're not going to start making scenes again, are you?
I resent that air of patronage, Charles. I have behaved well, as you call it, because there's nothing else to do. But I think it only fair to warn you that I offer no guarantee for the future. My patience is being stretched to its uttermost.
As far as I can see, the position is just as difficult for Elvira as it is for you, if not more so. Poor little thing comes back trustingly after all those years in the other world, and what is she faced with? Nothing but brawling and hostility.
What did she expect?
Surely even an ectoplasmic manifestation has the right to expect a little of the milk of human kindness.
Milk of human fiddlesticks.
That just doesn't make sense, dear.
Her purpose is perfectly obvious. It is to get you to herself forever.
That's absurd. How could she?
By killing you off, of course.
Killing me off? You're mad.
Why do you suppose Edith fell down the stairs and nearly cracked her skull?
What's Edith got to do with it?
Because the whole of the top stair was covered with axle grease. Cook discovered it afterwards.
You're making this up, Ruth.
No, I'm not. I swear I'm not. Why do you suppose when you were lopping that dead branch off the pear tree that the ladder broke? Because it had been practically sawn through on both sides.
But why should she want to kill me? I can understand her wanting to kill you, but why me?
If you were dead, it would be her final triumph over me. She'd have you with her forever on her damned astral plane, and I'd be left high and dry. She's probably planning a sort of spiritual remarriage. I wouldn't put anything past her.
Ruth.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop looking like a wounded spaniel and concentrate. This is serious.
What are we to do?
You're not to let her know that we suspect a thing. Behave perfectly ordinarily as though nothing had happened. I'm going to Madame Arcati immediately. If a trance is necessary, she shall go into a trance if I have to beat her into it. I'll be back in half an hour. Tell Elvira I've gone to see the vicar.
This is appalling.
Never mind about that. Remember now, don't give yourself away by so much as a flick of an eyelid.
Look out.
What?
I merely said it's a nice look out.
What? A nice look out.
The weather, Elvira. The glass is going down and down and down. It's positively macabre.
I find it difficult to believe that you and Ruth at this particular moment can't think of anything more interesting to talk about than the weather.
Oh, I can't stand this anymore. I really can't.
Ruth, dear, please.
Has she broken out again?
What did she say?
She asked if you had broken out again.
How dare you talk like that, Elvira?
Now then, Ruth.
Charles and I were not talking about the weather, Elvira, as you so very shrewdly suspected. I was trying to persuade him not to drive you into Folkestone this evening. He did that for his arm, and you can perfectly well wait until tomorrow. However, as he seems to be determined to place your wishes before mine in everything, I have nothing to say. I'm sure I hope you enjoy yourselves.
There now.
Oh, Charles, have you been beastly to her?
No. Ruth doesn't like being thwarted any more than you do.
She's a woman of sterling character. It's a pity she's so ungiving.
As I told you before, I would rather not discuss Ruth with you. It makes me uncomfortable.
I won't mention her again. Are you ready?
What for?
To go to Folkestone, of course.
I want a glass of sherry first.
I don't believe you want to take me at all.
Of course I want to take you, but I still think it'd be sensible to wait until tomorrow. It's a filthy night.
How familiar this is.
In what way familiar?
All through our married life, I had only to suggest something for you immediately to start hedging me off.
I'm not hedging you off. I merely said
All
that...
right. We'll spend another cosy, intimate evening at home with Ruth sewing away at that hideous table centre and snapping at us like a terrier.
If you don't behave yourself, I shan't take you into Folkestone ever.
Please, Charles, don't be elderly and grand with me. Please, let's go. Now.
Not until I've finished my sherry.
Oh, you are tiresome, darling. I've been waiting about for hours.
A few more minutes won't make any difference, then.
No, very well.
Besides, the car won't be back for half an hour at least.
What do you mean?
Ruth's taken it. She had to go and see the vicar.
What?
What on earth's the matter?
You say Ruth's taken the car?
Yes, to go and see the vicar, but she won't be long.
Stop her. You must stop her at once.
Why? What for?
Stop her. Stop her. Go out and stop her immediately.
What are you going on like this for? What have you done?
Done? I haven't done anything.
Elvira, you're lying.
I'm not lying. What is there to lie about?
What are you in such a state for?
I'm not in a state. I don't know what you mean.
You've done something dreadful.
No, I haven't. Don't look at me like that, Charles. I haven't. I swear I haven't.
Elvira, the car.
No, Charles. No.
Ruth was right. You did want to kill me. You've done something to the car. What did you do? Answer me. Hello? Hello? Yes, speaking? I see. The bridge at the bottom of the hill.
Oh, no.
Thank you. No, I'll come at once.
Well, of all the filthy, low-down tricks. Ow! Stop it! Ruth! Leave me! Let go! Ruth! 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 Let go! I tell you, Ruth! Ruth! I hope you will not consider this an intrusion, Mr. Condamine.
Not at all, Madame Arcati.
I felt a tremendous urge, like a rushing wind, and so I hopped on my bike, and here I am. It was my duty. I allowed myself to get into a huff the other day with your late wife. I've regretted it ever since.
My dear Madame
Oh,
Arcati.
please, let me go on. Mine is the shame. Mine is the blame. I shall never forgive myself. I threw up the sponge. In a moment of crisis, I threw up the sponge instead of throwing down the gauntlet.
Whatever you threw, Madame Arcati, I very much fear that nothing could have been done.
I cannot bring myself to admit defeat so easily. It is gall and wormwood to me.
Never mind.
I do mind. I mind with every fibre of my being. I've been thinking very carefully. I've also been reading up a few formulae during these last dreadful days. I gather that we are alone.
My first wife is not in the room. She's upstairs lying down. The funeral exhausted her. I imagine that my second wife is with her, but as I can't see her, I have no way of knowing for certain.
Well, Mr. Condamine, all is not lost.
Charles.
What on earth's the matter?
Oh, what's that old fool doing here?
She came to offer me her condolences.
They should have been congratulations.
Please don't say things like that, Elvira. It's in the worst possible taste. Madame Arcati, allow me to introduce you to my first wife, Elvira.
How do you do?
What does she want, Charles? Send her away.
In what part of the room is she at the moment?
She's moving about rather rapidly. I'll tell you when and where she settles.
She's the one who got me here in the first place, isn't she?
Yes?
Well, please tell her to get me away again as soon as possible. I can't stand this house another minute.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I smell ectoplasm strongly.
Well, really.
Where is she now?
Here, close to me.
Wonderful, wonderful.
For goodness sake, tell her to go into the other room, Charles. I've got to talk to her.
Madame Arcati.
Just a moment. I almost have contact. I can sense the vibrations. This is magnificent.
Charles, please get rid of her. Ruth will be here in a minute.
All right. Madame Arcati, would you think it most frightfully rude if I asked you to go into the dining room for a moment? My first wife wishes to speak to me alone.
Oh, must I? It's so lovely being actually in the room with her.
It's only for a few moments. I promise you she'll be here when you come back.
Very well. Hand me my bag, will you? It's on the settee.
Here you are.
Oh, you darling. You little darling. I love you.
How good is she, really?
I don't know.
Do you think she really could give me back again?
But my dear child...
And don't call me your dear child. It's smug and supercilious.
There's no need to be rude.
The whole thing's been a failure. A miserable, dreary failure. And oh, what high hopes I started out with.
You can't expect much sympathy from me, you know. I'm perfectly aware that your highest hope was to murder me.
Don't put it like that. It sounds so beastly.
It is beastly. It's one of the beastliest ideas I've ever heard.
There was a time when you'd have welcomed the chance of being with me forever and ever.
Your behavior has shocked me immeasurably, Elvira. I had no idea you were so unscrupulous.
Oh, Charles.
Stop crying.
They're only ghosts, dear. They don't mean anything really. But they're very painful.
You brought all this on yourself, you know.
That's right. Rub it in.
Anyhow, it was only because I loved you. The silliest thing I ever did my whole life was to love you. You were always unworthy of me.
That remark comes perilously near impertinence, Elvira.
I sat there on the other side, just longing for you day after day. I did really. If only you died before you met Ruth, everything might have been all right. She's absolutely ruined you. I hadn't been in the house a day before I realized that. Your books aren't a quarter as good as they used to be either.
That is entirely untrue. Ruth helped me and encouraged me with my work, which is a damn sight more than you ever did.
That's probably what's wrong with it.
All you ever thought of was going to parties and enjoying yourself.
Why shouldn't I have fun? I died young, didn't I?
You needn't have died at all if you hadn't been idiotic enough to go out on the river with Guy Henderson and get soaked to the skin.
So, we're back to Guy Henderson again.
You
are we?
behaved abominably over Guy Henderson. It's no use pretending that you didn't.
Guy adored me. And anyhow, he was very attractive.
You told me distinctly that he didn't attract you in the least.
You'd have gone through the roof if I told you that he did.
Did you have an affair with Guy Henderson?
I would rather not discuss it if you don't mind.
Answer me. Did you or didn't you?
Of course I didn't.
You let him kiss you, though, didn't you?
How could I stop him? He was bigger than I was.
And you swore to me?
Of course I did. You were always making scenes over nothing at all.
Nothing at all?
You never loved me a bit, really. It was only your beastly vanity.
You seriously believe that it was only vanity that upset me when you went out in the punt with Guy Henderson?
It was not a punt. It was a launch.
I don't care if it was a three-masted schooner. You had no right to go.
You seem to forget why I went. You seem to forget that you had spent the entire evening making sheep's eyes at that overblown Harriton with the false pearls.
A woman in Cynthia Chevier's position would hardly wear false pearls.
They were practically all she was wearing.
There is nothing to be gained by continuing this discussion.
You always used to say that when you were thoroughly worsted.
On looking back on our married years, Elvira, I see now with horrid clarity that they were nothing but a mockery. I realized that before we left Budleigh Salterton.
Nobody but a monumental bore would have thought of having a honeymoon at Budleigh Salterton.
What's the matter with Budleigh Salterton?
I was an eager young bride, Charles. I wanted glamour and music and romance. All I got was potted palms, 7 hours a day on a damp golf course, and 3-piece orchestras playing Merry England.
It's a pity you didn't tell me so at the time.
I did, but you wouldn't listen. That's why I went out on the moors that day with Captain Bracegirdle. I was desperate.
You swore to me that you'd gone over to see your aunt in Exmouth.
It was the moors.
With Captain Bracegirdle?
With Captain Bracegirdle.
I might have known it. What a fool I was. What a blind fool. Did he make love to you?
Of course.
Oh, Elvira.
Only very discreetly. He was in the cavalry, you know.
Well, all I can say is that I'm well rid of you.
Unfortunately, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am. You're dead and Ruth's dead. I shall sell this house, lock, stock, and barrel, and go away.
I shall follow you.
I shall go a long way away. I shall go to South America. You'll hate that. You were always such a bad traveler.
That can't be helped. I shall have to follow you. You called me back.
I did not call you back.
Well, somebody did. And it's hardly likely to be Ruth.
Nothing in the world was further from my thoughts.
You were talking about me before dinner that evening.
I might just as easily have been talking about Joan of Arc, but that wouldn't necessarily mean that I wanted her to come and live with me.
As a matter of fact, she's rather fun.
Please go away.
There is nothing I should like better. I've always believed in cutting my losses. That is why I died.
Oh, of all the brazen sophistry.
Call that old girl in again. Set her to work. I won't tolerate this any longer. I want to go home.
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't snivel.
Oh, call her in. She's got to get me out of this.
I quite agree, and the sooner the better. Madam Arcati, would you please come in now?
Is the little darling still here?
Yes, she is.
Where? Tell me where.
By the piano, blowing her nose.
My dear.
Oh, my dear.
Stop her fawning on me, Charles, or I shall break something.
Elvira and I have discussed the whole situation, Madam Arcati, and she wishes to go home immediately. Please strain every nerve, Madam Arcati. Make every effort. Now, you said something about a formula. What is it?
Well, if you insist.
I most emphatically do insist.
Well, I can't guarantee anything, you know. I'll do my best, but it may not work.
What is the formula?
Nothing more than a little verse, really. It fell into disuse after the 17th century. I shall need some pepper and salt.
There's some pepper and salt in the dining room. I'll get it.
We ought, of course, to have some shepherd's wort and a frog or two, but I think I can manage without. You won't be frightened, dear, will you? It's absolutely painless.
Will this be enough?
Oh, yes, I only need a little. Put it on the table, please. Now then, Let me see. Ah, yes. Sprinkle it, will you? Just a soupçon. There, right in the middle.
This is going to be a flop. I can tell you that here and now.
Now, a few snapdragons out of that vase. There's a good chap.
Very well.
Merlin does all this sort of thing at parties and bores us all stiff with it.
Now then, the gramophone. We'd better have the same record we had before, I think.
I'll get it.
Don't start it yet, Mr. Condamine. Now then, sit down, please. Rest your hands on the table, but don't put your fingers in the pepper. Oh, shucks. I'd nearly forgotten the salt. One triangle, one half circle, and one little dot.
There. This is a waste of time. She's a complete fake.
Anything's worth trying.
I'll lay you 10 to 1. It's a dead failure.
Now, if your wife would be kind enough to lie down on the sofa...
Go on, Elvira.
This is sheer nonsense. Don't blame me if I get the giggles.
Concentrate. Think of nothing.
That's right. Quite right. Hands at the sides. Legs extended. Breathe steadily. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Is she comfortable?
Are you comfortable, Elvira?
No.
She's quite comfortable.
I shall join you in a moment, Mr. Condamine. I may have to go into a slight trance, but if I do, pay no attention. Now, first, the music, and away we go. Lights! Ghostly spectre, ghoul or fiend, never more be thou convened. Shepherd's word and holy right, banish thee into the night.
What a disagreeable little verse.
Be quiet, Elvira.
Shush. Is there anyone there? Is there anyone there? 1 rap for yes, 2 raps for no. Is there anyone there? Aha! Good stuff. Is that you, Daphne? I'm sorry to bother you, dear, but Mrs. Condamine wants to return. Now then, Daphne, did you hear what I said? Can you help us? Oh, tight, Mr. Condamine. It's trying to break away.
Oh, what's the matter, Madame Arcati? Where's that blasted light switch? Madame Arcati, are you hurt?
She's in one of her damn trances again, and I'm here as much as I ever was.
Madame Arcati, for God's sake, wake up!
Leave her alone. She's having the whale of a time. If I ever do get back, I'll strangle that wretched little Daphne.
What happened?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, yes, it did. I know something happened.
You fell over. That's all that happened.
Is she still here?
Of course she is.
Something must have gone wrong.
Make her do it properly. I'm sick of being messed about like this.
Be quiet. She's doing her best.
Something happened. I sensed it in my trance. I felt it. It shivered through me.
Once and for all, Charles, what the hell does this mean?
Ruth!
That clock's always irritated me. It strikes far too slowly.
It was a wedding present from Uncle Walter.
Whose Uncle Walter?
Elvira's.
Well, all I can say is he might have chosen something a little more decorative.
If that really were all you could say, Ruth, I'm sure it would be a great comfort to us all.
You can be as rude as you like, Elvira. I don't mind a bit. As a matter of fact, I should be extremely surprised if you weren't.
Why?
The reply to that is really too obvious.
A cottage somewhere.
You called us back.
I've already explained until I'm black in the face that I did nothing of the sort.
Madame Arcati said you did.
Madame Arcati's a muddling old fool.
I could have told you that in the first place.
I think you're behaving very shabbily, Charles.
I don't see what I've done.
We have all agreed that as Elvira and I are both dead, it would be both right and proper for us to dematerialize again as soon as possible. That I admit. We've allowed ourselves to be subjected to the most humiliating hocus-pocus for hours and hours without complaining.
Without complaining?
We've stood up, we've lain down, we've concentrated, we've sat interminably while that tiresome old woman recited extremely unflattering verses at us. We've endured 5 seances. and watched her fling herself in and out of trances until she finally passed out of the sofa, and at the end of it all, we're exactly where we were at the beginning.
Well, it's not my fault.
Be that as it may, the least you could do is to admit failure gracefully and try to make the best of it. Your manners are boorish to a degree.
I am just as exhausted as you are. I've had to do all the damn table tapping, remember?
Well, if she can't get us back, she can't, and that's that. We shall have to think of something else.
She must get you back. Anything else is unthinkable.
There's gratitude for you.
Gratitude?
Yes, for all the years we've both devoted to you. You ought to be ashamed.
What about all the years I've devoted to you? You ought to be ashamed.
Nonsense. We've waited on you hand and foot, haven't we, Ruth?
Certainly.
You're exceedingly selfish, and always were.
In that case, I fail to see why you were both so anxious to get back to me.
You called us back, and you've done nothing but try to get rid of us ever since we came, hasn't he, Elvira?
He certainly has.
And now, owing to your idiotic inefficiency, we find ourselves in the most mortifying position. We're neither fish, flesh, nor fowl, nor whatever it is.
Good red herring.
It can't be.
Well, why don't you do something about it? Why don't you go back on your own?
We can't. You know perfectly well we can't.
The impetus has to come from here. Perhaps darling Charles doesn't want us to go quite enough.
I certainly do.
Well, you must have a very weak will, then. I always suspected it.
There's no use arguing any more. Wake up, Madame Arcati.
Please wake up, Madame Arcati.
Shake her.
Might upset her.
I don't care if it kills her.
Please wake up, Madame Arcati.
What time is it?
5:05. It will be daylight soon.
What time did I go off?
Over an hour ago.
Are they still here?
Yes.
Oh, how disappointing.
Have you any suggestions?
We mustn't give up hope. Chin up, never give in. Away with melancholy.
This schoolgirl jargon's driving me mad.
What do you say we have another seance and really put our shoulders to the wheel? Make it a real rouser.
Madame Arcati, before you go off into any further trances, I really think we ought to discuss the situation a little.
Good. An excellent idea. Far away. And while we're doing it, I shall have another of those delicious sandwiches. I'm as hungry as a hunter.
Well, now, my wives and I have been talking it over, and they are both absolutely convinced that I, somehow or other, called them back.
Very natural.
I am equally convinced that I did not.
Love is a strong psychic force, Mr. Conway.
I did not call them back, either consciously or subconsciously.
That Mr. Conway.
That is my final word.
Neither of them could have appeared unless there'd been somebody, a psychic subject in the house, who wished for.
Well, it wasn't me.
Perhaps it was Dr. Bradman. I never knew he cared.
Are you sure? Are you really sure?
Absolutely positive.
Great Scott. I believe I've been barking up the wrong tree.
How do you mean?
The Sudbury case.
I don't understand.
Well, there's no reason why you should. It was before your day. It was the case that made me famous, Mr. Condamine.
What did you do?
I dematerialized old Lady Sudbury after she'd been firmly entrenched in the private chapel for over 17 years.
How? Can you remember how?
Chance. A fluke. I happened on it by the merest coincidence.
What fluke? What was it?
Wait. All in good time. Now, let me see. Who was in the house during our first seance?
Only the Bradmans, Ruth and me and yourself.
Ah, yes, to be sure. But the Bradmans weren't here last night, were they?
No.
Quickly, my crystal.
Yeah?
Ah, drat the thing. It's cloudy again. That's better. It's there again. It's there again. I'm beginning to understand.
I wish I was. What's there again?
A bandage. A white bandage. Hold on to a white bandage.
I haven't got a white bandage.
Shush.
She's too good, you know. She ought to be in a circus.
Be you in nook or cranny, answer me. Be you in still room or closet, answer me. Be you behind the panel above the stairs, beneath the eaves, waking or sleeping, answer me. That ought to do it, or I'm a Dutchman.
Do what?
Sure, wait.
Would you like the gramophone on or the lights out or anything?
No. It's near. It's very near.
If it's a ghost, I shall scream.
I hope it's nobody we know. I shall feel so silly.
Did you ring, sir?
No, Edith.
The bandage. The bandage.
I'm sorry, sir. I could have sworn I heard the bell or somebody calling. I was asleep. I don't rightly know which it was.
Come here, child.
Oh,
Go on. Go to Madame Arcati. It's quite all right.
Whom do you see in this room, child?
oh dear.
Answer, please.
You, madam.
Go on.
The master.
Anyone else?
Oh, no, madam.
Come, child. Don't beat about the bush. Look again.
Do concentrate, Elvira, and keep still.
I can't. Do you see anyone else now?
Oh, no, madam.
She's lying.
Oh, madam.
They always do.
They?
Where are they now?
By the fireplace. Oh,
She can see them. Do you mean she can see them?
Probably not very clearly, but enough.
let me go. I haven't done nothing nor seen nobody. Oh, let me go back to bed.
Give her a sandwich.
I don't want a sandwich. I want to get back to bed.
Nonsense. A big, healthy girl like you saying no to a delicious sandwich? Never heard of such a thing. Sit down.
Oh, please, sir.
Please do as Madame Arcati says, Edith.
I haven't done nothing wrong.
It's all right. Nobody said you had.
She's been the cause of all this unpleasantness. I'll give her a week's notice tomorrow.
You may not be here tomorrow.
Look at me, Edith. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo.
Oh, dear. What's the matter with her? Is she balmy?
Here, Edith. This is my finger. Look. Have you ever seen such a long, long, long finger? Look, now it's on the right, now it's on the left. Backwards and forwards it goes, see? Very quietly, backwards and forwards. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock.
The mouse ran up the clock.
Be quiet or you ruin everything.
So far, so good. She's off all right.
Off?
She's a natural, just the same as the Sudbury case. Really is the most amusing coincidence. Now then, would you ask your wives to stand close together, please?
Elvira, Ruth.
I resent being ordered about like this.
I don't like this at all. I don't like any of it. I feel peculiar.
I'm afraid I must insist.
It will serve you right if we flatly refuse to do anything at all.
Are you sorry for having been so mischievous, Edith?
Oh, yes, madam.
You know what you have to do now, don't you, Edith?
Oh, yes, madam.
I believe it's going to work, whatever it is. Oh, Charles. This is goodbye, Charles.
Tell her to stop for a minute. There's something I want to say before I go.
You should have thought of that before. It's too late now.
Of all the mean,
Charles, listen a moment.
Lights!
I'll be loving you always.
I saw Captain Bracegirdle again, Charles. Several times. I went to a nightclub with him twice when you were in Nottingham. And I must say, I
Need a helping hand. I will understand always.
Don't think you're getting rid of us quite so easily, my dear. You may not be able to see us, but we shall be here all right. I consider that you have behaved atrociously over the whole miserable business, and I should like to
No, for just an hour. No, for just a day. No, for just
Splendid! Hurrah! We've done it. That's quite enough singing for the moment, Edith.
Shall I put on the lights?
No, I will.
They've gone. They've really gone.
Yes. I think we've really pulled it off this time.
You'd better wake her up, hadn't you? She might bring them back again.
Wake up, child.
Good heavens, where am I?
It's all right, Edith. You can go back to bed now.
But I was in bed. How'd I get down here?
I rang, Edith. I rang the bell and you answered it. Didn't I, Madame Arcati?
Oh, did I drop off? What do you think? It's my concussion again? Oh, dear.
Off you go, Edith, and thank you very much. Here's £1 for all you've done. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh, sir. Whatever for? Oh, sir.
What on earth did she mean by that?
Golly, what a night. I'm ready to drop in my tracks.
Would you like to stay here? There's the spare room, you know.
No, thank you. Each to his own nest. I'll pedal home in a jiffy. It's only 7 miles.
I'm deeply grateful to you, Madame Arcati. I don't know what arrangements you generally make, but I trust you will send in your account in due course.
Good. Good heavens, Mr. Condamine. It was a pleasure. I wouldn't dream of such a thing.
Oh, perhaps you'd give me the pleasure of lunching with me one day soon.
When you come back, I shall be delighted.
Come back.
Take my advice, Mr. Condamine, and go away immediately.
But, Madame Arcati, you don't mean...
There are more things in heaven and earth, Mr. Condamine. Just go, pack your traps, and go as soon as possible.
Do you mean that they may still be here?
Quien sabe, as the Spanish say.
I wonder. I'll follow your advice, Madame Arcati. Thank you again.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Condamine. It's been fascinating. From first to last. Fascinating. Don't trouble to see me out. I can find my way.
Ruth? Elvira? Are you there? I just want to tell you that I'm going away, so there's no point in hanging about any longer. I'm going a long way away, somewhere where I don't believe you will be able to follow me. In spite of what Elvira said, I don't think spirits can travel over water. Is that quite clear, my darlings? Goodbye for the moment. I expect we are bound to meet again one day, but until we do, I'm going to enjoy myself as I've never enjoyed myself before. You can break up the house as much as you like. I'm leaving it anyhow. Goodbye again. Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Makers of Campbell's Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening, this is Orson Welles. Our story for tonight is Noel Coward's Private Life. When first produced several seasons ago, it startled London and delighted New York, prodding the critics to rustle among their dictionaries and bring out such adjectives as scintillating, gossamer, gleaming, and hilarious. It must delight Noel Coward to look backward a few seasons and find his play has become acclaimed as one of the most famous and lasting of modern comedies. It's been played all over the world and extensively, although so far not successfully, imitated. Well, Mr. Coward is an astute theatrical observer, and underneath its surface brilliance, he has managed to catch the essential pattern of the modern love story. In writing about Private Lives, Mr. Coward has said, "It was more difficult and full of pitfalls than anything I've ever attempted. But fortunately for me, I had the inestimable advantage of playing it with Gertrude Lawrence. And so 3/4 of the battle was won before the curtain went up. Tonight we're sharing Mr. Coward's advantage. It is with great pleasure that we welcome as our guest star to the Campbell Playhouse, Miss Gertrude Lawrence, in one of her acting triumphs, Noel Coward's Private Life. The story of Elliot and Amanda, two young people who loved each other so intensely and so uproariously that they found it hard to live together and impossible to live apart. But first, on behalf of our sponsors, a message. At this very moment, if you could peek into thousands of ice boxes all over America, you would see cans bearing the familiar red and white label of Campbell's. But these cans would be Campbell's tomato juice. Yes, Campbell's tomato juice, made by the makers of Campbell's tomato soup, and made with the same care and pride. In spite of the fact that Campbell's has become the largest selling tomato juice of all within a few short years, There must be many of you who have not yet tried it. If you are one of these, may I suggest that you get acquainted at the first opportunity. What a perk-up drink it is, especially at breakfast. It has a tang and liveliness all its own to open your day with a smile. Your first sip of Campbell's tomato juice confirms the bright promise of its glorious red color. The red of vine-ripened tomatoes picked at their very peak of flavor. Have you tried Campbell's tomato juice? If you haven't, won't you order a few cans tomorrow? Fill them thoroughly and give the family a treat with their Sunday breakfast. Once you know its keen, lively taste, I feel sure you'll want it regularly. And now Gertrude Lawrence and Orson Welles in Private Lives.
My name is Dupont, Jean-Paul Casimir Dupont. I am a hotel manager. 26 years in the hotel business. Cannes, Menton, Saint-Maurice, and now the Hotel Normandie Deauville. Ladies and gentlemen, in this time I have made a most sensational discovery. It is very confidential. I wouldn't not have one person except you hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lawrence, Mr. Wells, the English people are crazy. How do I know this? I give you just one little example. Last year, it is June. Wait a minute, please. I have it here in my little book. June 14th at 2:25. I am sitting in my office. Allô? Qui est à l'appareil? C'est Paris? Allô?
Hello? Is this the Hotel Normandie Deauville?
Oui.
This is Elliot Chase speaking.
Oui, Monsieur K.
I want a suite of rooms for tonight. Something overlooking the sea.
One moment, please. I see what I can do. Mais oui, just this morning you freed the best room in the hotel. Number 21. Habitually lives there the ex-Maharaja of Rook.
All right, we'll be there around 8. Name's Chase. Mr. and Mrs. Elliot Chase.
Yes, oui, monsieur.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, monsieur. Thank you, monsieur. Allô? Qui est à la porte? C'est Paris, quoi encore?
Hello.
Hotel Normandie, Deauville.
I say, this is Victor Prince.
Pardon, monsieur.
This is Victor Prince speaking. Victor Prince. I want a suite for tonight. What have you got?
1 minute, monsieur. I look. Oh, la, you are a lucky man, monsieur. Just this morning you freed the best room in the hotel. Number 22. Habitually lives there the ex-Maharaja of Rook.
Rook? Oh, all right. Well, we'll be in around about 8. The name's Prince. Mr. and Mrs. Victor Prince.
Prince? Prince. Oui, monsieur. Merci, monsieur.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, monsieur. That evening, at 8:10, arrives the first couple of English, Mr. and Mrs. Chase. Mrs. Chase is very gentille, small, blonde, with blue eyes. Mr. Elliot Chase is tall, is thin, is dark.
Visit here.
Oui, monsieur. Mr. Chase, number 21. This is our best suite. This is the suite of the ex-Maharaja Rook. Voila. We put your bags here in the corner, no?
Thank you. That'll be very nice.
And here, madame, is your balcony overlooking the sea.
Oh, isn't that lovely?
Yes, Sophie is very fine. Now, if you send us 2 champagne cocktails, everything will be perfect.
Parfaitement, monsieur. 2 champagne cocktails, 2 sweet.
Elliot, dear, do come out. Out here on the balcony. It's so lovely.
Just a minute. It's not so bad, this place.
Oh, it's heavenly in the moonlight. And so private. With its own little rail and that band playing downstairs at the casino. Oh, Elliot, I'm so happy.
Are you, Sybil?
Aren't you?
Of course I am. Tremendously happy.
Just to think, here we are. You and I, married on our honeymoon.
Yes, things have come to a pretty pass.
Well, don't laugh at me, Elliot. You mustn't be blasé about honeymoons just because this is your second.
Oh, that's silly.
Was I annoyed you by saying that?
Just a little.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. Kiss me.
There.
Not very enthusiastic.
That better?
3 times, please. I'm superstitious.
You really are very sweet, Sybil.
You glad you married me?
Of course I am.
How glad?
Incredibly, magnificently glad.
How lovely.
Said we ought to go and dress for dinner.
Gladder than the last time.
Why do you keep harping on that?
She was pretty, wasn't she, Amanda?
Very pretty.
Prettier than I am.
Much.
Oh.
She was pretty and sleek, and her hands were long and slim, and her legs were long and slim, and she danced like an angel. You dance very poorly, by the way.
Could you play the piano as well as I can?
She couldn't play the piano at all.
I love you far more than Amanda loves you. I never make you miserable like she did.
We made each other miserable.
It was all her fault, Elliot. You know it was.
Yes, it was entirely her fault.
She was a fool to lose you.
We lost each other.
She lost you with her violent tempers and carrying on.
Oh, will you stop talking about Amanda?
You do hate her, don't you?
She had some very good qualities.
Do you think you could ever love her again?
Of course not, Sybil. I love you.
Oh, kiss me, darling.
Sybil, once and for all, will you stop talking about Amanda?
Yes, Elliot, dear.
I don't wish to see her again or hear her name mentioned ever again.
Very well, darling.
Is that understood?
Yes, darling. Where did you spend your honeymoon with Amanda?
Morris, be quiet.
I hate St. Mary's.
So do I. Bitterly.
What's your good Aunt Steve?
Do you want to dine downstairs here or at the casino?
I love you, I love you, I love you.
Good. Let's go in.
Kiss me first.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Elliot, darling.
Come on, Sybil. Getting late.
So, this couple, Monsieur and Mrs. Chase, they have been in a sweet 10 minutes. Alors, bon. At 8:21, the other English, the second couple, Mr. and Mrs. Victor Prince. Mr. Victor Prince is big and strong, Anglo-Saxon, what you call athlete, the football, huh? Mrs. Victor Prince, my friend, Mrs. Victor Prince. Mrs. Victor Prince, she is...
Is this here? Is this here?
Oui, madame. Number 22. This is our guest suite. This is the suite of the ex-Maharaja Brook. Voilà. We put your beds in the corner, no?
Oh, thanks. They'll be fine.
Here, monsieur, is your balcony overlooking the sea.
Oh, I say, that's wonderful.
Yes, it all seems very nice. Oh, do you do?
Oui, madame.
Will you send us up 2 dry martinis, 2 sweet, very dry?
Parfaitement, madame. 2 martinis, very dry. 2 sweet, madame.
Amanda!
What?
Come outside. The view's wonderful. And so private with a little rail between us and the next balcony. Come on out.
Wait a minute. Where did I get a wrap off? I shall catch pneumonia. That's what I shall catch.
Joe!
I beg your pardon?
You look wonderful, Amanda.
Thank you, darling.
Like a beautiful advertisement for something.
Nothing peculiar, I hope.
Well, I can hardly believe it's true. You and I here alone together, married. You love me?
Of course, Victor. That's why I'm here.
More than...
None of that.
No, but you love me more than you loved Elliot.
I don't remember. It's such a long time ago.
Well, I like to break his blasted neck.
Oh, why?
For making you unhappy.
It was mutual.
Rubbish. It was all his fault. You know it was.
Yes, it was. Now I come to think about it.
Wine.
Something so vehement, darling.
I'll never treat you like that.
That's right.
I love you too much, Amanda.
So did he.
A fine fellow love that is. He struck you once, didn't he?
More than once.
Where?
Several places.
What a cad.
I struck him, too. Once I broke 4 gramophone records over his head. It was very satisfying.
You must have been driven to distraction.
Yes, I was, but don't let's talk about it, please. Look at the lights of that yacht reflected in the water. I wonder whose it is.
Oh, you're so beautiful, Amanda. I couldn't love you more than I do now.
Oh, dear. I did so hope our honeymoon was going to be progressive.
Where did you spend the last one?
Victor?
I want to know.
St. Moritz. It was very attractive.
I hate St. Moritz.
So do I.
Did Elliot start quarreling with you right away?
Within the first few days. I put it down to the high altitude.
And you loved him?
Yes, Victor.
Oh, you poor child. You know, Amanda, I think you love me quite differently from the way you loved Elliot.
I do wish you'd stop harping on Elliot.
True enough, though, isn't it?
I love you much more calmly, if that's what you mean.
More lastingly?
I expect so.
Well, where did you first meet Elliot?
Oh, blast Elliot.
Mandy.
I forbid you to mention his name again. I'm sick of the sound of it. You must be raving mad. Here we are on our honeymoon with the moon coming up and the music playing, and all you can do is to talk about my first husband. It's downright sacrilegious.
Oh, don't be angry.
Well, it's very annoying.
Will you forgive me?
Yes, Victor, but don't do it again.
I promise.
You better go and shave, my dear. You look very awful.
Oh, well, where should we dine? Downstairs here or at the casino?
Well, the casino is more fun, I think.
Kiss me.
There, dear. Now hurry. I'm dreadfully hungry.
Oh, give me 5 minutes.
And when the cocktails come, have them sent out here on the balcony.
All right.
Go along. Now hurry. I'll wait for you here.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, it is 8:41. I am standing in the garden. It is moonlight, and the music is playing. Above me is the balcony. The Suite 21, the Suite 22. Suite 21 is this Englishman, Mr. Elliot Chase. Suite 22 is this other Englishman, Mr. Victor Prince. Each has his wife. Now listen carefully, please. While I watch, commences on the balconies a movement. Him on balcony 21, little by little, he is moving toward her on balcony 22. She on balcony 22, she is moving little by little toward him on balcony 21. Between them now is only the little railing. in the moonlight, my friend, above my head. I see you.
Amanda, what are you doing here?
I'm on my honeymoon.
Oh, interesting. So am I. Are you happy, Amanda?
Perfectly.
Good. That's all right then, isn't it?
Are you?
Ecstatically.
I'm delighted to hear it. We shall probably meet you again sometime. Au revoir, Elliot.
Goodbye, Amanda.
Dear. Really, what's the matter? Wasn't I quick?
Sybil, I feel very odd suddenly.
Odd? What do you mean, ill?
Yes, ill.
What sort of ill?
You must leave at once.
Leave?
Yes, Sybil. Leave this place immediately.
He's only just come.
I know that, but it can't be helped.
What's happened? What has happened?
Nothing has happened.
Elliot, you've gone out of your mind.
I haven't gone out of my mind, but I tell you, if we stay here another hour, I will.
But, darling, everything's unpacked.
Now, please, Sybil, I know it sounds crazy to you, but I've got a second sight over certain things. I'm almost psychic. If we stay here, something appalling will happen. I know it.
You mean there's going to be an earthquake or something?
Very possibly indeed.
They don't have earthquakes in France.
Don't quibble, Sybil. I'm asking you, imploring you to come away from this place. Now, tonight.
But I love it here.
There are thousands of other places far nicer.
Well, it's a pity we didn't go to one of them.
Sybil, if there's one thing in the world that infuriates me, it's sheer wanton stubbornness. I should like to cut off your head with a meat axe.
Oh, Jane touched me like that on our honeymoon. Mother was perfectly right. She said you had shifty eyes. Well, you don't love me one little bit. I wish I were dead.
Will you or will you not come to Paris?
No, I won't.
Well, I will. I'm going now, this minute.
Elliot, wait for me. Elliot!
Goodbye.
Amanda, you're behaving like a lunatic.
Not at all, Victor. All I've done is to ask you a little favor.
Little favor indeed.
If we left now, we could be in Paris in a few
If
hours.
we cross Siberia by train, we could be in China in a fortnight. But I don't see any reason to do it.
Oh, Victor, darling, please be sensible, just for my sake.
Why on earth didn't you think of this tragedy before?
I forgot.
Well, you couldn't forget a thing like that.
Well, I got the places muddled. Then when I saw the casino there in the moonlight, it all came back to me.
When did all this happen?
Years ago. But it might just as well have been yesterday. I can see her now lying dead, all white and cold, with that dreadful expression on her face.
Whose face?
My sister's face.
Amanda, I never knew you had a sister.
I haven't anymore.
There's something behind all
But
this.
don't be silly, Victor. What could there be behind it?
Well, for one thing, Amanda, I know you're lying.
Victor!
Be honest, aren't you?
I can't think how you can be so mean and suspicious.
You're lying, Amanda, aren't you?
Yes, Victor.
Why do you want to leave so badly?
You'll be angry if I tell you the truth.
What is it?
I warn you.
Tell me. Please tell me.
All right. Elliot, here.
What?
I saw him.
When?
Just now while you were shaving.
What is?
Down there in the garden in a white suit.
White suit?
Well, why not? It's summer, isn't it?
See you?
No, he was running.
What was he running for?
How on earth do I know? Don't be so annoying.
Well, as long as he didn't see you, it's all right, isn't it?
It isn't all right at all. We must leave immediately.
I absolutely refuse to change all our plans at the last moment just because you think you've seen your former husband. If he annoys you in any way, I'll knock him down.
That would be fun.
Now, don't let's talk about it anymore.
I see. I see quite clearly now that I've been foolish enough to marry a fat old gentleman in a club armchair. You're a pompous ass.
Amanda, control yourself.
Get away from me. I can't bear to think I'm married to such rugged grandson.
Amanda!
Go away.
Very well, Amanda. If that's how you feel, I should be in the bar. When you're ready to come down and dine, let me know.
Go away. Go away.
Going.
Hello, Elliot.
Hello, Amanda.
I'm in such a rage.
So am I.
What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Whose yacht is that down there in the harbor?
Duke of Westminster's, I expect. It always is.
I wish I were on it.
I wish you were, too.
There's no need to be nasty.
Yes, there is every need. I've never in my life felt a greater urge to be nasty.
You've had some urges in your time, haven't you, dear?
If you start bickering with me, Amanda, I swear I'll throw you over the edge of this balcony.
Try it. That's all. Just try it.
You've upset everything as usual.
I've upset everything. What about you?
Ever since the first moment I was unlucky enough to set eyes on you, my life has been insupportable.
Oh, do shut up. There's no use in going on like that.
Nothing's any use. There's no escape. Ever.
Don't be melodramatic.
You want a cocktail? There's two here.
Two over here. Well,
We'll have my two first. Come on over. Over the rail. Here. Let me help you. Right.
thanks.
Well, here's to you, Amanda.
I tried to get him away the moment after I'd seen you, but he wouldn't budge.
What's his name?
Victor. Victor Prince.
Mr. and Mrs. Victor Prince. Mine wouldn't budge either.
What's her name?
Sybil.
Mr. and Mrs. Elliot Chase. Poor girl.
Are you in love with him, Amanda?
Of course.
How funny.
I don't see anything particularly funny about it. You're in love with yours, aren't you?
Certainly.
There you are, then.
Well, there we both are, then.
What's she like?
Fair, very pretty, plays the piano beautifully.
Very competent.
How's yours?
I don't wish to discuss it.
Well, it doesn't matter. Probably come popping out in a minute, and I shall see for myself. Does he know I'm here?
Yes. I told him.
That's going to make things a whole lot easier.
No, you need to get frightened, Elliot. He won't hurt you.
If he comes near me, I'll scream the place down.
Does Sybil know I'm here?
No, I pretended I had a presentiment. I tried terribly hard to persuade her to leave for Paris.
I tried to. What's happened to yours?
Didn't you hear her screaming? She's downstairs in the dining room, I think.
Mine's being grand in the bar.
Really is awfully difficult.
Awfully difficult.
I say that orchestra's a remarkably small repertoire.
Yes, they don't seem to know anything but this, do they?
You always had a sweet voice, Amanda.
Thank you.
Amanda, I'm awfully sorry about all this. Really, I am. I wouldn't have had it happen for the world.
I know. I'm sorry, too. It's just rotten luck.
I'll go away tomorrow, whatever happens, so don't you worry.
That's nice of you.
I hope everything turns out splendid for you. I hope you'll be very happy, Amanda.
I hope the same for you, too.
Nasty, insistent little tune.
Extraordinary how potent cheap music is.
What exactly were you remembering at that moment?
St. Maurice. The Paris Hotel skating rink in the morning. Bright, strong sunlight. Everybody whirling round in vivid colors. And you kneeling down to put my skates on for me.
You'd fallen on your face a few minutes before.
It was beastly of you to laugh at me like that. I felt so humiliated.
Poor darling.
Do you remember waking up in the morning, standing out on the balcony looking across the valley?
Blue shadows on white snow. Clean relief. High above everything in the world. How beautiful it was.
It's nice to think we had a few marvelous moments.
A few. We had heaps, really. Only they slip away into the background. And one only remembers the bad ones.
Yes. What fools we were to ruin it all. What utter fools.
You feel like that, too, do you?
Of course.
Why did we?
The whole business was too much for us.
We were so ridiculously over in love.
Funny, wasn't it?
Horribly funny.
Selfishness, cruelty, hatred, possessiveness, and petty jealousy. All those qualities came out in us just because we loved each other.
Perhaps they were there anyhow.
No. It's love that does it. Love's no good.
Down with love.
And yet, here we are starting afresh with two quite different people. In love all over again, aren't we? Aren't we?
No.
Elliot.
We're not in love all over again. And you know it. Good night, Amanda.
Elliot, don't be silly. Come back.
I must go and find Sybil.
I must go and find Victor.
Well, why don't you?
I don't want to.
Shameful. Shameful of us.
Oh, don't. I feel terrible. Don't leave me for a minute. I'll go mad if you do. Now, listen. We won't talk about ourselves anymore. We'll just talk about outside things. Anything you like, only just don't leave me until I pull myself together.
Very well.
What have you been doing lately during these last years?
Traveling about. Went round the world, you know. After...
Yes, I know. How was it?
The world?
Yes.
Highly enjoyable.
China must be very interesting.
Very big, China.
And Japan?
Very small.
Did you eat shark fins and take your shoes off and use chopsticks and everything?
Practically everything.
And India? The burning Gars or Ghats or whatever they are. The Taj Mahal. How was the Taj Mahal?
Unbelievable. A sort of dream.
That was the moonlight.
Yes, moonlight is cruelly deceptive. Darling, I love you so.
I do hope you met a sacred elephant there, lynx white, I believe, and very, very sweet.
Never loved anyone else for an instant.
Oh, no.
Darling.
Elliot, stop.
You love me too, don't you? There's no doubt about it anywhere, is there?
No. No doubt anyway.
You're looking very lovely, Amanda, in this moonlight. Your skin is clear and cool, and your eyes are shining, and you're growing lovelier and lovelier every second as I look on you. You don't hold any mystery for me, darling. Do you mind?
I'm glad, miss.
More than any desire anywhere, deep down in my deepest heart, I want you back again. Please.
Don't say any more. You're making me cry so that...
Amanda.
What now? Oh, darling, what now?
I don't know. I'm lost, utterly.
We must think quickly.
Yes. Yes, you've got to decide instantly, one way or another. Go away together now and stay with him. And never see one another again,
Don't
ever.
be silly. What choice is there?
No choice at all. Come on.
No, wait. This is sheer raving madness. Something's happened to us. We're not safe.
We never were.
Where can we go?
Paris first. My car's in the garage already.
They'll follow us.
That doesn't matter once the thing's gone.
Oh, Elliot, we're being so bad. So terribly bad. We'll suffer for this. I know we
Can't be helped.
Starting all those awful rows all over
Oh,
again.
no. We're old and wiser now.
What difference does that make? The first moment either of us gets a bit nervy off, we'll go
Now,
again.
stop shilly-shallying,
I'm
Amanda.
trying to be sensible.
You're only succeeding in being completely idiotic.
Idiotic indeed. What about
Now,
you?
look here, Amanda.
Elliot.
Darling. I didn't mean it.
I won't move from here until we have a pact. A sacred pact never to quarrel again.
Easy to make, but difficult to keep.
No. It's the bickering that does it. The moment we notice we're bickering, either of us, we must promise on our honor to stop dead. We'll invent some phrase or catchword, which when either of us says it, automatically cuts off all conversation for at least 5 minutes.
2 minutes still, with an option of renewal.
Oh, very well. What shall it be?
Solomon Isaacs.
Solomon Isaacs. All right, that'll be.
Come on.
What do we do if we meet either of them on the way downstairs?
Run like stag.
Oh, darling, I daren't. It's too wicked of us. I simply dare.
Solomon Isaacs.
But Elliot, darling.
Solomon Isaacs. Come on, Amanda. Quick, someone's coming. This way, the rail. Hurry. Hurry up.
Oh, but darling.
Evening.
Oh, good evening. I was looking for my husband.
Oh, yes, that's funny. I was looking for my wife.
Quite a coincidence.
Yes. My name's Prince. Victor Prince.
My name's Sybil Chase.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Very nice here, isn't it?
Lovely.
Been here long?
No, we only arrived this evening.
No coincidence. So did we.
How awfully funny.
You care for cocktail?
Oh, no, thank you, really.
There's 2 here on the table, on my side.
Oh, thanks very much. I'd love one.
Good. Here you are.
Thank you. It's awfully pretty here, isn't it? The moonlight and the lights of that rock reflected in the water.
Yes. I wonder who it belongs to. Oh. To absent friends.
To absent friends.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the life of the hotel manager, it is a torment, a living inferno. And always, nearly always, this is so, ladies and gentlemen, the hotel manager dies young. It is the fault, almost entirely the fault, of the English people. I give you now an example. On June 14th of last year, I lose from my hotel suddenly in the night 4 customers. At 6 minutes after 9 departs Mr. Elliot Chase. At 31 minutes after 11 departs Mr. Victor Prince. But this is the strange thing. Mr. Victor Prince does not depart with Mrs. Victor Prince. Why does he not depart with his wife, Mrs. Victor Prince? Because Mrs. Victor Prince is not here anymore. And why is Mrs. Victor Prince not here anymore? Because Mrs. Victor Prince is on the way to Paris. And with whom is she on the way to Paris? With Mr. Elliot Chase. It is as I have said. You see what I tell you. These people are crazy.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Private Lives, starring Gertrude Lawrence and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment or two, we will resume our presentation of Noel Coward's Private Lives, but first a message. I imagine that Campbell's soups are used in your home just as they are in millions of homes across the country. But tonight I want to ask you about something else which Campbell's make. Campbell's tomato juice. Have you tried it? A great many people have, because Campbell's is the largest selling tomato juice in America. Shortly after Campbell started making it, just a few years ago, women saw it in their grocery stores. Being acquainted with the goodness of Campbell's soup, many of them decided to try Campbell's tomato juice. At first taste, they must have liked it and then told their friends and neighbors about it, for its popularity has spread from coast to coast. There are those who have orange juice every morning for breakfast. Still others have tomato juice every morning. Perhaps the largest group of all have orange juice one morning and tomato juice the next. On your tomato juice mornings, I'd like to urge you to drink Campbell's tomato juice. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Noel Coward's Private Lives, starring Gertrude Lawrence and Orson Welles.
Elliot? Elliot?
Yes, Amanda.
I'm so glad we didn't go out this evening.
Oh, so am I. Our first evening in Paris.
It's nice here.
Strangely peaceful.
And the drive up was lovely.
How do you know? You slept most of the way.
I know I did, darling, but it was lovely anyway.
We've hardly used Solomon Isaacs all day.
Solomon Isaacs is so long. Let's shorten it to Solid.
Solid. All right.
Happy, darling?
Of course. Even happier, we've had dinner. How long do you think it'll be?
Oh, I don't know. The French are a very conscientious people. We may get it by 9 or 10.
That's good. You know, Amanda, it's an awful bad reflection on our characters. We ought to be absolutely tortured with conscience.
Yeah, every now and then.
Not nearly enough.
Well, we sent Victor and Sybil a nice wire from wherever it was. What more can they want?
You're even more ruthless than I am.
I don't believe in crying over my bridges before I've eaten them.
Very sensible.
Personally, I feel grateful for a miraculous escape. I know now that I should never have been happy with Victor. I was a fool ever to consider it.
You did a little more than consider it.
Well, you can't talk.
I wonder whether Victor and Sybil met each other, whether they've been suffering alone.
Oh, dear, don't let's go on about it. It really does make one feel rather awful.
I know, but I suppose one or the other, both of them will turn up eventually.
Bound to. Won't be very nice, will it?
Perfectly horrible.
Darling, you do look awfully sweet in your little smoking jacket.
Yes, it is pretty ravishing, isn't it?
Do you mind if I come round and kiss you?
A pleasure, Lady Agatha.
What fault we were to subject ourselves to 5 years unnecessary suffering.
But perhaps it wasn't unnecessary. Perhaps it mellowed and perfected us like beautiful, ripe fruit.
Elliot, when we were together, did you really think I ever looked at anyone else?
Yes, practically all the time.
I thought you did, too. I used to torture myself with visions of you dancing a putt with awful widows.
Well, why widows?
Well, I was thinking of Claire Lavenham, really.
Oh, Claire.
What do you say, oh, Claire, like that for? Sounded far too careless to me.
What a lovely creature she was.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Lovely, darling.
Trifle over-vivacious, I always thought. But that was probably because she was fundamentally.
Oh, now, darling.
Your taste always is.
Frolics.
I'm sorry, darling. What are you thinking about?
Nothing in particular.
Come on, I know that face.
Poor Sybil.
Sybil?
Yes,
I suppose she loves you terribly.
Well, not as much as all that. She didn't have a chance to get really underway.
I expect she's dreadfully unhappy.
Oh, do shut up, Amanda. We've had all that out before.
Well, what if we'd never happened to meet again? Would you have been quite happy with Sybil?
I expect so.
Oh, well,
You needn't look so stricken. It was the same with you and Victor. Life would have been smooth and amicable and quite charming, wouldn't it?
Poor dear Victor. He certainly did love me.
Splendid.
When I first met him, I was so lonely and depressed. I thought that I was growing old and crumbling away unwanted.
It certainly is horrid when one begins to crumble.
He used to look at me hopelessly like a lovely spaniel, and I sort of melted like snow in the sunlight.
That must have been an edifying spectacle.
Victor really had great charm.
You must tell me all about it.
He had a positive mania for looking after me and protecting me.
That would have died down in time, dear.
You mustn't be rude. There's no necessity to be rude.
I wasn't in the least rude. I merely made a perfectly rational statement.
Your voice was decidedly bitter.
Victor had glorious legs, hadn't he? And fascinating ears.
Elliot.
I'm sick of listening to you yap. Yapping about Victor.
Now listen, Elliot. Once you...
Oh, my dear, Solix. 30 seconds. Solix.
Here it...
Solix. We're in love, all right.
Oh, don't say it so bitterly. Let's try to get the best out of this time instead of the worst. It was my fault. And I'm terribly sorry, darling.
I was very irritating. I know I was. I'm sure Victor was awfully nice. You're perfectly right, sweetheart.
It's downright handsome of you.
Yes, I think I love you more than ever before. Isn't it ridiculous? Come on, sit down on the sofa here beside me. Comfortable?
Mm-hmm. Almost. Wait a minute. You know, this is far too perfect to last.
You have no face. That's what's wrong with you.
Absolutely none.
I do love you so.
Don't breathe so hard, dear heart. It gives me the shivers.
Swivel your face round a bit more.
That better?
Very nice. Thank you kindly.
Oh, darling, you're so terribly, terribly dear and sweet in this after.
We were raving mad ever at the party, didn't we?
Not an imbecile.
I realized it almost immediately.
Long before we got our degrees.
And my heart broke on that trip around the world. I saw such beautiful things, darling. Moonlight shining on old temples. Strange barbaric dances in jungle villages. Scarlet flamingos flying over deep, deep blue water. Breathlessly lovely. And completely unexciting because you weren't there to see them with me.
Oh, take me there, please. Take me at once. Let's make up for lost time.
Next week.
Tomorrow.
Done.
I must see those dear flamingos.
Angel.
No, Elliot, that's enough. Please don't kiss me anymore.
Why not?
Not before dinner.
You really just... You say the most awful things.
I don't say anything particularly awful about that.
No sense of glamour. No sense of glamour at all.
Well, it's very difficult to feel really glamorous with a crick in the neck.
Why didn't you say you had a crick in your neck?
Well, it's gone now.
How convenient.
Cigarette, please.
Here.
Nat.
Wait a minute, can't you?
Chivalrous little love.
Here.
Thank you very much indeed. You don't have to throw them at me.
You really can be more irritating than anyone in this world.
I fail to see what I've done is so terribly irritating.
You have no tact.
Tact, you have no consideration.
For dinner, indeed. That sort of remark shows a rather common sort of mind, I'm afraid.
Oh, it does it?
Very unpleasant. Makes me shudder.
Makes all this fuss just because your silly vanity is a little upset.
Vanity? What do you mean, vanity? Amanda, has it ever occurred to you?
You know perfectly well what I mean, and don't try to pass
Now, look here, Amanda.
Darling, Solix, for heaven's sake, Solix.
Now, listen.
Solix, oh dear, triple Solix.
Solix.
Big romantic stuff, this, darling?
Yes, big romantic stuff. You're the most thrilling, exciting woman that was ever born.
Dearest heart.
Oh, good heavens.
Do you think it's them?
I wonder. Does Victor know this number?
Of course he does. Nobody else knows I'm back in Paris.
Must be them, then.
What are we to do?
We're all right, darling, aren't we? Whatever happens.
Now and always, my sweet.
I don't care, then.
It was bound to come sooner or later.
Hello. What? Como? Madame qui? Hello. Who's that? Oh, Madame Duvalon. Oui. Sorry, somebody wanting to talk to the dear Madame Duvalon, dear.
Who's this?
I haven't the faintest idea. Je regrette beaucoup, monsieur. Madame Duvalon vient de partir cet après-midi pour Madagascar. Oh, I gave me a fright.
What did you say?
I said Madame Duvalon sailed today for Madagascar. Amanda, what should we do if they suddenly walk in on us?
Behave exquisitely.
With the most perfect poise.
Certainly. I should probably do a court courtesy.
You know, things that ought to matter dreadfully don't matter at all when one's happy, do they?
What's so terrible is that one can't stay happy.
Darling, don't say that.
It's true. The whole business is a very poor joke.
Meaning that sacred and beautiful thing, love?
Yes, meaning just this. Don't laugh at me, I'm serious.
You mustn't be serious, my dear, when it's just what they want.
Who's they?
They, all the dull and stupid people who try to make life unbearable. Laugh at them, laugh at everything.
If I laugh at everything, I must laugh at us, too.
Certainly you must. We're figures of fun, all right.
How long will it last? This ludicrous, overbearing love of ours. Elliot, do we always want to bicker and fight?
Who knows? It all depends on how well we've played.
What happens if one of us dies? Does the one that's left still last?
Oh, yes. With all his might.
I believe you're talking nonsense.
So is everyone else in the long run. Darling. Do you remember that awful scene we had in Venice?
Which particular one?
When your curling irons burned a hole in my new dressing gown. That was a rouser, wasn't it?
That was the first time you ever hit me.
I didn't hit you very hard. We were very much younger then.
And very much sillier.
matter of fact, the real cause of that row was Peter Burden.
Oh, you knew there was nothing in that?
I didn't know anything of the sort. You took presents from him.
Presents, a trivial little brooch.
I remember it well, bristling with diamonds, in the worst possible taste.
Not at all. It was very pretty. I still have it and I wear it often.
You went out of your way to torture me over Peter Burden.
I didn't. You worked the whole thing up in your own stupid imagination.
You must admit that he was in love with you, wasn't he?
Just a little, perhaps. Nothing serious.
You let him kiss you. You said you did.
Well, what of it?
What of it?
Well, it gave him a lot of pleasure and didn't hurt me.
What about me?
Well, if you hadn't been so suspicious and knows you'd never have known a thing about it.
Now, that's a nice point of view, I must say.
Oh, dear, I'm bored with the whole conversation.
So am I. Bored stiff. Want a cocktail?
No, thanks.
I'll have a small one, I think.
I don't see why you want it. You've already had two.
No particular reason, anyhow. They were very small ones.
Seems so silly to go on and on and on and on and on about a thing.
But how they call 3 dry martinis the whole evening, going on and on and on and on.
Become a habit with you.
You needn't be so grand just because you don't happen to want any yourself at the moment. Oh, really, Amanda?
What?
Nothing. It's a pity you didn't have another martini. It might have made you a little less disagreeable.
It doesn't seem to work such wonders with you.
Snap, 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 just like a little adder.
Adders don't snap. They sting.
Nonsense. They have a little bag of venom behind their fangs and they snap.
They sting.
They snap?
They sting.
I don't care, do you understand? I don't care. I don't mind if they bark and roll about like hoops.
Not very funny, dear. You better have another cocktail.
Very good idea, I will.
Ridiculous ass.
I beg your pardon?
I said ridiculous ass.
Thank you. You'd better turn that radio off, I think.
Why?
Quite late. It'll annoy the people upstairs.
There aren't any people upstairs. It's a photographer's studio.
There are people downstairs, I suppose.
They're away in Tunis.
This is no time of the year for Tunis.
Turn it on again, please.
I'll do no such thing.
Very well, if you insist on being boorish and idiotic.
Turn it off. It's driving me mad.
You're far too temperamental. Try to control yourself.
Turn it off.
I won't. There. Now you've turned it out of the wall.
Good job, too.
Disagreeable pig.
Amanda, put that radio down. Amanda, darling. Solace. Solace.
Oh, solace yourself.
You spiteful little beast.
Oh. Oh, you struck me. This is the end, you understand? The end. Finally and forever, I'm leaving.
You're not going away like that.
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, no,
you me.
Shut up.
You cruel
Shut up.
thing.
I wouldn't have you again.
I loathe you.
Falling on your face in time was your very life. Mean, evil little vampire. I hope I never set eyes on you again so long as I live.
You beast. You beast. You sad. You sad. You beast. I'll break every bone in your body. Is the right place?
Of course I am. This is the man's apartment. Oh, well, that settles it. There's nobody here.
Why, the door's open.
Oh, that's strange.
Good heavens.
I say, what's been going on here?
I never saw such a
They
family.
tried to kill each other. Amanda!
Elliot!
Oh, down. I say, Sybil, this bedroom door's locked.
Well, take this one.
No, I don't like this at all. Amanda! Amanda!
Elliot!
Amanda! Amanda! It's me, Victor!
I know it is. Go away! This is awful.
Oh, I say, don't cry, Sybil, old girl.
I can't help it, Victor.
Oh, please don't. I say, please, Sybil.
But why don't they come out? It's all so squalid. I wish now we hadn't come. Oh, what's the use?
Well, we've got to see him before we go back to England. We must get things straightened out, Sybil.
Oh, dear, I wish I were dead. Oh, I'll try to control myself. I'm so tired. That was such a long drive, and I haven't slept properly for ages.
Well, neither have I.
If we hadn't arrived, we did. They'd have killed one another.
They must have been drunk.
Amanda hit him.
He probably hit her, too, earlier on.
I had no idea anyone ever behaved like that. It's so disgusting, so degrading. Elliot, of all people. Oh, dear.
What an escape you've had.
What an escape we've both had.
Good evening, everybody.
Elliot, how could you?
Look here, old man. Does it occur to you that some sort of explanation...
How do you do? I don't think we've met before. Hello, Sybil.
Oh, Elliot, how could you?
Sybil, I'm awfully sorry.
Well, it's easy enough to be sorry.
On the contrary, I find it extremely difficult. I seldom regret anything. This is a very rare and notable exception. Sort of red letter day. We must all make the most of it.
I'll never forgive you. Never. I wouldn't have believed anyone could be so careless and so cruel.
Sybil, I absolutely see your point. I am sorry, but I simply cannot discuss this any further before dinner.
I don't want any dinner.
Oh, yes, you do. You must be famished after that long drive from Deauville. Now then, where's Amanda? I'm sure she's simply dying to see you both. Where'd she go to?
She's in there.
In here? Amanda! Amanda!
Good evening, everybody.
Amanda, we have guests.
Please don't address me. I don't wish to speak to you.
Splendid.
And what's more, I never shall again as long as I live.
He shall endeavor to rise above it.
I've been brought up to believe that it's beyond the pale for a man to strike a woman.
A very poor tradition. Certain women should be struck regularly, like gongs.
Oh, how could...
I told you what he was.
He's an unmitigated cad and a bully.
And you're an ill-mannered, bad-tempered slattern.
Slattern?
Yes, slattern, and fishwife.
Keep your mouth shut, you swine.
And you mind your own business.
What do you want? Please, stop me, Amanda. I'm not going to interfere. Let them fight if they want to. It'll probably clear the air anyhow.
Yes, but Amanda...
Come on into my room. Perhaps you'd like to tidy up before dinner.
No, but Amanda...
Come along.
Very well.
Now then,
what?
Are you going to take back those things you said to Amanda?
Certainly, I'll take back anything if only you stop bellowing at me.
You're a coward, too.
They want us to fight, don't you see?
No, I don't. Why should they?
Primitive feminine instincts, warring males, very enjoyable.
You think you're very clever, don't you?
I think I'm a bit cleverer than you, but apparently that's not saying much.
What?
Oh, do sit down.
I will not.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Victor, I will. I'm extremely tired.
Oh, for heaven's sake, behave like a man.
Just a minute. All this belligerency is very right and proper and highly traditional, but if only you'll think for a moment, you'll see that it won't get us very far.
Devil with all that.
I should like to explain that if you hit me, I shall certainly hit you, probably equally hard, if not harder. I'm just as strong as you. And you'd hit me again, and I'd hit you again. We'd go on until one of the others knocked out. Now, if you'll explain to me satisfactorily how all that can possibly improve the situation, I'll tear off my coat and we'll go at it hammer and tongs immediately.
But ease my mind.
Only if you won.
I should win all right.
Want to try?
Yes.
Oh, do it then.
Just a moment.
Well?
What did you mean about them wanting us to fight?
It would be a balm to their vanity.
Do you love Amanda?
Is this a battle or a discussion? If it's the latter, I shall put on my coat again. I don't want to catch a chill.
Answer my question, please.
Have a cigarette?
Answer my question.
If you analyze it, it's rather a silly question.
Do you love Amanda?
Not very much at the moment, to be perfectly frank. I'd like to wring her neck.
You're apparently even more of a cad than I thought you were.
You are completely in the right over the whole business. Don't imagine I'm not perfectly conscious of that.
I'm glad.
Oh, very unfortunate.
Unfortunate?
Might have been worse.
I'm glad you think so.
I do wish you'd stop being so glad about everything.
What do you intend to do? That's what I want to know. What do you intend to do?
I don't know. I don't care.
I suppose you realize you've broken that poor little woman's heart?
Which poor little woman?
Sybil, of course.
Oh, come on. Honest, that's bad, Sam. She should get over it. Forget all about me.
I intend to divorce Amanda.
Very well.
And Sybil will divorce you.
Quiet.
And the sooner you marry Amanda again, the better.
Who said I was going to marry Amanda?
What?
She's a vile-tempered, wicked woman.
I used to thought of that before.
I did think of it before.
Good heavens, man, you've got to marry her.
I'd rather marry a ravening leopard.
Now, look here, old man, I'm sick of all this shilly-shallying. You're getting off a good deal more lightly than you deserve. You can consider yourself lucky I didn't shoot you.
Well, if you had a spark of manliness in you, you would have shot me. You're all fuss and fume. You're one of those cotton-wool Englishmen. I despise you.
You despise me?
Yes, utterly, utterly. You're nothing but a rampaging gas bag. Goodbye.
Hey there! Come back there! Come back, you hear me? You open the door!
Oh, hello.
Amanda.
What's happening, Victor?
Nothing's happening.
You ought to be ashamed to admit it. Where's Elliot?
He locked himself in.
How did you and Elliot get on?
I told him what I thought of him.
That's good. What did you say?
I told him he was beneath contempt.
Good. That's just what he is.
Amanda, I think you must have been mad to go up with him.
I've often thought that myself.
Well, I feel completely lost, completely bewildered.
I don't blame you. I don't feel any too cozy myself.
Amanda, all this tonight. Have you been drinking?
Certainly not.
Had Elliot been drinking?
Yes. Gallons.
You seen him drink before, when you were married to
Yes,
him?
terribly. Night after night he'd come home roaring and hiccuping.
Disgusting.
Yes, wasn't it?
Amanda.
Yes, Victor?
Did he really strike you this evening?
Repeatedly. And bruised beyond recognition.
Amanda!
Oh, Victor. I'm most awfully sorry to have given you so much trouble. Really, I am.
You know, I can't understand it at all. I've tried to, but I can't. It all seems so unlike you.
Oh, no. It isn't really unlike me. That's the trouble. I ought never to have married you, Victor. I'm a bad lot.
Amanda!
Don't contradict me. I know I'm a bad lot.
I wasn't going to contradict you.
Victor! Why did you come here?
Find out what you want me to do.
Divorce me, I suppose, as soon as possible. I shan't make any difficulty. I shall go away. Far, far away. Morocco or Tunis or somewhere. I'll probably catch some dreadful fever and die out there all alone. Oh, dear.
Well, it's no use pitying yourself.
I seem to be the only one who does. I might just as well insult.
Amanda, do you love this man?
I hate him.
You want to marry him?
I'd rather marry a boa constrictor.
Amanda, I can't go away and leave you with a man who drinks and knocks you about.
Oh, you needn't worry about leaving me as though I'm a sort of parcel. I can take care of myself.
You said just now you were going away to Tunis to die.
Well, I've changed my mind. It's the wrong time of the year for Tunis. I should go somewhere quite different. I believe Alaska is very nice in the summer. Oh, Victor, I'm thoroughly unprincipled. Sybil was right.
Sybil's an ass.
Yes, she is rather, isn't she? I can't think why Elliot ever married her.
Oh, you can't, Constance. Well, I'm not there.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, Sybil, you haven't met, have you? This is Sybil Chase, and this is Amanda. Amanda.
How do you do?
How do you do? I heard every word you said.
It's all right, my dear. You're young and inexperienced, so I forgive you freely.
Seeing the depths of degradation to which age and experience have brought you, I'm glad I am as I am.
That was exceedingly rude. I think you'd better go away somewhere.
I will not.
Very well, then I will.
Sybil, how dare you speak to Amanda like that?
Oh, that's right. Take her side. That's what I might have expected.
That's right. Stand up for him. Poor Elliot, that unprincipled roue.
Nothing of the sort.
Shut up.
I won't shut up when I think of all the things you've said about her. It makes me laugh. It does, really. To see how completely she's got to us.
You can obviously speak with great authority, having had the intelligence to marry a drunkard.
No, that's what she's been telling you.
Yes, she did, and I'm quite sure it's perfectly true.
I expect she admitted to tell you that she drank 14 martinis tonight straight off. And that the reason her first marriage was broken up was that she used to come home at all hours of the night screaming and hiccuping. Victor.
Yes?
You hear that?
What?
The door.
Yes, that was the door.
Victor, I've a strange feeling.
So have I.
You don't suppose...
Sure of it.
You mean...
I do. They've gone.
Gone! Elliot! Elliot, come back!
Amanda! Amanda! Amanda!
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lawrence and Mr. Wells, do you remember me? I am Jean-Paul Casimir Dupont, the manager of the Hotel Normandie Deauville. And I have said the Englishmen are crazy. You still do not believe this? You think I exaggerate? Eh bien, a year has gone by. 1 year. And I am sitting in my office at the Hotel Normandie Deauville.
Allô? Qui est dans l'appareil? C'est Paris? Allô?
Hello, this is Hotel Normandie Deauville.
Oui.
This is Elliot Chase speaking.
Pardon?
Elliot Chase.
Yes, Mr. Chase.
I want to reserve a suite of rooms, something overlooking the sea.
1 moment, please, I will see. Oui, monsieur, you are very lucky, monsieur. Just this morning is falling through the best room in the hotel. It was living there with ex-Maharaja Brook, number 21.
I'll tell you what, that's fine.
22.
What?
Hello?
22? 1 moment, please. What's that, Amanda?
22.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Elliot, darling, I tell you it's 22 that the Raja Brook...
Oh, shut up, Amanda.
Elliot,
Shut
I
up.
will not stand for this.
Please, shut up.
Give me that telephone.
I will not
You
give
can't
you the
even
telephone.
speak
There's
to
no
the
earthly
voice
reason
of
why I
the
should.
Come on,
There's no reason.
Hello? Hello?
Elliot, now listen to this. Amanda, I will not argue any further. Give me
No.
Give me
Get
back
the
the
back.
back the telephone. Amanda.
What do I tell you?
Amanda.
People are afraid.
This concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Private Lives by Noel Coward, starring Gertrude Lawrence and Orson Welles. In just a moment, Miss Lawrence will return to the microphone with Mr. Welles. But in the meantime, a word on behalf of our sponsors.
Earlier this evening, I suggested that you serve Campbell's tomato juice this coming Sunday for breakfast. For a great many Americans, Sunday breakfast is a bright spot in the week. Leisure adds to the joy of eating. And Campbell's tomato juice brightens any breakfast, weekday or Sunday. It is the deep red of a very special type of tomato, grown especially for Campbell's. A drink to cheer you by its bright appearance, as well as by its true fresh tomato taste. A drink, too, that by its keen, lively flavor makes a pleasant change from other breakfast drinks. Campbell's own method of canning retains the August fresh flavor of Campbell's tomato juice and brings you the needed vitamins of the fresh tomatoes. Here's a drink that's worth tumbling out of bed for Sunday or any other day. The flavor is always the same, delightfully refreshing. And yet, with all these important advantages, Campbell's tomato juice costs you only a trifle more than the ordinary kind. Is it a date for Sunday breakfast? Ah, that's fine. Let's all have Campbell's tomato juice.
And now, here is Orson Welles. Somebody once said that every man in New York is or has been in love with Gertrude Lawrence. Which, under pressure, I might admit was somewhat exaggerated, but it would serve to indicate how audiences react to her. Miss Lawrence is that rare phenomenon, rare in life and just as rare in the theater. A person with the ability to inject the rich glamour of her own person into whatever situation she happens to be in. Not the least part of this wonderful gift of hers is the grace and effortless ease with which she does it. I'm sure some of that quality of personal magic has come over to you tonight. Certain it is that we are all deeply susceptible to it here in the studio.
Thank you for those kind words, Mr. Wells, but I must rush to my own defense. Too often the life of an actress is reported in rainbow colors, a sort of dream world of continual admiration and excitement. Actually, there is more to it than this. An actress has to be a businesswoman, and it is probably the hardest working business in the world.
That's particularly true in your case, Miss Lawrence, since you could hardly be described, certainly be described as the most hard-working star on the stage in America. Of course, if you've only yourself to blame in this matter, since you insist on appearing only in smash hits. I mean specifically tonight at 8:30, Susan and God, and now this new comedy of yours, the Skylark. That takes care of about 3 years of packed houses, doesn't it? And now, Miss Lawrence, dark rumors have reached us here of your doings as a young child. Just what is this wild tale of you and Noel Coward making your debuts together at the advanced age of 11 in London? Is there any particle of truth in this allegation?
Yes, you're quite correct. Absolutely correct.
Good.
Mr. Coward and I were in dramatic school together, and we did, on one occasion, appear in the same play. It was a Christmas story in London.
And what did you play?
We played Little Angels.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of Private Lives, Miss Gertrude Lawrence was heard in the role of Amanda. Orson Welles played the part of Elliot Chase. Sybil was played by Naomi Campbell, the part of Victor by Robert Spate. The hotel manager was Edgar Barrier. Music for the Campbell Playhouse is arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Mr. Wells, will you tell us, please, about next week's story?
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, we go back 100 years to the early days of the American Union, when the first paddle steamers puffed their sooty way up the Hudson River, and ox teams were busy pulling senators' carriages out of the deep mud of the Washington streets. Next week, we bring you Black Daniel, from the book by that distinguished novelist, Honore Wilson Morrow. The story of the great Daniel Webster and of his love for the beautiful Carolyn Leroy, which brought him from his New England farm to the service of his country and to the sense of the Union. Our guest this evening will be that lovely motion picture star, Miss Joan Bennett. And now, until next Friday, until Black Daniel, our sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse, remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soup join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Friday evening, when that beautiful and talented screen star, Joan Bennett, joins him in Honore Morrow's Black Daniel, a love story of the days when the United States was very young. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's tomato juice? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
Sacred Heart was from Conversation Piece. I'll See You Again and Zigeuner from Bittersweet. And Never Again was from Set to Music. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ronald Colman in Which We Serve, with Edna Best. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The slim gray shape of a destroyer is a thing of beauty as it knifes through the sea, and a thing of power and fury with its guns ablaze. But look below the steel shell, and you'll find a heart and a personality, intimately known to the captain on the bridge and to the men who are proud to be called destroyer sailors. One of the finest craftsmen of the theater in our time probed deep into the heart of a destroyer and gave us the epic motion picture In Which We Serve. In fact, Noel Coward not only wrote it, but also produced, directed, and acted in it. We consider its presentation an event in this theater, and we have a star in keeping with its importance. That star is Ronald Colman. And sharing honors with Ronnie tonight is the very accomplished actress, Miss Edna Best. In Which We Serve, I said, was the story of a ship. That's true. But the ship is a captain, and a chief petty officer, and a torpedo man, and an ordinary seaman, and their wives, and mothers, and sweethearts, and children. His Majesty's ship Taran is all these, and a touch of Dunkirk, and the North Sea, and the Battle of Crete. And its story is told in the events that flash through the minds of the crew as they cling to a life raft in the Mediterranean. Dramas like this don't come from any ordinary typewriter, unless the right man is on the sending end. And they don't come to life here by themselves. But every bit of effort and care is repaid when we run across a note like this one from two members of the audience, which Lux Toilet Soap brings together each week. It's signed by a husband and wife who write, "We'd like to send a word of gratitude for a real show each Monday night. We're a pair of middle-aged war workers. We have 11 and a half hours at home out of each 24. Just enough time to eat, sleep, get a Lux soap bath, and go back to work. And thank you again. When people like that give us one of those very precious hours of leisure and use our product, too, we just can't let them down. And we won't with the play you'll hear now. It's curtain time for In Which We Serve, and Act One, starring Ronald Colman as Captain Kinross, with Edna Best as Alex.
Aircraft in sight, bearing red for O.
Enemy aircraft!
Hoist enemy aircraft! Bearing red for O. Angle of sight, 15.
Off the island of Crete in May 1941, the British destroyer Taran is under attack. The ship twists and turns through the sea. From her deck comes the pounding rhythm of the pom-pom gun as she fights gallantly for her life. But the odds are too great. Wave after wave of German Junkers sweep downward from the clouds to release their screaming loads of death and destruction. Now the ship is wounded. She keels over to starboard, her decks awash. From the sky, the last of the bombers is dropping like a stone toward the Taran's masthead.
Out of port. Out of port, sir. This one's coming in much lower, sir.
Probably hit our mast. Rapid salvos.
All guns, rapid salvos. Here he comes. You hit the mast for sure, sir. He's coming right. You all right, Captain?
Yes. Well done, guns. We got him, but I'm afraid he's got us, too. Midships.
She won't answer her wheel, sir. Steering gear's gone.
Stop both engines.
Stop both, sir. Stop both. No answer from the engine room, sir. The telegraphs must be shot away.
I'm afraid we're going over. Pass the word for all hands. Cast loose the Carly float.
All hands off loose Carly float. Here it is, sir. She's turning over.
turret is down. The turret has gone down. I'm captain of a dead ship. Get to the top. I must get to the top. Lungs bursting. Get to the top. That noise. What is it? The Taryn's engines. Yes, she's still fighting. Taryn's still fighting. The Taryn, my ship. When was it I took command? August 1939. My ship, the Taryn.
Are you prepared to take over the Taryn, Captain Kinross?
Yes, I'll sign for her now.
Sawyer's coming aboard, sir. The manager of the shipyard.
Yes, we're taking over the Taryn today. Is number one bringing him down?
Yes, sir.
Hands all off?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, Edgecombe, how are you coming on?
Your cabin's all snug, sir. And those curtains help, if I may say it, sir.
Yes, they do, don't they?
This picture of Mrs. Kinross, sir, shall we have it on the desk or the shelf, sir?
Shelf for the moment. We'll have the usual one on the desk when you find it.
The one in the wedding dress, sir?
Yes.
It's here, sir.
Oh, yes, thanks. Let me have it. By the way, Edgecombe, we're commissioning the Taryn tomorrow morning. I'll spend the night at home. You can drive me. That'll give you a bit of leave.
Thank you, sir.
Come in. Oh, good morning, Sawyer.
Good morning, Captain Kinross.
Sit down. Everything in order?
Certainly. I have the papers right here, Captain.
Well, we'll get the little ceremony over with, and then we'll go on deck.
Were you satisfied with the full-power trial?
Yes, she's a well-found ship.
Thank you. Now then, are you prepared to take over the Torrens, sir?
Yes, I'll sign for her now.
I'll sign for her now. Get to the top. Get above water. I'll spend the night at home. You can drive me. I'll spend the night at home.
Daddy!
Hello there.
Daddy, we thought you were never coming. We've been waiting for hours and hours.
You have?
Mummy wanted us to go to bed, but we wouldn't. Hello, Teddy.
Hello, darling. Everything under control?
Oh, far from it. We've been in an uproar all day, ever since your telegram came. Come into the house, darling. I've been holding dinner. We saw the ship, Daddy. We saw the Taryn.
You did?
We took our tea under the cliffs and saw it go by. Quite close. Not it, Labby. Her.
Ah, that's right, son.
She looked beautiful, Teddy. It was thrilling. How fast was she going, Daddy? Was she going 40 knots?
Good heavens, no. Only about 20.
But she can do more than that, can't she?
You bet she can.
When would you like dinner, darling? Now?
Oh, anytime you say.
Can I tell him what you've got for dinner, Mummy? Of course you can't. It's a surprise. She mustn't spoil it, must she, Mummy? Do keep still, Bobby. There's a dear. Teddy, how long have you got?
Only until the morning, I'm afraid.
The morning. Daddy? Is that all? Will we come to the dockyards tomorrow and see her?
I'm afraid not, old man. I'll be too busy. We're commissioning, making a rush job of it.
But Mummy promised
Now, that's quite enough, darling. You heard what Daddy said.
But we shall be able to come on board before you go away, shan't we?
Yes, we'll make time somehow.
When, Daddy?
Oh, don't be so persistent, Bobby. Let Daddy relax for a minute. Give him a cigarette. There's a good boy.
Let me.
Sit down, darling. You must be exhausted. I'll mix you a drink. Cocktail or a whiskey and soda?
Well, seeing that it's a gala evening, let's have a Kinross special, shall we? And I'll bet you've forgotten to lay in the Cointreau.
Wrong again. Here it is.
Here, Daddy. Cigarette.
Thanks, Bobby.
Let me light it.
Children, you really must go to bed now. It's dreadfully late.
Oh, Mummy.
Daddy'll come up and say good night to you before dinner, if you're quick.
I want to hear about the ship, Mummy.
I'll tell you all about her in the morning, Bobby. We'll have an early breakfast, and you can fire as many questions at me as you like. It'll be good. Now, do as your mother tells you and go to bed.
Can I have questions, too?
You never do anything else, darling. Now, go on, off with you both. I'll come up in 10 minutes.
Promise?
Promise.
Are you coming up, too, Mummy?
Yes, darling.
Come on, Lovey. I'll race you. You're cheating, Bobby. You had head start. Come on.
Children. They've been wild with excitement all day. I'm so glad you got home, Teddy.
Yes, so am I.
Was the trial satisfactory, darling? Were you pleased?
More than pleased. She's a lovely ship. Beautiful manners, does what she's told without a murmur.
Why are you making such a rush job of the commissioning?
Oh, I don't know. I like getting things done quickly.
Is that the only reason?
We live in strange times, darling. It's as well to be prepared for anything.
Yes. Here, try this. It may be a little too sweet.
There's nothing to worry about, you know.
Of course not.
Well, here's to you, my love.
To you, my love.
Just right. Not a bit too sweet. Well, did you miss me?
Of course not. I've been far too busy. I never gave you a thought.
That's the girl. Now tell me, what's the surprise for dinner?
Grouse.
Maureen sent us a brace from Scotland.
Good for Maureen. There's a girl of really fine perception. By the way, is that a new dress?
No, dear. I've had it for ages.
I'll swear I've never clapped eyes on it before.
Only about 20 times, my darling.
Perhaps it's you that looks new. As good as new, anyway.
Teddy, is there going to be a war, do you think?
Yes, I think there is.
Oh.
There's no use worrying about it until it comes.
No.
Here, now don't be sad, darling.
I'm not sad, really. I'm just gathering myself together.
Is there any more of that Kinross special left in the shaker?
Oh, of course. Teddy, no matter how busy you are and however quickly you get your commissioning done, I should like to come on board once before you go to sea. Just to give the ship my love.
Darling, you'll have to, whether you like it or not. My cabin's got to be made presentable.
Does the chintz look all right?
Lovely. Very shiny, very smooth. Gay as can be.
Good. Now let's drink this quickly and go out to the children. Dinner will be ready in a minute.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Get to the top. Get above water. Air. Another stroke. Another. One more.
Captain Kinross, are you all right, sir?
All right.
You were under so long, sir.
Where's the float?
There's one over there, sir.
Men, swim to the float. Over this way.
Sir.
She's still above water, sir.
Eh?
Torrent, sir.
Yeah.
Just her keel showing, but she's still on top.
Oh, yes.
Lend a hand, mate. This one's got it pretty bad. He can't hang on much longer.
Get him onto the float.
Well, I've got his arm. Give a lift there. Up you go, mate. There we are.
Who is he?
Hardy, sir. Chief butler.
Hardy? Anyone got any brandy?
I've got some in me teeth, sir.
Let's have it.
Here, sir.
Hardy.
Oh.
Come on. Take a swallow. That's it.
Calf. What's he saying? Calf, sir. His wife. He's thinking of her, sir. Calf.
One more swallow. That's right. That's it.
Calf, where are you? Calf, you hear? Calf girl. We're commissioning the Torrent today. I gotta hurry. Calf girl, you hear?
Yes, Walter. Come in.
Calf girl. We're commissioning the Torrent today. I've got to hurry.
Yes, Walter. Come in. Here's your coffee and here's the paper, dear.
Oh, thanks. Oh, it's nearly 1:30. Don't have much time to read more than the headlines. News doesn't look too good, does it?
Oh, you can't believe anything they say. Do you really think we're going to have another war, Walter?
Oh, looks like it.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, if you ask me, you'll see it quicker than you bargained for. I think we're in for it.
Well, if we have another war, I give up, see? After all we went through the last time.
All you went through. Why, you was too young and innocent to know anything about it.
Oh, don't talk so silly, Walter Hardy. You know perfectly well how old I am. And it's no use pretending you don't.
Oh, now. You'll always be young and innocent to me.
Oh, will I indeed now?
That's what I said. Well, I must be going. Is your mother coming downstairs?
Oh, I promised I'd call her. Mother, Walter's just going. You'd better come down if you are.
Oh, that'll be nice.
Will you get ashore again after commissioning? Before you go to sea, I mean.
Well, that all depends. Now, don't forget to put them bulbs in when the right time comes.
You and your bulbs.
Well, give us a kiss, eh? Goodbye, old gal.
Why, Walter Hardy, whatever is the matter with you this morning? Anybody would think you was going away forever.
Well, you never know, do you?
Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself saying such things.
Oh, here comes Mother. Well, Mother.
Oh, that spirit lamp of mine will be the death of me yet.
What's the matter with it, Mother?
Oh, it blew up again. Frightened the wits out of me.
Well, I don't see what you want to go fussing about with spirit lamps in your bedroom for. You could easily pop down in the kitchen. Nobody would see you.
I've made my own tea in my own bedroom all my life, and I don't see any reason to stop now.
It doesn't happen to be your own bedroom. It's my spare. And if you go on blowing things up in it every 5 minutes, it won't be fit to sleep in.
Oh, now, stop it, you two. I've got to go now. Goodbye, Mother.
Nice thing when my own daughter starts criticizing me.
Oh, keep quiet, Mother. Say goodbye to Walter. That's what you came down for, isn't it?
Will you get ashore again?
Well, that all depends on Hitler.
Hitler? Who does he think he is anyway?
Oh, that's the spirit, Mother. Now look after Kath for me. And don't go nagging at each other from morning till night.
Nagging, I like that, I must say.
Well, goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, Wolf.
Goodbye, old gal.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Walter.
Ship's coming up! Halt! Ship's company present, sir.
Thank you. Stand them at ease.
Aye, sir. Ship's coming up! And that east!
Break ranks and gather round me, will you? Now, come a bit nearer. I don't want to have to shout. Can you hear me all right in the back row?
Yes, sir, we can hear you fine.
Good. Well, you all know it's the custom of the service for the captain to address the ship's company on commissioning day. Give them his policy and tell them the ship's program. My policy is easy. If there are any here who have served with me before, they'll know what it is. Are there any old shipmates of mine here? Show your hands, will you? Oh, glad to see you again, Johnson. And who's that? Coombe and Adams. Hello, Reynolds. Who's that small fellow hiding his face behind the chief stoker?
Parkinson, sir.
Ah, Parkinson. Yes, you were coxswain of the All-Comers whaler in the Valletta, weren't you?
I was that, sir, when we won the All-Comers Cup in the 1936 regatta.
Yes, and fell into the ditch when you got back to the ship. Well, there are enough old shipmates to tell the others what my policy has always been. Johnson, Coombe, Adams, Reynolds, Parkinson. What sort of a ship do I want the Torrin to be, Come on, Reynolds.
An efficient ship, sir.
That's right.
A happy ship, sir.
Correct. A happy and efficient ship. Some of you might think I'm a bit ambitious, wanting both, but in my experience, you can't have one without the other. A ship can't be happy unless she's efficient, and she certainly won't be efficient unless she's happy. All right, now for our program. You've most of you seen the commissioning program of the Torrin published in Plymouth General Orders. And you'll have noted that this allows the customary 3 weeks. In peacetime, it takes all of 3 weeks to get a new ship's company together. Let them sling their hammocks and teach them their stations and various duties. But you've read your papers, and you know what's going on in the world. As I see it, it means war next week. So I'll give you not 3 weeks, but exactly 3 days to get this ship ready to sail. None of us will take off clothes or sling hammocks or turn in for the next 3 days and nights until the job is finished. Then we'll send Hitler a telegram saying the Torrin is ready, you can start your war.
September 3rd, 1940. Today, from his cabinet room at 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister declared that a state of war now exists between England and Germany.
Come on, Hardy, one more swallow.
Enemy plane, sir. I believe she sighted the float.
We're in for it, I suppose. Keep down, everyone. If she passes over us, get under the water.
Here she comes, sir.
All right. Down!
Well, he couldn't come much closer, could he?
Anyone hit?
I don't think so, sir.
Well, he'll be back, I imagine.
Yes, sir.
Torrin doesn't want to sink, sir. She's still hanging on over there.
Just her propeller showing now, sir. She ain't got much longer.
No.
Well, she did her stuff, sir.
Best ship I ever served in, sir. It goes for me, too, sir.
A very happy and very efficient ship, sir.
Thank you.
God bless this ship and all who sail in her. God bless this ship and all who sail in her. God bless this ship.
It was Alex who said that Christmas, last Christmas, the Torrin was back in port for repairs. I remember the services we had on board, the men singing. O eternal Lord God, who alone spreadest out the heavens and rulest the raging of the seas, who has compassed the waters with bounds until day and night come to an end, be pleased to receive into thy almighty and most gracious protection the persons of us, thy servants, and the fleet in which we serve.
The King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen when the snow lay round.
Oh, Edgecombe.
Leaving, Hardy?
Having Christmas dinner at home. Thought you might care to come along.
Oh, thanks just the same, but the captain's having his on the boat, so I'm staying to help out.
Well, come on over later if you can. Going to be a whole crowd.
Thanks, Hardy, I will.
My family and my friends, I will now make a speech.
Oh, Walter, sit down. Now, sit down.
Oh, quiet, wife. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take the opportunity of this festive occasion to drink the healths of one and all present, and to thank a kindly fate for so arranging that my ship would have to come home for boiler cleaning exactly 2 days before Christmas. A bit of luck, which any sailor will tell you, is nothing short of a bloody miracle.
Oh, how can you, Walter? You know I don't like you using that word.
Be that as it may, I would like to add that I consider that we are very lucky to be all together on this happy day. And now, I should like to propose the health of one who is very dear to me.
Oh, now, Walter.
She's a creature of many moods and fads and fancies. She is, to coin a phrase, very often uncertain, coy, and hard to please.
What's that now?
But I'm devoted to her with every fiber of my being, and hereby swear to be true to her in word and deed. Ladies and gentlemen, His Majesty's ship, Torrin.
Oh.
Will there be anything else, Captain Kinross?
No, thank you, Edgecombe. That'll be all. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Same to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the King.
King. God bless him. You having a good time, darling?
Wonderful. Terry, look at Flags and Maureen. They've been whispering all through dinner.
Yeah, we should never have put them together. Flags, stop whispering. That's an order. we ought to drink to them. Come on, everybody, to the newly betrothed.
The newly betrothed.
What's betrothed, Daddy?
That's the beginning of the end, my boy.
Well, on behalf of my fiancée and myself, thank you very kindly.
Alex, as Flags and Maureen are so bashful, I think it only right and proper that you should make a speech.
Oh, no. No, I can't. Honestly, I can't.
Come on, Mrs. Kinross. I'll support you.
Here, Teddy. I swear I'll never forgive you for this. Oh, dear, what am I to say?
Happy Christmas.
Just you wait.
Come on now, silence everybody. Her worship, the Lady Mayoress, is about to declare the bazaar open.
Don't let him get you down, Mrs. Kinross.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'll begin by taking my husband's advice.
Hooray!
And wish you all a very, very happy Christmas. I'm sure that Mrs. Farrell and Mrs. McAdoo will back me up when I say I'm going to deliver a word of warning on behalf of all wretched naval wives to Maureen, who's been unwise enough to decide on joining our ranks. Dear Maureen, we all wish you every possible happiness. But it's only fair to tell you in advance what you're in for.
Shame.
Speaking from bitter experience, I can only say that the wife of a sailor is most profoundly to be pitied. To begin with, her home life, what there is of it, has no stability whatsoever. She can never really settle down. She moves through a succession of other people's houses, flats, and furnished rooms. She finds herself grappling with domestic problems in Hong Kong, Bermuda, Malta, or Weymouth. We will not deal with the question of pay. That is altogether too painful. But what we will deal with is the most important disillusionment of all. And that is...
Stop her, somebody. This is rank mutiny.
That is that wherever she goes, there is always in her life a permanent and undefeated rival. Her husband's ship. Whether it be a sloop or a battleship or a submarine or a destroyer, it holds first place in his heart. It comes before home, wife, children, everything. Some of us fight this and get badly mauled in the process. Others, like myself, resign themselves to the inevitable. And that, my poor Maureen, is what you will have to do. That is what we all have to do if we want any peace of mind at all. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you my rival. It is extraordinary that one could be so fond and proud of her most implacable enemy. This ship. God bless this ship and all who sail in her.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Ronald Coleman and Edna Best in Act Two of In Which We Serve. And now, let's shadow a young lady walking up Main Street on some late afternoon errands. She stops for a moment to greet a friend who says,
Why, it's Mary, my dear. I haven't seen you for ages. What have you been doing to yourself? You look simply marvelous.
well, this is certainly Mary's day because just a few blocks farther on, she meets someone else she hasn't seen for quite a while.
Hello, Mary. How are you? I don't have to ask. You look wonderful. Some luck meeting you my first day home. Hope we're going to have a date soon. Tonight, maybe?
And as Mary hurries home to get ready for that date, she's thinking to herself,
Well, my Lux Soap facial certainly worked all right. I guess screen stars know a thing or two when they say nice, smooth skin's important.
You see, Mary decided to give Hollywood's beauty care a real try. Every day for 30 days, she's been using the simple complexion care screen stars depend on. Active lather facials with Lux toilet soap. Here's what she does.
I smooth lots of the lather well in, rinse with warm water, and splash with cold. Then I pat my skin dry with a soft towel. That Lux Soap lather is so rich and creamy, it's just like smoothing beauty in.
Yes, Lux toilet soap is a real beauty soap. Mild and pure, kind to delicate skin. 9 out of 10 screen stars use this fine soap as their daily complexion care. If you'd like your skin to look fresher, more appealing, why don't you try it? Take a Lux Soap Beauty Facial several times a day, and always at bedtime. Follow this gentle care faithfully for 30 days. Then be surprised and delighted with the new smoothness and beauty that you and others will notice in your skin. Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's beauty soap, tomorrow. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act Two of In Which We Serve, starring Ronald Coleman as Captain Kinross, with Edna Best as Alex.
Down, men, under the water.
Get down!
Again and again, the German Junkers dive. But this time, it is not a ship they aim for. Their target is a group of defenseless, oil-blackened men, clinging desperately to a tiny raft. Now the planes circle and come roaring in for the kill.
He's down. Down, men.
He missed! Butterfingers! Butterfingers!
What's the matter, Shorty?
Blimey, I spoke too soon.
Hold on to him. Dad, did it get you badly?
I don't rightly know, sir.
What is it, Blake?
My arm.
Knife, somebody. Cut the sleeve away. Carefully now.
There it is, sir. Clear through the arm. Dirty rats up there. Dirty rats!
There's a mother with a baby in her arms, they would. Is it a bad one, Captain?
Oh, I don't think so.
Look, boys. He ruined a fine piece of tattooing, didn't he? See there? Frida, it said. See? Frida. You'd be pretty mad about that, if I know Frida.
All right, Shorty, all right.
Easy, Blake.
I always did hate the sight of blood.
Blake, he's fainted, sir.
Frida, of course. That's his wife. I met her on the train. That time, their honeymoon. Blake had leave, going to Torquay on their honeymoon.
Well, here we go, Frida. A honeymoon toast. Ginger ale for you,
beer for me.
Be careful, love. It might go off top.
Here's your little lot. Now then, cheerio, Mrs. Shorty Blake.
Mrs. Shorty Blake. It does sound funny, doesn't it?
Oh, you'll get used to it.
There's one thing I never shall get used to, and that's you going away all the time.
Well, it's your own fault for marrying a sailor. Fairly asking for trouble, that is. Can't trust any of 'em an inch. Wives in every port. Always coming home unexpected and catching you having tea with the lodger.
I'm the one that'll be the lodger if I'm going to live with Kath Hardy when you're back at sea.
Well, that isn't for an whole week yet. Think of it. 7 whole days of glorious life. You like being with Kath and Walter, won't you?
Of course I shall. It's you being away and me wondering what's happening to you that I shan't lie.
Here, here. Proceed with the following operations as ordered. 1, give us a kiss. 2, chuck us another of Mum's sandwiches. 3, cheer up and remember this isn't a funeral, it's an honeymoon. And 4, give us another kiss.
Yes, sir. Hello, Blake. What are you doing here?
On the honeymoon, sir. Just got married.
Well, that's splendid. Congratulations.
This is my wife, sir. Mrs. Blake, Captain Kinross.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
Alex, come in and meet one of my shipmates and his wife. They've just been married.
Hello. How do you do?
Ordinary Seaman Blake, Mrs. Blake, my wife.
I hope you'll be very happy, Mrs. Blake. Thanks ever so. Are you going to live in Plymouth? Yes, that is when Shorty goes to sea again.
You see, sir, Chief Petty Officer Hardy's her uncle by marriage, sir. So she's going to live at their place for the duration, you might say. But we're spending the next few days in Torquay.
And very nice, too. Well, Mrs. Blake, you keep him in order. My wife rules me with a rod of iron, and it's really been quite successful so far, hasn't it, darling?
Oh, darling, don't talk such nonsense. I'm never allowed to have my own way over anything.
Well, we won't interrupt you any longer. Mrs. Blake, you report him to me if he doesn't behave himself.
Goodbye, and the very best of luck. Thanks very much.
Come along, Alex. Have a good time and enjoy your leave, Blake.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye for the present, sir.
Bye.
That was my captain.
He's ever so nice.
Yes, he's all right. Knows what he wants anyhow, and he doesn't waste time mucking about.
Have you been married long?
Yes, got 2 kids.
She's pretty, isn't she?
Not half as pretty as you.
Oh, no. Don't talk so silly.
Oh, now.
How pretty she was, wasn't she? And so very young.
Yes. It's a coincidence about them going to Torquay for their honeymoon, wasn't it?
I thought of that at the time. But I didn't want to go on about it.
That first quarrel we had, you remember? You went off stamping to listen to the band all by yourself, and you came back in tears about half an hour later.
Only because they were playing the Blue Danube. You know that always makes me sort of pent up and emotional.
Oh, come now. That wasn't why you were in tears, and it's no use pretending it was.
If I was in tears at all, which I hotly deny, it was probably because that was the very first time I discovered what a disagreeable, horrible character you had.
Still, it was a good honeymoon, as honeymoons go.
Yes. It went awfully quickly.
Ah, now look at that.
What is it, Teddy?
Oh, more news about the Altmark incident. British seamen overpower crew of German vessel in hand-to-hand encounter. This thing positively haunts me.
I believe you're jealous.
Jealous? I should say I am.
Oh, Teddy. You know, you promised at breakfast not to go on about it anymore.
Well, I always seem to be refitting or boiler cleaning or something when anything really exciting happens. I'd give my eye teeth to have the chance of a show like that.
Never mind, darling. There'll be lots of other chances. And lots of other shows before the war's over. Lots of other shows before the war's over.
From the log of the Tarin, August 16th, 1940. Sighted line of enemy destroyers, speed 30 knots. Line of bearing 250. Opened fire 2,000 yards.
Lead round to 090.
Port 20, sir. 20 a port on, sir.
Corps, get your fleet torpedoes off. Not more than 2 at any ship. Flags, next to the division train tube to port.
Aye, sir. Main office, make Tommy port.
That lead ship's on fire. Ship to the next.
Aye, sir. Check. Ship target right. Follow GBI, range 030.
Check. Ship target right. Stoker, don't send that drainage. Put that shell on the ammunition hoist.
Listen. What's going on up there on deck?
We're in a fight, sailor. That's what's going on.
But what's happening up there?
Toss that shell. That ain't for us to know. We just keep feeding the shells up to them, and they do the shooting.
It's like working in the dark down here. Just listening, never knowing.
Toss that shell.
If the ship was sunk, we'd be caught. We'd never get up. Never.
Keep 'em coming.
You see, we were hit then.
Next shell. Keep moving there.
I'm going to look. I'm going up.
Hey, you.
I've got to see. I'm not staying here. I'm going up on deck.
Hey, get back here!
Ship's company! Jump!
Lower deck cleared, sir.
Thank you. Stand them an ease.
Aye, sir.
Ship's company! And that east!
Make yourselves comfortable. We're all pretty tired. First, I'll hold a short memorial service tomorrow for our 36 shipmates who lost their lives. And to return thanks that the old ship herself has come through safely with many of her compliments. I expect Hitler is even now conferring the Iron Cross on the man who claims to have sunk us. Secondly, I want to tell you that you all did pretty well in the trying time we've been through. When a torpedo hits a smaller ship as a destroyer, the result is bound to be fairly devastating. And I can understand the temptation to think of your own skin first and of the ship and your shipmates second. In a way, I suppose it is gratifying that out of 244 survivors, 243 behaved as I hoped and expected they would. One man, however, did not. One man who left his post without permission. I'm told he's only been in the Navy for 6 months and in this ship for 2 months. Even so, I feel that in that time I should have been able to make it clear to him that I did not expect and would not tolerate such behavior. Well, I failed. And I won't punish a man for an action for which I must largely take the blame. But after this, there will be no more cautions. Next time we run into any trouble, and as leader of a striking force, this ship should be in plenty. Next time, I know that no one will fail to do his duty to the very end. Thank you for making my task so easy, and the tar in a ship to be so very proud of. Dismiss.
All right, men, clear the way here. Clear the way. Give them room. We're moving the wounded, sir.
Good. Make them as comfortable as you can. Well, Blake, how are you feeling?
Fine, sir. Thank you, sir.
You got a bit concussed, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I think so, sir.
The first lieutenant tells me that you stuck to the gun even when most of the crew were knocked out. Is that true?
Well, sir, somebody had to do it, sir.
You did very well, Blake. We're proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
Captain Kinross, sir.
Yes?
Can I speak to you a moment, sir?
Yes.
Captain, that man who left his post, it was me, sir.
I know.
I just wanted to say, sir, it won't happen again. It won't, sir.
You'll see. That's all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Lots of other shows before the war is over.
Today, June 4th, the British Army has received orders to evacuate Dunkirk.
Ship's coming up! And that east!
Men, no operation of war that the Navy can be called upon to perform is less pleasant than an evacuation. But the whole of the British Expeditionary Force is falling back on Dunkirk, and it's up to us to get them off. We all know the leg pulling that goes on between the services, but the soldiers are our brothers in arms, and we must go in greater heart than we've ever done before. Let them see how much we admire the way they've fought. And don't forget that the success of our evacuation will be measured by the smallness of the military casualties, not the naval ones. The soldiers will be our guests, and their lives will be in our hands. The position of danger, and therefore the position of honor, is at the head of the line of our ships. I shall be the senior officer of the destroyers. Which ship would you all wish me to send in first? Well?
The Tarin!
The Tarin. Thank you. I knew I could count on you.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ronald Colman and Edna Best, will return in Act 3 of In Which We Serve. If there's anything lovelier than a June day, it's certainly a June garden.
Oh, Jane, so many different kinds of flowers. Roses and lilies and those gorgeous flowering shrubs. Yes, and look how beautifully all the colors blend in the sunlight. I really think, though, my favorite time in the garden is late in the evening, especially after a rain. Oh, why, Jane? Because then you get the fragrance of all the flowers together in one delicious perfume. That's when I'm the happiest about my garden.
It's true that no perfume is fresher, more appealing, than the fragrance of many flowers together. And that's why women love the delicate perfume of Lux toilet soap. It's a light, truly flower-like fragrance. No less than 34 costly ingredients are used to make this Lux soap perfume, all blended by a master perfumer into one distinctive, haunting fragrance. Screen stars are delighted with it. Say they love the light, clinging perfume their Lux Soap Beauty bath leaves on their skin. Yes, it's luxurious, this fragrant satin smooth soap, but it's inexpensive, too. So many cakes of Lux toilet soap are sold each year that women everywhere can buy the beauty soap of the stars for a trifle. Why not get some fine white Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
We'll have a little talk with the captain and his lady after the play. But now here's the third act of In Which We Serve, starring Ronald Colman as Captain Kinross, with Edna Best as Alex. The destroyer Taram has not yet sunk to her grave. Her head is down, but our keel still shows above water. Now the men clinging to the raft strike up a song, a gesture of defiance to the enemy planes that strafe them from the skies, a challenge to the sea that engulfs them. Captain Kinross' eyes are turned to where the Taran lies, but he's thinking of other days, of the Taran at Dunkirk, of the Taran steaming into port for a long-earned rest, of the day with his wife on Sussex Downs. One day of peace in a world at war.
Children, we're going home now. Pack up the hamper, Bobby. Yes, Mother. Oh, Teddy, what a perfectly lovely day it's been. Lovely for us, I mean. I suppose that's selfish of me.
Selfish.
Oh, I can't believe that it's so dreadfully wrong to forget the war every now and then. When one can, just for a little.
Darling, I think it's very clever of you. With those planes dogfighting over our heads an hour ago.
I made a tremendous effort and pretended that it wasn't real at all. They were toys having a mock battle. Just to keep us amused.
What a shameful confession. Sheer escapism.
I don't care. It has been a lovely day. The sun has been shining, and the country does look so very green and sweet and peaceful. And you are on leave, even if it's only until the day after tomorrow. Teddy, I wonder where we shall all be this time next year.
Yes, a lot may happen between now and this time next year.
September 27th, 1940. Continuing their nightly bombing of coastal towns, it is estimated the German Luftwaffe sent more than 250 planes against Plymouth during the past 48 hours.
Yes, was that the old clear I heard? No, Mother, it wasn't. Oh, dear. Where's Frida?
I'm here, Mrs. Lehman.
How are you feeling tonight, dear?
Fine, thank you.
Oh, that letter from Shorty must have cheered you up.
I wish he was home. I wish the Torrin could get just a little damage. Not so that anyone was hurt, I mean. Just enough for him to get a bit of leave.
Oh, never mind, Frida. Men must work and women must weep. That's what I always say.
Here they come.
Oh, dear, again.
Yes, a bit later than last night.
Frida, I wish you'd go down to the shelter.
Oh, please don't start all that again, Mrs. Lehman. You know I hate being shut up down there. It makes me feel sick. I'd much rather stay here. Really, I would.
But in your condition, dear, I honestly do think
It's no use, Mother. Why don't you leave her alone?
It's all very fine you being so calm and collected, but I'll tell you one thing here and now. My nerves won't stand much more of this night after night, and that's the truth.
Well, you can go down to the shelter if you want to. Nobody's stopping you.
Try as I may, I can't understand why you won't shut up the house and evacuate.
Told you why till I'm blue in the face. This is Walter's own, Mother, and he expects to find me in it when he comes back on leave. Now, what
What do you suppose he'd think if he turned up unexpected one day and found the house locked up and me hiding somewhere in the country? And he might only have a few hours. Now, that would be a nice thing, wouldn't it?
Well, you could let him know where we were, couldn't you?
Oh, it's we now, is it? I thought there was a catch in it.
Why, Kathleen Hardy, how can you say such a thing to your own mother?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother. But you make me tired sometimes, really you do.
I'm sure I was only trying to be sensible.
And what about the garden? And Walter's bulbs that he's so proud of. Now, who'd look after them?
Bulbs don't need any looking after. They just come up.
That was a bit closer. Come on, Frida. Under the stairs you go. Your chair's all ready for you.
I'm all right here, Kath. Honest I am.
Oh, never mind about that. Just you do as you're told. There's a good girl. We'll leave the door open like we did before, so you won't feel lonely.
Oh, careful one now.
I'll bring you sewing. The light's quite good in the hall.
Oh, dear. I don't like this, Kath, and it's no use pretending I do.
I know you don't, Mother. Nobody does. But there's no use in making a fuss now, is there? Come on, dear. Cheer up. There's a dear.
Listen. They're getting closer. They're right over this way.
Now, Mother.
Here. Kath! Kath!
Here you are, boys. Let us remember. Shorty, yes, one for you. Thanks, Posty. Easy now, easy. Steady, foresight, lift up, steady, worry.
Walter. Oh, hello, Shorty. Come in. I just popped along to see if you'd had any news from home. Not so much as a postcard. That's Kath all over. In all the years we've been married, she never got a post right yet. You heard from Frida? Yes. How's she doing? She's all right. What's the matter? It's Kath, Walter. She and her mother. See, they was all in the house together and they got blitzed. What do you mean? Kath got killed. Both of them did. Frida was all right. She was under the stairs. Oh, I see. Thought I'd better tell you, and seeing that, well, I mean... Oh. Thanks, son. I'm much obliged. Thanks very much. I think I'll go out on the deck for a bit. Righto. I'm glad Frida's all right. Yeah, she's fine. We got a son. Well, that's good. That's fine, Shorty. Congratulations.
The torrent's going down, sir.
Well, she did her best, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
Here goes the torrent, boys.
3 cheers for the ship. 3 cheers for the torrent. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
He's down.
All right.
There's a ship, sir.
Where?
Off to starboard.
Well, it's the Tomahawk. She sees us all right. She's coming this way.
She sees us! She sees us! Look! She sees us!
Up you go, man. Come on. Coffee's waiting for you.
Easy, mate. Doctor's coming.
Glad you're all right, Captain.
Thanks. How many of my men have you picked up?
90, sir, all told. Some of them are rather badly knocked about, I'm afraid.
Well, where are they?
Mostly between decks, sir. The dive bombing's pretty incessant.
Yes, I'll go down to them.
Glad you're okay, sir. Getting a bit worried about you.
Thanks, Moran. There's nothing like a good swim before breakfast.
That's right, sir.
I want to see my captain. I want to see my captain.
It's all right, old man. I'm here.
Captain.
Easy now.
My mother. Write it down, sir. The address.
Flags, take this.
Yes, sir.
Number 17. Just as you turn off the High Street. My mother, Plymouth.
All right, old man. I've got the address straight. I'll let her know.
Thank you, sir.
Captain.
There's another one, Flags. Get this address, too, will you?
Yes, sir. Captain.
Yes, here I am.
Captain. I see.
I can't quite hear, son. Try again.
I said I didn't run away this time.
I know.
Other time, I ran away from both. But I didn't run this time, Captain.
You did a fine job, old man.
Thank you, sir.
And don't worry. I'll write your family. I'll tell them they can be proud of you.
Mrs. Kinross. Telegram. Oh. Thank you, Emily.
The girl's waiting for an answer, ma'am.
Oh. No, Emily. There's no answer. It's from the captain, and everything's all right.
I'm so glad, ma'am.
Thank you, Emily.
Mother, what is it?
Was it from Daddy, Mother? Yes, from Daddy. He was picked up and taken to Alexandria. He's quite safe.
Oh, Mother.
He's quite safe.
Ship's company! Jump! Ship's company present, sir.
Thank you. Stand easy, please.
Ship's company! Hang it! East!
Men, I've come to say goodbye to the few of you who are left. I've always tried to crack a joke or two before, and you've all been friendly and laughed at them. But today I'm afraid I haven't any jokes, and I don't suppose any of us feel much like laughing. The Torrin has been in one scrap after another. But up to now, most of us survived and brought the old ship back. Now she lies in 1,500 fathoms, and with her more than half our shipmates. They lie all together with the ship we loved, and they are in a very good company. We have lost her, but they are still with her. Those of us left will take up the battle with even stronger heart. We know twice as much about fighting, and we've twice as good reason to fight. You will all be sent to replace men in other ships. And the next time you're in action, remember the Torrin. As you ram each shell home into the gun, shout Torrin. And so her spirit will go on inspiring us until victory is won. I should like to add that there isn't one of you that I wouldn't be proud and honored to serve with again. Goodbye. Good luck. And thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
Captain Kinross, the men would like to say goodbye to you personally.
Oh, I wish they would.
Come forward, men, one at a time. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Shorty.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
Good luck, sir.
Good luck, Hardy.
Bye, sir. God bless you.
Thank you, Edgecombe.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
Best of luck, sir.
Thank you.
This ends the story of His Majesty's ship Torrin. But there are other ships, and there always will be, and men to fight in them. Men like Shorty Blake and Walter, who ram shells into the breach and whisper as they do,
"For the Torrin."
And men like Captain Kinross on the bridge, quiet-spoken, staunch-hearted men who fight now, so this world of ours will find peace forever in the days to come.
Open fire.
The curtain falls on tonight's play, but the drama will go on until the cause in which we all serve is finally victorious. To Ronald Coleman and Edna Best, our congratulations on a distinguished performance.
Thank you, C.B. I think the Torin is a symbol of the hopes and gallantry of all the United Nations. And it seems very fitting that her story should be told in this month of June 1943.
June has been a very fateful month in this war. June of 1940 was the month of Dunkirk.
And June of 1941 was the month Hitler attacked Russia.
And in June 1942, the Germans and Italians had reached El Alamein in the Egyptian desert.
But June 1943 has already spoken for itself, and it still has 9 days to go.
Perhaps Noel Coward will have another play suitable for June 1944. By the way, Edna, you acted with him on the stage, didn't you?
Yes, Ronnie. We were in the Constant Nymph together in London.
I've always marveled that Noel Coward could do so many things and do them so well. Writing, acting, directing, even writing songs.
Oh, come now, C.B. You could write a song, too, if you put your mind to it, if you ever tried.
If you'd ever heard me singing in the shower, you wouldn't encourage it, Ronnie.
Well, it's probably the Lux soap that makes you sing, Mr. DeMille. I know as a complexion care it makes a lot of women very happy.
We can't hear too many people singing the praises of Lux soap, Edna. And I think you'll like next week's play, too.
Comedy or drama?
Drama, Ronnie. Paramount made the picture, and it's called The Great Man's Lady. And our stars will be Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris. If you saw the picture, you'll never forget Barbara Stanwyck's fine performance as Hannah Sempler. From a girl of 17 to a woman of 109. They say there's a secret in the life of most great men. This woman was the secret in the life of one. And Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris tell the story next Monday night in The Great Man's Lady.
Yes, it was a good picture, and I look forward to the play. Good night, C.B.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. That was a ship-shape performance. Ladies and gentlemen, there's something we can all do to help the men aboard the ships of the United Nations. It's very well expressed in a slogan that originated in Boston. Zip your lip and save a ship. I understand this slogan and some fine cooperation between Army, Navy, and civilians has been instrumental in eliminating gossip about troop and ship movements at this large embarkation point. So let's take a tip from Boston. Zip your lip and save a ship. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris in The Great Man's Lady. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
In Which We Serve was produced at the studios of Two Cities Films Limited and released by United Artists, whose latest picture is Stage Door Canteen. Heard in tonight's play were Pat O'Malley as Walter Hardy, Charlie Lung as Shorty, Claire Videra as Kath, Gloria Gordon as Mrs. Lehman, Esther Mason as Frida, and Frederick Warlock, Dennis Green, Eric Snowden, Robert Regent, Norbert Muller, Mary Lou Harrington, Fred Mackay, Vernon Steele, Alec Harford, Douglas Grant, Anthony Marsh, Roland Drew, Virginia Gordon, and Raymond Lawrence. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris in The Great Man's Lady.
Mothers, what kind of vitamins do you give your family in these days of food shortages? Make sure you get enough. Get FIMS. FIMS are scientifically designed to help make meals complete. They give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. In addition, FIMS give you all the minerals commonly lacking. At your druggist, VI for vitamins, MS for minerals. FIMS. Start taking FIMS this summer. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Paul Schofield plays Gary Essendine in this new production of Noel Coward's Present Laughter, with Vanilla Fielding, Miriam Margulies, Joy Parker, Patricia Routledge, and David Timpson. Present Laughter.
Hello. Cynthia, darling, it's Daphne. Yes. Are you alone? Listen,
Essendine. You know where? Yes, in Gary Essendine's flat. No, he isn't awake yet. There's nobody about at all. No, in the spare room. I've only just got up. I'm not dressed or anything. No, I can't go on about it now. Someone might come in. Yes, as soon as I'm dressed. In about an hour, I should think. Oh, of course, I can't wait to tell you. All right. Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
What time is Mr. Essendine going to be called?
He will ring.
What time does he usually ring?
That depends what time he went to bed. If you were very late, he will probably sleep until the afternoon.
Oh, dear. Couldn't you call him?
Alas, no. We can never call him.
Well, do you think I could have some coffee or orange juice?
I will see.
Or something. Oh, dear.
Whoops, excuse
Don't
me.
Don't worry, Brad.
Good morning.
Good morning, miss.
I suppose you're Mr. Essendine's butler.
That it, miss. Name's Fred.
Have you any idea what time Mr. Essendine get up?
Might be any time. He didn't leave no note.
Couldn't you call him? It's nearly 11 o'clock.
Oh, the whole place goes up in smoke if we wake him by accident, let alone call him.
Well, do you think I could have some breakfast?
Oh, well, now, what would you fancy?
Some coffee, please, and some orange juice.
Rightio, miss. Morning, Miss Reed.
Morning, Fred.
Oh. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Essendine's secretary. Is there anything I can do for you?
Oh, well, I'm afraid it's rather awkward. You see, Mr. Essendine drove me home last night from a party, and I idiotically forgot my latchkey. And so Mr. Essendine very sweetly said I could spend the night here, in the spare room.
I see.
And now I was wondering if somebody could tell Mr. Essendine that I'm, well, here. I don't want to go away without saying goodbye and thanking him.
Have you known Mr. Essendine long?
Well, no, not exactly. I mean, of course, I've known him for ages. I think he's wonderful, but we actually only met last night for the first time at Maureen Jarrett's party.
I see.
Have you been with him for a long while?
Just on 17 years.
Oh, how wonderful. I expect you know him better than anybody.
Less intimately than some, better than most.
We talked for hours last night. He told me all about his early struggles.
Did he by any chance mention that life was passing him by?
Yes, I think he did say something like that.
Oh, dear.
Why?
I just wondered.
Well, I do hope you don't think it's awful, me staying the night here like this. I mean, it does look rather bad, doesn't it?
Well, really, Miss...
Stillington, Daphne Stillington.
Miss Stillington, that's hardly my business, is it?
No, I suppose not, but I wouldn't like you to think...
17 years is a long time, Miss Stillington. I gave up that kind of thinking in the spring of 1922.
Will you have breakfast in here, miss, or in the spare room?
In here, please.
I really think you'd be more comfortable in the bedroom. The studio becomes rather active round about 11. People call, you know, and the telephone rings.
Very well.
I'll let you know the minute he wakes up.
Oh, thank you so much.
Don't mention it, miss. Who's she, I wonder?
Weren't you here last night?
No, she's news to me.
If he hasn't rung by 12, we'd better wake him.
You know what happened last time?
It can't be helped. He's got to lunch out anyhow.
Well, if the balloon goes up, don't blame me. Whoops. Lord, here he is.
I suppose it's no interest to either of you that I've been wakened from a deep, deep sleep by everyone screaming like banshees. What's going on?
I've been talking to Miss Stillington.
Who the hell is Miss Stillington?
She's in the spare room.
I didn't ask where she was, Monica. I asked who she was.
We might look her up in the telephone book.
She forgot her latchkey, if you know what I mean.
Go away, Fred, and get me some coffee.
Rightio.
And don't stay right here.
Oh, very good, sir.
Oh, thank you very much.
You met her at a party last night and brought her home here and told her about your early struggles, and she stayed the night.
Oh, I remember now. She's a darling, and I'm mad about her. What did you say her name was?
Stillington, Daphne Stillington.
I knew it was Daphne, but I hadn't the faintest idea it was Stillington. How'd she look to you?
Restive.
Poor little thing. I hope you were sweet to her. Has anybody given her anything to eat?
Fred's taken her some coffee and orange juice.
What's she doing now?
I don't know, drinking it, I suppose.
Ah, it's dreadful, isn't it? What are we to do?
She wants to say goodbye to you and to thank you.
Whatever for?
That, Gary, dear, I am in no position to say.
She's probably sobbing her heart out.
Why don't you go and see?
Lend me a comb, and I will.
Here.
What a deplorable-looking object. Good God, I look 98.
Never mind.
In 2 years from now, I shall be bald as a coot with rows of angry false teeth leering at me from a tumbler. Then perhaps she'll be sorry.
On the contrary, I shall be delighted. There will be fewer eager, gently bred debutantes ready to lose their latchkeys for you when you've got a toupee perched on top of your head, and life will be a great deal simpler.
I shall never wear a toupee, Monica, however bald I get. Perhaps on stage I might have a little front piece, but in life, never. I intend to grow old with distinction.
I'm sure that'll be a great relief to all of us.
Here's your sordid little comb.
Now do go and do a nice goodbye scene, there's a dear, and get rid of it as quickly as possible. We've got to do the mail, and Morris might appear at any minute, and we can't have her littering up the place and getting in everybody's way.
Oh, Gary, I thought I heard your voice.
My dear.
If you want me, I shall be in the office, Gary.
Go along, Monica.
You won't forget, will you, that at 12 sharp, Morris is coming to discuss what understudies you're going to take to Africa?
No, Monica.
And that at 12:30 you have given an appointment to Mr. Roland Moore.
I shall remember, Monica. Darling.
Gary! Oh, Gary! I'm ridiculously happy.
I'm so glad, darling.
Are you?
Happy? There's something awfully sad about happiness, isn't there?
What a funny thing to say.
It wasn't meant to be funny.
I've been in love with you for such a long time.
Don't say that.
Why? What's the matter?
Don't love me too much, Daphne. Promise me you won't. You'll only be unhappy. No good can come of loving anyone like me. I'm not worthy of it. Really, I'm not.
You're more worthy of it than anyone in the world.
Foolish child.
I'm not a child. I'm 24.
24. 24. If only I were younger. If only you were older.
What does age matter when people love each other?
I wonder how tragically often that's been said.
Well, it's true.
Look at me, Daphne. Look at me kindly, clearly, and honestly. Look at the lines in my face, my thinning hair. Look at my eyes.
You're not so very old.
I didn't say I was so very old, Daphne. I merely said look at me. As a matter of fact, I'm only just 40.
Oh, what's 40?
Too old for 24.
You mean you don't love me?
I don't mean any such thing.
But, Gary,
listen, my dear. You're not in love with me, the real me. You're in love with an illusion, the illusion that I gave you when you saw me on the stage. Last night I ran a terrible risk of breaking that dear young illusion forever, but I didn't. Oh, thank God I didn't. It's still there. I can see it in your eyes, but never again. Never, never again. That's all I dare to hope for now. Moments like last night. That's why I'm so lonely sometimes, so desperately lonely. But I have learned one bitter lesson in my life, and that lesson is to be able to say goodbye.
But Gary...
Let me go on, dear.
But I want to tell you.
We meet not as we parted. We feel more than all may see. My bosom is heavy-hearted, and thine full of doubt for me. One moment has bound the free. That moment has gone forever, like lightning that flashed and died. Like a snowflake upon the river, like a sunbeam upon the tide, which the dark shadows hide.
But Gary...
Be quiet for a minute, darling. That moment from time was singled as the first of a life of pain. The cup of its joy was mingled, delusion too sweet though vain, too sweet to be mine again. There now, that was Shelley. Don't you think it's beautiful?
Yes, but Gary...
There's nothing Shelley didn't know about love. Not a thing. All the sadness, all the joy, all the unbearable pain. Don't cry. Please, don't cry. I can't bear it.
How can you say that I'm only in love with an illusion and not the real you at all?
Because it's true.
It isn't. It was the real you last night. You weren't on the stage. You weren't acting.
I was. I'm always acting, watching myself go by. That's what's so horrible. I see myself all the time eating, drinking, loving, suffering. Sometimes I think I'm going mad.
I could help you if you'd only let me.
What, dear?
I could help you if you'd only let me.
If only you could. But it's too late.
It isn't. I swear to you it isn't. You see, I'll prove it to you.
You must get out of the tiresome habit of contradicting everything I say. It is too late. Listen, my dear. It isn't that I don't love you. I do. I knew it the first moment I took you in my arms last night. But you see, I'm not free, like other men, to take happiness when it comes to them. I belong to my public and to my work. In 2 weeks' time, I'm going to Africa with a repertoire of 6 plays. And you realize what that means, the work, the drudgery, the nerve strain. But that's my job, the one thing to which I must be faithful. When I come back, if I come back, I shall look at you again, and I shall know in the first glance whether you've waited for me or not. Ah, come here. Kiss me. Once, just once. And then go.
Oh, Gary, you darling.
Au revoir, my sweet. Not goodbye. Just au revoir. 11:15. Come, dear, away with melancholy. It's 11:15. Hurry up and get dressed. Oh, Lord.
Do you want your coffee here or upstairs?
Anywhere, Fred, anywhere. Put it anywhere within reason.
I'd have brought it in to you, but I heard all the weeping and the wailing going on and thought perhaps I'd better not.
Put the tray down, Fred, and go away.
Rightio.
Fred said I was to go and speak to the young lady.
Very well, Miss Erickson.
What shall I say to her?
I really don't know.
I've been to the grocer's.
That's as good an opening gambit as any.
Just see that she has everything she wants, Miss Erickson, and turn on a bath for her.
I must know that I cannot do. The tap makes no water.
Well, rise above the whole situation and do the best you can.
Oh, I will try.
Preserve that spirit of cheerful optimism, Miss Erickson. Ew. Coffee tastes of curry powder.
Never mind.
I do mind. I wish I had a French chef instead of a Scandinavian spiritualist.
You could never get rid of Miss Erickson. She worships you.
Everybody worships me. It's nauseating.
There's hell to pay if they don't. Hello? Mr. Essendine's secretary speaking? Oh, Tony. Hold on, he's just here. He wants to know what you thought of the play last night.
I'll tell him. Morning, Tony. Thank you very much for the seats. They were most comfortable. No, Tony. No. Frankly, no. Now tell me, in a few brief phrases, what on earth persuaded you to coax poor old Laura from her merciful retirement? Oh, yes, I know she has a certain attack. She also happens to be one of the few actresses living who can be dressed by Schiaparelli and look as if she'd been upholstered by maples. And she has about as much sex appeal as a haddock. No, I haven't read them. I never read notices. That's insufferable. If they think ranting and roaring's good acting, I'm thankful I'm going to Africa. Come round about 6. Liz will be here. She gets back from Paris today. Right, goodbye. See you later.
Is Miss Stillington dressed yet?
Yes, but she is crying, which makes her slow. The bath was on the blink.
You'd better go upstairs, Gary. Miss Erickson, tell Fred Mr. Essendine wants his bath.
I will tell him.
Oh. Hello? Oh, Henry. Yes. Yes, he's in, but he's going to have his bath. Today? Oh, I thought you weren't going until the end of the week. Yes, of course. He's not lunching until 1:30. All right, I'll tell him.
Hello, Miss Erickson. Is everybody in? Yes, I think so. Good morning, Monica dear.
Oh, Liz, darling. We thought you weren't coming back until tonight.
I came over on the ferry, loaded with gifts like an Eastern potentate. Here's one for you.
Lovely.
It's a bottle of scent and very expensive.
Oh, thanks so much, Liz. Oh, you are a darling.
What's God up to?
In the bath.
I brought him a dressing gown.
How thoughtful. He's only got 18.
Don't be acid, Monica. You know he loves peacocking about in something new. It's nice and thin and highly suitable for Africa. Miss Erickson looked more peculiar than ever this morning. Is her spiritualism getting worse?
She got in touch with a dead friend at a séance on Sunday, and all he said was no, no, no on Christmas Day. It upset her very much.
I do hope she won't get any dotty and do something awful.
I don't think she will. Hers is quite a tranquil madness.
Hello, Fred. How's everything?
Bit of a lash up, miss. Same as usual.
It's very resolute of Fred to go on calling me miss, isn't it?
I think he has a sort of idea that when you gave up being Gary's wife, you automatically reverted to maidenhood.
It's a very pretty thought.
Oh, Miss Stillington. There you are. I'm so sorry about the bath.
It didn't matter a bit.
This is Mrs. Essendine. Miss Stillington.
How do you do?
Oh, Mrs. Essendine? Do you mean, are you Gary's wife?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were divorced.
We never quite got round to it.
Oh.
Please, don't look agitated. I up and left him years ago.
Miss Stillington lost her latchkey last night, so she spent the night in the spare room.
Oh, you poor dear. You must have been absolutely congealed.
Do you think I could get a taxi?
I'll ring up for one.
No, don't do that. My car's downstairs. It can take you wherever you want to go.
Oh, that's most awfully kind of you.
Not at all. The chauffeur's got bright red hair and his name's Frobisher. You can't miss him.
Thank you very much indeed. You're sure it's not inconvenient?
Not in the least. Just tell him to come straight back here after he's dropped you.
Oh, yes, of course I will. Thank you very much again.
Not at all.
Goodbye.
I'll see you out.
No, please. There's no trouble.
No trouble at all.
Has that been going on long, Monica, or is it new?
Quite new. I found it wandering about in Gary's pyjamas.
Oh, poor little thing. How awful for her to be faced with me like that. You ought to have pretended I was someone else.
Serve her right. She ought to be ashamed of herself.
She seemed to be what is known as a lady. It's very odd, isn't it?
That type's particularly idiotic, and the woods are full of them. They go shambling about London without hats and making asses of themselves.
Very discouraging.
Well, I don't mind if only they'd leave Gary alone. It makes the morning so complicated. I think it's high time we all went for him again, if only out of consideration for Africa.
I'll have a go at him. After all, he's turned 40 now. It's high time he relaxed.
If you think a big scene's really necessary, we can get Henry and Morris, too, and have a real rouser the night before he sails. It's generally more effective when we all do it together.
Morris is awfully hysterical these days, and Henry's not nearly so reliable since he married Joanna.
Do you like her?
She's a lovely creature, but tricky. Yes, I think I like her all right.
I don't.
You never would, darling. She's not your cup of tea at all.
Who isn't your cup of tea at all?
Joanna.
Oh, she's not bad. Bit predatory, perhaps, but as far as I can see, everyone's predatory in one way or another.
I shall give it up for Lent.
Good morning, darling. Where's my present?
On the piano.
Not another glass horse, is it, to go with Lord Baldwin?
No, it's a dressing gown for Africa.
A dressing gown, Monica, just what we wanted. Oh, it's absolutely charming. I'm mad about it. Oh, so beautifully austere. Don't say anything important for a minute. Ah, impeccable taste. Best possible colonial propaganda.
Henry rang up. He's going to Brussels today, and he's coming in to see you before he goes. I think Morris is, too.
Go away then, Monica. I must talk to Gary before Morris gets here. It's important.
You'd better hurry. Mr. Maule will be here in a minute.
Who is Mr. Maule?
You know perfectly well who he is. He's the young man who wrote that mad play, half in verse, and caught you on the telephone. You were so busy being attractive and unspoiled by your great success that you promised him an appointment.
Monica, dear, it is your pride and pleasure to protect me from things like that. I can't possibly see him.
You must see him. He's coming all the way from Uckfield, and it serves you right for snatching the telephone when I wasn't looking.
I've noticed great change in you lately, Monica. I don't know whether it's because you've stopped cramming yourself with potatoes or what it is, but you're getting nastier and nastier with every day that passes. Go away.
I shall be in the office if you want me.
Of course you'll be in the office, spinning awful plots and intrigues against me. I shouldn't wonder.
I will if I can think of any.
Oh, go away.
Liz, do try and persuade him to have some electric treatments on his hair. It's getting terribly thin.
Well, darling, tell me all about everything.
I saw the play.
Was it good?
Yes, very. We shall have to change it a bit, but I don't want to go on about it until I've seen Morris after lunch.
I told him I can't open until November. I must have a holiday after Africa, so there's lots of time.
Now, I want to talk to you about something else.
I don't like that tone at all. What's on your mind?
Your general behaviour.
Really, Liz, what have I done now?
Who was that poor little creature I saw here this morning in evening dress?
She'd lost her latchkey.
They often do.
Now, you listen to me, Liz.
You're over 40, you know.
Only just.
And in my humble opinion, all this scampering about is rather undignified.
Scampering about, indeed. You have a genius for putting things unpleasantly. I suppose you were discussing all this with Monica, Morris and Henry.
I haven't yet, but I will, unless I see some sign of improvement.
Blackmail, hey?
You know how you hate it when we all make a concerted pounce?
The thing that astonishes me in life is people's arrogance.
Well, you're a fine one to talk about arrogance.
It's fantastic. Look at you all, gossiping in corners, whispering behind your fans, telling me what to do and what not to do. It's downright sauce. That's what it is. And what happens if I relax my loving hold on any of you for 1 minute? Disaster. I happen to play a 3-month season in New York. Henry immediately gets pneumonia, goes to Biarritz to recover, meets Joanna, and marries her.
Isn't all this a little beside the point?
Certainly not. 20 years ago, Henry put all his money into The Lost Cavalier, who played it for 18 months to capacity with extra matinees. I did. Who started his whole career as a producer in that play? Morris. And who...
I wish you'd stop asking questions and answering them yourself. It makes me dizzy.
Where would you all be without me? Where would Monica be now if I hadn't snatched her away from that revolting old aunt of hers and given her a job?
With the revolting old aunt.
And you, one of the most depressing, melancholy actresses on the English stage. Where would you be if I hadn't forced you to give up acting and start writing?
The open-air theatre, Regent's Park.
Good. God, I even had to marry you to do it.
Yes, and a fine gesture that turned out to be.
Well, I was in love with you for longer than anyone else, so you can't grumble.
I never grumbled. I believe in going through any experience, however shattering.
Not since you adored it. You know you did.
I still do, dear. You're so chivalrous, rubbing it in how dependent we all are on you for every breath we take.
Well, I didn't say that.
Anyhow, you're just as dependent on us now. We stop you being extravagant and buying houses every 5 minutes. We stopped you in the nick of time from playing Peer Gynt.
I still maintain that I should have been magnificent as Peer Gynt.
Above all, we stop you from overacting.
You have now gone too far. I think you'd better go away somewhere.
I've only just come back.
Monica! Monica!
What on earth's the matter?
Monica, have you, or have you not, ever seen me overact?
Frequently.
It's a conspiracy. I knew it.
As a matter of fact, you're overacting now.
Very well. I give in. You're all against me. It doesn't matter how much I'm wounded and insulted. It doesn't matter that my timorous belief in myself should be subtly undermined.
Your belief in yourself is about as timorous as Napoleon.
And look what happened to him. He died, forsaken and alone, on a beastly little island in the middle of the sea.
Islands have that in common. Now, about Morris.
What about Morris? What's wrong?
I'm not definitely sure that anything is, really, but I've heard things.
Oh, what sort of thing?
I think you're going to have to do a little of your famous finger-wagging. It's Joanna.
Joanna?
Apparently, Morris is in love with her.
Morris and Joanna? He must be mad. Does Henry suspect it?
I don't think so. But then he never would he, unless it was shoved under his nose.
But never to marry her in the first place. I always said it was a grave mistake. You can't introduce stereotyped diamond-studded sirens into a closely knit group like us without asking for trouble.
I don't think she's as stereotyped as all that.
Really?
But she's dangerous, all right.
Oh, but it's too tiresome. Just as I'm going away and everything. Might bust up the whole business.
If Henry finds out, it certainly will.
What are we to do?
You'd better, first of all, find out from Morris whether it's true or not. And if it is, how far it's gone. Then read the riot act and get him away somewhere. Take him to Africa with you, anything.
Oh, there's that beastly young man from Uckfield, and here am I trembling like a leaf. I can't face him, I know I can't.
It may not be the young man at all, it may be Morris.
To hell with Morris, to hell with everybody.
Oh, don't be idiotic. You know as well as I do that if there's any truth in this Joanna business, it'll land us all in the most sordid complications and probably wreck everything. You've got to find out. And if you don't, I shall.
He won't tell you a thing. He'll really get into a rage and ask you to mind your own business.
I shall be in until 1:15. Telephone me when he's gone.
He won't go. I'm lunching with him. I can't give you a detailed report of his love life over the telephone with him sitting here.
Dial my number by mistake. And just say, I'm so sorry it's the wrong number. Then I shall know.
What will you know?
That everything's all right. But if you say, I'm so terribly sorry it's the wrong number, I'll know that everything's all wrong and be round in a flash to back you up.
Intrigue! My whole life is immersed in intrigue!
Have you got that clear? Will you promise to do it?
All right. The front doorbell, Miss Erickson, has been pealing incessantly for 28 minutes.
All right, yes. I'm Mr. Moore. I'm expecting after. Mr. Moore!
Ah! How do you do?
How do you do?
This is my wife, Mr. Moore. She just popped in for a moment and is now about to pop out again.
Oh, how do you do?
I know you have an appointment with Gary, and I wouldn't dream of interrupting you, so I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Remember, Gary, I shall be sitting by the telephone.
I'm so sorry it's the wrong number.
All right.
I'm so terribly sorry it's the wrong number.
All wrong.
Bye. Do sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Don't you smoke?
No.
Oh. Would you like a drink?
No, thank you.
Oh. Tell me, how old are you?
25. Why?
It doesn't really matter, I just wondered.
How old are you?
Oh, 40 in December. Jupiter, you know. Very energetic.
Yes, of course.
You've come all the way from Uckfield.
It isn't very far.
I know, but it sort of sounds far, doesn't it?
It's quite near Lewes.
There's nothing to worry about then, is there? Now, I must talk to you about your play.
I expect you hated it.
Well, to be candid, I did think it was a little uneven.
I thought you'd say that.
I'm glad I'm running so true to form.
Well, I mean, it really isn't the sort of thing you would like, is it?
In that case, why on earth did you send it to me?
I just took a chance. I mean, I know you only play rather trashy stuff as a rule, but I thought you just might like to have a shot at something deeper.
What is there in your play, Mr. Moore, that you consider so deep? Apart from the plot, which is completely submerged after the first 4 pages.
Plots aren't important. It's ideas that matter. Look at Chekhov.
In addition to ideas, I think we might concede Chekhov a certain flimsy sense of psychology, don't you?
You mean my play isn't psychologically accurate?
It isn't very good, you know. Really, it isn't.
I think it's very good indeed.
I understand that perfectly, but you must admit that my opinion, based on a lifelong experience of the theatre, might be the right one.
The commercial theatre.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
I suppose you'll say that Shakespeare wrote for the commercial theatre and the only point in doing anything with the drama at all is to make money. All those old arguments. What you don't realise is that the theatre of the future is the theatre of ideas.
That may be, but at the moment I am occupied with the theatre of the present.
And what do you do with it? Every play you appear in is exactly the same. Superficial, frivolous, without the slightest intellectual significance. You have a great following and a strong personality, and all you do is prostitute yourself every night of your life. All you do with your talent is wear dressing gowns and make witty remarks, when you might be really helping people, making them think, making them feel.
There can be no two opinions about it. I'm having a most discouraging morning.
If you want to live in people's memories, to go down to posterity as an important man, you'd better do something about it quickly. There isn't a moment to be lost.
I don't give a hoot about posterity. Why should I worry about what people think of me when I'm dead as a doornail anyway? My worst defect is that I'm too apt to worry about what people think of me when I'm alive. But I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm changing my methods, and you are my first experiment. Sit down. As a rule, when insufferable young beginners have the impertinence to criticize me, I dismiss the whole thing lightly because I'm embarrassed for them and consider it not quite fair game to puncture their inflated egos too sharply. But this time, my highbrow young friend, you're going to get it in the neck. To begin with, your play is not a play at all. It is a meaningless jumble of adolescent, pseudo-intellectual poppycock. It bears no relation to the theatre or to life or to anything, and you yourself wouldn't be here at this moment if I hadn't been bloody fool enough to pick up the telephone when my secretary wasn't looking. Now that you are here, however, I would like to tell you this. If you wish to become a playwright, you leave the theatre of tomorrow to take care of itself. Go and get yourself a job as a butler in a repertory company, if they'll have you. Learn from the ground up how plays are constructed, what is actable and what isn't. Then sit down and write at least 20 plays, one after the other, and if you can manage to get the 21st produced for a Sunday night performance, you'll be damn lucky.
I'd no idea you were like this. You're wonderful.
Oh, my God.
I'm awfully sorry if you think I was impertinent just now, but I'm awfully glad, too, because if I hadn't been, you wouldn't have got angry, and if you hadn't got angry, I shouldn't have known what you're really like.
You don't in the least know what I'm really like.
Oh, yes, I do, now.
How should it matters, anyhow?
Oh, it matters to me.
What do you mean?
Do you really want to know?
What are you talking about?
Well, it's rather difficult to explain, really.
What is rather difficult to explain?
What I feel about you.
Now, my dear young man.
No, please, let me speak. You see, in a way, I've been rather unhappy about you for quite a long time.
Oh.
You've been a sort of obsession with me. I saw you in your last play 47 times. One week I came every night in the pit because I was up in town trying to pass an exam.
Did you pass it?
No, I didn't.
I'm not entirely surprised.
Well, my father wants me to be a lawyer. Imagine.
Imagine.
That's what the exam was for. But actually, I've been studying psychology a great deal because somehow I felt that I wasn't at peace with myself.
Imagine.
Then gradually, bit by bit, I began to realize that you signified something to me.
What sort of something?
I don't quite know. Not yet.
You know that? Not yet. It's one of the most sinister remarks I've ever heard.
Oh, don't laugh at me, please. I'm always sick if anyone laughs at me.
Forgive me, but you know, you really are a most peculiar young man.
I'm all right now, though. I think I shall be able to sublimate you all right.
Sublimate me?
Yes.
Then I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to go away and start now. I'm expecting my manager, and we have some business to discuss.
Oh, well, that's all right. I'm going immediately.
Shall I get you your script?
Oh, no. Tear it up. You were quite right about it. It was only written with part of myself. I see that now. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Monica!
Has he gone?
If ever that young man rings up again, get rid of him at all costs. He's as mad as a hatter.
What did he do?
He started by insulting me and finished by sublimating me.
Dear, you look quite shattered.
I am.
Have a glass of sherry.
Those are the first kind words I've heard this morning.
I think I'll have a nip too.
There's Morris.
Here you are.
Thank you. What time is it?
20 to 1. I'll let him in. Morris. Oh, hello.
There's a strange young man sitting on the stairs.
What's he doing, Henry?
Crying. What have you been up to, Gary?
I haven't been up to anything. I merely told him what I thought of his play.
I'm glad to see you haven't lost your touch.
Sherry, Morris?
Oh, thanks.
Henry?
Is it the same sherry you always have?
Yes.
No, thanks.
Why not? What's the matter with it?
Nothing much. It's just not very nice.
You ought never to have joined the Athenaeum, Henry. It was disastrous.
I don't really see why.
It made you pompous.
It can't have. I've always been too frightened to go into it. Well, Henry's quite right about the sherry. It's disgusting.
If anybody complains about anything else, I shall go out of my mind. This studio has been like a wailing wall all morning.
Hello, what's the matter with the old boy, Monica? He seems remarkably crotchety.
Well, Liz went for him a bit, and then I told him he overacted.
Ooh.
He really has had rather a beastly time. And then that dotty young man on top of everything.
Well, never mind, Gary. God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. I've got some lovely news for you.
What?
Nora Fenwick can't come to Africa.
Why not?
She's broken her leg.
Well, really? How does a silly bitch do it?
She fell down at Victoria Station.
She's no right to be at Victoria Station. Who can we get?
Morris wants Beryl Willard, but I don't think
Morris wants who?
Beryl Willard.
Does he? So Morris wants Beryl Willard.
Why not? She's extremely competent.
I agree. I quite agree. Beryl Willard is extremely competent. Beryl Willard has been extremely competent man and boy for 40 years.
Oh, now, Gary.
In addition to her extreme competence, she has contrived, with uncanny skill, to sustain a spotless reputation for being the most paralyzing, epoch-making, monumental, world-shattering, god-awful bore that ever drew breath.
What he's trying to say is that he doesn't care for Beryl Willard.
All right, she's out. Whom do you suggest?
Just a moment. If you're going to start one of those casting arguments, I'm going. I've got to catch a plane for Brussels. I just want to let you know that you can't have the Mayfair Theatre for the French play in the autumn.
Why not?
Because Robert's got it for the whole season, starting in September.
Why did you let him? You knew I wanted it.
The forum is very much nicer and the capacity is bigger.
It's a conspiracy. You both of you have been trying to get me into that underheated morgue for years.
It's being done up and redecorated.
It'll have to be rebuilt brick by brick before I step foot in it.
Oh, arrange it later, will you, Morris? He's obviously in one of his states this morning. I can't stop now.
What are you going to Brussels for, anyhow?
Business. Nice, ordinary, straightforward business. Nothing to do with the theatre at all. I can't wait to get there. Goodbye, sweetie. Try to be a little more amiable when I come back. Goodbye, Monica.
Bye, Henry.
Goodbye, Morris. Oh, Morris, by the way, you might ring up Joanna. She's all alone.
Oh, I have. I'm taking her to the opening at His Majesty's tomorrow night.
Fine. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Do you want me anymore?
Why? What are you going to do?
I'm going to write to Beryl Willard and ask her to come and live with you.
So, Morris, you're taking Joanna to the opening at His Majesty's tomorrow, are you?
Yes. Why?
Oh, Morris.
What the devil's the matter?
You like Joanna, don't you?
Well, yes, of course I do. She's a darling.
I wouldn't describe her as a darling, exactly, but then I don't see very much of her. I'd rather gather that you do.
What are you getting at?
People are beginning to talk, Morris.
What about?
About you and Joanna.
Oh, rubbish.
Perfectly true, and you know it.
I don't know anything of the sort.
You in love with her?
No, of course I'm not.
Do you swear to me that you haven't had an affair with her?
Mind your own business.
Good God, if this isn't my business, nothing is. If you're fooling about with Joanna on the side and Henry finds out, do you realize what it'll mean?
I refuse to go on with this conversation.
You can refuse until you're blue in the face. You're going to listen to me.
I've no intention of submitting to one of your famous finger-wagging tirades. I'm sick to death of them.
I'm not going to ask you any more questions. I am, however, going to make you see one thing clearly, and it's this. You, Henry, Monica, Liz, and I share something of inestimable importance to all of us, and that something is mutual respect and trust. God knows it's been hard won. Here we are, 5 people, closely woven together by affection and work and intimate knowledge of each other. It's too important a setup to risk breaking for any outside emotion or reason whatsoever. Joanna is alien to us. She doesn't really belong to us. She never could. Henry realizes that perfectly well. He's nobody's fool, and to do him justice, he's never tried to force her on us. But don't you believe for one moment that Joanna isn't a potential danger? Because she is. She's 100% female, exceedingly attractive, and ruthlessly implacable in the pursuit of anything she wants. If she could succeed in wreaking havoc among all of us, I'm quite certain she would leave no stone unturned. She's a scalp hunter, that baby, if ever I saw one. And all I implore you is this, be careful.
But I haven't the least intention of...
You needn't say anything now, but be careful. Is that clear?
Quite.
Good. Oh, good heavens, it's after 1. I forgot to ring for a table.
Well, there's no need, we can always go upstairs.
No, we can't. Upstairs smells of potted shrimps. It might take a minute to bring up. So sorry, it's the wrong number. Oh, how foolish of me. I'm always doing that, lately.
Hello. Oh, Liz. No, I've been in about half an hour. Yes, dear, quite alone. I'm turning over a new leaf. Haven't you heard? Yes, with both of them. I went to supper with them at the Savoy afterwards, and Morris and I dropped her home. No, I didn't go on about it anymore. I thought it wiser not. You sound a bit sceptical. No, as a matter of fact, she was very charming. She's quite intelligent, you know, and I must say she's a permanent pleasure to the eye. All right. No, I've got to lunch with Tony. Very well, about 11. Yes, of course, I'm going straight to bed with a book. Good night, darling. Same to you. Be good. Well, bed, I think. Damn, who on earth's that?
Joanna!
Gary! Oh, I can't tell you how relieved I am that you're in. I've done the most idiotic thing.
Why? Whatever's happened?
I've forgotten my latchkey.
Oh, Joanna.
Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm not in the least inefficient as a rule. This is the first time I've ever done such a thing in my life. I'm in an absolute fury. I had a dress in the most awful rush to dine with Frida and go to the Toscanini concert. But I left it in my other bag.
And I suppose the servants all sleep at the top of the house?
They do more than sleep. They apparently go off into a coma. I've been battering on the door for nearly half an hour.
Would you like a drink?
Oh, very much indeed. I'm exhausted.
We must decide what is best to be done.
I went to a call box and rang up Liz, but she must be out because there wasn't a reply.
Oh, you rang up Liz and there wasn't a reply.
Thank you. As I hadn't any more coppers and the taxi man hadn't either, I came straight here.
Cigarette?
Thank you. You're looking very whimsical. Don't you believe me?
Of course I believe you, Joanna. After all, why on earth shouldn't I?
I don't know. You always look at me as if you didn't trust me an inch. It's a shame, you know, because I'm so nice, really.
I'm sure you are, Joanna.
I know that voice, Gary. You've used it in every play you've ever been in.
Complete naturalness on the stage is my strong suit.
You never really liked me, have you?
No, not particularly.
I wonder why.
I always had a feeling you were rather tiresome.
In what way, tiresome?
Oh, I don't know. There's a certain arrogance about you, a little too much self-assurance.
You don't care for competition, I see.
You're lovely looking, of course. I always thought that.
Thank you.
If perhaps a little too aware of it.
Oh, I wish you'd stop being suave, just for a minute.
What would you like me to do? Fly into a tantrum? Burst into tears?
I think I should like you to be kind.
Kind?
Yes. At least, kind enough to make an effort to overcome your perfectly obvious prejudice against me.
I'm sorry, it's so obvious.
I'm not quite an idiot, although I must say you always treat me as if I were. Now, I know you resented my marrying Henry, you all did, and I entirely see why you should have, anyhow, at first. But after all, that's 5 years ago. During that time, I've done my best not to obtrude myself, not to encroach on any special preserves. My reward has been rather meagre, from you particularly. Nothing but artificial politeness and a slightly frigid tolerance.
Oh, poor Joanna.
I see my appeal has fallen on stony ground. I'm so sorry.
Well, what shall we do now?
Is there any necessity to do anything?
Well, my social sense tells me that something is demanded, but for the life of me, I can't think what it is.
There's always the radio.
Oh, no. Not here, there isn't.
I'm so glad I'm adult. You must be pretty shattering to the young and inexperienced.
Is that a subtle allusion to my charm?
You glitter so brightly. You're so gaily caparisoned. All the little bells tinkling.
I sound like a circus horse.
Well, you are rather like a circus horse, as a matter of fact. Prancing into the ring to be admired, jumping with such assurance through all the paper hoops.
You know, Joanna, dear, you really must make up your mind. This provocative skirmishing is getting me down. What do you want?
I want you to be what I believe you really are. Friendly and genuine. Someone to be trusted. I want you to do me the honor of stopping your eternal performance just for a little. Ring down the curtain, take off your makeup and relax.
I was right about you from the first.
Were you?
Yes, you're as predatory as hell.
Gary!
You got poor wretched Henry when he was convalescent. You made a dead set at Morris, and now, by God, you're after me. Don't deny it. I can see it in your eye. You suddenly appear out of the night, reeking with the lust of conquest. The whole atmosphere's quivering with it. You had your hair done today, didn't you? And your nails. Probably your feet, too. That's a new dress, those are new shoes. And your mind even more expertly groomed to vanquish than your body. Every word, every phrase, every change of mood cunningly planned. Just the right amount of sex antagonism mixed with subtle flattery. Just the right switch over perfectly timed from provocative implication to wistful diffidence. You want to know what I'm really like, don't you, under all the glittering veneer? Well, this is it. This is what I'm really like, fundamentally honest. When I'm driven into a corner, I tell the truth, and the truth at the moment is that I know you, Joanna. I know what you're after. I can see through every trick. Go away and leave me alone.
Curtain.
Oh.
Darling, darling.
How dare you call me darling?
I think you are a darling. I always have.
Will you please go away immediately?
You're really the reason I married Henry.
Are there no depths to which you will not descend?
Absolutely none. I'm in love with you. I've been in love with you for over 7 years now, and it's high time something was done about it.
This is the end.
No, my sweet, only the beginning.
Listen to me, Joanna.
I think you better listen to me first.
I shall do no such thing.
No, you must. It's terribly important to us all. Please sit down.
I'd rather walk about if you don't mind.
Sit down. Dear, sweet Gary, please sit down. You must concentrate. Things aren't nearly as bad as they look. I've got to explain, and I can't if you're whirling about all the
This
time.
is dreadful, dreadful.
Now, first of all, I want you to promise to answer me one question absolutely truthfully, will you?
What is it?
Will you promise?
Yes, all right. Go on.
If you had never seen me in your life before, if we'd met for the first time tonight, if I were in no way concerned with anyone you know, would you have made love to me? Would you have wanted me?
Yes.
Well, that's that. Now...
Look here, Joanna.
No, shut up. Now, you must be fair. You must let me explain. When I said just now that you were really the reason I married Henry, that was only partly true. Now, I'm devoted to Henry. Much fonder of him than he is of me. Well, he was madly in love with me for the first 2 years, but he isn't now. You stood between us. Not only in my heart, but his. He hated your thinly veiled disapproval of me. And it gradually strangled his love for me. That's the worst of people like you, with your damn dominant personalities. You not only affect people when they're actually with you, but when they're away from you as well. Henry has been vitally unfaithful to me 11 times, to my certain knowledge, during the last 3 years. He's probably having a high old time in Brussels at this very moment.
You're lying, Joanna.
I'm not lying. I don't mind enough to lie. Henry's a darling. I wouldn't leave him for anything in the world. We get on perfectly. Much better now, really, than we did before. But you're the one I'm in love with and always have been. I don't want to live with you. God forbid. You'd drive me mad in a week. But you are to me the most charming, infuriating, passionately attractive man that I've ever known in all my life.
What about Morris?
Morris? Don't be so idiotic. He was only a step nearer you.
Is he in love with you? Has there been anything between you?
Of course there hasn't. He's very sweet, but he doesn't attract me in the least, and never could.
Do you swear that?
There's no need for me to swear it. You can see, can't you? And even if you can't see, you must at least be able to feel that what I'm saying is true. We're neither of us exactly adolescent. We both know enough by experience that when our instincts are pushing us with all their force in one direction, that it's foolish and painful to rush off into another.
Are you sure it's so foolish?
It's the most foolish thing in the world to store up regrets. Who could you and I possibly harm by loving each other for a little?
Please, may I get up now?
Yes.
How was the Toscanini concert?
Glorious. He played the 8th and the 7th.
Personally, I prefer the 5th.
I like the 9th best of all.
There's nothing like the dear old 9th.
I love the Queen's Hall, don't you? So uncompromising.
I love the Albert Hall much, much more.
I wonder why. I always find it depressing.
Not when they're doing Hiawatha, surely.
Even then.
I won't hear one word against the Albert Hall.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is Mr. Essendine awake yet?
He has not rung.
I wonder if you'd be very kind and tell him that I am awake.
Alas, no, he would be crazy with anger.
Would he indeed? I should be crazy with anger myself unless I have some breakfast. Been ringing that bell in there for hours.
It does not work.
Oddly enough, that dawned on me after a while.
It is the mice. They eat right through the wires. They're very destructive.
Good morning, miss.
Good morning.
Oh, dear.
Beg your pardon?
You're Mrs. Lippiat, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, what do you know?
That, I gather, was Mr. Essendine's valet. Does he always behave like that?
He was a steward on a very large ship.
Most of the ship stewards I've met have got good manners.
He's the only one I know.
I would like some China tea, some thin toast without butter, and a soft-boiled egg, please.
We have no China tea and no eggs either, but I will make the toast with pleasure.
Have you any coffee?
Yes, we have coffee.
Then kindly bring me some as quickly as you can.
I will tell Fred.
And as he was on such a very large ship, perhaps he could do something about the tap in that bathroom.
And that he was not a bathroom steward. Good morning, Miss Reed.
Good morning, Miss Erickson.
Good morning, Monica.
Joanna!
Thank heaven you've come. I've had such a complicated chat with that housekeeper.
Did you stay here last night?
Yes. Well, that's sweet of Gary to let me. I did the most idiotic thing. I lost my latchkey.
You lost your latchkey?
I was in a dreadful state, and then I suddenly thought of Gary.
Suddenly thought of Gary.
Why do you keep repeating everything I say?
I don't know. It seems easier than saying anything else.
Why, Monica, you actually look as though you disapproved of my staying the night here.
I think it was tactless, to say the least of it.
I haven't saying why. It was a perfectly natural thing to do in the circumstances.
I always knew it.
Always knew what?
That you'd cause trouble. Oh, there's someone at the door. You'd better go back in the spare room.
I'm quite happy here, thank you.
Just as you please.
Good morning, Monica.
Hello, Liz. I'm so glad you've come. Joanna's here.
Oh, is she? Good morning, Joanna. This is a surprise.
Liz, darling, I tried to get you for hours last night. I'd lost my latchkey and was in the most awful state. But you weren't in.
I was in from 10 o'clock onwards. You must have been ringing the wrong number.
I rang the number you gave me.
Then I must have given you the wrong number.
I shall be in the office if you want me, Liz.
Poor thing. She's aged so terribly since I last saw her. So she's mad about Gary, like all of us.
All of us, Joanna?
I must say, he is enchanting. We had the most lovely talk last night.
I think it would be better if neither Morris nor Henry knew you stayed the night here, Joanna.
Good heavens, why? Henry wouldn't mind a bit.
I wouldn't be too sure of that if I were you. Anyhow, Morris would.
Morris? What's it got to do with Morris?
Oh, really, Joanna?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Now, listen to me. I know perfectly well that you have been unfaithful to Henry with Morris, so you needn't trouble to deny it any further.
It's a most abominable lie.
Unfortunately, I dined quietly with Morris last night upstairs at the Ivy. He was very upset and became rather hysterical, as you know he sometimes does. And he told me everything.
So he told you everything, did he?
Oh, it's quite natural that he should. After all, we're very old friends, you know, all of us.
How dare he discuss me with you? Or with anyone?
Oh, don't be silly, Joanna.
Charming constellation of gossipy little planets circling round the great, glorious sun.
I was coming to that.
What do you mean?
I don't want to know anything about what happened last night. But I'll tell you one thing. The great, glorious sun is not going to get tangled up in this if I can stop it. And I can.
You mean you'd be low enough to tell Gary?
Yes. And Morris. And Henry. I'll tell them all, unless you do as I say.
And what if I don't?
You'll be out, my dear, with all of us for good. With Gary most of all, quite soon. And you wouldn't like that, you know. It would be very shaming to your vanity.
You're very sure?
Absolutely positive. I know Gary very well, you know. After all, I've had every opportunity.
But you ever left him?
For him, yes, I think it is.
Why should you imagine that I should mind so terribly if I were out with all of you, as you put it?
Principally because you made such a terrific effort to get in. Now, are you going to be sensible and do what I ask you or not?
You haven't asked me anything yet.
I want you to promise me that you won't see Gary again before he goes to Africa.
I'm bound to see him again. How can I avoid it?
You can be ill. You can go to Paris, anywhere.
I've no intention of doing any such thing.
Very well.
It'll be you who's breaking everything up, not me.
That'll be Morris. He told me last night he was coming to see Gary at 11.
Oh. Look here, Liz.
I'm glad, really. It'll be more convenient.
Oh. Well, I can't face him. It'll be too unpleasant. I'll do as you say.
You swear it? You swear you won't see him again? You'll go away?
Yes, I swear.
Oh, quickly, go into the spare room. Don't come out until I tell you.
Yes.
It's a Mr. Maule. He says he's got an appointment.
A Mr. who?
Maule. He looks a bit wet to me.
Oh, dear. Oh, well, I suppose you'd better show him in. Miss Reed can deal with him. I'll tell her.
Rightio, miss.
Monica! Monica!
What is it?
Mr. Maule is here.
He's no right to be. He's raving mad.
Mr. Maule.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
We met before, do you remember?
Yes, very well. Just the other day.
Yes.
Have you an appointment with Mr. Essendine?
Oh, yes, indeed. I spoke to him last night on the telephone. He told me I was to come at 10:30. I fear I'm a little late.
I'm afraid you can't possibly see him just at the moment. Could you come back later?
Isn't there anywhere I could wait?
Oh, go into the office for a moment, and I'll find out when Mr. Essendine
Very
can see you.
kind. Thank you very much.
Oughtn't I to have let him in?
I don't know. He says Mr. Gary told him to come, although I hardly believe he did. You better go and wake him up and ask.
No, Monica. Don't wake Gary yet. I'd rather he slept on for a bit.
All right, Fred, we'll call him later.
It's all the same to me.
Now listen, Monica. I've guaranteed that neither you nor I will say a word to Henry or Morris or anybody about her being here if she swears not to see Gary again before he goes to Africa.
And did she?
Yes, she did. But Morris will be here at any minute and it's going to be awkward. There's a telephone in the spare room, isn't there?
Yes.
Is it the same number as this or different?
Well, it's the private line. This one is an extension from the office.
What's the number?
You know it, the private line. Sloane 2642.
Here he is. Leave this to me. I'll explain later.
Right home.
If you wouldn't mind waiting, sir, he's still asleep.
Well, no, he isn't. He's coming downstairs. Gary, where are you going?
Out?
Out where?
Just out? Suppose I can go out if I want to, can't I?
I never even knew you was up. You are a dark horse and no mistake.
Don't be impertinent, Fred, and go away.
All right, all right. The gentleman's in the office and the lady's in the spare room. If you happen to want either of them.
What's he talking about? The man's off his rocker.
Lady? No, really, Gary, you're impossible. Who is it?
I would be so very, very much obliged if everybody would mind their own goddamn business.
For heaven's sake, get rid of her. I've got to talk to you. I'm in a bad way.
What's the matter?
But get rid of her first, whoever she is. She's probably got her ear clamped to the keyhole.
How can I get rid of her? She may be in the bar.
Well, tell her to hurry, then.
Now, look here, Morris.
But if you won't, I will.
I forbid you to go near that room. Morris!
Will you come out, please? As soon as you can.
Idiot.
I'm coming.
Huh?
I was only just powdering my nose.
Liz, it's you.
Of course. Who did you think it was?
Oh, what on earth were you making such a fuss about, Gary?
I make fuss. Don't know what you mean.
Why are you so completely dressed so very suddenly? You were asleep a few minutes ago.
Oh, no, I wasn't. And what's more, I most gravely doubt whether I shall ever sleep again.
Perhaps your conscience was troubling you.
I cannot for the life of me imagine why everybody is so absolutely beastly to me. I'm bullied and cross-questioned, ordered about from morning till night. I can't wait to get to Africa. To be away from a lot of you.
It won't exactly be unrelieved sadness for us.
Oh, for God's sake, stop bickering, both of you. I'm in the most terrible state.
Why? What about?
Well, Liz knows. I told her last night.
What does Liz know? What did you tell her last night?
Pull yourself together, Morris. Have a drink or something, or try not to be silly.
I don't want to drink. If I have a drink, it'll make it much worse. It always does.
This is the most fascinating little conversation, but I must say I should appreciate the full flavour of it more if I had the faintest inkling as to what it was all about.
I haven't slept for 3 nights, Gary, ever since you talked to me the other morning.
Oh, dear.
Why not?
It's bad enough getting one of my awful obsessions. You know what I'm like when I get an obsession. God knows you've helped me through enough of them, but this time I've made an utter fool of myself, and I've lied to you into the bargain.
Lied to me? What do you mean?
Joanna and I love each other, Gary. It's been going on for months, but we made a pact that we'd lie about it to everyone, whatever happened, in order not to make an awful fuss and upset everyone. But I'm not used to lying to you. I never have before, and it's been absolutely driving me mad ever since. Yesterday afternoon, I couldn't bear it any longer, and I told Joanna I was going to tell you. She was furious, and she said she'd never speak to me again if I did, and went away and left me. I've been trying to find her ever since. She's disappeared. Her servant says she hasn't been home all night. I'm so terrified something's happened to her.
Perhaps it has.
Oh, you don't like her, Liz. You never did. I'm not sure that I do, really, but I love her.
You needn't fuss any more, Morris. Joanna spent the night with me.
Spent the night with you?
Yes, on the sofa. She lost her latchkey.
No.
She's there now. I told her I'd tell you to ring her up if I saw you.
I'll go round now.
Oh, you'd better ring up first and see if she's still there. She may have gone out. I'll get the number for you.
Oh, thanks, Liz. Thank you very much.
Hello? Maggie? Is Mrs. Lypiat still there? All right. Here you are, Morris.
Oh, hello? Hello, Joanna?
Gary, you are utter fool.
Yes, it's me, Morris. I've been terribly worried about you. Why didn't you tell me you were with Liz?
How'd you get her out? She's not out. She's in the spare room on the other line.
Well, I thought something had happened to you. Yes, I'm at the studio. No, only Liz and Gary. Yes, I had to. Oh, how can you be so cruel? Listen, Joanna. Look, I must see you. Joanna! She's hung up.
Serve you right.
Look, I must see her. I must see her. What am I to do, Liz?
Control yourself and don't be hysterical.
I'm going to Liz's flat now.
You're not. You're coming with me.
Coming with you? Where to?
Hampstead Heath.
Oh, it's cruel and heartless of you to try to be funny at a moment like this when you know I'm utterly miserable.
I'm not trying to be funny. What's the matter with Hampstead Heath?
Be quiet, Gary. Listen, Morris. It really would be better if you didn't try and see Joanna in your present state. Have a drink and calm down.
For goodness sake, Liz, stop flogging everyone into dipsomania.
We'll see her later in the day.
I'm surrounded with lies and intrigue and sickening emotionalism, and I tell you here and now, I'm not going to put up with it for a minute longer. My whole life is spent trying to help people and giving them wise, kindly advice and trying to shield them from the buffets of fate, and what's the result? They batten on me. They drain every ounce of vitality out of me. And then expect me to go tramping back and forth all over darkest Africa in order to make money for them. Money, money, money. That's all they think about. And when I'm weltering in my last moments in some malarial swamp, all you'll be saying is 10%, 10%, 10%. What happens if I try to snatch a little happiness for myself? A little gaiety, a little relaxation. I'm at once accused of being immoral and undignified and letting down my position. Position, indeed. I have no more position than a little frightened beetle, cringing away into the shadows, trying frantically to hide away from the blinding, merciless light of criticism.
Did you or did you not give an appointment to Roland Moore this morning?
What?
Did you or did you not give an appointment to Roland Moore?
I most emphatically did not. He terrifies the life out of me.
Well, he's here.
I'm afraid I told a wicked lie about the appointment, but I had to see you. It was very important.
Mr. Moore, you promised to stay in the office.
Yes, I wanted to tell you that it's all right.
What's all right?
About what I felt about you. I've got the whole thing straightened out.
I'm absolutely delighted, and I congratulate you from the bottom of my heart, but you really must go away now.
Please go now, Mr. Moore. Mr. Essendine is in the middle of a conference.
Like hell he is. Oh, there's somebody at the door. Miss Erickson, Fred, there's somebody at the door. I haven't the remotest idea who it is, but I strongly suspect it's a mad cripple from Stoke Poges who's passionately in love with me.
Well, I'd better go and let him in.
Mr. Moore, I really do think it would be better if you could come back later.
Couldn't I stay a little longer? You see, every moment I'm near him, I get smoother and smoother and smoother. My whole rhythm improves tremendously.
Where's Joanna? She's disappeared.
I thought you weren't coming back till tomorrow.
She hasn't been home all night. Nobody knows where she is.
It's all right, Henry. She stayed with me.
But
No, if you don't believe me, ring her up. Monica, get my flat on the telephone. You know the number.
Yes, I do.
Oh, thank you, Monica, if you would. How do you do? My name's Roland Moore. What? How do you do? Roland Moore. I don't think we've met.
Please go away, Mr. Moore.
Hello, Joanna? Hold on a minute. Henry wants to speak to you. Yes. Yes, he's here. In the studio.
Thank you. Darling. Oh, darling, you gave me the most awful fright. No, I got through everything yesterday, and there was no sense in staying, so But I sent a telegram. No, I couldn't think what had happened. Yes, we're all here. No, I think I shall have to lunch with Morris. There's some difficulty about the theatre for Gary for his play in the autumn. Will you be coming back to the house? All right, darling, I'll tell her. She says she's going out in a minute.
Oh, tell her to stay where she is. I'll pop in and see her presently.
Liz says, do stay where you are. She'll be around presently. What? Joanna? Huh? She's hung up.
There's a Lady Saltburn outside, Miss Reed. She says she has an appointment for 11:30.
Lady who?
Good heavens, what's today?
Black Thursday.
Thursday? I'd completely forgotten. Lady Saltburn's late. You promised to give her an audition and recommend her to the RADA or something. Do you remember?
No, I most certainly do not. She must be sent away immediately.
We can't send Lady Saltburn away. She gave us £50 for the Footlights Fund.
I am in no condition to listen to people's nieces this morning. I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown as it is.
What's happened?
Too much, Henry. Far, far too much.
You must see her. It won't take a minute. It would be most terribly rude not to, after all you promised. Fred, ask her in.
Rightio, miss.
It's all very exciting, isn't it?
We'd better go. I'll come back later, Gary. Liz, Henry?
Yes, all right. We'll go round to Liz's flat and talk to Joanna. It's only just round the corner.
No, I must go to the office and you must come too. It's urgent.
Lady Saltburn, Miss Daphne Stillington.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Monica, dear. You're a great comfort to me.
Oh, Mr. Essendine, this is so charming of you.
Not at all. It's a pleasure.
This is my niece, Daphne. I believe you knew her mother years ago. She died, you know, in Africa.
In Africa?
I've been longing to meet you, Mr. Essendine. I've loved everything you've ever done.
What a charming tribute.
Oh, Daphne simply wouldn't give me any peace until I had rung up your secretary and absolutely implored her for an appointment. She's so tremendously keen, you know.
Oh, she must be. I must introduce you to everybody. My wife, Lady Saltburn, my secretary, Miss Reed.
How do you do? You were so kind on the telephone.
And these two vivacious figures are Mr. Lippiat in blue.
How do you do?
And Mr. Dixon in grey. Mr. Maule in yellow.
How do you do? Oh, how do you do? This is quite a peek behind the scenes, isn't it, Daphne, dear?
This is the most thrilling moment of my life, Mr. Essendine. I've always wondered what you'd be like, close to...
Please excuse us, we really must go.
How sad. Goodbye.
Liz?
I'll come later.
All right. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lady Saltburn. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Maule.
I'm staying too.
Won't you sit down, Lady Saltburn?
Oh, thank you so much. Are you ready, Daphne? You know how busy Mr. Essendine is. I'm sure it's very sweet of him to see us at all. We mustn't impose on him.
Yes, I'm ready.
What are you going to do, sing?
No, I'm not going to sing. I'm just going to say a few lines.
Say a few lines. Would you like to stand on anything?
No.
Sit on anything?
No.
Glass of water?
No, thank you.
Far away.
We meet not as we parted.
I knew it.
We feel more than all may see. My bosom is heavy-hearted, and thine full of doubt for me. One moment has bound the free. That moment has gone forever, like lightning that flashed and died, like
a snowflake, dear.
Snowflake upon the river, like a sunbeam upon the tide, which the dark shadows hide. That moment from time was singlet.
Singlet? Very good. Never heard that before.
As the first of a life of pain, the cup of its joy was minglet.
Even better, minglet.
Delusion too sweet though vain, too sweet to be mine again.
Very good indeed.
That spare room is like a Frigidaire. And I have no intention of staying in it one moment longer. Will somebody kindly call me a taxi?
You'd better take my car, Joanna. It's downstairs.
The chauffeur's got red hair, and his name's Frobisher.
Oh, Daphne!
Thank you very much. I shan't see you again, Gary. I'm going to Paris tomorrow for a month, so this is goodbye. I do hope that when you go to Africa, you'll be wise enough to take all your staunch, loyal satellites with you. It's too dangerous for a little tinsel star to go twinkling off alone and unprotected. Please don't imagine that I haven't enjoyed the circus enormously. I have. But in the circuses I've been used to, it was always the ringmaster who cracked the whip, not the clowns. Goodbye.
Oh, she's fainted. Oh, Daphne.
Oh, this is splendid. Splendid. I feel reborn. Oh, go to hell.
Is everything packed, Monica?
Yes, I must be going home now, Gary.
Oh, Monica, don't leave me. I feel depressed.
Just now you were screaming for peace. I'll be here first thing in the morning.
I wish you were coming with me. I shall be utterly lost with some dreary temporary African.
Is Liz coming to the station?
No.
Why don't you go round and see her?
You know perfectly well. She's still in a rage. I haven't seen her for a week.
Have you tried?
Of course I have. I've telephoned her 3 times. Each time she spoke to me kindly and remotely as though an idiot child. I'm not sure she didn't spell some of the words out for me.
Would you like me to have a go at her?
Certainly not. If she wishes to behave like an outraged Mother Superior with chilblains, let her get on with it.
I do see her point. You really did go a little too far.
For heaven's sake, don't you start on me, too. I've got enough to put up with.
By the way, you'd better be careful if the telephone rings. Roland Maule has been calling up all the week.
I should welcome even him tonight. At least he'd be interesting psychologically.
So would Rasputin.
Oh, I feel dreadfully flat.
Oh.
I suppose everybody feels flat when they're going away.
It's your own fault that you're alone, you know. You refused all offers. You pleaded for a few hours' solitude and said you'd throw yourself out of the window if you didn't get it, and that then we should all be sorry.
I wonder if I shall ever see England again. I see myself under a mosquito net, fighting for breath.
Who with?
You have no imagination, Monica, just a flat, literal mind. Must be very depressing for you.
Now, you're getting a big boy, you know. You'll be 42 next birthday. Just fancy.
41 next birthday, just fancy.
Good night, darling.
I do envy you, Monica. You're so serene and unruffled. You go churning through life like some frightening old warship.
Thank you, darling. That sounds most attractive. Good night.
Have one more drink.
No, thanks. I really must be getting home. Good night.
I'm going away now, Miss Rosenbaum. Have you everything you want?
Frankly, Miss Erickson, no, I have nothing that I want.
Oh, what a pity.
Have you? Have any of us what we want?
Oh, Mr. Essendine, you're only acting. For a moment I was quite upset.
You lead a very strange life, Miss Erickson. Do you enjoy it?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Tell me all about it, from A to Z. Where are you going now, for instance?
I am going to my friend in Hammersmith. She is a German.
Is she a spy?
Yes, I think so, but she is very kind.
I understand from Fred that she's also a medium.
Oh, dear, yes. Sometimes she makes a trance. It's very surprising. She will lie on the ground for many hours making noises.
What sort of noises?
They're different. Sometimes she sings high up like a bird. Other times she may make a little bark. Often she is very ill.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, well, I must be pushing off now, Mr. Essendine.
Push away, Miss Erickson. It's been most interesting. Thank you very much.
Not at all. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, thank you very much. Hello, it's me.
Daphne. Really, Daphne, dear, how very sweet of you to think of coming to say goodbye.
But I haven't come to say goodbye.
What do you mean?
I'm coming with you. I bought my ticket this afternoon.
You what?
I've run away. I left a note for my aunt. You see, I know something now. I've known it all the week, really, ever since that awful morning when I fainted, when that dreadful prostitute came out of the spare room in that tawdry evening gown.
That was no prostitute, Daphne. That was the wife of one of my dearest friends.
Never mind. I know that you need me now as I need you.
Now, Daphne, dear, this is really too absurd. You must go home at once.
Oh, I knew you would say that.
Please, put on your hat again and don't be silly.
I know you better than you think I do. I know when you're acting and when you're not. You're acting now.
I'm not doing any such thing. I'm speaking to you with the utmost sincerity of which I'm capable when I order you to put on your hat, get into a taxi, and go back to your aunt.
No, you needn't be frightened. I won't make any demands on you, whatever. I don't want you to marry me or anything like that. I'll just be there when you want me, when you're tired and lonely and want someone to put their arms round you. I won't even see you on the boat if you don't want me to. I'm not a very good sailor, anyhow.
Not a very good sailor. There's somebody at the door.
Oh, who is it?
How do I know? You'd better wait in the spare room.
No, Gary, please, not the spare room.
All right, the office then. Only go quickly.
Oh, I'll get rid of them soon. Promise, whoever it is.
Here, don't leave your hat.
Oh.
In you go.
Quiet as a mouse now. I must see you.
No, Mr. Morse, no, I'm afraid you can't. I'm going to bed.
It's a matter of life and death. I'm afraid I must insist.
Come back. What the hell do you mean by forcing yourself into my house like this?
That's right. Shout. You're magnificent when you're angry.
I tell you something, young man, you're just raving bloody mad. That's what's the matter with you. Please leave this house immediately.
I'm afraid I can't. It's quite impossible. I've burnt my boats.
Burnt your what?
Boats.
Now look here, Mr. Moore.
You may call me Roland.
Well, Roland, I want to put this to you sensibly and calmly. This is my last night in England, and I have a great deal to do.
You said just now that you were going to bed.
Be that as it may, Roland, I would still
I know you think I'm mad, and I really don't blame you a bit, but I assure you I'm not at all. After all, there's no valid reason, is there, why I shouldn't be acting being mad, just as you're acting being sane.
I'm not acting!
Oh, you are always acting. That is what's so fascinating. And you're so used to it, you don't realize it yourself. I am always acting, too. I've been acting being mad with you because it amuses me to see you put on a surprised face. I'm absolutely devoted to your face in every mood.
I suppose you wouldn't consider acting getting the hell out of here, would you?
That's wonderful.
What exactly do you want?
To be with you. That's why I'm coming to Africa.
That's why you're what?
I bought my ticket this morning. It's only steerage, but that's better than a poke in the air with a burnt stick. I've given up my law studies and left Uckfield for good. That's why I'm rather excitable tonight. You needn't be frightened that I shall get in your way or make any demands on you.
Oh, you mean you don't expect me to marry you? There's somebody at the door. Now, please be a good boy and go away with you.
Please don't send me away. You're too great a person to be unkind. Let me stay with you. I can protect you from a whole lot of things you know nothing about.
Such as?
Yourself. All your dangerous vibrations. I won't let you send me away. You'll regret it your whole life long if you do. I'll wait in the spare room.
Mr. Moore! Come out of that room immediately. Don't be such a bloody fool. Roland. Roland, dear. Oh, my God, who the hell's that? Joanna.
Hello, darling.
What's the meaning of this, Joanna?
Don't you know?
Yes, I know. You're coming to Africa with me. You bought your ticket this afternoon. You're not going to make any demands on me. And you're not a good sailor.
But I'm a perfect sailor. What are you doing?
Telephoning. Henry.
Henry?
Hello? I'm so terribly sorry. It's the wrong number.
Yes.
No good doing that anyway. He's not in.
It doesn't matter now.
Darling. Under this rather taut, strained manner of yours, deep down inside, aren't you just a little bit glad to see me?
Absolutely delighted. It will settle things once and for all.
That's what I thought.
When did you get back from Paris?
This afternoon. Did you get my telegram saying goodbye?
Yes, Monica read it out to me.
Good, I meant her to.
I thought you were going to stay for a month.
No, you didn't. You knew perfectly well I wouldn't be able to. I must say I tried for the first few days to put you out of my mind, railed against you. Then I remembered.
What did you remember?
I remembered what you said to me the other night. You said no matter what comes after this, what circumstances combine against us, what tears are shed, this is magic, the loveliest magic that I've ever known.
That is from the second act of Love is So Simple.
Yes, I recognized it. I saw the play several times, you know.
In that case, why on earth do you believe it?
I didn't. The fact of your saying it proved something to me. It proved that you are no more sincere emotionally than I am. That you no longer need the pangs of love, but are willing to settle for the fun of love. I couldn't agree with you more.
That, to date, is the most immoral statement I've ever heard in my life.
It's true, though, isn't it?
No, it's not.
No need to protest it, darling.
How dare you, Joanna? It's women like you who undermine the whole integrity of civilization.
What's that out of?
It's not out of anything.
As I told you the other night, I've always wanted you. I've always known instinctively that we were right for each other. You need me. The people around you are no longer enough. I need you. You're the first man I've ever met who's worthy of my steel. I can't guarantee that we shall be domestically happy together, but we'll have a good time.
Well, I'll be damned.
You were quite right when you said just now, with remarkable clairvoyance, that I was coming to Africa with you. I am. I got the bridal suite. It was all they had left.
Oh, my God.
And I've written a note to Henry explaining everything. He's dining with Morris at the Athenaeum. They can read it together. Oh, who's that?
With any luck, it's the Lord Chamberlain.
Gary?
Please, come along.
Hello, Joanna.
Liz, darling, how nice you look.
Thank you so much. I do my best.
I think it's only fair to tell you I'm sailing with Gary tomorrow.
What fun! So am I.
What, dear?
I decided this afternoon.
It's certainly a big day for the Union Castle line.
If I may say so, Liz, I think that's rather silly of you.
I really don't see why. It'll be charming. We can all eat together at the same table and do our lifeboat drill together.
I think it's only fair to warn you that Joanna has written a little note to Henry and Morris explaining everything.
Good. Then they'll probably be coming too.
And I should like to take this opportunity of cutting my throat from ear to ear.
Nonsense, darling. You'll enjoy the voyage enormously. There won't be a dull moment.
You think you're being very clever, Liz, don't you?
For a woman of your experience, Joanna, you're being a trifle obtuse. It's very important for all of us that this African tour of Gary's should be a success. Obviously, there's no way of preventing you coming if you want to. But you'd better realize it before it's too late that from the social and publicity angle, you will be there as a friend of mine.
I'll give you just 2 guesses as to who that is.
A gathering of the clan.
I'll go, Gary.
Perhaps I was wrong about you after all. You haven't got the guts of a rabbit.
I'm very glad I haven't. I'm sure they'd be extremely inadequate.
Is it true? That's all I want to know. Is it true? False friend. False friend.
Come, Morris, you're not in the Athenaeum now.
It's no good trying to be flippant. This is a miserable, disgusting situation, and you know it. A stab in the back. That's what it is. A low-down stab in the back.
Not too low down, I hope.
I've had a note from Joanna. She says that you've been lovers and that you're going away together tomorrow. Is that true?
Perfectly true.
Answer me, Gary.
I'll tell you what's true and what's not true, and you can stop bouncing up and down like a rubber ball and listen.
Be careful, Gary.
Careful? I've been a damn sight too careful with a lot of you for years.
Have you or have you not been Joanna's lover?
Yes, I have.
You miserable cat.
You shut up. Joanna, you came here the other night determined to get me, didn't you? And you were plausible and superficially alluring enough to succeed. You certainly aroused my curiosity very cleverly, but it takes more than cleverness to touch either my heart or my mind.
You haven't got a heart or a mind. You haven't got one decent instinct in you. You're morally unstable and false through and through.
For the love of God, stop being theatrical.
Oh, dear.
Look here, Henry. It's high time you and I got down to brass tacks. You're taking up a very high and mighty attitude over this, but if you'll trouble and look at the facts, honestly, for 1 minute, you'll find that you don't mind as much as you think you do.
No?
Morris is the one who minds for the moment.
Morris? What do you mean?
Oh, Gary, that was disgraceful of you.
Disgraceful, my foot. I'm sick of everybody lying and intriguing and acting all over the place.
All right, Gary, you win. I wouldn't have thought anyone could think so low.
Fiddle-de-dee.
What did you mean about Morris? Answer me.
I mean that Morris and Joanna have been carrying on an abortive little ding-dong under your silly nose for months.
I'll never speak to you again until the day I die.
Well, we can have a nice little chat then, can't we?
Morris, Joanna, is this true?
Of course it's true. And mind you, it hasn't lasted quite so long as your rather dreary little affair with Vera Radcliffe. That's been hiccuping along for nearly a year now.
Henry!
And don't you pretend that you didn't know, Joanna. You were absolutely delighted it gave you room to expand.
I told you that in the deepest confidence. How could you be so vile as to betray it?
I'm sick to death of being stuffed with everybody's confidences. I'm bulging with them. You, all of you, come to me over and over again and pour your damn tears and emotions and sentiment over me until I'm wet through. You all behave just as badly as I do, really, in many ways a great deal worse. You believe in your lachrymose, amorous hangovers. I, at least, have the grace to take mine lightly. You, Henry, wallow. And I laugh because I believe now, and I have always believed, that there is far too much damn nonsense talked about sex. You, Morris, love taking your paltry attachments seriously. That's your way of enjoying yourself. Henry's technique is a little different. He plumps for the domestic blend. That's why he got tired of Joanna so quickly. Anyway, he's perfectly suited with poor Vera. She's been knee-deep in pasture ever since she left Rodine. Joanna
is different again. She devotes a great deal of time to sex, not for the intrinsic pleasure of it. Oh, no. Merely as a means to an end. She is a collector, a go-getter, an unscrupulous, attractive pirate. Personally, I'm none of these things. To me, the whole thing's vastly overrated and always has been. I enjoy it for what it's worth, and what's more, I fully intend to go on doing so for as long as anybody's interested. And when the time comes that they're not, I shall be perfectly content to settle down with an apple and a good book.
Well, I'll be damned.
Of all the brazen, arrogant sophistry I've ever listened to, that takes the prize for all time.
You have the nerve to work yourself up into a state of moral indignation about us when we all know...
I have not worked myself up into anything. I'm merely defending my right to speak the truth for once.
Truth? You wouldn't recognize the truth if you saw it. You spend your whole life attitudinizing and posturing and showing off.
And where would you all be if I didn't, I should like to know? I suppose you'll be telling me next it's your restraining influence that's maintained me as an idol of the public for 20 years.
You're not the idol of the public. Look what happened to you in Pity the Blind.
I was magnificent in Pity the Blind.
Yes, for 10 days.
11.
If it hadn't been for us, he'd have done Peer Gynt.
If anybody else so much as mentions Peer Gynt in my house again, I swear before the bar of heaven I shall produce it at Drury Lane.
Well, you won't produce it on my money. This has been a disgusting, degrading scene. If it wasn't for the fact that Morris and I signed the contract for the Forum Theatre this morning, we should both of us wash our hands of you forever.
What?
What?
Now, Gary, for heaven's sake.
I'm sick of this idiotic performance. I'm going. Do you hear me, all of you? I'm going for good.
Take my car. It's downstairs.
This has been a great evening for speaking the truth, hasn't it? Well, I should like to add just one little contribution to the entertainment before I leave. I consider you, Mr. Gary Essendine, to be not only an overbearing, affected egomaniac, but the most unmitigated cad it has ever been my misfortune to meet. And I most devoutly hope that I shall never set eyes on you again as long as I live.
Do you mean to tell me, Henry, that you signed a contract for that theatre, but I particularly told you that no power on God's earth would induce me to set foot in it?
Now, look here,
I will not look there. No, no, no. This is nothing more nor less than the most outrageous betrayal of faith, and I'm deeply, deeply angry.
Listen, Gary, as I told you the other day, they're doing up the whole theatre, reseating the orchestra floor, which will put over 100 on the capacity.
There you are. Money, money, money.
In addition, they're simply mad to have you there, and have even consented to put a shower bath in your dressing room.
I don't care if they put a swimming bath in my dressing room and a squash court and a Steinway grand. I will not play a light French comedy to an auditorium that looks like a Gothic edition of Wembley Stadium. No, no, no.
It won't look like that, darling. I've seen the designs. They're very good.
So you've seen the designs, so you're in this too, traitor.
Really, Gary, I promise you...
Go away! Go away, all of you! I can bear no more. I have to face that dreadful sea voyage tomorrow. And then those agonizing months of drudgery across the length and breadth of what is admitted to be the most sinister continent there is. Please, 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 all of you, go. Parasites. Parasites. Vultures waiting to claw the flesh from my bones. For 20 years I've given you everything. I gave you my youth. Where is my youth today, sent whistling down the wind? I gave you my vitality. Where is my vitality, drained out of me? And now, when I'm nothing but a husk, an empty shell, I'm to be sent out to die in the white man's grave. Oh.
Go on, both of you. I'll talk to him.
Ah, that performance wouldn't deceive a kitten. He's losing his grip. Come on, Henry.
It's a pity they're pulling down the Lyceum.
They're not. Oh, I feel quite exhausted. You're not really coming to Africa with me, are you?
Certainly I am, and not only to Africa. I'm coming back to you for good.
Liz, darling, I don't want you to come back to me. I'm perfectly happy as I am.
That can't be helped. You behave abominably anyway, but you won't be able to be quite so bad with me there.
Liz, I implore you not to come back to me. Have you no sympathy, no heart?
I'm thinking of the good of the firm. Oh, that reminds me. I must leave a note in the office for Monica.
The office? My God.
What's the matter?
Daphne's in there.
Who's in there?
Daphne. And Roland Moore's in the spare room.
You've got a sofa in your flat, haven't you?
Of course. Why?
You're not coming back to me, Liz, dear. I'm coming back to you.
That was Paul Schofield as Gary Essendine in Noel Coward's Present Laughter. Joy Parker played Liz Essendine, Patricia Routledge, Monica Reed, and Fenella Fielding, Joanna Lippiott. Alan Rowe played Henry Lippiott, Vernon Joyner, Maurice Dixon, Miriam Margulies, Daphne Stillington, Betty Huntley Wright, Lady Saltburn, Timothy Bateson, Fred, Diana Olsen, Miss Erickson, and David Timpson, Roland Moore. Present Laughter was adapted for radio and produced by Ian Cottrell.
That play was first broadcast in 1974.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you Brief Encounter by Noël Coward, a radio adaptation of his stage play Still Life. It is the poignant love story of two people, both married, who meet by accident. While waiting on a station platform, Laura Jesson gets some grit in her eye from a passing train, and Alec Harvey, a doctor, takes it out for her. They meet and part as strangers, but they meet again several times and decide to enjoy the love which has sprung up between them, even if its flowering is brief. Listen in a few moments to Valerie Miller and Michael Atkinson in Brief Encounter, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Brief Encounter.
It's a 5:35. Hurry up, Fiddle. Go and clean up table number 3. I can see the crumbs on it from here. Them rock cakes. Never you mind about the rock cakes. I like my tables as clean, and you can wipe down this counter too.
I don't have many people now. Who wants to come into a station refreshment room at this time of day?
There's always someone wants a cup of tea. Now you just do as you're told and don't argue.
Yes, Mrs. Baggett.
Oh, well, no.
Quite a stranger, aren't you?
I couldn't get in yesterday.
I wondered what had happened to you.
I had a bit of a dust-up.
What about?
Saw a chap getting out of a first-class compartment, and when he comes to give his ticket up, it were a third-class one. So I told him he'd have to pay excess, and he turned a bit nasty. Had to send for Mr. Saunders.
Fat lot of good he'd be.
Oh, well, he is the station master. Ooh, we ticked him off proper.
Seeing's believing. Well, here's your tea.
Oh, ta. Oh, I tell you, he ticked him off right proper. You pay the balance at once, he says, or I'll hand you over to the police. Not a bad lot, you know, Mr. Saunders. After all, you can't be much of a spirit for a man, you know, if you've only got one lung and a wife with diabetes.
Well, I thought something must be wrong when he didn't come.
I'd have come in to explain, but I had a date and I had to run for it the minute I went off.
Oh, indeed.
A chap I know's getting married.
Very interesting, I'm sure.
You're a bit unfriendly all of a sudden, Mrs. Baggett.
I'm afraid I can't stand here wasting my time in idle gossip, Mr. Godby.
Aren't you going to offer me another cup, then?
You can have another cup and welcome when you finish that one. Fiddle will give it to you. I've got my accounts to do. Time and paid wait for no man, Mr. Godby.
A cup of tea, please.
Oh, certainly. Cake or pastry?
No, thank you.
There'll be ninepence.
Oh, thank you.
You can have it here at the counter or at one of the tables.
Yes, thanks. I'll go and sit at the table. What's the matter with you today, Mrs. Baggett? What are you woofy about?
You misunderstand me, Mr. Godby.
What about me other cook? Oh, I shall have to be moving at the boat train. The 5:53 will be here in a minute.
Who's on today?
Young William.
You're neglecting your duty, you know. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm in relaxing for a few minutes.
Oh, please, could you give me a glass of water? I've got something in my eye and I want to bathe it.
Would you like me to look?
No. Please don't trouble. I think the water will do it.
Here.
Thanks very much.
Oh, it's a bit of coldest, I expect.
Well, a man I know lost the state of 1A through getting a bit of grit in it.
Oh, it's a painful thing, is this? It's very painful.
Better?
Oh, I'm afraid not.
Oh!
Can I help you?
Oh, no, please, it's only something in my eye.
Try putting down your eyelid as far as it'll go.
And then blowing your nose.
Let me look. I happen to be a doctor.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you.
Turn round to the light, will you, please?
Yes.
Now, look up. Now down. Yes, I can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Keep still. I'll take it out of my handkerchief. Like there.
Oh, dear. Oh, what a relief. It was agonizing.
Looked like a bit of grit.
It was when the express went through. Thank you very much indeed.
Not at all.
There we go. I've got to run.
How lucky for me that you happened to be here.
Anybody could have done it.
Oh, never mind. You did, and I'm most grateful. Oh, there's my train. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So I said to him, Beryl, I said, it's all very vain expecting me to do this, that, and the other. But what do I get out of it? You can't expect me to be cook-house keeper and a child rolled into one during the day and a loving wife in the evening just because you feel like it.
Did you, Mrs. Baggett? Did you really say that?
Certainly I did. There is just as good fish in the sea, I said, as ever came out of it. And I packed my boxes there and then and left him.
Just fancy. And, oh, here comes a customer. Oh, it's that lady who got the grit in her eye last week. Pretty, isn't she?
Well, if you like the quiet kind. Expensive clothes and not very smart.
Oh, I think they're lovely.
May
I have a cup of tea, please?
Certainly. That'll be ninepence. Beryl, take the tea to the table for the lady.
Oh, that's quite all right. Thank you. I can manage. And didn't you ever go back to him, Mrs. Baggett?
Never.
What happened to him?
Dead as a doornail inside 3 years.
Well, I never.
A cup of tea, please.
Yes, sir. Anything else? A piece of cake?
No, thank you. It's ninepence, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you alone?
Yes, I am.
Would you mind very much if I shared your table?
No, of course not. I'll
Thank
just
you.
move these parcels.
I'm afraid we haven't been properly introduced. My name's Alec Harvey.
How do you do? Mine's Laura Jesson.
Mrs. or Miss?
Mrs. You're a doctor, aren't you? I remember you said you were when you took the grit out of my eye last week.
Yes. I have a practice in Shirley.
Would you come here every Thursday?
Yes, to spend a day in the hospital. Stephen Lynn, he's the chief physician there, graduated with me. I take over from him once a week, and it gives him a chance to go up to London. And me a chance to study the hospital patients.
I see.
Do you?
Do I what?
Do you come here every Thursday?
Oh, yes, I do the week's shopping, change my library books, have a little lunch, and generally go to the pictures. Not a very exciting routine, really, but it makes a change.
Well, that's my train. I'll have to hurry. Goodbye, Mrs. Jetton. It was nice seeing you again.
Goodbye, Dr. Harvey. Minnie hasn't touched her milk, Mrs. Baggett.
Did you put it down for her?
Yes, but she never came in for it.
Oh, I don't think you should encourage it, Beryl. A refreshment room's no place for a cat. And besides...
Tea or lemonade?
Oh, tea, I think it's more refreshing, really. Oh, shall we sit here?
Yes. I'll get the tea. 2 teas, please.
Cakes or pastry?
Would you like cake or pastry?
No, thank you.
Now, those bath buns fresh?
Oh, certainly they are. Made this morning.
2, please.
That'll be half a crown.
Yeah.
Take the tea to the table, Beryl.
I'll carry the buns. Here, now, you must eat one of these, Laura. Fresh this morning.
Very fattening.
Oh, I don't hold with such foolishness.
I'm going to the back room to look over my accounts, Beryl. Let me know when Albert comes in.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Bassett.
The buns do look good, I must say.
One of my earliest passions. I've never outgrown it.
You do take milk in your tea?
Yes. Don't you?
Yes, fortunately.
Station refreshments are generally a wee bit arbitrary, aren't they?
I wasn't grumbling.
Do you ever grumble? Are you ever sullen and cross? Bad-tempered?
Oh, of course I am. Well, he's not sullen exactly, but I sometimes get into rages.
I can't visualize you in a rage.
I really don't see why you should.
Oh, I don't know. There are signs, you know. One can usually tell.
Do you feel guilty at all? I do.
Guilty?
You ought to more than me, really. You neglected your work this afternoon.
I worked this morning. A little relaxation never did anyone any harm. Why should either of us feel guilty?
I don't know. A sort of instinct. As though we were letting something happen that oughtn't to happen.
How awfully nice you are.
When I was a child in Cornwall, we lived in Cornwall, you know, May, that's my sister, and I used to climb out of our bedroom window on summer nights and go down to the cove and bathe. It was dreadfully cold, but we felt very adventurous. I'd never have dared to do it by myself, but sharing the danger made it all right. That's how I feel now, really.
Have a bun. It's awfully bad for you.
Oh, Alec, you're laughing at me.
Yes, a little. Oh, but I'm laughing at myself, too.
Why?
For feeling a small pang when you said about being guilty.
There you are, you see.
We haven't done anything wrong.
Of course we haven't.
An accidental meeting, then another accidental meeting, then a little lunch, then the cinema. What could be more ordinary, more natural?
We're adults, after all.
I never see myself as an adult. Do you?
Yes, I do. I'm a respectable married woman with a husband and a home and 3 children.
But there must be a part of you, deep down inside, that doesn't feel like that at all. Some little spirit that still wants to climb out of the window, but still longs to splash about a bit in the dangerous sea.
Perhaps none of us ever grows up entirely.
How awfully nice you are.
You said that before.
I thought perhaps you hadn't heard.
Oh, I heard all right.
I'm respectable too, you know. I have a home, a wife, children, and responsibilities. I also have a lot of work to do, and a lot of ideals all mixed up with it.
What's she like?
Madeline?
Yes.
Small, dark, rather delicate.
Funny, I should have thought you'd be fair.
And your husband, what's he like?
Medium height, brown hair, kindly, unemotional, and not delicate at all.
You said that proudly.
Oh, did I?
What's the matter?
The matter? What could be the matter?
You suddenly went away.
I thought perhaps we were being rather silly.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. We're such complete strangers, really.
It's one thing to close a window, but quite another to slam it down on my finger.
I'm sorry.
Please, come back again.
Is tea bad for one? Worse than coffee, I mean?
If this is a professional interview, my fee is a guinea.
Oh. It's nearly time for your train.
Oh, I hate to think of it. Chugging along, interrupting our tea party.
I really am sorry now.
What for?
For being disagreeable.
I don't think you could be disagreeable.
You said something just now about your work and ideals being mixed up with it. What ideals?
Oh, that's a long story.
I suppose all doctors ought to have ideals, really. Otherwise, I should think the work would be unbearable.
Oh, surely you're not encouraging me to talk shop.
Why not? That's what you're most interested in, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Or rather, my special pigeon is.
Oh, what's that?
Preventative medicine.
Oh, I see.
I'm afraid you don't.
I was trying to be intelligent.
Most good doctors, especially when they're young, have private dreams. That's the best part of them sometimes, though those get over-professionalized and strangulated. And am I boring you?
Oh, no. I don't quite understand, but you're not boring me.
What I mean is this. All good doctors must be primarily enthusiasts. They must have a sense of vocation, a deep-rooted, unsentimental desire to do good.
Oh, yes, I see that.
Well, obviously, one way of preventing disease is worth 50 ways of curing it. That's why my ideal comes in. Preventative medicine isn't anything to do with medicine at all, really. It's concerned with living conditions and common sense and hygiene.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, my speciality is pneumoconiosis.
Oh, dear.
Don't be alarmed. It's simpler than it sounds. It's nothing but a slow process of fibrositis of the lung due to the inhalation of particles of dust. Now, in the hospital here, there are splendid opportunities of observing cures and making notes because of the coal mine.
You suddenly look younger.
Do I?
Almost like a little boy.
What made you say that?
I don't know. Yes, I do.
Tell me.
Oh, no, I couldn't, really. You were saying about the coal mines?
Yes. The inhalation of coal dust. That's one of the specific forms of the disease. It's called anthracosis.
What are the others?
Chalicosis. That comes from metal dust. Steelworks, you know.
Oh, yes, of course. Steelworks.
And silicosis. Stone dust. That's gold mines.
I see. Oh. There's your train.
Yes.
You mustn't miss it.
No.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
It's been so very nice. I've enjoyed my afternoon enormously.
I'm so glad. So have I. I apologize for boring you by talking about my work.
I feel dull and stupid not to be able to understand more.
Shall I see you again?
It's the other platform, isn't it? You'll have to run. Don't worry about me. My train's due in a few minutes.
Shall I see you again?
Yes, of course. Perhaps you could come over to catch us one Sunday. It's rather far, I know, but we should be delighted to see you.
Please.
What is it?
Next Thursday. The same time.
No, I can't possibly.
Laura, please. I ask you most humbly.
You miss your train.
All right.
Run.
Goodbye.
I'll be there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, my dear Laura. Thank you.
There's a carton of ginger that's under the counter, Beryl. Please pass me a few packets. This display case needs filling.
Oh, well, 6 be enough?
Yes, and a couple of rich digestives. And some lemon creams.
Oh, you'll need some chocolate too, Mrs. Baggett. The last customer took 4 large nut milk slabs, the 2-shilling ones.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes. Oh, good afternoon. A cup of tea?
No, thank you. I just came in to...
Well, perhaps I'd better have a cup of tea. Pour a cup of tea for Lady Beryl.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Baggett. I wondered, the gentleman I had tea with last Thursday, has he been in here this afternoon?
Oh, your friend? No, he's not been in today. Here's your tea. Oh, that'll be 9pence.
Yes, thank you. Are you sure he wasn't here? I mean, you had so many customers.
Have you seen the gentleman, Beryl?
Oh, no, Mrs. Baggett. He's not been here since last week.
Oh, here he is now.
Lord.
Alec. Oh, will you have a cup of tea?
No. No, thanks. I haven't time. But I'll sit with you for a few minutes while you have yours. Here, I'll carry it to the table. Lord, I'm so sorry. I'm so terribly sorry.
Oh, it's all right. I just wondered when you didn't come. You did say 12:30 outside the Regal Palace.
There was an operation at the hospital, an emergency. I had to stand by as it was one of my special patients. I'd no way of letting you know.
Oh, please, don't worry, Alec.
I did worry. I thought of you standing there in the street, waiting, wondering. You understand, don't you?
Of course. It doesn't matter a bit.
I was terribly disappointed. I had a surprise for you, Laura.
Oh, what sort of surprise?
I was going to take you out into the country for the afternoon. Stephen went to London by train today. He said I could borrow his car.
Oh, that would have been wonderful.
I was going to take you to a little pub I know for lunch, and afterwards we could have gone on the river. Oh, I had it all planned.
An afternoon on the river, away from this... Never mind, Alec. The operation was much more important. It's your work.
But you do understand.
Yes. Don't think any more of it. Oh, dear. There's your train. You mustn't miss it.
No, I mustn't miss it. I'm so relieved I had a chance to explain. I thought I should never see you again.
How absurd of you. Quick, you'll have to hurry.
Yes, I must run. Next Thursday?
Yes, next Thursday. How dare you?
Now, well, I couldn't resist it.
Coming in here, taking liberties.
Well, I didn't think after what you said last Monday you'd object to a little kiss.
Never you mind about last Monday. I'm on duty now. And a nice thing if Mr. Saunders has happened to be looking through the window.
If Mr. Saunders is in the habit of looking through windows, it's time he saw something worth looking at.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Now, it's just high spirits. Don't be mad at me, Myrtle. It's all your fault anyway.
I don't know what you're referring to, I'm sure.
Well, I was thinking of tonight.
If you don't learn to behave yourself, there won't be a tonight. Or any other night either.
Oh, come on, just give us a kiss.
Oh, do no such thing.
Just a quick one across the counter.
Oh, Albert,
come on, there's a lot.
Oh, let go of me.
Come on, just one. Come here.
Oh,
come here.
Look at me bandages all over the floor. Biru, come and help Mr. Godby pick up them cakes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
2 teas, please.
Cake or pastry?
No, thank you. Just the tea.
There you are. 1 6 please.
Thank you. Thank you. You're not angry, Laura.
It doesn't matter.
But it's true, what I said in the park. We're in love.
Oh, please.
And
we must be sensible.
It's too late to be sensible.
But we must. We must never see one another again.
Got the coffee, please, and a beef sandwich.
You can't be.
Yeah, Ham'll do.
You can't part like this.
I think it would be better if we did.
Don't really mean that.
I'm trying to mean it. I'm trying with all my strength.
Oh, my dearest dear.
Please don't.
Lord, thank you.
It's all right about tonight, isn't it?
I can't think
Come on, Murphy, as good as gold.
You're not running away from the truth, darling. You know I've fallen in love with you.
Yes, I know.
And it's the same for you. You've fallen in love with me.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Why?
We know so little about one another. I've only known you for 4 weeks.
How often did you decide in those 4 weeks that you were never going to see me again?
Several times a day.
So did I.
Oh, Alec.
I love you. I love you. And you love me too. It's no use pretending that it hasn't happened, because it has.
Yes, but it's wrong. And that's why it must stop here and now. We're neither of us free to love each other. There is too much in the way.
But darling, we're lovers already, aren't we? If it happens or if it doesn't, we're lovers in our hearts.
Can't you see how wrong it is? How dreadfully wrong.
I can see what's true, whether it's wrong or right. I only know that I have to leave the keys of Stephen's car in his flat. And I want you to come up there with me.
Mr. Saunders,
Please, Laura.
Please,
don't say no.
Well, there's no peace for the wicked. I'll be back.
I'm sure.
It'll be perfectly all right, of course.
But I don't know.
It will. I tell you, it will. There's no chance of Stephen getting back until late. Nobody need ever know.
It's so furtive to love like that, so cheap. Much better not to love at all.
It's too late not to love at all. Be brave. We're both in the same boat. Let's be generous to each other.
What is there brave in it? Sneaking away to someone else's house, loving in secret with the horror of being found out hanging over us all the time. It would be far braver to say goodbye and never see each other again.
Could you be as brave as that? I know I couldn't.
Oh, couldn't you?
Listen, my dear. This is something that's never happened to either of us before. We've loved before and been happy before and miserable and contented and reckless, but this is different. Something lovely and strange, desperately difficult. We can't measure it along with the values of our ordinary lives.
Why should it be so important? Why should we let it be so important?
We can't help ourselves.
We can. We can if only we're strong enough.
Why is it so strong to deny something that's urgent and real, something that all our instincts are straining after? Mightn't it be weak and not strong at all to run away from such tremendous longing?
Is it so real to you? So tremendous?
Can't you see that it is?
Oh, it's so difficult, so strained. I'm lost.
Don't say that, darling.
Loving you is hard for me. It makes me a stranger in my own house. Familiar things, or ordinary things that I've known for years, like the dining room curtains and the wooden tub with a silver top that holds biscuits, look odd to me, as though they belong to someone else. When I've just left you, when I go home, I'm more lonely than I've ever been before. I passed the house the other day without noticing, had to run back. And when I went in, it seemed to draw away from me. My whole life seems to be drawing away from me, and I don't know what to do.
Oh, darling.
I love them just the same. Fred, I mean, and the children. But it's as though it wasn't me at all, as though I were looking on at someone else. Do you know what I mean? Is it the same with you? Or is it easier for men?
I don't know.
Oh, please, my dear, don't look unhappy. I'm not grumbling. Really, I'm not.
I don't suppose being in love has ever been easier for anybody.
We've only got a few more minutes. I didn't mean to be depressing.
It isn't any easier for me, darling. Honestly, it isn't.
I know. I know. I only wanted reassuring.
I hold you in my arms all the way back in the train. I'm angry with every moment that I'm not alone. To love you uninterrupted. Whenever my surgery door opens and a patient comes in, my heart jumps in case it might be you. One of them I'm grateful to. He's got neuritis and I give him sun ray treatment. He lies quite quietly baking. And I can be with you in the shadows behind the lamp.
How silly we are. How unbearably silly.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
Thursday.
It's all right, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course it is.
Don't pass the house again. Don't let it snub you. Go boldly in and stare the dining room curtains out of countenance.
All right. Don't beg your poor neuritis man too long. You might blister him.
Good, Kate. Afternoon, lady.
Good afternoon.
Couple of splashes, please.
Very sorry as out of hours.
Come on, lady, you got a kind face.
That's neither here nor there.
Come on, be a sport. Nobody'll know.
I'm very sorry I'm shower, but my licence does not permit me to serve alcohol out of hours.
An order stone, that's what you got, lady. An order stone.
You wouldn't want me to get into trouble, would you?
Give us a chance, lady, that's all.
Cyril, ask Mr. Godby to come here for a moment, will you?
Yes, Mrs. Beckett.
Who's he when he's at home?
You'll soon see. Coming in here and cheeking me.
What about them drinks, lady? Come on, Mother, be a pal.
I'll give you mother, you saucy upstart.
Who are you calling a saucy upstart? Now, what's going on here?
Mr. Godfrey, these gentlemen are annoying me.
We haven't done anything. All we did was ask for a couple of drinks.
They insulted me, Mr. Godfrey.
We never did nothing of the sort. Just having a little joke, that's all.
Up it, both of you.
We've got a right to stay here as long as we like.
You heard what I said, up it. I check your passes at the gate. Your train's due in a minute. Number 2 platform. Now, up it.
Look here. Come on, Johnny, don't argue with a poor little fella.
Up it.
Toodaloo, Mother, and be careful with them drinks.
Thank you, Albert.
What a nerve, talking to you like that.
Be quiet, Beryl. Pour me out a nip of 3-star. I'm feeling quite upset.
Well, I've got to get back to the gate.
I'll be seeing you later, Albert.
Okay.
I'll say one thing for Albert Godfrey. He may be on the small side, but he's a gentleman.
There's your train.
I'm going to miss it.
Please go.
No.
I wish I could think clearly. I wish I could really know what to do.
Do you trust me?
Oh, yes, I trust you.
I don't mean conventionally. I mean really.
Yes.
Everything's against us. The circumstances of our lives, those have to go on, unaltered. We're nice people, you and I. And we've got to go on being nice. Let's enclose this love of ours with real strength. And let that strength be that no one is hurt by it, except ourselves.
Must we be hurt by it?
Yes, when the time comes.
Very well.
All the furtiveness and the secrecy and the hole-in-corner cheapness can be justified if only we're strong enough. Strong enough to keep it to ourselves, clean and untouched by anybody else's knowledge or even suspicion. Something of our own, forever to be remembered.
Very well.
We won't speak of it anymore. I'm going now, back to Stephen's flat. I'll wait for you. If you don't come, I shall know only that you weren't quite ready, that you needed a little longer to find your own dear heart. Now this is the address.
Brandy, please. We're just closing. Yes, I see you are, but you're not quite closed yet, are you? 3-star. Yes. That'll do. That'll be 3 and 6pence. Oh, yes, here. Thank you. Have you a piece of paper and an envelope? I'm afraid you'll have to get that from the bookstore. Well, the bookstore's shut. Please, it's very important. I should be so much obliged. Oh, all right. Here you are. Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much. We close in a few minutes, you know. Yes, I know. I'll go into the table. I won't be long. Well, I'll be in the back room if you want me.
Oh, thank heaven. Oh, darling.
Please go away. Please don't say anything.
I can't let you go like this.
You must. It'll be better, really, it will.
You're being dreadfully cruel.
I feel so degraded.
It was just a beastly accident that Stephen came back early. He doesn't know who you are. He never even saw you.
I listened to your voices in the sitting room. I crept out and down the stairs,
feeling like a... Oh, don't, dearest, don't talk like that, please.
I suppose he laughed, didn't he?
after you got over being annoyed. I suppose you spoke of me together as men of the world.
We didn't speak of you. We spoke of a nameless creature who'd no reality at all.
Why didn't you tell him the truth? Why didn't you say who I was? And that we were lovers. Shameful, secret lovers. Using his flat like a bad house because we had nowhere else to go. And were afraid of being found out. Why didn't you tell him we were cheap and low and without courage? Why?
Stop it, Laura. Pull yourself together.
But it's true, don't you see? It's true.
Nothing of the sort. I know you feel horrible, and I'm deeply, desperately sorry. I feel horrible, too, but it doesn't matter, really. This unfortunate, damnable accident, it was just bad luck. It couldn't affect us, really. You and me. We know the truth. We know we really love each other. That's all that matters.
It isn't all that matters. Other things matter, too. Self-respect matters and decency. I can't go on any longer.
Could you really say goodbye and not see me anymore?
Yes. If you'd help me.
I love you, Laura. I shall love you always until the end of my life. All the shame that the world might force on us couldn't touch the real truth of it. I can't look at you now because I know something. I know that this is the beginning of the end. Not the end of loving you. The end of our being together. But not quite yet, darling, please. Not quite yet.
Very well. Not quite yet.
I know what you feel about this evening, about the beastliness of it. I know about the strain of our different lives, our lives apart from each other. The feeling of guilt, of doing wrong, is a little too strong, isn't it? Too persistent, perhaps. Too great a price to pay for the few hours of happiness we get out of it. I know all this because it's the same for me, too.
Oh, yes. Yes, I realize that.
Let's be careful. Let's prepare ourselves. A sudden break now, however brave and admirable, would be too cruel. We can't do such violence to our hearts and minds.
Very well.
I'm going away.
I see.
But not quite yet.
Please, not quite yet.
I'm afraid it's closing time.
Oh, is it?
I shall have to lock up. Mrs. Begg has left me in charge.
This lady is catching the 10:10. She's not been very well, and it's very cold on the platform.
The waiting room's open.
Look here, I'd be very much obliged if you'd let us stay here for a few minutes.
I'm sorry, it's against the rules.
This is for you. Please, come back to lock up when the train comes in.
Well, I'll have to switch off the lights. Someone might see them on and think we're still open.
Just for a few minutes, please.
Well, you won't touch anything, will you?
No, not a thing.
Oh, all right. You can still see a bit from the platform light shining through the window.
Yes, thank you very much.
Just a few minutes.
Let's have a cigarette, shall we?
Oh, I have some.
No, here.
Thanks.
Now, I want you to promise me something.
What is it?
Promise me that however unhappy you are and however much you think things over, that you'll meet me next Thursday as usual.
Not at the flat.
No. Be at the Picture House Cafe at the same time. I'll hire a car and we'll drive out into the country.
All right, I promise.
We've got to talk. I've got to explain.
About going away?
Yes.
Where are you going? Where can you go? You can't give up your practice.
I've had a job offered me. I wasn't going to tell you. I wasn't going to take it. But I must. I know now. It's the only way out.
Where?
A long way away. Johannesburg.
Oh, no.
My brother's out there. They're opening a new hospital. They want me in it. It's a fine opportunity, really. I'll take Madeline and the boys. It's been torturing me for 3 weeks. The necessity of making a decision one way or the other. I haven't told anybody, not even Madeline. I couldn't bear the idea of leaving you. But now I see it's got to happen soon anyway. It's almost happening already.
When will you go?
In about 2 months' time.
It's quite near, isn't it?
Do you want me to stay? Do you want me to turn down the offer?
Don't be foolish.
I'll do whatever you say.
That's unkind of you, my darling.
Laura. Oh, Laura, don't. Please. Please, Laura, don't.
Leave me alone for a minute.
I love you.
I know.
We knew we'd get hurt.
Oh, I'm being very, very stupid.
Here, take my handkerchief.
Thank you. Oh, that's my train.
You're not angry with me, are you?
No, I'm not angry. I don't think I'm anything, really. I feel just tired.
Forgive me.
Forgive you for what?
For everything. For having met you in the first place. For taking the piece of grit out of your eye. For loving you. For bringing you so much misery.
I'll forgive you. If you'll forgive me.
I'm sorry.
Yes, it's all right. Thanks. We're just going. I'll see you to your train, Laura.
No, please stay here.
All right.
Good night. Good night, my darling.
Good night, darling.
I must lock up now.
The last train for Shirley hasn't gone yet, has it?
I couldn't say, I'm sure.
I'll wait in the waiting room. Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
The express through. 1 tea, please, and a button, and make it snappy.
What's the matter with you?
Beryl, up it.
Don't you go ordering Beryl about. You haven't any right to.
You heard me, Beryl. Up it.
Well, I never.
Go into the back room for a minute, Beryl.
All right, Mrs. Baggett, I'm going.
Now then, Albert, here's your tea.
How do you feel?
Don't talk so soft. How should I feel?
Well, I only wondered, like, you know.
Look out. Somebody's coming in.
No, it's only Romeo and Juliet. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Same as usual?
Yes, please. 2 teas.
Quite spree out, isn't it?
Yes, quite. There you are. 1 6 thanks. I'll take the tea.
Now, look here, Myrtle.
We can't talk now. Come home with me this evening, and we'll have a little supper.
And you'll listen to what I want to say.
Yes, but you must go now. Get back to your game.
Aye, all right. I'll see you tonight, then.
Are you all right, darling?
Yes, I'm all right.
I wish I could think of something to say.
It doesn't matter. I'm not saying anything, I mean.
I'll miss my train and wait to see you into yours.
No, please don't. I'll come over to your platform with you. I'd rather.
Very well.
Do you think we shall ever see one another again?
I don't know. Not for years, anyway.
The children will all be grown up. I wonder if they'll ever meet and know each other.
Couldn't I write to you? Just once in a while.
No, please not. We promised we wouldn't.
Please know this. Please know that you'll be with me for ages and ages yet. Far away into the future. Time will wear down the agony of not seeing you. Bit by bit, the pain will go. But the loving you
the memory of you won't ever go. Please know that.
I know it.
It's easier for me than for you. I do realize that. Really, I do. I at least will have different shapes to look at and new work to do. You have to go among familiar things. My heart aches for you so.
I'll be all right.
I love you with all my heart and soul.
I want to die. If only I could die.
If you died, you'd forget me. I want to be remembered.
Yes, I know. I do, too.
Goodbye, my dearest love.
Goodbye, my dearest love.
We've still got a few minutes.
Yes, a few minutes.
Oh, what a lovely surprise.
Oh, Dolly, dear, I've been shopping until I'm dropping. That sounds like a song, doesn't it? My feet are nearly falling off and my throat's parched. I thought of having tea and spindles, but I was terrified of losing the train. So I'm always missing trains and being late for meals, and Bob gets disagreeable for days on end. Oh, dear. Do you mind if I sit at your table? Oh, this is Dr. Harvey, Mrs. Nessiter.
How do you do?
How do you do? Oh, would you be a perfect dear and get me a cup of tea? I don't think I could drag my poor old bones as far as the counter.
Yes, of course.
Well, I must get some chocolate for Tony, too, but I can do that later.
All right.
My dear, what a nice-looking man. Who on earth is he? Really, you're quite a dark horse. I shall telephone Fred in the morning and make mischief. This is a bit of luck. Do you know, I haven't seen you for ages, and I've been meaning to pop in, but Tony's had measles, you know, and I had all that awful fuss about Phyllis. Oh, but of course you don't know. She left me, suddenly up and went, my dear, without even an hour's warning, let alone a month's notice. Oh, how dreadful. Mind you, I never cared for her very much, but still Tony did. Tony adored her, and... Oh, but never mind. I'll tell you all about it in the train.
Here's your tea.
Oh, thank you so much. They've certainly put enough milk in it. But still, it's wet, and that's all one can really ask for in a refreshment room. Oh, dear, no sugar.
It's in the spoon.
Oh, of course. Oh, what a fool I am. Laura, you're looking frightfully well. I do wish I had known you were coming in today. We could have come together and lunched and had a good gossip. I loathe shopping by myself anyway. Oh, there's your train.
Yes, I know.
Aren't you coming with us?
No, I go in the opposite direction. My practice is in Shirley.
How interesting. What sort of doctor are you? I mean, are you a specialist or anything, or just a sort of general family doctor?
I'm a general practitioner at the moment.
Dr. Harvey is going out to Africa next week. But, my dear, how thrilling. Are you going to operate on the Zulus or something? I always associate Africa with Zulus, but I may be quite wrong.
I must go.
Yes, you must.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs.
Nessiter.
Goodbye.
He'll have to run. He's got to get right over to the other platform. How did you meet him? I got something in my eye one day, and he took it out. Oh, my dear, how very romantic. I'm always getting things in my eye, and nobody the least bit attractive has ever paid the faintest attention. Which reminds me, you know about Harry and Lucy Jenner, don't you? No. What about them? My dear, they're getting a divorce. At least I believe they're getting a conjugal separation or whatever it is to begin with, and then a divorce later on. There. His train's gone. Ours shouldn't be long now. Well, perhaps this is it. Excuse me. Can you tell me if that is the Ketchworth train?
No, that's the express.
The boat train. Oh, yes, that doesn't stop, does it? Express trains are Tony's passion in life. Oh, dear, I mustn't forget his chocolate. I want some chocolate, please.
No complaint.
Plain, I think, or... Oh, no, perhaps milk would be nicer. I know. Give me one plain and one nut milk.
That's 2 shillings.
Thank you. Laura? Where's my friend? Where's she?
Here goes.
Oh, there you are, Laura. I couldn't think where you disappeared to. I just wanted to see the express go through. What on earth's the matter? Did you go too near the edge of the platform? Yes, I think I did. Do you feel ill? Oh, I feel a little sick. Have you any brandy?
I'm afraid it's out of hours.
But surely if someone's feeling
No,
ill...
I'm all right, really.
Oh, that's our train. You look terrible.
Come on, a sip of brandy will buck you up. Please.
Very well. That's 3 and 6.
Oh, thank you. Here's... No. This is on me, Laura. Now, come on, drink it up. Oh, thanks, Dolly. I thought I had another parcel. Now, where... Oh, yes. Help is on the chair. Come on, dear. I'll be glad to get home and have a proper cup of tea. I don't care much for the stuff they serve here. Do you come often? No. No, not often. And I shan't be coming again. Ever.
In tonight's presentation of Brief Encounter by Noël Coward, the parts of Laura Jesson and Alec Harvey were played by Valerie Miller and Michael Atkinson. As Myrtle, you heard Joan Gibson, and as Albert Godby, John Simpson. Dolly Messiter was played by Lorraine Leftwich, Beryl by Judy Gibson, and the two soldiers were Derek Taylor and Reg Richards. Brief Encounter was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
Hollywood, California, Monday, November 16th. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Lily Pons and Adolphe Menjou in Conversation Piece with Marjorie Gateson and George Saunders. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Lily Pons, Adolphe Menjou, Marjorie Gateson, and George Saunders. Our guests, Peg Murray and Cotton Warburton, film editor and former All-American quarterback. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. On behalf of our stars, our guests, and sponsors, welcome to another hour in the Lux Radio Theatre. There is no better, easier way of keeping your complexion soft, smooth, and clear than through the daily use of Lux toilet soap. It's not surprising, then, that 9 out of 10 of the screen's loveliest stars protect their complexions with Lux toilet soap. What is surprising is that a large cake of this pure white soap cost only a few cents. So little that every girl can use Hollywood's favorite beauty care every day. Remember to buy a supply tomorrow. Thank you. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Of all the precepts in the Bible, I have found none more pleasant to observe than love thy neighbor. It's not as much to my credit, however, as it is to theirs. For the neighbors in my case happen to be those charming people, Lily Pons and Mr. and Mrs. Adolphe Menjou. Last year, I rode across the country on the same train with Miss Pons. At that time, her dog was recovering from an operation. Ordinary dogs get nothing more aristocratic than fleas. A prima donna's dog gets appendicitis. As we stopped at each station, the daintiest singer of them all would favor me with a dazzling smile. The result was that I lifted her dog on and off the train all the way from New York to Hollywood. Presenting Adolphe Menjou as Duke Paul is particularly appropriate. For when I first met him, he was known as the Duke, because though he may have owed for board and lodging, his first day's pay from each production went as a down payment on another suit of clothes. A Menjou performance today is as brilliant as a Menjou sport jacket, and that's saying something. Tonight's Lady Julia is Marjorie Gateson, and Lord Shear will be enacted by George Saunders. Miss Pons is heard as Melanie, a cafe singer and acrobat. And now, Noël Coward's conversation piece, starring Lily Pons and Adolphe Menjou. Our play begins in Paris during the year 1809. we're in a small, shabby cafe called Le Petit Girondin. The hour is late, but the cafe is filled with a drinking, boisterous crowd. At a tiny window, seeking relief from the tobacco-laden air, stands the perfect gentleman of the time, Duke Paul, conspicuous in that crowd for his elegant attire and obvious refinement. He has just been joined by Melanie, exquisitely fresh and untouched. Melanie, too, is quite unlike the others.
Monsieur, you have come too early. I cannot leave until I sing again.
I am impatient to start our new life, mademoiselle. Do you have to juggle your wine barrels, too?
No more tricks. Just one song and I will be finished here for the night.
Finished here for good, Melanie.
Yes, for good.
But you seem gloomy about it.
No, but I'm in a daze. I'm so afraid I am dreaming. It is really true, all this? Or will I just wake up?
Oh, it's quite true. One more turn and you are done with cabarets, finished with tricks, wine barrels, and squalor. But anyone would be in a daze with all this smoke in here.
The window is open. Shall we live out together? Then we can breathe and see the stars.
Well, let's breathe by all means.
Oh, bright it is tonight. You have enough room?
Well, it's a tight squeeze.
Yes, but cozy.
Come now, back to business. You realize that when you sing your last note tonight, Melanie of the cabarets will be no more.
Yes.
And you will leave here with me as Melanie de Tramont.
Who has never been in a cabaret in her life.
Exactly.
Who was a sweet, fair-haired little girl in an old grey chateau with a wild garden.
Yes, excellent, mademoiselle. And whose parents died in the Revolution when she was very young.
I will remember, monsieur.
You will live for the time being with that nice old lady we called upon.
She believes that you are my guardian?
Yes.
And that I am the doctor of your dear old friend, the Marquis de Tramont?
Yes, she suspects nothing.
I'm so glad. It is very flattering to be taken for a Marquis's daughter.
You must see that you learn to act like one. You must be very careful of your speech, your manners, your whole attitude. I will teach you, and I promise to be as patient as I can.
I'm sorry to be so much trouble.
It is a question of business, not trouble. As you are now, almost any man would admire you extravagantly. But no rich man would believe that you were the daughter of a marquis and marry you. And if no rich man married you, you could never pay me a rich commission. Why are you laughing?
Because here we are, stargazing, while you dictate a new life for us, and only a week ago we had never seen each other.
We are not stargazing. We are talking business.
But still, the night is all blue, and here I am, a singing acrobat, unknown and penniless, squeezed in a dusty window with you, a great duke.
Equally penniless and middle-aged?
Oh, no, not middle-aged.
Well, getting on, then.
A little bit, so nice to me.
Look here, mademoiselle, you are talking nonsense.
I'm sorry.
You are not in the least sorry.
Oh, monsieur.
If you were, your eyes wouldn't shine like bonfires.
My eyes?
Put them out.
Yes, monsieur.
Ah, that's better. And no more sentiment, please. Our new life is a sensible business partnership, strictly.
Yes, I know. That is agreed.
Even a great duke must eat. And the revolutionaries left me nothing but those few pictures I told you about, which they somehow overlooked. So you are my only possible business asset.
You always come back to business.
But naturally. We will live on in Paris, as I say, on the little I have saved.
I will be very frugal.
Then, when we are ready, perhaps something will turn up. Enough money to take us to England and a rich and doting husband for you.
I see.
England is where we will catch him.
Melanie, come here.
I'm sorry. They are calling me. I have to squeeze back now and sing.
All right. Your last song, mademoiselle.
I choose it carefully.
A fitting swan song?
No, not a swan song. It is a promise. Listen to it, please. Because it is about someone rather like me who promises that she will not betray you and destroy your plans, but who will follow her secret heart, no matter what prices pay, until she finds love.
Melanie! Melanie! Where are you? Come here!
I don't know. This nasty ship keeps pushing about me. I'm drenched from the waves, and the wind is shocking me. Where are you?
Here, by the railing.
Oh, quick one, catch me.
Here, hold on. Are you all right?
No, I'm miserable. What do you want?
Look, off there. Those lights.
Yes, what there are?
Melanie, those lights are England.
England? Are you sure?
Of course.
It looks like rock.
2 years we have been waiting for this moment, and now we're here.
No, quite. Oh,
Think what it means, Melanie. We have enough money left from the 2 pictures I sold to keep us going properly for 3 months. And you are changed into a perfect aristocrat.
not perfect enough to fool your friend.
Who?
That woman we met here on the boat, Lady Julia. I think she's suspect.
Nonsense. Lady Julia couldn't possibly suspect. You are an aristocrat, and there is England teeming with rich men.
It doesn't look it.
We have only one handicap left. You're English.
Don't worry. It is coming.
Yes, at a snail's pace. Once in England, you will speak only English.
Oui, Paul.
The solicitor who engaged your little house in Brighton has also engaged a maid for you who cannot speak one word of French. Her name is Rose.
Rose? I think she will be a thorn.
Good morning, Monsieur le Duc.
Good morning, Rose.
You're bright and early, sir.
I told you I would be today to go over Mademoiselle's bills for the month.
I have them all ready for you on Mademoiselle's desk.
Thank you. And how is Mademoiselle's English this morning?
I don't know, sir, but my French is improving by leaps and bounds.
I see. There seems to be a lot of veal on this butcher's bills.
I keep telling Mademoiselle that it's unreliable.
It's not its integrity I question, but its cost. What is this bill here?
Oh, that, humbug, sir.
Huh?
They're sort of big bullseyes.
Bullseyes?
Ooh, not real ones, sir. They're sweet, candy. You tuck one in your cheek and it keeps you going for hours. Mademoiselle's very partial to them.
Good morning, Melanie.
Oh, mon Dieu, personne ne m'a dit.
English, Melanie, English.
Oh, I did not know you were here.
That's the girl now, Rose.
Thank you, sir.
Melanie, what on earth's that lump on your cheek?
Humbug. They are delicious. Paul, are you mad again?
You have been speaking French to Rose and eating too much veal.
Please, I'm sorry.
Veal is unreliable and expensive. You are eating too many sweets, and unless you learn English quickly, we shall have to go away, just as we came, without money, without position, without anything.
Please, do not be angry with me this morning. It is my birthday.
Again?
Well, I feel like my birthday.
How can I make you realize that life is serious? Look at these bills. We've been in Brighton a month.
Yes, Paul.
And nothing has happened at all.
Alors, what will you have me do? Have no food? Have no clothes? Go out into the street in rags and say, marry me to every man I see, or comme vous êtes fâcheux ce matin.
English?
Zut.
You must.
Listen, I will be sensible, even in English. I will try to be sensible, but you must not ask me to be serious. This adventure must be gay and funny.
That's because today you feel particularly happy without reason, just as yesterday you felt miserable without reason. You are a creature entirely without balance.
I was an acrobat once.
Kindly remember that you spent your lisping, carefree childhood in the walled garden of an old grey chateau feeding swans.
What is lisping?
Never mind. You have never even seen an acrobat, let alone been one. Now then, business, Melanie. What did Lord Shear say to you last night?
Not very much, but he was very ardent.
He's coming here this morning.
This morning?
I wrote him a little note from you. I will receive him, and when I have talked to him for a little, he will propose marriage. When he does, you will accept him.
When may I love somebody, please?
Love has nothing to do with our agreement.
I see.
What's the matter?
It doesn't feel like my birthday anymore.
Please, Melanie, no sentiment.
And what if I fell in love?
Fell in love?
Yes. What if I fell in love?
But why all this talk of love? I tell you it has nothing to do with our agreement.
But what if I could not help it, in spite of your agreement?
Then we could have to go away and start all over again. Now, please stop talking nonsense.
It is not nonsense. You are so sure that everything in life can be arranged just so, like arithmetic.
But why not? Emotion is so very untidy.
That is how you feel.
Exactly.
Very well. I will see our young Lord Shear, but I have not forgotten my promise, Paul.
Promise?
That last night at a cafe, to follow my secret heart.
morning, mademoiselle.
Good morning, Lord Cheer.
I've just been having a talk with your guardian.
Oh, yes?
He said I might see you.
Oh, it is very nice day. It is not.
Very nice.
So pretty. Everything here in England is so fresh and clean. Look out there, out of the window, that little boat. How do you say? Sailboat?
Yes, that's a sailing boat.
So graceful in the sunshine, like a white butterfly.
Yes. Melanie, I had no idea you had a
guardian?
Yes. He said that he understands I want to marry you.
Did he?
Melanie, I didn't know. When I spoke to you last night, I wasn't sure of what I wanted. I'm not sure now, but don't you...
But you speak too quickly. Please do not speak so quickly. Why do you stare at me?
Who are you, really?
I am Mélanie de Tramont, the daughter of the Marquis de Tramont. My father was killed in the Revolution. My mother also, and my little brother Armand.
And your 4 other brothers and 4 sisters. I know all that. Your guardian told me.
Oh.
A large family.
Very large.
You love them?
Yes, they are very nice.
And your guardian, you love him?
Yes.
I see.
The father.
Who are you, really?
Oh, go away.
Who are you?
I don't know. Oh, please.
I love you, Melanie.
No.
It's true. It feels strange, as though I weren't quite awake. And yet at the same time, more awake than I've ever been before. You see, I'm not very old, not very experienced yet, and... Well, it's the first time.
Oh, this is very uneasy.
Why? Didn't you expect it?
No, like this.
You wanted me to love you, didn't you? Both you and your guardian?
No,
You see, I'm not quite so young as all that, not quite a fool. My eyes are wide open. Oh, there's a lot I don't understand. A trick, some sort of trick. I feel it with all my instincts, but I don't care. I feel more than that. I feel that you're very lovely and very sweet, and that's enough. Will you please be my wife?
Leave me, I beg of you.
Don't hide your face in your hands. Look at me.
No.
Melanie.
Go away, please, go away.
In just a moment, we will continue with Conversation Piece, starring Lily Pons and Adolphe Menjou. Now, let's pay a visit to a typical Hollywood home. The family's sitting down to a 6 o'clock dinner, but we'll go upstairs and tune in on Anne, the pretty daughter of the house. Here she is.
Gee, I would get stuck on the lot just when I have a date. Now I'm terribly late. I'm so tired. I hate to go out with Bill when I feel like this. Oh, but 3 cheers. I've got a good idea.
Luckily, Anne knows a secret she learned from movie stars. And half an hour later, listen to what she says.
I'll say that Lux toilet soap beauty bath makes a girl come to. I'm ready for a large evening now. I'm dancing on air. And what a fragrance that nice soap has. I feel like a million. Bill's got to think I look it.
A Lux toilet soap beauty bath is soothing, refreshing. Its active lather is so thorough that it removes from your pores stale perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. That's why it keeps neck and back and shoulders soft and clear. Why it protects daintiness, leaves skin sweet. That's why lovely screen stars like Loretta Young, Carol Lombard, Anita Louise use it. And why you're sure to like it. Try this luxurious, inexpensive beauty bath tomorrow. And now, Mr. DeMille. We continue with Conversation Piece, starring Lily Pons and Adolphe Menjou, with Marjorie Gateson and George Saunders. It's several days later. In the little house in Brighton, Melanie waits eagerly for Paul to pay his daily visit. At the sound of a footstep, she turns quickly. But it's only Charles, the servant.
Mademoiselle,
Yes, Charles?
there's a lady and gentleman to see you, mademoiselle.
Who are they?
The Duke and Duchess of Benetton.
The Duke and Duchess? Lord Cheer's parrot?
Yes, mademoiselle.
Where are they, Charles?
In the sitting room, mademoiselle.
Thank you. I will go and see them. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You are Mademoiselle de Tremont?
Oui?
I am the Duchess of Benetton, and my husband, the Duke.
Monsieur?
How do you do? Please forgive us for calling on you so unexpectedly. But I believe you are acquainted with my son, Lord Shah.
One moment, my love. Don't rush, madam.
If you please, Frederick.
Yes, my love.
Won't you sit down to chase
Thank you. As I said before, I believe you are acquainted with my son.
You are come to ask a service?
Yes, mademoiselle. We have.
Then I do not understand, Duchess. Your manner is so impolite.
Oh, my wife is upset. Naturally upset.
Why?
Well, Edward is our only son.
Is that not more your fault than mine?
It's no use bandying words, Frederick, and wasting time. Mademoiselle, my son is infatuated with you. But he's young, and that infatuation will not last. It must not last. My husband and I are fully prepared to compensate you within reason.
Yes.
Compensate? What is that, compensate?
Money.
Money? You will pay me money?
Yes, if you will give us your word that you will never see my son again.
If I love him, what then?
That is beside the point.
I think you will perhaps go now.
£500.
It is very charming, your son, and his eyes are very clear and blue. I think he will be angry.
£1,000.
I'm tired, madame. I cannot sit down until you go. Excuse me if I ring my maid.
I would rather like to make one thing clear to you.
Georgiana.
Quiet. If my son marries without his parents' consent, he will not have a penny. Not a penny. Do you understand that?
Georgiana, please.
You rang, mademoiselle? Yes, Rose. The Duke and Duchess are leaving.
Come, Georgiana. Come, my dear.
My maid will show you out.
It will not be necessary. Good afternoon.
Rose, quick, some sherry. My legs will not stand.
My goodness, her face when she went out.
My goodness, her face all the time. Oh, Rose. How my heart bleeds for her poor husband.
I beg pardon, mademoiselle. There's a lady to see you.
What? Another one?
Lady Julia Charteris. She said she met you on the boat coming over.
Oh, that one? I do not wish to see her. Tell her I'm far away.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Good afternoon. Oh, please forgive me, but it was so drafty in the hall.
Oh, yes. That will be all, Charles.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Will you sit down?
Thank you.
I fear that Monsieur le Duc is not here.
Yes, I know. It was you I wished to see. I've recently come to Brighton, and I've been so wanting to see you again.
I'm very happy, madame.
I have so much to talk to you about. Your guardian and I spent a great deal of our childhood together in France, you know.
That is very nice.
It was such a pleasant surprise to see him again on the boat. I had thought he was dead.
No, he's alive.
Yes. I knew your father many years ago, the Marquis de Tramont.
Yes?
Oh, a most witty and delightful man.
Yes, he was very nice.
I don't remember that he had any children.
Oh, yes, two. One boy and one girl. I was the girl.
Oh? Where did you live when you were a child?
A grey walled chateau near Bordeaux. It's all very distant in my mind.
The Chateau de Tramont, no doubt.
Yes. There was a small water and swans. I spent all my early years lisping there.
Oh? Well, you haven't got a lisp now.
No, I lost it in the Revolution.
You remember very little about your early life?
It is so far away.
So very far away from the truth.
Madame!
Oh, my dear child, don't be absurd. The whole story is idiotic. You've been very badly rehearsed. Paul should be ashamed of himself.
I do not understand what you speak,
Oh,
madame.
nonsense.
And I do not understand why you come here.
I came to find out what you were like, to see what sort of plaything Paul had picked out for himself.
Plaything? I am no plaything.
Oh, come. You can hardly expect me to believe that.
How dare you speak those words to me?
Oh, there's no necessity for you to lose your temper, my dear.
How dare you? Leave here at once. At once, do you hear? Paul!
What in the world? Oh, Julia, I didn't know you were coming.
Tell her to go away at once. Tell her, Paul.
Melanie, be careful.
No, enough of being careful. Enough of these English busybodies.
I congratulate you, Paul. She has a fine spirit.
My dear Julia, what has happened?
I have been insulted.
Insulted?
Yes. First, by the very charming mother of Lord Shear, and now by this snooping camel.
Melanie, Lady Julia is a very old friend.
But she has no right to come here and call me your plaything.
What?
Yes, your plaything, to my face.
I will not stand for you taking that tone.
You want me to marry Lord Shear, do you? Very well. But after, you will have no penny, not one, and I shall be forced to do tricks again. Melanie de Tramont in a cabaret? That will be charming. And a lot of good it will do you.
This is idiotic.
It is, and I will not stand anymore. Not for you, not for the love of heaven. I'm going back to France tomorrow. if I have swim there.
It's all very interesting, Paul.
It was unkind of you to come here and bully the child.
I didn't bully her. I merely wanted to find out who she was.
I see. Well, it's an odd story, Julia. Quite fantastic, in fact.
May I hear it?
If you wish. First, I should like to speak to Melanie for a moment. Do you mind?
Not at all. I'll be here when you come back.
Thanks. I won't be long. Melanie. Melanie.
Yes.
Come here. I want to speak to you.
Yes.
Melanie, why did you speak like that in front of Lady Julia?
I hate her.
That's quite beside the point. Don't you realize that if you persist in treating people as you do, that our plans, the work of 2 years, will be for nothing?
I say I was going back to France.
Yes, but you don't mean that.
I do. Oh, Paul, let me go. I will never be happy here. Let me go. And you come with me.
I? Why, no, Melanie. My life is here. And yours, too, if you would only realize it.
You do not care about whether I am happy?
You can be just as happy here as in France, alone.
But when I'm married, when you have found me a rich man, I will be alone here, too.
You will have your husband.
I will have his money.
It's a good compensation.
Is that all that love means to you? Is there nothing else?
I've told you, business and sentiment don't mix. Now dry your eyes, Melanie, and try to be cheerful. I'll speak to you later.
Where are we going?
I'm going to call a carriage and take Lady Julia home. I'll have a good deal to explain on the way.
Must you go?
I'm afraid I must. Goodbye, Melanie.
Oh, Paul. Paul.
Gee up there. Gee up.
There you have it, Julia. You see, Melanie is nothing to me. She is my plan, my trick to be played upon the world, my livelihood.
Paul, have you gone mad?
No. I have merely transformed myself from an effete aristocrat into an unscrupulous adventurer.
That sounds faintly theatrical.
The murder of my wife and child was theatrical enough. The deaths of my whole family on the guillotine were equally theatrical. My life, from then onwards, as a fugitive, was an endless succession of serio-comic stage effects. I was a baker's assistant, a lawyer's clerk, a tutor. 2 years ago, I found Melanie singing in a cafe. She seemed to me to be better material than my sibling pupils. And 5 months ago, I managed to sell 2 pictures from the old house. With that money, I brought her here.
Why?
Just to make a rich marriage.
And you take the commission?
Yes. Well?
Well, I think it's a good joke, in very bad taste.
Taste is too expensive a social luxury for a poor man.
I suppose the poor little thing is in love with you.
In love with me? What nonsense. This whole plan has been understood completely between us from the first as a business arrangement.
How wise.
Will you help me?
Well, I'll try.
I knew you would.
Bring her to my house.
When?
This evening.
This evening?
If she'll come.
I think she might if I ask her to.
Won't you sit down, Melanie?
Thank you.
Melanie, I have brought you here for a very good purpose. But first, I wish you would apologize to Lady Julia.
No, it's for me to say I'm sorry. I was over-inquisitive, and I jumped at conclusions too hastily. Mademoiselle, I ask your forgiveness.
Thank you, madame.
I have told Lady Julia everything. She has promised to help us.
It's a very interesting story, mademoiselle, and I should like to help to bring it to a happy ending.
We can talk quite freely in front of Lady Julia.
That is very nice.
Oh, well, come now, to business.
Business? Oh, yes.
In the first place, who do you know?
Not one of importance.
Melanie, Lord Shear is our only definite proposal so far.
Do you like him, mademoiselle?
Melanie, will you kindly concentrate?
Oh, I do see how difficult it must be for one so young and so charming to banish sentiment entirely.
You are sympathetic, madame, but sentiment is very silly. There is no sentiment in the whole world real enough to waste the time upon. Paul has spoken that very often. Let us now then make business. I have a number with which to begin.
A number?
Yes, I make the progress. First, there is the Prince Regent. But he will not marry me.
Melanie.
Not be shocked, Paul. That is true. And we are speaking truth.
Admirable.
Then, there is Lord Shear. He loves me.
Excellent.
But if we marry, there is not money at all.
Oh, that can soon be remedied if your social position is improved. You must first of all be presented, more or less informally, here at the pavilion.
But how? Who will present her?
I shall, but before that, you must give a little supper party. Now, I'll arrange it and invite the guests.
I can never begin to express my gratitude, Julia.
Oh, not at all. Old friends must be kept from starving. Now, let me see. Lord St. Mary's must come, and the Duke and Duchess of Venerdon, and Lord Shear, Lady Moscrock, and, of course, the Earl and Countess of Harringford. Oh, they're very useful.
Are they rich? Have they foolish sons?
Melanie.
Well, you must have cards and good wine. Perhaps some music. Mademoiselle might sing a little. She has such a charming voice, but I should suggest songs more allied to the classics than the cabaret.
A very profitable suggestion. It is not false. Be very sure, madame, that we'll choose my songs with care, and I will be so careful to live up to them, to cheat and lie and pretend perfectly. Oh, yes. I will be so very careful, Paul, to follow Madame's suggestions. And my secret heart.
Your secret heart?
Yes, Madame. No matter what price is paid, what stars may fade above, I'll follow my secret heart.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Conversation piece starring Lily Pons as Melanie and Adolphe Monjou as Duke Paul continues shortly from the Lux Radio Theater. When the 1933 All-American football team was selected, practically every sports writer in the country picked Cotton Warburton, the diminutive quarterback of the University of Southern California. Since graduation, he's been at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, where he's now a film editor. I've asked him here tonight to tell us something about editing films and scoring touchdowns. All right, Cotton, kick off.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. First, I'd better explain what a film editor does. It's very seldom, ladies and gentlemen, that a picture is filmed in the same continuity as you see it on the screen. The middle part may be taken first. The first part may go before the camera last. All this must be joined in its proper sequence and music and sound effects injected. Cutting is a major problem. In The Good Earth, for example, 2.5 million feet of film were shot, enough for 200 pictures. It's our job to cut The Good Earth to 12,000 feet. You know, Mr. DeMille, I thought I was through with football when I went in the picture business, but I'm still calling signals. Take this, for example. 25D, F, 38762, scene 28A, take 3, date 10-6.
Well, let's call time out while you explain that to the audience.
We use signals in referring to a certain piece of film. That particular number refers to the third version of a scene from The Good Earth, showing Paul Muni eating a bowl of rice. Those numbers also reveal what sequence the scene is in and on what date it was filmed. But unfortunately, I can't use the same method of keeping my signals straight as I did in college.
How did you do it there?
I had them neatly written down on my pants. One time, the manager sent my regular pants to the cleaner, and I almost lost the next game.
Have you played any football, Cotton, since you received your diploma?
No, though I coached a professional team owned by Victor McLaughlin. But since I married and became a papa, I get all the exercise I need walking the floor.
Does the baby look like all-American material?
Not unless football teams are going to include girls, but she's 100% Lux baby, Mr. DeMille.
And then at least she'll have an all-American complexion.
Right. I don't know much about the care or feeding of babies, but I figured if Lux soap is pure and gentle enough for the stars, it must be about the best on the market. When the doctor backed me up on that, I felt pretty proud of myself.
If you were picking the all-American team for this season, Cotton, whom would you select?
From performances to date, my choice would be for ends, King, Minnesota, and Kelly Yale. For tackles, Widsith, Minnesota, and Franco Fordham. For guards, Pierce, Fordham, and Morrell, Navy. For center, Herwig, California. For halfbacks, Heap, Northwestern, and Urim, Minnesota. For quarterbacks, Smith of Alabama. And for fullback, Patrick, Pittsburgh. And before I have time to change my mind, thank you and so long.
Good night. We return to our story, Conversation Piece, starring Lily Pons and Adolphe Monjou, with Marjorie Gateson and George Saunders. It's the evening of Mélanie's official presentation. In a room fairly glittering with social celebrities, the young girl appears nervous and excited. She's been asked to sing, and as our scene opens, she is just finishing her song.
She doesn't seem to fit in, if you know what I mean.
Yes, her background is a bit, shady, don't you think, Lady Harrington?
I wish we could find out more about her.
Well, I'm going to ask. You can't be too careful these days about the people you meet. Since Lady Julia was the one who presented her, perhaps she will give us a little information. Melanie, you were wonderful.
Thank you, Lady Julia.
Come with me now. I want you to meet Lady Worth and Lady Harrington.
Please, no more. I have met so many people. I am all confused.
Confused?
They ask me questions. All of them ask me questions. I'm so tired of them. If anyone asks me another question, I shall scream.
Melanie, control yourself.
I can't.
Melanie, what's the matter?
She can't meet any more guests.
But she must.
Then you tell her. I've other things to do.
I'm tired, Paul. Let me go. Let me meet some other time. Sometime will happen if you don't.
But nonsense. Everyone is captivated by you. You're a success.
On the surface, yes. But underneath, they suspect me and they hate me. I can feel it.
Be quiet.
Ah, Paul. May we have the pleasure of meeting your very charming ward?
But of course. Lady Harrington and Lady Worth, my ward, Melanie de Tramont.
Sure.
So pleased, my dear.
Thank you.
De Tremont, the Marquis, I presume.
Yes, he was my guardian's friend.
Oh, of course, of course. It's so stupid of me, Paul.
Not at all.
You sing beautifully, my dear. Wherever did you study?
Why? In France?
Under what teacher?
Why, I don't.
A private teacher, Lady Worth. Unknown, but very efficient.
He must have been.
Oh, Paul, may I see you?
Certainly. Excuse me, please.
Of course.
I'll be back directly.
Oh.
Perhaps I had best to go, too.
Oh, no, please. We have so much to ask you, mademoiselle.
Yes, about the revolution.
Yes, I would rather not talk about it, if you don't mind.
Then we shall talk about something else.
Please, I would rather not talk about anything.
My dear, are you ill?
Yes, I'm very ill.
Strange. Lady Bromley said you were ill just before, when she asked you something about your life.
What do you mean by that?
We mean, my dear, that you seem to be particularly averse to discussing your past.
Lady Harrington?
It's true. Yes, it is true. All of you have been snooping so hard to find out something about me. You wish to tell all your friends and make joke. Well, I will explain to you. Listen, I am the daughter of a mandarin in China. He was my first father. My second father was a Turk in Prague. He lived in Spain. I live in Italy. My mother was a slave. My brothers and sisters were slaves. No, they were little pigs trying with their big noses to find out things like you, madame, and you.
Oh, I never heard it.
I am Gerda Snipe. I am the daughter of a witch who was burnt at the stake. Take these tales to your friend, but take these quickly. Because if you don't go away and leave me alone, I will smash your painted face and pull you dead hair by the roots.
Oh, I think we have heard enough.
I'm only sorry the rest of the company didn't hear it also.
They will soon enough. Tell them all, and then get out. All of you, get out, get out! Paul, where are you?
I am here. Lie quietly, Melanie.
Oh, what happened, Paul?
You fainted. You'll be all right now.
Oh, yes, I remember. All the people. They are gone?
Thanks to you, yes.
Oh, Paul, I'm sorry.
Why did you do it?
I don't know. I asked you to let me go.
You did it deliberately, didn't you?
No, Paul, I swear.
You wanted it to happen. All along, you wanted it.
Yes, I did.
You've ruined everything. I hope you realize that.
Yes, but I don't care. Let them go. Let them leave us. I won't want to marry. I don't want. I can't. It's you I love, Paul.
What?
It's you. I love you, Paul. That is why I have been so happy.
Melanie, this is a farce.
Is it farce to be loved to me?
But there can be no love between us. It's not only a farce, it's madness.
Oh, no. It is only a very simple truth.
You have broken your word, you have lied, and you have made me ridiculous, a fool. That is the simple truth.
And you, in all your clever plans, did you once think of me? Never.
All that was understood between us from the beginning. You knew everything, and you agreed to everything.
I could not answer for my heart.
Your heart?
I love you, do you understand? Call me mad. Say it is all stupid romantic, if that will quiet your conscience.
My conscience is not troubled.
But it's true, and I love you deep. In all my life, no other things have been so deep in me. You were finished with love when your wife was killed. How often you have spoken to me of that.
Melanie, I beg of you.
And because there was a revolution, you think to scheme over all life, secure. You think to fit everyone to your plans like puppets. But life is real, Paul. It is important, and life is too strong in me to be just a puppet.
I was a fool to trust you.
I love you. I love you. And you too, deep down in my heart, you love me. Yes, Paul. Everything shouted to me. You think now, because you stand here so bitter, with the door open to go, that you will prove me wrong, that you are secure in your shell. I know that too. But you must not go, Paul. Please. Oh, Paul. Come back, Paul. Come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce to you the return to Le Petit Girondin of Mademoiselle Mélanie. Mademoiselle Mélanie returns with her bewitching voice for your delight and her acrobatic tricks on her elusive wine barrels for your amazement. Tonight, she will first delight you with a little song. She will amaze you later. I present Mademoiselle Mélanie.
Mélanie. Mélanie.
Oh! Why are you here in France?
Thank God you're all right. To be with you I came, that's all.
We can't talk here. Come with me, quick.
Oh, Mélanie.
Here is a little window in the shadow. This one. It will squeeze us to look out, but we will be less conspicuous.
All right.
How did you know where to find me, Lord here?
I asked Lady Julia and Rose for everything they knew. I had to find you, if only to see that you were all right.
They told you everything?
Yes, between them. I made them.
So do you understand now?
Yes, I understand.
Then, why are you here?
I love you.
But
I know. But I had to tell you, Mélanie.
there is only room for one true love in my heart. My secret heart.
I understand.
I see you. The stars are thick tonight.
You're not looking at them.
I see them in your eyes. They are flooded with stars.
I'm sorry.
No, do not be ashamed of these tears. They are fine and manly. See, I keep them. Oh, thank you, my dear, for being so sweet to me.
Mélanie, you don't know how I've longed to kiss you.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, mon Dieu, Paul. You here too?
Yes, I was worrying about you. This is an unexpected pleasure, Lord Shear.
How do you do?
Worrying?
I see now there was no need. But when I went back to your house and found you gone,
You went back?
the day after, I did not know Lord Shear was with you, and naturally I felt a responsibility. However, it was plain when I interrupted you just now that you have returned to reason.
Yes, Paul.
Lord Shear, I congratulate you.
Oh, but...
Yes, Paul.
It's so pretty to see youth in love.
Please, be parloking.
I've a brandy at the table. If you'll please excuse me, I'll wait there.
Shall we lean out of the window, Paul?
With pleasure. It's still dusty, I see.
Yes, Paul.
You are going to marry.
Yes, Paul.
I'm very glad.
Yes, Paul.
You're in love?
Yes, Paul.
So am I.
Yes, Paul.
What is the matter with you? Can you say nothing else but yes, Paul?
There is nothing else to say.
When are you going to be married?
Soon, very soon.
What about money?
That will no matter. Never does.
Have you anything to reproach me with?
No.
Well, then, there is really nothing else except this.
What is...
One other thing.
What is this?
Humbugs, your favorite candies.
Oh, Paul, please open them. And other things.
It's all true what you said, Melanie. I do love you. There, they're open. And if you want an humbug now?
Yes, please.
I love you desperately, with all my heart. And I know now that I can never prove you wrong.
Ouch!
What is it?
My muscles. They are not used to acrobatics.
So, Melanie, you are going to marry Lord Shear after all.
Certainly not. I'm going to marry you, my darling.
Melanie.
Wait. Business now. I must go this moment and amaze the clientele with some tricks. Quick, another humbug.
Never mind. Business can wait. What was that in your song? No matter what price is paid, what stars may fade above.
With Lily Pond singing the lovely melody, I Follow My Secret Heart, the curtain descends on Conversation Piece. But we shall hear further from Miss Pons and Adolphe Marjou a little later. Before introducing our next guest, we make a statement furnished by Mr. Melvin Purvis, our guest on last week's program. Quote, after stating figures on crime, it was discovered that the number of murders committed in Memphis in 1935 was 103. Instead of the figure given. I desire to express my genuine and sincere regret for this inadvertence. Unquote. I join Mr. Purvis in offering my regrets for this mistake. As the Ripley of Hollywood, Feg Murray is an encyclopedia of strange truths concerning your favorite stars. In returning to our microphone, he bears the distinction of being the first guest to be called back since the Lux Radio Theater has come to you from Hollywood, proving that you like to listen to his odd facts as much as you like to read his cartoons in the daily paper under the caption Seeing Stars. I've asked him to begin with what he knows about Lily Pons and Adolphe Marjou. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Feg Murray.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. Starting from the ground up, Lily Pons wears the smallest shoes of any star in Hollywood, size 1.5B. A village in Maryland has been named after her, and she originally took up singing as a means of improving her health. Adolphe Marjou was a captain in the United States Army Ambulance Service in Italy during the World War. Hollywood told him he was through when the talkies came along, so he made pictures in French, Italian, and Spanish, and was so successful that Hollywood did nip-ups trying to get him back. His parrot likewise speaks French, Italian, and English. And now, Mr. DeMille, I understand you have an item for me concerning the Plainsman.
Yes. Since I began making the Plainsman, 39 different people have written me, each claiming to own Lucretia Borgia, Buffalo Bill's famous rifle. And now what can you tell us about football and Hollywood?
Well, Paul Robeson and Jim Thorpe, the Indian, were both All-American players. Barton McLean once ran back a kickoff 105 yards to score a touchdown for Wesleyan. Johnny Mac Brown of Alabama caught the 58-yard pass that beat Washington 10 years ago in the Rose Bowl. Gene Raymond blushes when you mention football. Once in a prep school game, Gene ran the length of the field for a touchdown, only to discover he had galloped in the wrong direction. Dolores Del Rio should also be mentioned here. She's never seen a football game. Dolores, who is Gary Cooper's aunt by marriage, doesn't know what she's missed, just like those girls who may never have used Lux toilet soap. I think the strangest fact I could find in Hollywood would be a movie star who doesn't use Lux soap. And here's another fact people may not know. That wonderful aroma in Lux soap comes from 34 different ingredients gathered from the far corners of the earth.
Now, suppose I turn you loose with whatever facts you care to give us.
Swell. In Lloyd's of London, Freddie Bartholomew eats roast beef that costs $1,502.10.
They must have ordered it from a nightclub.
The meat itself cost only $2.10. The $1,500 was the cost of time lost in getting that roast beef to steam properly for the cameras. Shirley Temple has a life insurance policy which is void if she takes up arms in defense of her country or meets death by accident while intoxicated. Lionel Stander, who appeared in 28 Broadway flops in 8 years, has one green eye and one brown eye. And speaking of variety, there's a tree on Elisa Landy's estate which bears oranges, lemons, grapefruit, and kumquats, all from the same root. Fred Astaire has spent more than 200 hours dancing on air. In each dance, he's in the air 1 second out of every 5. And there's a card on file in a Hollywood studio which turned Fred down with the following notation at the bottom. Astaire also dances.
Any more inside information?
Just one more fact, and this is strictly from the inside. Warner Baxter's appendix is on his left side instead of his right. Good night.
Good night. If the statement of Dr. Samuel Johnson is true, that a Frenchman must always be talking, tonight's stars must have felt at home in a play whose title is Conversation Piece. Miss Pons was born in southern France, while Mr. Monjou, a native of Pittsburgh, is the son of a Frenchman. They now resume the conversation. Mademoiselle Pons, Monsieur Monjou.
Don't forget that you're partly French yourself, Mr. DeMille.
Yeah, but I'm not the boulevardier. You are, Monsieur Monjou.
Thank you.
Why don't you foreigners talk English like me? I know. I've only a little accent. I wasn't always such a fine speaker of English. It's very hard to learn. So many words. You spell them almost alike, but you pronounce them so much different. I once made up a poem about it. You like me to recite, Mr.
We'd
DeMille?
be delighted, Miss Pons.
Very well. I recite. If L-A-U-G-H spells laugh and B-O-U-G-H spells bow, surely C-A-U-G-H is calf and C-O-U-G-H is cow. If bread is made of substance known as dough, was the steak I have for dinner turf or toe? I still am quite unable, as I got up from the table, to be sure if I was truff or through or throw.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And if your dog gets sick again, I suggest you see Mr. Monjou. He knows all about dogs.
So?
Yes, I raised them, Miss Pons, just as a hobby. Cairns and Ciliums.
Where do you learn about growing dogs?
Well, I used to work on a farm. I learned quite a bit about livestock before I got into pictures. Excellent training. The foreman told me the other day that the cows have gone so high-hat, they refuse to be washed down unless the farmhands use Lux toilet soap.
Who can blame them? All beautiful ladies use Lux soap. But why did you want to be a farmer?
Well, I wanted some nice secluded place in the country with plenty of sunshine and fresh air where I could cultivate a mustache and get into pictures. But now, Miss Pons, before the people are sure Dr. Johnson was right about the French, let us say good night.
Good night, everyone. I hope you like our play.
Good night, mademoiselle. Good night,
Miss Pons, Mr. Monjou, our thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille returns shortly with news of next week's show. Mr. Monjou's next picture is titled 1 in a Million. Miss Pons appeared through courtesy of RKO Studios, where she just completed That Girl from Paris. Mr. DeMille through courtesy of Paramount, Mr. Warburton, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new picture Lloyd's of London. And here's Mr. DeMille.
The story of Louis Pasteur recently provided the screen with one of the finest and most dramatic films ever made. Its success, however, was largely due to the magnificent performance of Paul Muni in the title role. Next week in the Lux Radio Theater, Paul Muni recreates the character of the great French chemist and humanitarian once again. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Paul Muni in the story of Louis Pasteur, assisted by an all-star cast. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Noel Coward's famous comedy of the 20s, Hay Fever, with Peggy Ashcroft, Tony Britton, Millicent Martin, Julia Foster, and Maurice Denham.
Listen to this, Simon. Love's a trollop stained with wine, clawing at the breasts of adolescence. Nuzzling, tearing, shrieking, beating. God, why were we fashioned so?
The poor girl's potty.
I wish she hadn't sent me the beastly book. I must say something nice about it.
The binding's very dashing.
She used to be such fun before she married that gloomy little man.
She was always a fierce poseuse. So silly of people to try and cultivate the artistic temperament. Au fond, she's just a normal, bouncing Englishwoman.
You didn't shave this morning.
I know I didn't, but I'm going to in a minute, when I've finished this.
I sometimes wish we were more normal and bouncing, Simon.
Why?
I should like to be a fresh, open-air girl with a passion for games.
Thank God you're not.
It would be so soothing.
Not in this house.
Where's Mother?
In the garden, practicing.
Practicing?
She's learning the names of the flowers by heart.
What's she up to?
I don't know.
I always distrust her when she becomes the squire's lady.
So do I.
She's been at it hard all day. She tapped the barometer this morning.
She's probably got a plan about impressing somebody.
I wonder who.
Some dreary, infatuated young man will appear soon, I expect.
Not today. You don't think she's asked anyone down today, do you?
I don't know. Has Father noticed anything?
No, he's too immersed in work.
Perhaps Clara will know.
Yell for her.
Clara? Clara!
Oh, Simon, I do hope she hasn't asked anyone down today.
Why? Have you?
Yes.
Why on earth didn't you tell me?
I didn't think you'd care one way or the other.
Who is it?
Richard Gretham.
How exciting. I've never heard of him.
I shouldn't flaunt your ignorance if I were you. Makes you look silly. Everybody's heard of Richard Gretham.
How lovely for them.
He's a frightfully well-known diplomatist. I met him at the Mannerings dance.
He'll need all his diplomacy here.
I warned him not to expect good manners, but I hope you'll be as pleasant to him as you can.
I've never met any diplomatists, Sorrel, but as a class I'm extremely prejudiced against them. They're so suave and polished and debonair.
You could be a little more polished without losing caste.
Will he have the papers with him?
What papers?
Oh, any papers.
I wish you confine your biting irony to your caricatures, Simon.
And I wish you'd confine your girlish infatuations to London and not force them on your defenceless family.
I shall keep him out of your way as much as possible.
Do, darling.
Yes, what is it?
Clara, has Mother asked anyone down this weekend?
I don't know, dear. There isn't much food in the house, and Amy's got toothache.
I got some oil of cloves somewhere.
She tried that, but it only burnt her tongue. Poor girl's been writhing about the scullery like 1 o'clock.
You haven't forgotten to put those flowers in the Japanese room.
The Japanese room is essentially feminine and entirely unsuited to the pet of the Foreign Office.
Shut up, Simon.
The room looks lovely, dear. You needn't worry. Just like your mother's dressing room on her first night.
How restful.
Have you told her about your boyfriend?
Not boyfriend, Clara.
Oh, well, whatever he is.
I think Sorrel's beginning to be ashamed of us all, Clara. I don't altogether blame her. We are very slapdash.
Are you going to leave that picture in the guest bathroom, Mr. Simon, dear? I don't know if it's quite the thing. Lots of pink naked women rolling about in a field.
Nudity can be very beautiful, Clara.
Oh, can it? Perhaps being a dresser for so long has spoilt me eye for it.
Clara's looking tired. We ought to have more servants and not depend so much on her.
You know we can never keep them. You're right about us being slapdash, Simon. I wish we weren't.
Does it matter?
It must, I think, to other people.
It's not our fault. It's the way we've been brought up.
Well, if we're clever enough to realise that, we ought to be clever enough to change ourselves.
I'm not sure that I want to.
We're so awfully bad-mannered.
Not people we like.
The people we like put up with it because they like us.
And what do you mean exactly by bad manners? Lack of social tricks and small talk?
We never attempt to look after people when they come here.
Why should we? It's loathsome being looked after.
Yes, but people like little attentions. We've never once asked anyone if they've slept well.
I consider that an impertinence, anyhow.
I'm going to try and improve.
You're only going on like this because you've got a mania for a diplomatist. You'll soon return to normal.
Abnormal, Simon. That's what we are, abnormal. People stare in astonishment when we say what we consider perfectly normal things. I just remarked at Frida's lunch the other day how nice it would be if someone invented something to make all our faces go up like the Chinese, because I was so bored with them going down. And they all thought I was mad.
It's no use worrying, darling. We see things differently, I suppose. And if people don't like it, they must lump it. Oh, hello, Mother. Been gardening?
Yes, dear. You look awfully dirty, Simon. What have you been doing?
Not washing very much.
You should, darling, really. It's so bad for your skin to leave things about on
Clara says Amy's got toothache.
Poor dear. There's some oil of cloves in my medicine cupboard. Who is Amy?
The scullery maid, I think.
Oh, how extraordinary. She doesn't look Amy at all, does she? Much more flossy. Delphiniums are those stubby red flowers, aren't they?
No, darling, they're tall and blue.
Yes, of course. The red ones are somebody's name. Asters. That's it. I knew it was something opulent. I do hope Clara has remembered about the Japanese room.
Japanese room?
Yes, I told her to put some flowers in it and take Simon's flannels out of the wardrobe drawer.
So did I.
Why?
I've asked Richard Gretton down for the weekend. I didn't think you'd mind.
Mind? How dared you do such a thing?
He's a diplomatist.
That makes it much worse. We must put him off at once.
It's too late.
Well, we'll tell Clara to say we've been called away.
That would be extremely rude. And anyway, I want to see him.
You mean to sit there in cold blood and tell me you've asked a complete stranger down for the weekend and that you want to see him?
I've often done it before.
I fail to see how that helps matters. Where's he going to sleep?
The Japanese room.
Oh, no, he isn't. Sandy Tyrrell is sleeping there.
There now, what did I tell you?
Sandy what?
Tyrrell, dear.
Why didn't you tell us, Mother?
I did. I've talked of nothing but Sandy Tyrrell for days. I adore Sandy Tyrrell.
You've never mentioned him.
Who is he, Mother?
He's a perfect darling and madly in love with me. At least it isn't me, really. It's my celebrated actress glamour. But it gives me a divinely cosy feeling. I met him at Nora Trent's.
Mother, I wish you'd give up this sort of thing.
What exactly do you mean by this sort of thing,
You
Sorrel?
know perfectly well what I mean.
Are you attempting to criticise me?
I should have thought you'd be above encouraging silly, callow young men who are infatuated by your name.
That may be true, but I shall allow nobody but myself to say it. I hoped you'd grow up a good daughter to me, not a critical aunt.
It's so terribly cheap.
Cheap? Nonsense. How about your diplomatist?
Surely that's a little different, dear.
If you mean that because you happen to be a vigorous ingenue of 19, you have the complete monopoly of any amorous adventures there may be about, I feel it my firm duty to disillusion you.
But, Mother...
Anyone would think I was 80 the way you go on. It was a great mistake, not sending you to boarding schools and you coming back and me being your elder sister.
It wouldn't have been any use, darling. Everyone knows we're your son and daughter.
Only because I was stupid enough to dandle you about in front of cameras when you were little. I knew I should regret it.
I don't see any point in trying to be any younger than you are.
At your age, dear, it would be indecent if you did.
But, Mother, darling, don't you see it's awfully undignified for you to go flaunting about with young men?
I don't flaunt about. I never have. I've been morally an extremely nice woman all my life, more or less. And if dabbling gives me pleasure, I don't see why I shouldn't dabble.
But it oughtn't to give you pleasure any more.
You know, Sorrel, you grow more damnably feminine every day. I wish I'd brought you up differently.
I'm proud of being feminine.
You're a darling. And I adore you. And you're very pretty, and I'm madly jealous of you.
Are you really? How lovely.
You will be nice to Sandy, won't you?
Can't he sleep in little hell?
My dear, he's frightfully athletic. And all those hot water pipes will sap his vitality.
They'll sap Richard's vitality, too.
He won't notice them. He's probably used to scorching tropical embassies with punkers waving and everything.
He's sure to be deadly anyhow.
You're getting far too blasé and exclusive, Simon.
Nothing of the sort, only I loathe being hearty with your men friends.
You've never been even civil to any of my friends, men or women.
Don't bicker.
Anyhow, the Japanese room's a woman's room, and a woman ought to have it.
I promised it to Sandy. He loves anything Japanese.
So does Mara.
Mara?
Mara Arundel. I've asked her down.
You what?
I've asked Mara down for the weekend. She's awfully amusing.
Well, all I can say is it's beastly of you. You might have warned me. What on earth will Richard say?
Something exquisitely non-committal, I
This
expect.
is too much. Do you mean to tell me, Simon?
Yes, Mother, I do. I've asked Mara down, and I've a perfect right to. You've always brought us up to be free about things.
Mara Arundel is training freedom to its utmost limits.
Don't you like her?
No, dear, I detest her. She's far too old for you. And she goes about using sex as a sort of shrimping net.
Really, Mother?
It's no use being cross. You know perfectly well I dislike her. And that's why you never told me she was coming until too late to stop her. It's intolerable of you.
Whether she's here or not is a matter of extreme indifference to me. But I'm afraid Richard won't like her very much.
You're afraid you'll like her too much?
That was an offensive remark, Simon. Rather silly.
Why on earth don't you fall in love with nice young girls instead of self-conscious vampires?
She's not a vampire, and I never said I was in love with her.
He's crazy about her. She butters him up and admires his sketches.
What about you, picking up old gentlemen at dances?
He's not
You
old.
both upset me thoroughly. I wanted a nice, restful weekend, with moments of Sandy's ingenuous affection to warm the cockles of my heart when I felt in the mood. And now the house is going to be full of discord. Not enough food, everyone fighting for the bath. Perfect agony. I wish I were dead.
You needn't worry about Mara and me. We shall keep out of everyone's way.
I shall take Richard on the river all day tomorrow.
In what?
The punt.
I absolutely forbid you to go near the punt.
It's sure to rain anyhow.
What your father will say, I tremble to think. He needs complete quiet to finish off the sinful woman.
I see no reason for there to be any noise. Unless Sandy What's-his-name is given to shouting.
If you're rude to Sandy, I shall be extremely angry.
Oh, now
Why
it's
you
coming
should
all
expect
the
us
way
to be
down.
anything else
especially
but rude
nice
to
or
Sandy.
evil.
Will you-
What is going on? Why are you all making such a noise?
I think I'm going mad.
And why hasn't Clara brought me my tea?
I don't know.
Where is Clara?
Oh, do stop firing questions at me, David.
Why are you all so irritable? What's happened?
Here's your tea. I'm sorry I'm late with it. Amy forgot to put the kettle on. She's got terrible toothache.
Oh, poor girl. Give her some oil of cloves.
If anyone else mentions oil of cloves, I shall do something desperate.
It's wonderful stuff. Where's Zoe?
She was in the garden this morning.
I suppose no one thought of giving her any lunch.
I put it down by the kitchen table as usual, but she never came in for it.
She's probably mousing.
She isn't old enough yet. She might have fallen into the river for all you care. I think it's a shame.
Don't you worry, Ed. Zoe won't come to any harm. She's too wily.
I do not want to be disturbed. And listen, Simon, there's a perfectly sweet flapper coming down by the 4:30. Now, will you go and meet her and be nice to her? She's an abject fool, but a useful type, and I want to study her a little in domestic surroundings. Oh, she can sleep in the Japanese room.
I should like someone to play something very beautiful to me on the piano.
Damn everything. Damn, damn, damn.
Swearing doesn't help.
It helps me a lot.
What does Father mean by going on like that?
In view of the imminent reception, you'd better go and shave, Simon.
Oh, it's perfectly beastly. Whenever I make any sort of plan about anything, it's always done in by someone. I wish I were earning my own living somewhere. A free agent. Able to do whatever I like without being cluttered up and frustrated by the family.
It grieves me to hear you say that, Sorrel.
Don't be infuriating, Mother.
A sad change has come over my children of late. I tried to shut my eyes to it, but in vain. At my time of life, one must face the bitter facts.
This is going to be the blackest Saturday till Monday we've ever spent.
Sorrel, you mustn't cry.
Don't sympathise with me. It was only temper.
Put your head on my shoulder, dear.
Your head like the golden fleece.
Richard will have to have little help. And that horrible flapper, the Japanese room.
Over my dead body.
Mother, what are we to do?
We must all be very, very kind to everyone.
Now then, Mother, none of that.
I don't know what you mean, Simon.
You are being beautiful and sad.
But I am beautiful and sad.
You're not particularly beautiful, darling, and you never were.
Never mind, I made thousands think I was.
But as for being sad...
Now, Simon, I will not be dictated to like that. If I say I'm sad, I'm sad. You don't understand because you're precocious and tiresome. There comes a time in all women's lives.
Oh, dear.
What did you say, Sorrel?
I said, oh, dear.
Well, please don't say it again, because it annoys me.
You're such a lovely hypocrite.
I don't know what I've done to be cursed with such ungrateful children. It's very cruel at my time of life.
There you go again.
You're getting far too tall, Sorrel.
Sorry, Mother.
I'm going to forget entirely about all these dreadful people arriving. My mind henceforward shall be a blank on the subject.
That's all very fine, Mother.
I made a great decision this morning.
What kind of decision?
It's a secret.
Aren't you going to tell us?
Of course. I meant it was a secret from your father.
What is it?
I'm going back to the stage.
I knew it.
I'm stagnating here. I won't stagnate as long as there's breath left in my body.
Do you think it's wise? You retired so very finely last year. What excuse will you give for returning so soon?
My public, dear. Letters from my public.
Have you had any?
One or two. That's what decided me, really. I ought to have had hundreds.
We'll write some lovely ones, and you can publish them in the papers.
Of course.
You will be dignified about it all, won't you, darling?
I'm much more dignified on the stage than in the country. It's my milieu. I tried terribly hard to be landed gentry, but without any real success. I long for excitement and glamour. Think of the thrill of a first night. All those ardent playgoers willing one to succeed. The critics all leaning forward with glowing faces, receptive and exultant, emitting queer little inarticulate noises as some witty line tickles their fancy. The satisfied grunt of the Daily Mail, the abandoned gurgle of the Sunday Times, and the shrill, enthusiastic scream of the Daily Express. I can distinguish them all.
Have you got a play?
I think I shall revive Love's Whirlwind.
Oh, Mother.
Father will be furious.
I can't help that.
It's such a fearful play.
It's a marvellous part. You mustn't say too much against it, Sorrel. I'm willing to laugh at it a little myself, but after all, it was one of my greatest successes.
Oh, it's appalling, but I love it. It makes me laugh.
The public love it too, and it doesn't make them laugh. Much. You are a fool. A blind, pitiable fool. You think because you have bought my body, you have bought my soul. You must say that's dramatic. I've dreamed of love like this, but I never realized. I never knew how beautiful it could be in reality. That line always brought a tear to my eye.
The second act is the best, there's no doubt about that.
From the moment Victor comes in, it's strong, tremendously strong. Be Victor, Sorrel.
Do you mean when he comes in at the end of the act?
Yes, you know. Is this a game?
Is this a game?
Yes, and a game that must be played to the finish.
Zara, what does this mean?
So many illusions shattered, so many dreams trodden in the dust.
And George now. I don't understand. You and Victor. My gosh.
Isn't that little Pam crying?
She'll cry more, poor mite, when she realizes that her mother is a...
Oh, damn. There's the bell. Clara!
You look hideous.
Yes, dear.
Coming, dear. Clara, before you open the door, we shall be 8 for dinner. My God.
And for breakfast, lunch, tea, and dinner tomorrow.
Will you get various rooms ready?
Well, I shall have to. I can't sleep in the passage.
Now we've upset Clara.
It can't be helped. Nothing can be helped. It's fate. Everything that happens is fate. That's always a great comfort to me.
More like arrant selfishness.
You mustn't be pert, Clara.
Pert I may be, but I've got some thought for others. 8 for dinner, Amy going home early. It's nothing more nor less than an imposition.
Hadn't you better let them all in?
Oh.
Good afternoon. Is Mrs. Bliss... Oh, there you are.
Nice manners, I must say.
I say it's perfectly ripping of you to let me come down.
Are you alone?
Yes.
I mean, didn't you meet anyone at the station?
Oh, I motored down. My car's outside. Would you like me to meet anybody?
Oh, no. I must introduce you. This is my daughter Sorrel and my son Simon.
How do you do?
I'm extremely well, thank you, and I hope you are.
So do I.
You must forgive me for having rather peculiar children. Have you got a bag or anything?
Yes, it's in the car.
Well, we better leave it there for the moment, as Clara has to get the tea. We'll find you a room afterwards.
I've been looking forward to this most awfully.
It is nice, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
You can see as far as Marlow on a clear day, so they tell me.
I meant I've been looking forward to seeing you.
How perfectly sweet of you. Would you like a drink?
No, thanks. I'm in training.
How lovely. What for?
I'm boxing again in a couple of weeks.
I must come to your first night.
You look simply splendid.
I'm so glad. You know, you mustn't mind if Simon and Sorrel insult you a little. They've been very bad-tempered lately.
It's awfully funny, you having a grown-up son and daughter at all. I can hardly believe it.
I was married very young.
I don't wonder. You know, it's frightfully queer the way I've been planning to know you for ages, and I never did until last week.
I liked you from the first, really, because you're such a nice shape.
Oh, I see.
Small hips and lovely broad shoulders. I wish Simon had smaller hips. Do you think you could teach him to box?
Oh, rather, if he likes.
That's just the trouble. I'm afraid he won't like. He's so dreadfully that sort of thing. You must use your influence subtly. I'm sure David would be pleased.
Who's David?
My husband.
Oh.
Why do you say oh like that? Didn't you know I had a husband?
I thought he was dead.
No, he's not dead. He's upstairs.
You're quite different from what you were the other day.
It's this garden hat. I'll take it off. I've been pruning the calceolarias.
Oh?
I love my garden, you know. It's so peaceful and quaint. I spend long days dreaming away in it. You know how one dreams?
Oh, yes.
I always long to leave the brittle glamour of cities and theatres and find rest in some old-world nook. That's why we came to Cookham.
Awfully nice place, Cookham.
Have you ever seen me on the stage?
Oh, rather.
Oh, what in?
That thing when you pretended to cheat at cards to save your husband's good
name.
name.
Oh, the bold deceiver.
Yes.
That play was never quite right.
Oh, you were absolutely wonderful. That was when I first fell in love with you.
Was it? Really?
Yes. You were so frightfully pathetic and brave.
Was I?
Rather.
Well, go on.
I feel such a fool, telling you what I think, as though it mattered.
Of course it matters. To me, anyhow.
Does it? Honestly?
Certainly.
Oh, it seems too good to be true, sitting here talking as though we were old friends.
We are old friends. We probably met in another life. Reincarnation, you know, fascinating.
You do say ripping things.
Do I? Give me a cigarette. And let's put our feet up.
All right.
Can you punt?
Yes, a bit.
You must teach Simon. He always gets the poles stuck.
I'd rather teach you.
You're so gallant and chivalrous. Much more like an American than an Englishman.
I should like to go on saying nice things to you forever.
Sandy. There now.
Is anyone else coming to stay?
Anyone else? You don't know. You just don't know.
You said it would be quiet with nobody at all.
I was wrong. It's going to be very noisy with herds of angry people stamping about. Give me my hat.
All right.
Judith, my dear. Oh, this is divine. Too lovely. Where are the others? What others? Did you come by the 4:30? Yes. Didn't you see anyone at the station?
Yes, several people, but I didn't know they were coming here.
Well, they are.
Sorrel said it was going to be just ourselves this weekend.
Sorrel?
Well, yes, didn't she tell you she'd asked me? I mean, weren't you expecting me?
Simon muttered something about your coming, but Sorrel didn't mention it. Wasn't that odd of her?
Oh, you're a divinely mad family. How do you do? It's useless to wait for introductions with the Blisses. My name's Myra Arundel. Sandy Tyrrell, Myra Arundel, Myra Arundel, Sandy Tyrrell. There. Is that your car outside?
Yes.
Well, Judith, I do think you might have told me someone was motoring down. A nice car would have been so much more comfortable than that beastly train.
I never knew you were coming until a little while ago.
It's heavenly here after London. The heat was terrible when I left. You look awfully well, Judith. Rusticating obviously agrees with you.
I'm glad you think so. Personally, I feel that a nervous breakdown is imminent.
Oh, my dear, how ghastly. What's the matter?
Nothing's the matter yet, Myra, but I have presentiments. Come upstairs, Sandy, and I'll show you your room.
Oh, thank you.
I'll send Simon down to you. He's shaving, I think, but you won't mind that, will you? Simon!
Myra, this is marvellous.
Oh, no, Simon, dear, it's too hot.
You look beautifully cool.
Well, I'm more than cool, really, but it's not climatic coolness. I've been mentally chilled to the marrow by Judith's attitude.
Why, what did she say?
Oh, nothing very much. She was bouncing about on the sofa with a hearty young thing in flannels and seemed to resent my appearance, rather.
You mustn't take any notice of Mother.
I'll try not to, but it's difficult.
She adores you, really.
I'm sure she does.
She's annoyed today because Father and Sorrel have been asking people down without telling her.
Oh, poor dear. Well, I can quite see why.
You look enchanting.
Thank you, Simon.
Are you pleased to see me?
Of course, that's why I came.
Darling!
Now, don't shout.
I feel most colossally temperamental. I should like to kiss you and break everything in the house and then jump into the river.
Oh, dear Simon.
You're everything I want you to be. Absolutely everything. Marvellous clothes, marvellous looks, marvellous brain. Oh, God, it's terrible.
I dined with Charlie Templeton last night.
Well, you're a devil. You only did it to annoy me. He's far too plump, and he can't do anything but dither about the embassy in badly cut trousers. You loathe him, really. You know you do. You're too intelligent not to. You couldn't like him and me at the same time. It's impossible.
Don't be so conceited.
Darling, I adore you.
That's right.
But you're callous. That's what it is. Callous. You don't care a damn. You don't love me a bit, do you?
What do you mean?
We can't go on like this.
I'm not going on like anything.
Yes, you are. You're going on like Medusa, and there are awful snakes popping their heads out at me from under your hat. I shall be turned to stone in a minute, and then you'll be sorry.
You're very sweet, and I'm very fond of you.
Tell me what you've been doing. Everything.
Nothing.
What did you do after you dined with Charlie Templeton?
Supped with Charlie Templeton.
Well, I don't mind a bit. I hope you ate a lot and enjoyed yourself. There.
Generous boy. Now come and kiss me.
You're only playing up to me now. You don't really want to a bit.
Oh, I'm aching for it.
Oh, I love you.
This weekend's going to be strenuous.
Hell upon earth. 15 million people in the house. We'll get up at 7 and rush away down the river.
No, we won't.
Well, don't let's either of us agree to anything we say. We'll both be difficult. I love being difficult.
You certainly do.
But I'm in the most lovely mood now. Just seeing you makes me feel grand.
Is your father here?
Yes. He's working on a new novel.
He writes brilliantly.
Doesn't he? He drinks too much tea, though.
Well, that can't do him much harm, surely.
It tans the stomach.
Who is Sandy Tyrrell?
Never heard of him.
He's here with Judith.
Oh, that poor thing with hot hands. We'll ignore him.
Oh, I thought he looked rather nice.
You must be mad. He looked disgusting.
Idiot.
Smooth my hair with your soft, white hands.
It's got glue on it.
You smell heavenly. What is it?
Borgia of Rosine.
How appropriate.
You're too demonstrative today, Simon.
Damn. Damn. It's those drearies.
Is this Mrs. Bliss's house?
Oh, yes, this is it.
Is Miss Sorrel Bliss in?
I expect so. I'll see if I can find her.
We'd better go in, don't you think?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Hello. Did you have a nice journey?
Yes, thank you. Very nice. I met Miss Corridor at the station. We introduced ourselves while we were waiting for the only taxi to come back.
Oh, I took the only taxi. How maddening of me.
Mrs. Arundel, how do you do? I never recognized you.
I did.
Why? Have we met anywhere?
No. I mean, I recognized you as the one who took the taxi.
You're Sorrel's brother?
Yes, she'll be down in a minute. Come out into the garden, Myra.
Oh, but Simon, we can't.
Yes, we can. I shall go mad if I stay in the house a moment longer.
Won't you excuse us?
Tea will be here soon.
Well,
A strange young man.
very rude, I think.
Have you ever met him before?
No. I don't know any of them, except Mr. Bliss. He's a wonderful person.
I wonder if he knows you're here.
Perhaps that funny woman who opened the door will tell him.
It was fortunate that we met at the station.
I'm frightfully glad. I should have been terrified arriving by myself.
I do hope the weather will keep good over Sunday. The country around here is delightful.
Yes.
Nowhere like England in the spring and summer.
No, there isn't, is there?
There's a sort of quality you find in no other countries.
Have you travelled a lot?
A good deal.
How lovely.
Spain is very beautiful.
Yes. I always heard Spain was awfully nice.
Except for the bullfights. No one who ever really loved horses could enjoy a bullfight.
Nor anyone who loved bulls either.
Exactly.
Italy's awfully nice, isn't it?
Oh, yes, charming.
I've always wanted to go to Italy.
Rome is a beautiful city.
Yes, I always heard Rome was lovely.
And Naples and Capri. Capri's enchanting.
It must be.
Have you ever been abroad at all?
Oh, yes. I went to Dieppe once. We had a house there for the summer.
Dear little place, Dieppe.
Yes, it was lovely.
It's always so beautiful at this time of the year. I thought it might be rather lovely on the river before tea.
Oh, yes, rather. I should love that.
Well,
Russia used to be a wonderful country before the war.
it must have been. Was that her?
Who?
Judith Bliss.
Yes, I expect it was.
Oh, I wish I'd never come.
No, you mustn't worry. They're a very bohemian family, I believe.
I wonder if Mr. Bliss knows I'm here.
I wonder.
But couldn't we ring a bell or anything?
Yes. Yes, perhaps we'd better.
I don't suppose it rings.
No, you mustn't be depressed.
I feel horrid.
It's always a little embarrassing coming to a strange house for the first time. You're like Sorrel. She's charming.
I wonder where she is.
I expect tea will be here soon.
Do you think they have tea?
Oh, yes, they must.
Oh, well. We'd better go on waiting then.
Do you mind if I smoke?
Not a bit.
Will you?
No, thank you.
I got this case in Japan. It's pretty, isn't it?
Awfully pretty.
Oh, Richard. Oh, I'm dreadfully sorry. I didn't know you were here.
We've been here a good while.
How awful. Please forgive me. I was upstairs.
This is Miss Corriton.
Oh.
How do you do?
Have you come to see Father?
Yes?
He's in his study. You better go up.
Oh. I don't know the way.
Oh, well, I'll take you. Come on. Wait a minute, Richard. It's along that passage and the third door on the right.
Oh. Thank you.
Poor girl looks half-witted.
Oh, she's shy, I think.
I hope Father will find her a comfort.
Oh, tell me one thing, Sorrel. Did your father and mother know I was coming?
Oh, yes. They were awfully pleased.
A rather nice-looking woman came down in a big hat and went into the garden with a young man without saying a word.
Oh, that was Mother, I expect. We're an independent family. We entertain our friends sort of separately.
Oh, I see.
It was sweet of you to come.
I wanted to come. I thought about you a lot.
Have you really? That's thrilling.
No, I mean it. You're so alive and vital and different from other people.
I'm so frightened you'll be bored here.
Bored? Why should I be?
Oh, I don't know. But you won't be, will you? Or if you are, tell me at once and we'll do something quite different.
You're rather a dear, you know.
Oh, I'm not. I'm devastating, entirely lacking in restraint. So Simon. It's father's and mother's fault, really, you see. They're so vague. They've spent their lives cultivating their arts and not devoting any time to ordinary conventions, manners and things. I'm the only one who sees that, so I'm trying to be better. Oh, I'd love to be beautifully poised, carry off difficult situations with the lift of an eyebrow.
I'm sure you could carry off anything.
There you are, you see, saying the right thing. You always say the right thing, and no one knows a bit what you're really thinking. That's what I adore.
I'm afraid to say anything now, in case you think I'm only being correct.
But you are correct. I wish you'd teach Simon to be correct, too.
It'll be uphill work, I'm afraid.
Why? Don't you like him?
I have only met him for a moment.
Would you like to see the garden?
Please, I should love it.
I don't want to really a bit. Only I'm trying to entertain you. It's as easy as pie to talk in somebody else's house, like at the dance the other night. But here, on my own ground, I'm finding it difficult.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it isn't your fault. Honestly, it isn't. You're awfully kind and responsive. What shall we do?
I'm quite happy talking to you.
Can you play mahjong?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
I'm so glad. I do hate it so. Here's tea.
Where's your mother, dear?
Out in the garden, I think.
It's starting to rain.
Oh, everyone will come dashing in then. How awful.
Won't the luggage get rather wet out there?
What luggage?
I'll bring it in when I've made the tea.
No, don't trouble. I'll do it now.
We ought to have got William up from the village.
It's Saturday.
I know it is.
He's playing cricket.
Do sit down and smoke. I can easily manage it.
No, certainly not.
How typical of Myra to have so many bags. Oh! There now. You've probably broken something.
Well, it's on my bag, so it doesn't matter. This is the last one.
Do you know where to wash if you want to?
No, but I'm all right.
Hello, Sorrel. How are you?
I'm splendid. Do you know Mr. Breton?
Oh, yes, we've met several times.
Come and sit down, Myra.
Is tea ready?
Here we are, dear.
Yes, just.
Simon, come and be nice to Miss Corriton.
We've met already.
That is no reason for you not to be nice to her. How do you do?
How do you do?
Are you staying here?
I hope so.
You must forgive me for being rather frowsy. But I've been working hard.
Father, this is Mr. Breton.
How are you? When did you arrive?
This afternoon.
Good. Have some tea. Everyone had better put their own sugar and milk in, or it will get muddled. Where's your mother, Simon?
She was last seen in the punt.
How extraordinary. She can't punt.
Sandy Tyrrell's with her.
Oh, well, she'll be all right then. Who's he?
I don't know.
Do sit down, everybody.
There's going to be a thunderstorm. I felt sick this morning. This is Sandy Tyrrell. Everybody.
Mother, I want you to meet Mr. Breton.
Oh, yes. You were here before, weren't you?
Before what, darling?
Before I went out in the punt. There was somebody else here, too. A fair girl.
Me.
Oh, there you are. How do you do? Sit down, Sandy, and eat anything you want. Give Sandy some bread and butter, Simon.
Here you are.
Thanks. How far
What a
are
pity
you
it's
from
raining. I
Maidenhead?
mean, we might have played some...
The train
I
was
adore
awfully
this
crowded
shaken hall.
coming down.
It's so...
go out.
I don't mind.
No, you always guess it too quickly.
What do we have to do? Choose an adverb and then...
Someone goes out, you see, and comes in, and you've chosen a word among yourselves, and she, or he, whoever it is, asks you some sort of question, and you have
Not
to...
an ordinary question, Simon. They have to ask them to do something in the manner of the word. And then...
Then, you see, you act, whatever it is, in
the
the
answer
manner...
to the question, you see.
Yeah, but what sort of thing is one expected to do?
Quite usual things, like reciting if or playing the piano.
I can't play the piano.
Never mind, you can fake it, as long as it conveys an idea of the word.
The word we've all thought of? Yes, the word we've chosen when whoever it is out of the room.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand yet.
Never mind, I'll explain. You see, someone goes out...
I'll go out the first time, just to show her.
It's quite simple. All we have to do is just act in the manner of the word.
Look here, everybody, I'm going out.
All right, go on.
The history game's awfully good when two people go out and come back as Mary Queen of Scots and Crippen or somebody.
I'm no earthly good at this sort of thing.
I'll show you, Sandy. You see,
there's always how, when, and where. We haven't played that for ages.
We will afterwards. We'll do this one first. Go on, Sorrel.
Don't be too long.
Now then.
Bitterly.
No, we did that last week. She'll know.
Intensely.
Too difficult.
Well, there was an amusing game I played once at the Harringtons' house. Everyone was blindfolded.
This room's not big enough for that. What about winsomely?
I wish I knew what we had to do.
You'll see when we start playing.
Mother's brilliant at this. Do you remember when we played it at the Mackenzies?
Yes. And Blanche was so cross when I kissed Freddie's ear in the manner of the word.
What was the word?
I can't remember.
Perhaps it's as well.
What about drearily?
Not definite enough.
Winsomely's the best.
She's sure to guess it straight off.
These games are much too brainy for me.
Young Norman Robertson used to be marvellous. Do you remember? Yes, wonderful sense of humour.
He's lost it all since his marriage.
I didn't know you knew him.
Well, considering he married my cousin.
We don't seem to be getting on with the game.
We haven't thought of a word yet.
Brightly.
Too obvious.
Well, don't snap at me.
Saucily. I've got a lovely idea for saucily.
I should think rudely would be the easiest.
Don't be sour, Myra.
The great thing is to get an obscure word.
What a pity Irene isn't here. She knows masses of obscure words.
She's probably picked them up from her obscure friends.
It's no use being catty about Irene. She's a perfect darling.
I wasn't being catty at all.
Yes, you were.
Hurry up! Quickly now, we must think.
Appendicitis.
That's not an adverb.
You're thinking of charades.
Oh, charades are damn good fun.
Yes, but we don't happen to be doing them at the moment.
Oh, sorry.
Saucily.
No, winsomely's better.
All right, call her in.
Sorrel, come on. We're ready.
Which is it, saucily or winsomely?
Winsomely. Oh.
Mother, go and take a flower out of that vase and give it to Richard.
Very well. Which one shall it be? But of course, this one. This is for you, kind sir, she said.
Oh.
Marvellous, Mother.
Lovely.
Now, Myra, get up and say goodbye to everyone in the manner of the word.
Goodbye, it's really been most delightful.
No.
Why, what do you mean?
You haven't got the right intonation a bit.
Oh, Mother, darling, do shut up.
Remember what an advantage you have over us poor amateurs, Judith, having been a professional for so long.
I don't like so long very much.
Do you think we might go on now?
Yes, we'll go on to the next one. I'm not going to do any more.
Oh, please do. You were simply splendid.
It doesn't matter. Richard, light a cigarette in the manner of the word.
Oh. I'd forgotten what it is.
You remember.
Oh, yes. Oh, my girl.
No.
Well, I can't think what that's meant to be.
Well, I was doing my best.
So frightfully easily, and nobody can do it right.
I believe you've muddled it up.
But you'd better go on to the next one.
Which word were you doing? Whisper.
Saucily.
I knew it. He was doing the wrong word.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
Give him another chance.
No, it's Jackie's turn now. It'll come round to him again, I'm afraid.
Do a dance in the manner of the word.
I can't.
Nonsense, of course you can.
I can't, honestly.
Go on, have a shot at it.
No, I'd much rather not. Count me out.
Really? The ridiculous fuss everyone makes.
Well, I'm awfully stupid at anything like this.
It's only a game, after all.
Come along, try.
No, I couldn't. Oh, please don't ask me to. I just simply couldn't.
Leave her alone if she doesn't want to.
What's the use of playing at all if people won't do it
It's
properly?
so simple.
It's awfully difficult if you haven't done it before.
Go on to the next one.
Unless everyone's in it, we won't play at all.
Now, don't lose your temper.
Lose Lose my temper? I like that. No one's given me the slightest indication of what the word is. You all argue and squabble.
Talk, talk, talk. Everybody talks too much.
It's so surprising to me when people won't play up. After all,
It's a hateful game anyway, and I don't want to play it again ever.
You haven't played it at all yet.
Don't be rude, Sorrel.
Really, Simon, the way you go on is infuriating.
It's always the same. Whenever Sorrel goes out, she gets quarrelsome.
Quarrelsome?
Don't worry, Jackie. You needn't do anything you don't want to.
I think for the future we better confine our efforts to social conversation and not attempt anything in the least intelligent.
How can you be so unkind, Mother?
Don't speak to me like that.
It's all my fault. I know I'm awfully silly, but it embarrasses me so terribly doing anything in front of people.
I should think the word was winsomely.
You must have been listening outside the door, then.
Not at all. Miss Corriton gave it away.
Why Miss Corriton all of a sudden? You've been calling her Jackie all the evening. You're far too grand, Sorrel.
And you're absolutely maddening. I'll never play another game with you as long as I live.
Well, that won't break my heart.
Stop.
Come out into the garden. I'm sick of this.
So am I.
Don't let him take you on the river. He isn't very good at it.
Ha ha, very funny.
Sorrel, you're behaving disgracefully.
Simon ought to go into the army or something.
You both ought to be in reformatories.
This always happens whenever we play a game. We're a beastly family and I hate us.
Speak for yourself, dear.
I can't without speaking for everyone else too. We're all exactly the same and I'm ashamed of us. Come into the library, Sandy.
A little reading might do us all a lot of good.
Charming. It's all perfectly charming.
Yes, I think it would be better, Judith, if you exercised a little more influence over the children.
That's right. Blame it all on me.
But after all, dear, you started it by snapping everybody up.
You ought never to have married me, David. It was a great mistake.
The atmosphere of this house is becoming more unbearable every day. And all because Simon and Sorrel are allowed to do exactly what they like.
You sit upstairs all day writing your novels.
Novels which earn us our daily bread.
Daily bread? Nonsense. We've got enough money to keep us in comfort until we die.
That will be very soon, if we can't get a bit of peace. Come on, come out into the garden.
Willingly. I sincerely hope the night air will cool you.
I don't know what's happened to you lately, Judith.
Nothing's happened to me. Nothing ever does. You're far too smug to allow it.
Smug, thank you.
Yes, smug. And pompous.
I hope you haven't been drinking, dear.
Drinking? Ah, that's very amusing.
I think it's rather tragic at your time of life. This way, Mrs. Arundel.
David's been a good husband to me, but he's wearing a bit thin now.
Would you like me to go, to leave you alone for a little?
Why? Are you afraid I shall become violent?
Oh, no, I merely thought perhaps I was in the way.
I hope you're not embarrassed. I couldn't bear you to be embarrassed.
No, not in the least.
Marriage is a hideous affair altogether, don't you think?
Well, I'm really hardly qualified to judge. You see,
Do stop being non-committal. Just for once. It's doubly annoying in the face of us all having lost control so lamentably.
I'm sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry for, really, because, after all, it's your particular thing, isn't it? Observing everything and not giving yourself away an inch.
I suppose it is.
You'll get used to us in time, and then you'll feel cozier. Why don't you sit down?
Oh, thank you. You know, I'm enjoying myself very much.
It's very sweet of you to say so, but I don't see how you can be.
But I am.
There now. That was quite a genuine laugh. We're getting on. Are you in love with Sorrel?
In love with Sorrel?
No. I've killed it. I've murdered the little tender feeling of comfort that was stealing over you by sheer tactlessness. Will you teach me to be tactful?
Do you really think I was in love with Sorrel?
That's so difficult to tell, isn't it? I mean, you might not know yourself. She's very attractive.
Oh, yes, she is very.
It's awfully sad for a woman of my temperament to have a grown-up daughter, you know. I have to put my pride in my pocket and develop in her all the charming little feminine tricks which will eventually cut me out altogether.
No, that wouldn't be possible.
I do hope you meant that, because it was a sweet remark.
Of course I meant it. You're an extraordinary person.
In what way extraordinary?
When I first met Sorrel, I guessed what you'd be like.
Did you now? And am I?
Exactly.
Huh. Oh, well.
I want you to talk to me and tell me all about yourself and the things you've done.
Oh, I've done nothing.
What a shame. Why not?
I never realize how dead I am until I meet people like you. It's depressing, you know.
What nonsense. You're not a bit dead.
Do you always live here?
I'm going to, from now onwards. I intend to sink into a very beautiful old age. When the children marry, I shall wear a cap.
How absurd.
I don't mean a funny cap.
You're far too full of vitality to sink into anything.
It's entirely spurious vitality. If you troubled to look below the surface, you'd find a very wistful and weary spirit. I've been battling with life for a long time.
But surely such successful battles as yours have been are not wearying?
Yes, they are, frightfully. I've reached an age now when I just want to sit back and let things go on around me. And they do.
I should like to know exactly what you're thinking about, really.
I was thinking of calling you Richard. It's such a nice, uncompromising name.
I should be very flattered if you would.
I won't suggest you calling me Judith until you feel really comfortable about me.
But I do, Judith.
I'm awfully glad. Will you give me a cigarette?
Oh, certainly.
What a divine case.
Yes, it was given to me in Japan 3 years ago. All those little designs mean things.
What sort of things?
Charms for happiness, luck, and love.
Which is the charm for love?
That one.
Oh, what a dear. Richard!
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't help it.
What are we to do? What are we to do?
Well, I don't know.
David must be told. Everything.
Everything?
Yes. Yes. There come moments in life when it is necessary to be honest, absolutely honest. I've trained myself always to shun the underhand methods other women so often employ. The truth must be faced fair and square.
The truth I don't quite understand.
Yeah, Richard. You want to spare me, I know. You're so chivalrous. But it's no use. After all, as I said before, David has been a good husband to me, according to his lights. This may, of course, break him up rather, but it can't be helped. I wonder how he'll take it. They say suffering's good for writers. It strengthens their psychology. Oh, my poor, poor David. Never mind. You'd better go out into the garden and wait.
Wait? What for?
For me, Richard, for me. I will come to you later. Wait in the summer house. I had begun to think that romance was dead, that I should never know it again. Before, of course, I had my work and my life in the theatre, but now, nothing. Everything is empty and hollow like a broken shell.
Now, look here, Judith. I apologize for what I did just now.
But now you have come and it's all changed. It's magic. I'm under a spell that I never thought to recapture again. Go along.
But Judith, this...
Don't make it any harder for me. I am quite resolved, and it's the only possible way. But go.
Oh, very well, then.
Sorrow? Oh!
Look here, Mother.
Sorrow. What am I to say?
I don't know, Mother.
Neither do I.
It was my fault, Mrs. Bliss. Judith.
What a fool I've been. What a blind fool.
Mother, are you really upset?
I'm stunned.
But, darling...
Don't speak for a moment, Sorrow. We must all be very quiet and think.
It was nothing, really. For heaven's sake.
Nothing? I open the library door casually, and what do I see?
I'm most awfully sorry.
It has gone beyond superficial apologies.
Mother, be natural for a minute.
I don't know what you mean, Sorrow. I'm trying to realize a very bitter truth as calmly as I can.
There's nothing so very bitter about it.
My poor child.
Very well, then. I love Sandy, and he loves me.
That is the only possible excuse for your behaviour.
Why shouldn't we love each other if we want to?
Sandy was in love with me this afternoon.
Not real love. You know it wasn't.
I know now.
I say, look here.
I'm most awfully sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry for, really. It's my fault for having been so ridiculous.
Mother.
Yes, ridiculous. I'm getting old, and the sooner I face it, the better.
But, darling,
youth will be served. You're so pretty, Sorrel. Far prettier than I ever was. I'm very glad you're pretty.
I feel a fearful cad.
Why should you? You've answered the only call that really counts, the call of love and romance and spring. I forgive you, Sandy, completely. There.
Well, that's all right, then.
I resent your tone, Sorrel. You seem to be taking things too much for granted. Perhaps you don't realize that I'm making a great sacrifice.
Sorry, darling.
It's far from easy at my time of life.
Mother, say you understand and forgive.
Understand. You forget, dear. I am a woman.
I know you are, Mother. That's what makes it all so poignant.
If you want Sorrel truly, I give her to you unconditionally.
Thanks. Awfully, Mrs. Bliss.
You can still call me Judith, can't you? It's not much to ask.
Judith.
There now, away with melancholy. This is all tremendously exciting, and we must all be very happy.
Don't tell Father yet.
We won't tell anybody. It shall be our little secret.
You are splendid, Mother.
Nonsense! I just believe in being honest with myself. It's awfully good for one, you know, so cleansing. I'm going upstairs now to have a little aspirin. Ah, youth, youth. What a strange, mad muddle you make of things.
Well, that's that.
Yes.
It's all right. Don't look so gloomy. I know you don't love me, really.
I say, Sorrel.
Don't protest. You know you don't. Any more than I love you.
But you told Judith that...
I was only playing up. One always plays up to Mother in this house. It's sort of unwritten law.
Didn't she mean all she said?
No, not really. We none of us ever mean anything.
She seemed awfully upset.
Well, it must have been a slight shock for her to discover us clasped tightly in each other's arms.
I believe I do love you, Sorrel.
A month ago, I should have let you go on believing that, but now I can't. I'm bent on improving myself.
I don't understand.
Never mind, it doesn't matter. You just fell a victim to the atmosphere, that's all. There we were, alone in the library, with the windows wide open. Probably a nightingale somewhere about.
I only heard a cuckoo.
Even a cuckoo has charm in moderation. You kissed me because you were awfully nice and I was awfully nice, and we both liked kissing very much. It was inevitable. Then Mother found us and got dramatic. Her sense of the theatre is always fatal. She knows we shan't marry, the same as you and I do. You're under absolutely no obligation to me at all.
I wish I understood you a bit better.
Never mind about understanding me. Let's go back into the library.
All right. And, you see, he comes in and finds her there waiting for him.
She hadn't been away at all?
No. And that's psychologically right, I'm sure. No woman under those circumstances would.
It's brilliant of you to see that. I do think the whole thing sounds most excellent.
Yeah, well, I got badly stuck in the middle of the book when the boy comes down from Oxford. But it worked out all right eventually.
When shall I be able to read it?
I'll send you the proofs. You can help me correct them.
Oh, how divine. I shall feel most important.
Would you like a cigarette or anything?
No, thank you.
I think I'll have a drink.
Very well. Would give me some plain soda water, then?
There isn't any ice. Do you mind?
Not a bit.
Here you are.
Thank you. I wonder where everybody is.
Not here, thank God.
Must be dreadfully worrying for you, having a house full of people.
It depends on the people.
I have a slight confession to make.
A confession?
Yes, do you know why I came down here?
Not in the least. I suppose one of us asked you, didn't they?
Oh, yes, they asked me, but...
Well?
I was invited once before, last September.
Ah, I was in America then.
Exactly.
How do you mean, exactly?
Well, I didn't come. I'm a very determined woman, you know, and I made up my mind to meet you ages ago.
Now, that was charming of you. I'm not much to meet, really.
You see, I'd read Broken Reeds.
Did you like it?
Like it? I think it's one of the finest novels I ever read.
There now.
How do you manage to know so much about women?
I'm afraid my knowledge of them is sadly superficial.
Oh, no, you can't call Evelyn's character superficial. It's amazing.
Why are you being so nice to me? Have you got a plan about something?
How suspicious you are.
I can't help it. You're very attractive. And I'm always suspicious of attractive people, on principle.
It's not a very good principle.
I'll tell you something. Strictly between ourselves.
Do.
You're wrong about me.
Wrong in what way?
I write very bad novels.
Don't be so ridiculous.
And you know I do, because you're an intelligent woman.
I don't know anything of the sort.
Tell me why you're being nice to me.
Because I want to be.
Why?
You're a clever and amusing man.
Splendid.
And I think I've rather lost my heart to you.
Shall we elope?
David.
There, now you've called me David.
Do you mind?
Not at all.
I'm not sure that you're being very kind.
What makes you think that?
You're being rather the cynical author laughing up his sleeve at a gushing admirer.
I think you're a very interesting woman and extremely nice looking.
Do you?
Yes. Would you like me to make love to you?
Oh, really? Now, I wish you wouldn't say things like that.
I've knocked you off your plate. I'll look away for a minute while you climb onto it again.
Oh, now, this is wonderful.
That's right. Now then.
Now then what?
You're adorable. You're magnificent. You're tawny.
I'm not tawny.
Don't argue.
Well, this is sheer affectation.
Affectation's very nice.
No, it isn't. It's odious.
Now, you mustn't get cross.
I'm not in the least cross.
Yes, you are. But you're very alluring.
Alluring?
Terribly.
I can hear your brain clicking. It's very funny.
That was rather rude.
Well, you've been consistently rude to me for hours.
Never mind.
Why have you?
I'm always rude to people I like.
Oh, do you like me?
Enormously.
How sweet of you.
But I don't like your methods.
Methods? What methods?
You're far too pleasant to occupy yourself with the commonplace.
And you spoil yourself by trying to be too clever.
Thank you.
Anyhow, I don't know what you mean by commonplace.
You mean you want me to explain?
Not at all.
Very well, I will.
I shan't listen.
Well, you'll pretend not to, but you'll hear every word, really.
You're so inscrutable and quizzical. Just what a feminine psychologist should be.
Yes, aren't I?
You frighten me dreadfully.
Darling.
Now, don't call me darling.
That's unreasonable. You've been trying to make me all the evening.
Your conceit is outrageous.
It's not conceit at all. You've been firmly buttering me up because you want a nice little intrigue.
How dare you?
It's true. It's true. If it weren't, you wouldn't be so angry.
I think you're insufferable.
Mahara. Dear Mahara.
Now, don't touch me.
Let's have that nice little intrigue. The only reason that I've been so annoying is that I love to see things as they are first, and then pretend they're what they're not.
Words, masses of words.
They're great fun to play with.
I'm glad you think so. Personally, they bore me stiff.
Mara, don't be statuesque.
Now, let go of my hand.
You're charming.
Let go of my hand.
I won't.
You will.
You're perfectly sweet.
Oh, David.
You must say it's an entrancing amusement.
Forgive me for interrupting.
Are there any chocolates in the house?
No, David.
I should like a chocolate more than anything in the world at this moment.
This is a very unpleasant situation, David.
Horrible.
We'd better talk it over.
I shall do nothing of the sort.
Please? Please don't be difficult.
I apologize, Judith.
Don't apologize. I quite understand.
Please let go of my hand, David. I should like to go to bed.
I should stay if I were you. It would be more dignified.
There isn't any real necessity for a scene.
I don't want a scene. I just want to straighten things out.
Very well, go ahead.
June has always been an unlucky month for me.
Now, look here, Judith. I'd like to explain one thing.
I don't wish to hear any explanations or excuses. They're so cheapening. This was bound to happen sooner or later. It always does to everybody. The only thing is to keep calm.
I am, perfectly.
There is such a thing as being too calm.
Sorry, dear.
Life has dealt me another blow, but I don't mind.
And what did you say?
I said life had dealt me another blow, but I didn't mind.
Rubbish.
You're probably irritable, dear, because you're in the wrong. It's quite usual.
Now, Judith.
Let me speak. It's my right.
I don't see why.
I am the injured party, am I not?
Injured?
Yes, extremely injured.
Injured.
Your attitude, David, is nothing short of deplorable.
It's all nonsense. Sheer, unbridled
No,
nonsense.
David, you can't evade the real issues as calmly as that. I've known you for a long time. I've realized subconsciously for years that you've stopped caring for me in that way.
What do you mean, that way?
Just that way. It's rather tragic, but quite inevitable. I'm growing old now. Men don't grow old like women, as you'll find to your cost, Myra, in a year or two. David has retained his youth astonishingly, perhaps because he's had fewer responsibilities and cares than I.
This is all ridiculous hysteria.
No, Myra. Judith is right. What are we to do?
Do nothing.
Do you love her, truly, David?
Madly.
David.
You thought just now that I was joking. Couldn't you see that all my flippancy was only a mask, hiding my real emotions, crushing them down desperately?
But, David,
I knew it. The time has come for the dividing of the ways.
What on earth do you mean?
I mean that I am not the sort of woman to hold a man against his will.
Now, you're both making a mountain out of a molehill. David doesn't really love me madly, and I don't love him.
You do love him. I can see it in your eyes, in your every gesture. David, I give you to her, freely and without rancour. We must all be good friends,
Judith.
always.
Judith, do you mean this?
You know I do.
How can we ever repay you?
Just by being happy. I may leave this house later on. I have a feeling that its associations may become painful, especially in the autumn.
Now, look here, Judith.
October is such a mournful month in England. I think I should probably go abroad. Perhaps a pension somewhere in Italy with cypresses in the garden. I've always loved cypresses. They're such sad, weary trees.
What about the children?
We must share them, dear.
I pay you exactly half the royalties I receive from everything, Judith.
That's very generous.
You have behaved magnificently. This is a crisis in our lives, and thanks to you...
Judith, now I will speak.
Myra, darling, we owe it to Judith to keep control of our emotions. The scene would be agonizing for her now. She has been brave and absolutely splendid throughout. Let's not make things harder for her than we can help. Come, we'll go out into the garden.
I will not go out into the garden.
Please do. I don't think I can bear any more just now.
So, this is the end, Judith.
Yes, my dear. The end.
Mother, I've got something important to tell you.
Very well, dear.
Where's Sorrel?
In the library, I'm afraid.
Sorrel, come out. I've got something vital to tell you.
You seem excited, my boy. What has happened?
Come on, Sandy. Perhaps there's a fire. What's the matter?
I wish you wouldn't all look so depressed. It's good news.
Good news? I thought perhaps Jackie had been drowned.
No, Jackie hasn't been drowned. She's been something else.
Simon, what do you mean?
Jackie?
Yes?
She has become engaged to me. Haven't you, Jackie?
Yes?
Simon.
Good heavens.
Simon, my dear. Oh, this is too much.
What on earth are you crying about, Mother?
All my chicks leaving the nest. Now I shall only have my memories left. Jackie, come and kiss me.
Congratulations, son.
You must promise to make my son happy.
But Mrs. Bliss...
I understand. I've not been a mother for nothing.
But it's not true. We didn't.
You're trying to spare my feelings, I know.
Well, I'm not going to spare your feelings or anyone else's. You're the most infuriating set of hypocrites I've ever seen. This house is a complete featherbed of false emotions. You're posing, self-centered egotists, and I'm sick to death of you.
Myra!
Don't speak to me. I've been working up for this. Only every time I open my mouth, I've been mowed down by theatrical effects. You haven't got one sincere or genuine feeling among the lot of you. You're artificial to a point of lunacy. It's a great pity you ever left the stage, Judith. It's your rightful home. You can rant and roar there as much as ever you like.
Rant and roar, may God forgive
And let
you.
me tell you this.
I'm not going to allow you to say another word.
I will speak. Now, I will speak.
This is
What is
like
this?
What's happened? Is this a game?
Yes, and a game that must be played to the finish.
Zara, what does this mean?
So many illusions shattered. So many dreams trodden in the dust.
Love's whirlwind. Dear old Love's whirlwind.
I don't understand. You and Victor. My God.
Isn't that little Pam crying?
She'll cry more, poor mite, when she realizes that her mother is a...
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Spare her that.
I've given you all that makes life worth living. My youth, my womanhood, and now my child. But you tear the very heart out of me. I tell you, it's infamous that men like you should be allowed to pollute society. You have ruined my life. I have nothing left. Nothing. God in heaven, where am I to turn for help?
Is this true? Answer me. Is this true?
Yes, yes.
You cur.
Don't strike. Here's your father.
Has she fainted?
Hello.
Oh,
Anything wrong?
oh, it's only you. You frightened me.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
I say, don't cry.
I'm not crying.
You were. I heard you.
It's this house. It gets on my nerves.
Oh, I don't wonder. After last night. Have you had breakfast?
Yes, thank you. I wish I'd never come. I had horrible nightmares with all those fearful dragons crawling across the walls.
Dragons?
Yes, I'm in a Japanese room. Everything in it's Japanese. Even the bed.
How awful.
I believe they're all mad, you know.
The British?
Yes. They must be.
I've been thinking that too.
Do you suppose they know they're mad?
Oh, no. People never do.
Why, it was Mr. Bliss asked me down, and he hasn't paid any attention to me at all. I went into his study soon after I arrived yesterday, and he just said, "Who the hell are you?"
Didn't you remember?
Well, he did afterwards. Then he brought me down to tea and left me.
Are you really engaged to Simon?
Oh, no. I hope not.
You were last night.
Well, so were you, to sorrow.
Well, not properly. We talked it over.
I don't know what happened to me. I was in the garden with Simon, and he was being awfully sweet. Then he suddenly kissed me and rushed into the house and said we were engaged. And that hateful Judith asked me to make him happy.
That's exactly what happened to me and Sorrel. Judith gave us to one another before we knew where we were.
How frightful.
I like Sorrel, though. She was jolly decent about it afterwards.
I think she's a cat.
Why?
Look at the way she lost her temper over that beastly game.
All the same, she's better than the others.
Well, that wouldn't be difficult.
I say, I've got hiccups.
Hold your breath.
It's because I bolted my breakfast.
Well, come on, hold it as long as you can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5...
I can't any more.
Eat a lump of sugar.
I'm awfully sorry.
Oh, I don't mind. It's a horrid feeling, isn't it?
Horrid?
People have died from hiccups, you know.
Oh, have they?
Yes, an aunt of mine once had them for 3 days without stopping.
How beastly.
She had to have the doctor and everything.
I expect mine will stop soon.
I hope they will.
Oh, damn.
Drink some water the wrong way round.
How do you mean, the wrong way round?
The wrong side of the glass. I'll show you. Oh, there isn't any water.
Well, perhaps coffee would do as well.
I've never tried coffee, but it might. There you are.
What do I do?
Well, tip it up and drink from the opposite side. Go on, sort of upside down.
I can't reach any.
Look out! Someone's coming. Bring it into the library.
Oh, bring the sugar. I might need it again. Oh, God.
Anyone around? Filthy sort of day. Oh, good God.
What? Oh, good morning.
Are we the first down?
No, I don't think so.
Isn't this rain miserable?
Appalling.
Where's the barometer?
It's on the piano.
Queer place for it to be.
Well, I tapped it and it fell down.
Typical of this house. Are you having eggs and bacon or haddock?
Oh, haddock.
Oh, I'll have haddock too. I simply couldn't strike out a line for myself this morning. Have you seen anybody?
No.
Good. We might have a little peace.
Look, have you ever stayed here before?
No, and I never will again.
I feel far from well this morning.
Yes, I'm sorry, but I'm not entirely surprised.
Well, you see, I had the boiler room.
Oh, how terrible.
The window stuck and I couldn't open it. I was nearly suffocated. The pipes made peculiar noises all night as well.
There isn't any sugar.
Well? Well, we'd better ring.
I doubt if that will be the slightest use, but we'll try.
Do the whole family have breakfast in bed?
I neither know nor care.
They're strange people, aren't they?
Well, I think strange is putting it mildly.
What's the matter?
There isn't any sugar.
There is. I put it here myself.
Perhaps you'd find it for us then.
Oh, that's very funny. I could have sworn on my Bible oath I brought it in.
Well, it obviously isn't here now.
Someone's taken it. That's what it is.
It seems a queer thing to do.
Do you think you could get us some more?
Oh, yes, I'll fetch you some. But mark my words, there's been some hanky-panky somewhere.
Clara is really more at home in a dressing room than a house.
Was she Judith's dresser?
Of course. What other excuse could there possibly be for her?
She seems good-natured, but quaint.
The haddock's disgusting.
It isn't very nice, is it?
There you are, dear.
Thank you.
It's a shame the weather's changed. You might have had such fun up the river. What's that? Come out! What are you doing?
Good morning. I'm afraid we've broken a coffee cup.
Was there any coffee in it?
Yes, a good deal.
Oh, dear. All over the carpet.
It was my fault. I'm most awfully sorry.
How did you come to do it?
Well, you see, he had the hiccups, and I was showing him how to drink upside down.
How ridiculous.
Well, thank heaven it wasn't one of the Crown Derbies.
Oh, they've gone now, anyhow.
It was the sudden shock, I expect.
I say, it's raining.
It's been raining for hours.
Mrs. Arundel.
Yes.
What are you going to do about today?
Nothing, except go up to London by the first train possible.
Do you mind if I come too? I don't think I could face another day like yesterday.
Neither could I.
Let's all go away, quietly.
Oh, won't it seem a little rude if we all go?
Yes, it will. You and Miss Corriton must stay.
I don't see why.
I don't think they'd mind very much.
Oh, yes, they would. You must let Mr. Gretham and me get away first anyhow. Would you ring for Clara? I want to find out about trains.
I hope they won't all come down now.
You needn't worry about that. They're sure to roll about in bed for hours. They're such a slovenly family.
Have you got much packing to do?
No, I did most of it before I came down.
What is it now?
Can you tell me what trains there are up to London?
When?
This morning.
Why? You're not leaving, are you?
Yes. Mr. Gretham and I have to be up by lunchtime.
Well, you've missed the 10:15.
Obviously.
There isn't another till 12:30.
Good heavens.
And that's a slow one.
Look here, I'll take you up in my car as soon as you like.
All right. Lovely.
Oh, you have got a car, haven't you?
Yes.
Will it hold all of us?
You said it would be rude for us all to go. Hadn't you and Mr. Gretham better wait for the train?
Certainly not.
Look, if there is room, we should be very, very grateful.
I think I can squeeze you in.
Then that's settled.
When shall we start?
As soon as you're ready.
Mrs. Arundel, what are you going to do about tipping Clara?
I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I've hardly seen her since I've been here.
Isn't there a housemaid or anything?
I don't think so.
Is 10 bob enough?
Each?
Oh, too much.
We'd better give her £1.10 between us.
Very well, then. Will you do it and we'll settle up in the car?
Oh, must I?
Yes. Ring for
Well,
her.
no, you'd do it much better.
Oh, no, I shouldn't. Come on, we'll finish our packing. All right.
Don't leave me.
I'll just go and look at the car.
No.
Will you all be ready in 10 minutes?
Yes, 10 minutes. Oh, yes. 10 minutes.
Righto.
Hello? Where's everybody gone?
Well, they've gone to get ready. We're leaving in Mr. Tyrrell's car.
Oh, bit sudden, isn't it?
This is from all of us, Clara. Thank you very much for all your trouble.
Oh, I'm sure dear now. Oh, there wasn't any trouble.
There must have been a lot of extra work.
One gets used to that, yeah.
Good morning, Clara.
Good morning. Hope you've been comfortable.
Oh, yes.
Me for you and you for me.
Good morning, Clara.
Oh, ready.
Papers come?
Yes, dear, here you are.
Thank you. You've forgotten my orange juice.
No, I haven't, dear. It's just outside.
Morning, darling.
Listen to this. We saw Judith Bliss in a box at the Haymarket on Tuesday, looking as lovely as ever. There now. I thought I looked hideous on Tuesday.
You looked sweet.
There you are, dear. Did you see that nice bit in the Referee?
No, the Times.
Oh, Referee's much better.
I saw gay and colourful Judith Bliss at the Waifs and Strays matinee last week. She was talking vivaciously to producer Basil Dean. In sooth, said I to myself, where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise.
Dear Referee, it's so unself-conscious.
If you want any more coffee, ring for it.
I wish I was sitting on a lovely South Sea island with masses of palm trees and coconuts and turtles.
Oh, it would be divine, wouldn't it?
I wonder where everybody is.
I wonder. Mary Saunders has got another failure.
She must be used to it by now.
Good morning, darling. Look,
Simon! How lovely. When did you do it?
this morning I woke early.
Let's see.
I'm going to alter Helen's face. It's too pink.
It's exactly like her.
Oh, what a clever son I have.
Now then, Mother.
Ah, it's too wonderful. When I think of you both in your perambulators, oh dear, it makes me cry.
I don't believe you ever saw us in our perambulators.
I don't believe I ever did.
I'm sure you didn't.
It's finished.
What, dear?
The Sinful Woman.
Oh, how splendid. Yes. Read it to us now.
Yeah, I've got the last chapter here.
Go on, then.
Oh. Good morning. Morning. Good morning.
I seem to know that boy's face.
Now, listen. You remember that bit when Violet was taken ill in Paris?
Yes, dear. Simon Marmalade.
Well, I'll go on from there.
Do, dear.
Paris in spring, with the Champs-Élysées alive and dancing in the sunlight. Lightly dressed children like gay, painted butterflies.
What's happened to the barometer?
I don't know.
Oh, damn the barometer.
Don't get cross, dear.
Why can't you keep quiet, Simon, or go away?
Sorry, Father.
Well, don't interrupt again. Gay, painted butterflies. The streets were thronged with hurrying vehicles. The thin peak of taxi hooters
I love peek.
seemed to merge in with the other vivid noises, weaving a vast pattern of sound, which was Paris.
What was Paris, dear?
Which was Paris?
What was Paris?
You can't say a vast pattern of sound, what was Paris?
Yes, but what was Paris?
A vast pattern of sound, which was Paris.
Oh, I see.
Jane Sefton, in her Scarlet Hispano, swept out of the Rue Saint-Honoré into the Place de la Concorde.
She couldn't have.
Why?
The Rue Saint-Honoré doesn't lead into the Place de la Concorde.
Yes, it does.
You're thinking of the Rue Boissy d'Anglais, Father.
I am not thinking of anything of the sort.
David, darling, don't be so obstinate.
Do you think that I don't know Paris as well as you do?
Never mind. Father's probably right.
He isn't right, he's wrong.
Go on with your food, Sorrow.
Don't be testy, David. It's a sign of age.
Jane Sefton. Jane Sefton, in her scarlet Hispano, swept out of the Rue Saint-Honoré into the Place de la Concorde.
That sounds absolutely ridiculous. Why don't you alter it?
It is not ridiculous. It is perfectly right.
Very well, then get a map and I'll show you.
We haven't got a map.
Now, look here, Judith, look. Here is the Rue Royale. Huh? Here is the Crillon Hotel, and here is the Rue Saint-Honoré.
It isn't. It's the Boissy d'Anglais.
That runs parallel with the Rue de Rivoli.
You've got it all muddled.
I have not got it all muddled.
Don't shout. You have.
Why not let Father get on with it?
It's so silly to get cross at criticism. It indicates a small mind.
Small? My foot.
That was very rude. I shall go to my room in a minute.
I wish you would.
David.
Look here, Father. Mother's right. Here's the Place de la Concorde.
Oh, shut up, Sorrel.
Shut up yourself, pompous little beast.
You think you know such a lot about everything, and you're as ignorant as a frog.
Why a frog?
I give you my solemn promise, David, that you are wrong.
I don't want your solemn promise because I know I'm right.
It's no use arguing with Father, Mother.
Why isn't it any use arguing with Father?
Because you're both so pig-headed.
Are you content to sit here, Judith, and let your son insult me?
He's your son as well as mine.
I begin to doubt it.
David!
Father, how can you?
I will never attempt to read any of you anything again as long as I live. You're not a bit interested in my work, and you don't give a damn whether I'm a success or a failure.
You're dead certain to be a failure if you cram your book with inaccuracies.
I am not inaccurate.
Yes, you are. And you're foul-tempered and spoilt.
Spoilt? I like that. Nobody here spoils me. You are the most insufferable family to live with.
Well, why in heaven's name don't you go and live somewhere else?
Oh, that's gratitude.
Gratitude for what, I'd like to know?
Mother, keep calm.
What have you got to be furious about? Everyone rushing round, adoring you and saying how wonderful you are?
I am wonderful. Heaven knows to have stood you for all these
Mother,
years.
do sit down and be quiet.
How dare you speak to Mother like that?
To think that my daughter should turn against me.
Don't be theatrical.
I'm not theatrical. I'm wounded to the heart.
Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish.
Don't you say rubbish to me.
I will say rubbish.
Oh, this is dreadful.
Now listen to me, Judith.
Dreadful.
That's right. Be the dutiful daughter and encourage your father to insult
I
your
never
mother.
realised how small you were, David. You're tiny. Whoever was there?
They've all gone.
Anna,
How very rude.
people really do behave in the most extraordinary way these days.
Come back and finish your breakfast, Sorrel.
All right.
Go on, David, darling. I'm dying to hear the end.
Yes. Jane Sefton, in her scarlet Hispano, swept out of the Rue Saint-Honoré into the Place de la Concorde.
In Hay Fever by Noel Coward, Sorrel was played by Colin Fernald, Simon by Geoffrey Beavers, Clara by Betty Bascom, Judith by Peggy Ashcroft, David by Tony Britton, Sandy by David Timpson, Myra by Millicent Martin, Richard by Maurice Denham, and Jackie by Julia Foster. The play was produced by Guy Vaison.
Well, this is BBC Radio 4, and this week's Saturday play is set in Jamaica in 1962. Noel Coward is on the veranda of his hilltop house, Firefly, beavering away at a novel.
Ian, when did you get back?
I'm not here.
Entendue, sexual intrigue, marvellous.
Not sex. The future of the free world.
Even better.
Noel, your country needs you.
Me, doubtful.
You are shamefully underused.
On the contrary, I'm trying to finish my novel.
Fidel Castro.
Bearded chap lives in Havana, likes a good cigar.
Not for much longer.
Now you're being sinister. Go away at once.
You will relish this mission.
Ian, look around you. Why have I built this adorable whitewashed hut on the top of a fiendishly inaccessible hill?
Briefing at 1400 hours, the lagoon.
Marlena arrives this afternoon. We're having Wiener Schnitzel for dinner.
Wear your bathing trunks.
Marlena will be accompanied by Lorne, who disapproves of my dabbling in espionage.
Lorne need never know.
Lorne eventually knows everything.
I told the president we could count on you.
Which president?
Enough said.
Ian, secret missions at my age, definitely de trop.
Codes, Noel.
Codes?
Your speciality. The lagoon. 1400 hours.
Noel, I was coming to get you.
Change of plan, Cole. You'll have to meet Lorne and Marlena all on your own.
Anything wrong?
Not a thing.
I thought I saw Ian's car turning up here this morning.
You really must try not to be so observant.
Ian's romantic intrigues are safe with me.
Ian's schoolboy fantasies. He's keen to brief me about some exotic mission.
Espionage, even better.
He's obviously rehearsing some outlandish scenario for his latest book.
Promise me you'll tell me everything when I get back from the airport.
Only if you promise that you won't breathe a word of this to Lorne or Marlena.
Leave the girls to me.
Famous last words, Mr. Ziegfeld. Operation Mongoose.
That's the CIA name for it.
The Americans intend to assassinate Fidel Castro.
Absolutely.
And the president's brother,
Bobby,
is directly involved.
Obsessed. He's supposedly Attorney General, but since the Bay of Pigs, they say he's running foreign counterinsurgency as well.
Good luck to him. Shall we swim?
Later, you're being briefed.
I'm getting hot.
They're going mad up in Washington. The latest plan is to blow up Castro with an exploding mollusk.
A seashell bombshell. Ingenious.
And Castro's a keen scuba diver.
Have they considered the possibility that he may not prod the right mollusk exactly on cue?
It's just what I said. Now, obviously, you and I can do the job a lot more efficiently.
You're forgetting one thing, Ian. I have no interest in blowing up Mr. Castro.
Neither have I. The Batista gang were just as objectionable.
Precisely. All dictators are objectionable. All leading ladies are tiresome. Let's swim.
Don't you care about your country?
Fervently. Last round of the big rock is a rotten egg.
The Yanks are leaving the British out of the loop.
The loop?
Intelligence briefings. Since Suez and Burgess and McLean, they don't trust us.
Fair's fair, we no longer trust them.
I intend to out-mongoose the mongoose. I've got a foolproof 100% British scheme to get rid of Castro.
A supersonic rocket a la Moonraker.
I know you think my books are over-imaginative.
I think your books are wonderfully diverting, but you always go too far.
Look, I don't expect you to do any underwater sabotage.
Very disappointing.
I need you to give a lecture, Noel.
I don't give lectures, except the occasional finger wag to colleagues and friends about their shortcomings.
This lecture will be in code.
What sort of code?
Leave that to me. There's a literary society in Kingston called the Middlebrows.
Middlebrow, and proud of it. I've steered well clear of them for years.
You will deliver a lecture on contemporary drama.
Anything but that.
You will be supplied with a list of words that need to be inserted at the end of every third sentence.
Words like arsenic and ballistic and explosion at 800 hours.
Ordinary words. You needn't know what they refer to. In fact, it's better that you don't.
Where's the skill in that?
The whole thing has to sound like a genuine, plausible talk.
Go on.
The lecture will be open to the public. A Mr. Skimpole from Montreal, a professor of the humanities, will attend the lecture.
Real name?
Gonzalez, Cuban counterinsurgent. Gonzalez will note down the coded words, translate them, and transmit them to Havana. End of mission as far as you're concerned.
Why does the little birdie tell me it will not be that simple?
Coward on contemporary drama. I've informed the Middlebrows that you'll be happy to speak for 30 minutes, followed by a Q&A.
Presumptuous swine.
Brits back on top, Noel. That's all that matters. And who better than you to be our man in Jamaica?
Brits back on top.
That is the essence of Ian's mission.
But he wouldn't tell you exactly how he plans to eliminate Castro.
Where Ian is concerned, it's bound to be fantastical.
No, if you and Ian should need any help...
That's terrifically sweet of you, Curly. But I don't intend to get more involved than I have to.
So you've lost your enthusiasm for espionage?
The war was different. The survival of Britain.
But the Cold War... I mean, Havana is a mere 90 miles away.
Havana is America's obsession.
Even so, once a member of Her Majesty's Secret Service...
Not allowed. Lorne may materialize at any moment.
Lorne and Marlena are both fast asleep. They had a fairly bumpy ride across the pond.
But you got them out of the airport in a record time.
They recognised my Lena at customs. She said she had nothing to declare but her emeralds and a portable Olivetti.
The Olivetti was a present from me. Any reporters?
Our photographer from the Gleaner. He took Marlena's photo with her permission. And everyone in the arrivals hall applauded.
Marvellous. That guarantees we shan't have a moment's peace.
Well, you'll be busy with your secret mission.
Secret mission?
Lorne, where did you spring from?
From your bijou little guest house. What secret mission?
Noel has a secret mission to finish the novels several weeks before the deadline.
Indeed.
Gin and tonic.
Lovely.
I was just telling Cole the novel is coming along swimmingly.
Incredibly swimmingly.
And I plan to take full advantage of this gratifying fluency.
Secret advantage?
Exactly. No sense in letting the dear old publishers hear that they might have the manuscript earlier than agreed.
We call it Noel's secret mission.
There we are.
Do you know?
G&T.
Thank you. Whatever you two are up to, I do not wish to know.
Understood.
I've spent most of my life worrying about you.
I've always been grateful, Lorne.
I'm an old woman.
Not so old.
I'm an old woman, and you, Noel, are an adolescent, late middle-aged man, but there is nothing we can do about that.
Hear, hear.
I wish to have a carefree holiday.
And so you shall.
Not if Miss Deirdre persists in banging and clanging in the adjoining room.
Banging and clanging?
Relentless percussion.
Endlich ist die Welt uns entglitten und wir fahren in unserem Schlitten und wir fahren in unserem Schlitten durch ein Tal im Schnee.
Marlena.
Darling.
Get up off the floor.
Be right with you, darling.
The floor is clean.
A floor can never be too clean.
Put down the scrubbing brush. I wish to have a proper conversation. Why have you come to Jamaica?
To see you.
Precisely, to see me, to enjoy this delightful island. Even Lorne intends to relax.
Relaxation is not in my vocabulary.
Cole tells me you brought your typewriter.
An American publisher has commissioned me to write my philosophy of life, from A to Z.
Excellent. You can therefore leave the house cleaning to my dedicated and capable staff.
My typewriter ribbon is fading.
Coley will change it for you. Give me the brush. Now, tell Uncle Noel what's really bothering you.
I am unhappy.
The affair with Reggie.
Ricky. His name is Ricky. He doesn't want me.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Marlena.
He says I'm too egotistical.
Of course you're egotistical. You're a star.
I may be a star, but I still need a man.
Well, you won't get a man if you're desperate. Believe me, darling, it's a huge turn-off. Remember who you are, the most glamorous actress of our time.
What about Garbo?
We are not talking about Garbo. Glamorous actress. World-class cabaret performer. So this wretched Cinderella act is not worthy of you. In fact, it's downright perverse.
No, sorry, there's a Mr. Atkinson just arrived from Government House.
Give him a drink.
He needs to speak to you urgently about your lecture.
Oh, God. Ian doesn't waste any time. Tell him I'll be along shortly.
Right here.
You go. I'm better on my own.
If you say that again, Marlena, I shall throttle you.
What am I to do?
Freshen your mascara. Resign yourself to being the belle of the ball.
In dem Schlitten mit den Schellen und dem Tal, tief im Schnee.
Sorry to barge in like this without an appointment.
Not at all, Mr. Atkinson. I gather you're arranging the lecture.
Yes, the lecture. That's why I thought you wouldn't mind my bursting in. These matters best done face to face.
Especially in Jamaica, where gossip is a national sport.
How true, how true. Now, what I'm about to tell you must remain our absolute secret.
Entendu.
Sorry?
Mum's the word.
Ah, you know.
Know what?
The Queen Mother is coming to luncheon.
The Queen Mother is coming to luncheon.
It would be better for all concerned if you refrained from uttering it aloud.
Sorry, my control hasn't briefed me completely about codes.
You mean someone has already been in touch?
Yes, with the basic outline.
Thing is, she's determined to come up here.
Up here? Why?
To see you.
My understanding was that I delivered the lecture in Kingston.
Sorry?
Having the Queen Mother up here, what purpose would it serve?
So you'd rather the Queen Mother included you in the luncheon party at Government House?
Listen, old chap. Queen Mother, do we mean Gonzales from Havana?
We mean Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother from Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
the real Queen Mother.
She has her heart set on visiting you up here.
Ah, please send her my best wishes and assure her we'll be pleased to welcome her whenever and wherever.
Splendid, marvellous. Who is Gonzales?
What?
Gonzales from Havana?
I've no idea. It was really too charming of you to come all the way up here in person.
Not at all. Oh, nearly forgot. This envelope turned up for you in one of our black bags.
Ah, many thanks.
Mum's the word.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, the middle brows are delighted to have with us tonight a man who really needs no introduction.
Fasten your seatbelts, we're in for a long one.
Noël Coward, actor, playwright, producer, composer, lyricist, writer of fiction, verse, autobiography.
What are we doing here?
Noel is lecturing on the modern drama.
Will he sing?
Unlikely.
You never know.
He might have asked me to do a duet.
Cast your mind back to 1924.
Oh dear, why can't he simply let Noel come on and get on with it?
The premiere of The Vortex. And lo, a new dramatist.
Contemporary drama.
Noel, what are you doing here? Change of plan. What? CIA have intercepted us. We've had to change the codes.
I'm on in 30 seconds.
Here, a new list. Bananas, King Kong, leatherback turtle, Madam Butterfly. Incorporate them during the first 5 minutes of your speech.
That will render my talk incoherent.
Interesting.
What?
When you're under pressure, your left eyelid twitches.
It's too late, Ian. I can't do it.
You can do anything. You're always telling me how brilliant you are.
Without further ado, the middle brows are delighted to welcome Mr. Noël Coward.
Thank you. Too kind. The subject of my talk this evening is the contemporary drama. As a veteran of 52 years in the theatre, it is a subject dear to my heart. But I'm not here, as you may expect, merely to castigate the younger dramatist, to throw brickbats or indeed bananas. I was brought up to believe that the prime purpose of the theatre is to entertain. The most important ingredients of any play are life, death, food, sex and money, but not necessarily in that order. Plays can be produced anywhere. London, New York, our own dear Jamaica, even King Kong. That is to say, Hong Kong. As long as it's entertaining, you can be in Hong Kong and do King Kong.
Cool.
He's fine, Lily.
He seems to be having a breakdown.
Touch of surrealism for the middle brows.
I knew a surrealist in Berlin. He was obsessed with me.
Playwriting is a bit like deep-sea diving. Indeed, I have spent many a happy afternoon contemplating the giant squid, the Portuguese man-of-war, and last but never least, the leather-back turtle. I mean, never underestimate the turtle.
It's finally happened. He's gone balmy.
He's being metaphorical.
Why doesn't he ask me to sing?
Young playwrights everywhere, consider the public. They will keep you in silk pyjamas and caviar, not all those left-wing critics who shower you with hosannas. I mean, this applies whether you are writing Peer Gynt, The Winslow Boy, or Madam Butterfly. What, you may well ask, do these three works have in common? How I wish I had the time to elucidate their many similarities.
A toast to Noel for an intriguing speech.
To Noel.
Thank you, my darlings.
Intriguing indeed. I've never known you to be so digressive.
A side effect of late middle age, Lorna.
What is that?
Our famous white owl.
Sinister creature.
He's just round the corner. Come on, I'll show you. We all adore him.
I was adored once.
More brandy.
Thank you. Are you going to tell me what's really going on?
And enjoying a nightcap on the terrace of my little hillside hideaway.
Ian was standing at the back of the hall this evening.
Ian is a man of wide literary interests, including the contemporary drama.
5 minutes after you began your lecture, he was gone.
Well, you know how restless he is.
Indeed.
Lorna, I am not at liberty to say anything more.
If this is one of your spy capers, Noel...
Spy capers?
Schoolboy hijinks.
Why can't you accept that I am occasionally of use to my country?
I accept it. I think it's just dandy. It's your uncanny skill at getting yourself locked into sordid rooms with enemy spies pointing guns at you that chiefly concerns me.
You have a pompous streak, Lorne. I've been meaning to speak to you about it since 1926.
The least you can do is give me a general idea of what you're involved in, so that when you find yourself in the inevitable locked room...
My involvement is over. I have discharged my duty as of 10 o'clock this evening.
You're quite certain of that?
Quite certain.
Thank you. I shall sleep well tonight.
So shall I.
Who's there? Noel, are you awake?
I am now. Switch on the light.
Better not.
What time is it?
2 a.m.
Why are you whispering?
Skimpole's dead.
Who?
You know, Gonzales. His body was found round the back of the lecture theatre.
Who did it?
Hard to say. The Cubans, the CIA, the mob, they've all been spotted in Kingston.
What about the codes?
Skimpole took them down. I watched him from the back of the theatre.
I know. Lorne saw you.
But does she suspect anything?
Not a thing. Do you think Skimpole managed to get the codes to your people in Havana?
He wouldn't have had time. Whoever killed him will have them by now.
Well, they're useless without a cipher.
Exactly. Noel, you must be careful.
Why?
Skimpole's killers will assume you can translate the code words.
Well, I can't.
Here.
But...
It's a Beretta 25, semi-automatic.
How adorable.
Keep it with you at all times.
Here, I have a novel to finish.
I'm flying to Miami at dawn. I've already put out word that you know nothing. With luck, I'll be able to abort the whole operation.
Splendid.
Hardly splendid. Look at this.
Get that horrible thing out of here.
It's a goat's head.
I can see it's a goat's head. Where did you get it?
I found it ritually placed in the middle of your drive.
Well, it must be the village kids playing a joke.
Unlikely. Whoever left this is bound to return. Keep your eyes and ears open.
Whom am I expecting?
The Cubans, the CIA, the mob. Do your best to convince them that you're just an ignorant, frivolous, rather silly playwright.
Leave it with me.
Failing that, blow their brains out.
Right, bang, bang, you're dead. It's loaded.
Really, Noel?
I was rather fond of that vase.
Your marksmanship needs work, thank God. Seal.
Mr. Coward? Mr. Noel Coward.
Mr. Coward, he no here. He gone fly fishing Mandalay.
My name is Garibaldi. You are Noel Coward. I seen your face in the papers.
Very resourceful.
Sorry to disturb you.
What do you want?
I was at your lecture last night. I'm a student of contemporary drama at New York University in New York City. And we have to do a thesis in our final year, and I was wondering whether I could kind of like interview you on the state of contemporary drama.
My lecture stated everything I have to say on the subject.
Yeah, that's just it. There were a couple of obscurities.
Obscurities?
Yeah, references that didn't kind of make sense.
I'm sure that once you've graduated, Mr.
Garibaldi.
Garibaldi. Once you've graduated, all shall become clear.
Just 2 or 3 phrases, see, if you could just clarify
Goodness,
them.
is that the time? Don't tell me it's 10:45.
It's 10:45.
Really? I must fly. Overseas visitors. This always happens. I get into a creative rhythm and the time simply evaporates.
How about this afternoon?
I'll tell you what. Come with me.
Where?
My other residence, Blue Harbour.
If you could maybe give me a copy of your lecture.
Not to worry. My secretaries can answer all your questions.
Garibaldi?
The man is obviously a fake.
Why have you invited him to lunch?
Safer than having him stalk me from afar.
Stalk you?
Ian's little scheme went awry last night. And allow people on this island who wish to interview me about codes.
And you think Garibaldi?
Obviously a gangster with a vested interest in getting rid of Castro.
I don't follow.
Before Mr. Castro's revolution, the mob ran all the casinos in Havana. They want them back.
Got it. So how do we handle Garibaldi?
I want you to get him drunk at luncheon.
Right.
When his guard is down, we can determine whether he is a genuine student of literature or something more sinister.
Perhaps I should hum Santa Lucia and see if he joins in.
Precisely, music hath charms.
Where is he now?
Down by the pool. Lorne is filling him in on my early struggles.
Let me see if I can get this straight, Mrs. Lorraine. His first big hit, The Vortex, that was about drugs.
Cocaine, actually.
Then he wrote Bittersweet, then Private Lives.
Not quite. In between The Vortex and Bittersweet, which was an operetta, there were many failures.
So, like, how long does it take him to write a play?
Sometimes as long as 4 days.
How is that possible?
Oh, he thinks it all out beforehand. Noel has a very ordered mind.
Is he interested in politics?
Noel, Mr. Garibaldi wishes to know whether you're interested in politics.
I prefer the theatre. Where is Marlena?
She's being interviewed.
Outrageous. The boys of the Gleaner promised me they would leave her alone.
Not the Gleaner, a Mr. Henry Hedges. He's a movie expert from Miami.
That was Rio. 19 curtain calls.
Amazing. Really stupendous.
They didn't want to go home.
Marlena.
Good morning, darling. May I present Mr. Henry Hedges? Mr. Hedges is writing an article for a magazine on my movie career.
How do you do? This is the most thrilling moment of my life, sir.
No, it's too early for that.
I'm serious, sir. To be in the same room as Marlena Dietrich and Noel Coward.
Would you do me a favour?
Anything, sir.
Stop calling me sir. It makes me feel 102. Marlena, that record seems to be stuck in its groove.
It's a compilation of my standing ovations from around the world. That is Las Vegas.
We've already had Paris, San Francisco, Rio. What a privilege it's been.
That's better.
Mr. Hedges knows every frame of my picture, The Scarlet Empress.
I was just telling Miss Dietrich, her fur hat. Fabulous.
Marlena has always looked good in clothes.
That is really witty.
Why is that witty? It's perfectly true.
I'm sorry I missed your lecture last night, Mr. Coward.
You didn't miss much.
I don't suppose you'd have a transcript I could borrow. I'm primarily a cineast, but I'm also mad about the theatre.
A transcript, Mr. Hedges? Of course.
Really? Oh, gosh, that would be so stimulating.
Would you care to stay to luncheon?
Oh, no, really, I mustn't impose.
I insist you stay to luncheon. And dinner, too. We have merely skimmed the surface of my Hollywood years.
Co, you know what you have to do.
Get Garibaldi pissed as a newt.
Ditto Marlena's friend, Mr. Hedges.
Hedges? Why?
He also has asked for a transcript of my lecture.
For the codes?
Obviously. We'll give them both the first draft. That is the old codes.
Right.
I have a hunch that Hedges is CIA.
CIA? So he's on our side?
Not necessarily. Remember Ian's theory? The Americans no longer trust the British.
So Hedges is pursuing his own agenda?
Possibly. Get him as tipsy as you can.
Pas de problème. We've enough wine and beer to float the Queen Mary.
Nothing to match luncheon al fresco. Don't you agree, Mr. Garibaldi?
You got a great location here, Mr. Coward.
Of course, Sicily has lovely vistas.
I've never been to Sicily.
Indeed.
Have you been to Sicily, Miss Dietrich?
1944. I accompanied the Fifth Army up the boot of Italy to liberate Rome.
Oh, gosh, you are one gutsy dame.
More wine, Mr. Garibaldi.
Thanks. You been to Sicily, Mrs. Lorraine?
Not yet.
1944, that was no time to be in Italy.
I would go anywhere the American services wanted me.
Marlena was indefatigable.
All those young men, Mr. Hedges. Most of them as handsome as you are.
Some wine, Mr. Hedges?
Oh, no, thanks.
A cold beer?
I never drink at lunch.
This is very good, Co. What is it?
Curried goat.
A Jamaican speciality. I assume you're familiar with goat, Mr. Garibaldi?
Not really.
Tell me, whom do you prefer, Strindberg or Ibsen?
Oh, I don't have a preference.
What about Shaw?
Shaw?
Overrated or underappreciated?
Underrated.
Aha, Lorne votes for Shaw. Do you agree, Mr. Garibaldi?
Can't say I've thought about it.
One must never underestimate Shaw.
More wine, Mr. Garibaldi?
Thanks.
May I have some wine, Co?
Sorry, Lorne. I'll just go and get some.
Shaw's prolificity makes people suspicious. Like yours, Mr. Coward. People equate facility with shallowness.
Quite so, Mr. Hedges.
I've always preferred Shaw's more obvious entertainments, Pygmalion, Arms and the Man, to his more polemical plays.
You're obviously a great reader, Mr. Hedges.
Oh, reading, it's all I ever want to do.
Books are my passion.
Mine too.
Mr. Garibaldi, how do you feel about Arthur Miller?
He says communist.
What about his stagecraft? The expressionism of Death of a Salesman? I find it vieux jeu. How about you?
No, dear. Mr. Garibaldi has come to luncheon, not a viva voce examination.
Quite right, Lorne. Mr. Garibaldi must relax. And here comes our wine steward right on cue.
No, Mr. Atkinson's here. He says it's urgent.
Sorry to drag you away from your lunch party.
How may I help you?
Has anything unusual happened since your talk last night?
Unusual?
Any unexpected visitors?
A drama student and a journalist both turned up this morning. That's what comes of public speaking.
What are their names?
Why?
The office is a trifle over-concerned with security just now, the impending royal visit.
Hedges and Garibaldi.
Both American?
Apparently.
Mr. Coward, it might be a good idea if you accompanied me back to Kingston.
When?
Now.
Impossible. I am entertaining two of my dearest friends and trying to finish my novel.
I'm sure Her Majesty the Queen Mother would be grateful if you helped us with the strategic planning for her visit.
Strategic planning? How very American.
We pride ourselves on our modern efficiency.
Look, you know as well as I do, the Queen Mother has been on more royal visits than we've had whiskies and sodas.
Even so.
I cannot leave Blue Harbour, Mr. Atkinson. But I can promise you that the menu for the royal visit will include lobster, mousse, curry and coconuts and rum cream pie.
Very well. But I trust you won't object if I visit you again.
As often as you like. Mum's the word. Have you lost something, Mr. Garibaldi?
I have everything I need.
And I guess why are you dismantling my secretary's desk?
Try and stop me.
That is easily done.
Is this what you're looking for?
It bears a superficial resemblance to what I'm looking for.
You left it in your jacket pocket.
Ah.
Rule number 1 of espionage, Mr. Coward. Know where your weapon is at all times.
Rule number 2 of espionage, Mr. Garibaldi. Don't break cover unless you need to.
Meaning?
I was all set to give you the transcript of my lecture with a willing and a glad heart.
I wasted too much time here already.
What do you think of the post-war American musical?
Would you stop it with these inane questions?
There is nothing inane about Oklahoma. Don't throw bouquets at me. Don't please my folks too much.
Stay where you are.
Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love. Good work, Cole. I always knew that ludicrously heavy saute pan would come in handy.
Do you think I've killed him?
No such luck. He's just concussed.
Here. You better hang on to his gun.
It's my gun, actually. Find some rope. We better tie him up before he comes round.
What about Hedges?
Hedges may be able to help us with Garibaldi in spite of Ian's distrust of the CIA.
He's certainly well read.
And cute as pie. Leave him to me.
Falling in love again, never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it.
Marlena.
You were right about Jamaica, darling. I'm feeling my old self again.
Excellent. Where's Mr. Hedges?
He's gone to see about a motorboat. We are going cruising together this afternoon.
He mustn't leave. I need him here.
Mr. Henry Hedges is the first thing I've desired in a long time, Noel.
Marlena.
I need to be held. I need to be stroked.
I suspect that dear Henry bats for the home team.
Of course he plays baseball. He's an American.
Marlena, he's queer.
Sexuality is not a noun. It's a verb.
A fascinating notion. Look, you can go cruising with Henry tomorrow.
You're obviously jealous.
Precisely. I can't let you go off with Hedges because I'm jealous.
You can have him tomorrow, darling.
Tomorrow will be too late.
I was the one who asked to go cruising, not you.
What about Reggie?
Ricky!
Yesterday you were wailing your heart out about Ricky.
And you told me I won't get a man if I'm desperate. I am no longer desperate.
In that case, you can spare Mr. Hedges for 24 hours.
I never realized how pig-headed you are.
If you must know, the future of the free world may be at stake.
Pig-headed and delusional.
Marlena.
I'll be sure to give dear Henry your love.
No.
Now what?
Ian's here. He says it's better if he's not seen.
Where is he?
The back seat of your car.
Well, Ian?
Well, Noel, I've identified the scoundrel who's after you.
You're a tad late.
What do you mean?
Curly and I have the scoundrel safely gagged and bound in the scullery.
Very amusing.
I'm serious.
Extraordinary. The FBI and the CIA have been hunting him for years.
All they needed was 2 resourceful Englishmen and a frying pan. He's in there. Sounds like he's revived.
Give me your gun.
Gladly.
What a bore. Garibaldi.
Bound and gagged as promised.
This is not the scoundrel.
What?
This is Chicago Garibaldi, CIA.
Chicago?
He apparently did something brilliant early on in his career in Chicago.
Ian, I have played Las Vegas. I have lunched with this man. He is clearly a member of the mob.
That's what he wanted you to think, didn't you, Garibaldi? Now, come on, we'd better release him from his durance file.
Mr. Garibaldi, before I remove this gag, it seems that I owe you an apology.
Typical. I have an Italian name, so I must be a gangster.
No. You came here posing as a student of dramaturgy. Your ignorance of the theatre was so vast, I naturally assumed, given your dress, manner, accent, that you were a paid-up member of Mobsters Incorporated.
What are you up to, Fleming?
Nothing I care to discuss with you, Garibaldi.
You were trying to steal a transcript of my lecture.
Says who?
Says me. I saw you.
Your lecture last night was part of a British conspiracy to destabilize the island of Cuba.
You've been reading too many James Bonds.
Mr. Coward knows nothing.
Unlike you, Fleming. Did you really think you could talk to the president about Operation Mongoose without us hearing about it?
What if I did?
If you do anything to jeopardize Mongoose...
I know, CIA will spank.
Surely we can all work together.
No, we cannot work together.
Amateurs.
That's rather rich coming from a man who's just been vanquished by a sauté pan.
Oh, grow up.
Perish the thought.
One of these days, Mr. Coward, your celebrated wit will get you into a whole heap of trouble.
Sorry about that, Ian.
He always was a hothead.
Even so, he might have had some valuable knowledge.
This is a British operation, Noel.
By the way, who is the scoundrel?
Man named Hedges.
Hedges? Henry Hedges.
Has he been here?
He came to luncheon.
Where is he?
I was positive he was CIA.
Where is he?
On a boat trip with Marlena. She's rather fallen for him.
Oh, dear.
What?
He happens to be one of the most dangerous men in the Caribbean.
Impossible. He's a marshmallow.
That's the man. Come on, we'd better go after them.
What about Cole?
Well, the less Cole knows, the better.
Cole is a lot more resourceful than you think.
No. Listen. Our lives. We've both had a diverting time in our different ways, agreed?
Definitely.
So, if we happen to die in the next 24 hours...
Die?
Let's regard it as an exclusive privilege.
I have enough privileges, thanks, all the same.
Excuse me for bursting in like this.
Mr. Atkinson.
I'm well aware that's all I seem to do.
You're always welcome.
Too kind. I must speak to Mr. Coward.
I'm afraid he isn't back yet.
Back from where?
The lagoon. He left at about 3 o'clock with Ian Fleming.
Fleming?
What's wrong?
A rather sinister character is reported back in this region.
An American?
I can't be any more specific.
Miss Deirdre isn't back either. She went on a motorboat cruise with an American named Hedges.
Hedges?
Is Hedges the sinister character?
Hedges is a rather diabolical henchman.
Oh, dear. And he was so charming at luncheon.
What can we do?
Sit tight. I must go after them.
Cole?
Yes, Lorne?
Do you feel like sitting tight?
Not in the least.
Let's go.
Ian.
What?
I'm bored.
It's just another 5 miles, was it?
What makes you think Marlena and Hedges came in this direction?
Call it a hunch.
There is no one out here. We haven't seen another boat in hours.
It's the cocktail hour.
Precisely. I need a cold martini, a hot dinner, and a nice warm bed.
There's something I haven't told you.
Oh, don't. You've talked enough.
You see that island in the distance?
Yes.
That island is controlled by a ruthless megalomaniac, Mr. Big.
Ian, please, I've read every one of your novels. You really must try to vary the scenario.
It's highly likely that Hedges has kidnapped Marlena and is taking her to the island.
To be tortured by Mr. Big?
Probably.
Oh, Ian.
Mr. Big's name is Shraft.
Shraft. Like the New York restaurant chain with the delectable ice cream sodas.
Shaft ran protection rackets in the Caribbean during the war. When the mob wouldn't let him into Vegas or Havana, he moved east and joined the communists. Now he's back, with his crooked eyes trained on Cuba.
I get it.
What?
I even joked about it at Go.
Joked about what?
This is a tryout, isn't it?
Sorry?
An elaborate rehearsal for your next outlandish little book.
Oh.
I'm the chief guinea pig. You get me to give a talk and make me believe I'm transmitting secret codes. Then you make me believe that Skimpole, a name you found in Bleak House, has been murdered.
He was murdered.
The goat said in the drive, you planted it.
Where am I likely to find a goat?
In Jamaica, what could be easier? Then you send your friend around. Chicago, Garibaldi indeed.
Garibaldi is not a friend, he's a rival.
You make me sick with worry about dear Marlena, for which I shall never forgive you.
You should be sick with worry.
And now, as usual, Ian, you go too far. You invent a megalomaniac on an island off Jamaica, very crab-key, Ian, with the ridiculous name of Shaft. Very cinematic.
Hands up, or you will be destroyed!
Immortal dialogue.
Get your head down.
Hands up, or we shoot!
That thug up there, superb casting.
Noel, you okay?
Real bullets.
Afraid so. We'd better surrender.
Shaft is real.
All too real.
So that stiff upper lip speech about us dying in the next 24 hours?
All too probable. Sorry about this, Noel.
Apology accepted. We must not give way to despair.
I don't know how you convinced me to allow you on board.
Lorna can be awfully persuasive when she puts her mind to it.
As I told you, Mr. Atkinson, Cole and I are devoted to Noel.
Even so, I cannot overestimate the danger.
He has this penchant for getting himself locked up in sordid rooms.
Entirely in the service of his country, of course.
Quite. See that landmass over there?
Oh, that's uninhabited. We've cruised past it hundreds of times. Just a huge pile of rocks.
Shraft's Island.
Shraft?
An archfiend who specializes in locking up her bane people in sordid rooms.
Can't this motorboat go any faster?
Ah, Mr. Fleming, Mr. Coward, we have been expecting you. Come, sit in the fire.
We have no intention of staying short.
Oh, here's a tone, Hedges. What is the word?
Arrogant, sir.
The indelible arrogance of the English gentleman.
Where is Miss Dietrich?
Miss Dietrich. Miss Dietrich is opinionated, headstrong.
Where is she?
Self-righteous, but nevertheless, what is the word, Hedges?
Sexy?
Sexy.
Marlena! It's Noel!
You are wasting your breath, Mr. Coward. The walls are... what is the word, Hedges?
Soundproofed, sir.
Nobody can hear you. Sit. If you do not sit, Robotnik will blow your kneecaps off. Robotnik? Manacle them. I know many things about you, Mr. Fleming. I know that you are a close confidant of JFK and his brother RFK. You recently recruited an agent in Jamaica named Gonzalez. You are planning to destroy Fidel Castro.
Am I?
I, too, wish to destroy Castro. We are on the same side.
Hardly.
You won't get a thing out of either of us until you take us to Miss Dietrich.
First, Mr. Fleming must tell me his scheme.
Never.
No one ever says never to Shraft.
Never, 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 never.
Robotnik, he's a poker.
There is really no need to torture Mr. Fleming.
Indeed.
If Mr. Fleming's scheme is as implausible as the plots of his novels, it won't work anywhere.
Let me assure you, Shaft, Mr. Coward wouldn't know a good espionage scheme if it sat up and bit him on the left buttock.
Why can't you admit it, Ian? Your plots are ludicrous.
You call this fortress ludicrous? Psychopaths, manacles, red-hot pokers, are they ludicrous?
Absolutely. I'm ludicrous, you're ludicrous, we're all ludicrous.
You're babbling because you're scared.
I do not babble.
The sweat is pouring down your first chin onto your second chin.
Now you're being impertinent.
That's enough bickering! Robotnik, take Mr. Coward to the cells. It's time Mr. Fleming and I had a serious... Hedges.
Tête-à-tête?
Was?
Conversation, sir.
A red hot conversation.
Kalte Winde wehen vom Weiher, doch im Herzen brennt mir ein Feuer, weil ich dich nur seh in dem Schlitten mit den Schellen und dem Tal, tief im Schnee.
Marlena, it's Noel. Can you hear me?
Of course, darling.
Are you all right? Did they hurt you?
Don't be silly.
Thank God.
I'm far too valuable. They prefer me to be alive. Captive but intact.
Quiet. What are you doing?
The floor in here is filthy.
Marlena, stop cleaning and listen to me. Your Mr. Hedges is a very bad man.
I know, darling. I should have guessed when he went on and on about the Scarlet Empress. All those torture scenes.
How unfortunate that he was able to conceal his fascistic tendencies so beautifully at luncheon.
Not to worry. I have a plan.
So do I. They were about to torture Ian, so I went into my I'm just a shallow, trivial, rather idiotic aesthete routine.
Did it work?
Not quite. But it got me in here next to you.
My plan also requires acting.
Heavy seduction.
I am never heavy. I intend to tantalize Schraft with my womanly charms, which will make Hedges jealous. While they are fighting over me, you and Ian can make your escape.
Very noble. But what if Schraft never invites us back into his parlour?
You! Woman! Schraft, now!
Oh, dear, must we? Hey-ho, lead the way.
Just as I feared, impenetrable.
It's a dead ringer for the witch's castle in The Wizard of Oz.
Do you think there are sharks in that moat?
Definitely.
Oh, we need more men.
Men, weapons, high explosives to break down those walls.
Listen.
A small crowd.
We're done for.
Get your hands up!
Oh, thank goodness. Hello there.
You?
The more the merrier.
Who is he?
Chicago Garibaldi. Not so loud. Sorry. We're rather worried that Noel and Ian and Marlena are in there. Of course they're in there. British strategic planning.
Now, Mr. Garibaldi, there's no need to be derogatory about your closest allies.
What do you propose that we do?
I'll go in first and create a diversion.
A diversion? Wonderful.
May I ask how? The only way in is across that moat.
My wetsuit has been specifically manufactured to repel sharks.
Are you quite sure?
I tested it myself in a water tank in Florida. What about the floodlights?
Schraft's guards will gun you down before you reach the gate.
Why do you think I called Chicago?
Oh, do tell us, Mr. Garibaldi.
First week of my training, I stayed underwater in Lake Michigan longer than any trainee before or since.
Congratulations.
Thanks. I better go. I'll leave the gate open. Give me 4 minutes, then follow. Good luck. Luck is for amateurs.
He may be an arrogant and ignorant American, but he does have pluck.
Mrs. Lorraine, I should warn you. Schraft has a reputation for amoral ruthlessness.
So does Noel, but he's a terrific sweetie underneath.
And he's tremendously resourceful.
But he may at last have met his Moriarty.
Noel is surprisingly tough. He's faced down opening night gallery hecklers.
Baying for his blood.
Even so, if we do get in there, you must prepare yourself for the worst.
We're prepared.
I shall radio for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lorraine, here's what I need you to do.
Now then, is everyone sitting uncomfortably?
It's rather like the dear old Garrick in midwinter.
May I have a cigarette?
All in good time, Miss Dietrich. You may get more cigarettes than you ever bargained for.
You're really Schraft. Remember your manners.
As you can see, Mr. Fleming has not been tortured. Yet.
Oh, those diabolical prepositions.
Yet is not a preposition, it's a coordinating conjunction.
Where did you learn that?
Paris, 1939. My French teacher taught me English grammar.
Silence! Mr. Fleming has not yet been tortured because he has told me all about his plans to destroy Castro.
Splendid. Then we can go.
I do not believe him.
Tiresome or what?
Radioactive beards, Mr. Fleming.
I can assure you, it's worth a try.
Mr. Coward, what is your evaluation of Mr. Fleming's radioactive beards scheme?
I hadn't heard that one.
It's because it's top secret.
Perhaps Mr. Fleming could bring me up to speed.
Our agents infiltrate Cuba and convince the natives that as a result of American atomic tests, the island is radioactive. Radioactivity is held longest in beards. It leads to male impotence.
So all the men shave their beards.
And without bearded revolutionaries, the Cuban Revolution is de facto over.
It makes sense to me.
Thank you.
Silence! I am running out of patience, and you three are running out of time.
Please, just one tiny cigarette.
No.
I can never resist a man who says no.
Hedges, why is she smiling?
She likes strong men, sir.
Not physically strong. I admire moral fiber.
You would have made a first-rate headmistress, darling.
There's no substitute for character.
Miss Dietrich, if you do not shut up, Hedges will gag you.
Surely it is you, Herr Schraft, who would prefer to gag me.
I shall do worse than gag you.
How thrilling.
Miss Dietrich can tell you all about beards.
Of course. A beard is a cry for help.
That's enough about beards! When we eliminated your agent Gonzalez, we found several code words in the heel of his shoe. Codes that were transmitted by Mr. Coward during a public lecture.
I've never heard such nonsense.
So you deny that your coded words revealed a diabolical British plan to destabilize Cuba?
The theory of a delusional brain, Schraft. You and Ian should collaborate.
Bananas, King Kong, leatherback turtle, Madame Butterfly.
Your favorite things?
Robotnik, bring the poker close to Miss Dietrich's ear. Translate, Mr. Coward. Bananas.
Yellow, curvaceous, scarce during the war.
King Kong.
Misguided but sincere lover of Miss Fay Ray.
Leatherback turtle.
What you turn into if, like dear Somerset Maugham, you live too long.
Madame Butterfly.
My second favourite opera.
Mr. Coward.
After Turandot.
Your facetiousness will cause Miss Dietrich a great deal of pain. Robotnik?
You touch a hair of her head.
It is entirely within your power to stop me.
Ian, tell him the cipher.
Never.
The man is a psychopath.
Do your worst, Herr Schraft.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Marlena, this is not a movie.
I thought you were a patriot.
You won't find a bigger patriot. But I'm also a pragmatist. That's what 50 years in the theatre will do to a boy.
Which boy?
This boy.
You are not a boy.
It's a manner of speaking.
Hedges, is this true?
Yes, sir.
Speaking as a pragmatic, blue-eyed boy, Ian, translate the codes.
Oh, wise and upright judge, Daniel, come to judgment.
You know your Shakespeare. Admirable.
Shakespeare. I abominate Shakespeare.
Really? You must meet my friend Winifred. You'll have a ferocious debate.
I abominate England and everything she stands for.
You are clearly an ignorant and very foolish man.
My father sent me to an English boarding school.
English boarding schools are the best.
Which one?
Erpingham.
Yeah.
They made fun of my name.
Really, Mr. Schraft? I can't think why.
There isn't a particle of England that I do not know, abominate, and detest. Teddy bears, marmalade, the first 11, stiff upper lip, then Sybil Thorndike.
I would advise you not to speak with contempt when you utter the name of one of our greatest classical actresses.
You advise me, English swine? First, I kill you. Then I invade Cuba. Then I take over the casinos. Then I buy the support of the Soviets and the Americans. And we blast your arrogant, grey-skied, sherry-guzzling, shortbread, chomping, cane-swishing Great Britain back to Kingdom Come!
Passion and ambition. I love that in a man.
Mind you, the nitty-gritty details of his plan are a tad vague.
Details seldom matter if you're genuinely insane.
Robotnik, it is time we relieved Miss Dietrich of one of her pretty pink ears. Hedges, investigate.
An intruder. It's under control. He's outside.
Robotnik, bring him in. Ah, Chicago Garibaldi. This is indeed a pleasure.
Schraft, so we meet at last.
But not for long. Robotnik, liquidate him.
Now, are you in there?
Lordy, stay where you are.
We're coming in.
Go away at once.
Robotnik, open the door.
No! Are you
all right?
Darling Lorne, how I wish I'd never encouraged your sense of adventure.
Who are these people?
Non-entities.
Non-entities, indeed?
And my London representative, Mrs. Lorraine, you must release her at once.
Miss Dietrich, is there anything you need?
A cigarette?
My secretary, Mr. Leslie, an utterly harmless man, completely ineffectual.
How dare you tie up Miss Dietrich and Mr. Coward and Mr. Fleming?
How dare I? You ask me that? You Englishman?
There is no need to take that tone with Cole. I've no idea what you're up to here, Mr. Shraft, or indeed what any of this is about, since Noel promised me he was up to nothing.
Sorry, Lorne.
But now that I'm here, it's obvious the situation has become positively macabre.
Now,
you may have all the time in the world to indulge in these boys' own shenanigans, but it is beyond the pale to detain Miss Dietrich with her busy cabaret schedule, or Mr. Fleming, who needs to churn out a bestseller once a year to keep his son at Eton. As for Mr. Coward, money flows through his hands like water.
You of all people know I work like a slave.
One glance at a sports car, and he's reaching for his checkbook, which is why it is imperative that he deliver the manuscript of his novel on time, so that he can begin work on his new musical, which we fervently hope and pray will take London and New York by storm.
Of course it will.
Unlike all his other post-war musicals.
Lorne, shut up.
What about his post-war musicals?
They flopped.
They weren't crude enough.
They weren't entertaining enough. But, as they say in Times Square, Mr. Shraft, that's showbiz. Noel and I have weathered some tricky theatrical storms over the years, so before things take a turn that you will inevitably regret, Mr. Shraft, I suggest that you untie everybody and wish us all Godspeed back to Blue Harbour. Do as I say, Mr. Shraft, or I can assure you there will be tears before bedtime.
If there is one thing I abhor, it is being lectured to by supercilious English women!
Lorne is 3/4 Scots.
Robotnik! Liquidate them all!
Not so fast! Hands up!
Mr. Atkinson?
Who? How did you get up there?
Hands up, or I'll shoot.
He means it, Shraft.
Hedges, that window is supposed to be locked.
Too late, Shraft. The fortress is surrounded.
Hear that, Garibaldi? British forces to the rescue.
Jamaicans, actually. Shraft, you're under arrest.
On what grounds?
17 traffic violations, 2 counts of littering in downtown Kingston, failure to wear a necktie in the dining room of the Half Moon Country Club, and threatening to liquidate Mr. Coward, Mr. Fleming, Miss Dietrich, Mrs. Lorraine, and Mr. Leslie.
British swine.
Careful, I'm going to jump.
Well done, Mr. Atkinson.
Yeah.
Well diverted, Mrs. Lorraine. Mr. Garibaldi, please take them away.
Okay, Shraft, Hedges, Robotnik, keep those hands up.
You have to believe me. Shraft had me brainwashed.
Yeah, tell it to the Marines.
You weren't brainwashed this afternoon, darling.
Oh, Miss Dietrich.
You were exceptional.
Will you visit me?
I shall send you my recipe for pot au feu.
Mr. Atkinson, what are you doing here?
Can't you guess?
I can now. Ian, may I introduce our man in Jamaica?
A toast to Lorne.
For her uncharacteristic long-windedness.
Anything to stop that ghastly man.
To Lorne.
Lorne.
Quiet now. Here they come.
Who?
Watch.
Starlings.
We call it the aquacade.
How long do they swim?
Not very long.
Rather like Mr. Coward.
We mustn't disturb them.
Oh.
There they go. Now for Ezio.
Who?
Oh, listen.
He sounds wonderfully content.
Now, this isn't dusk, it's a theatrical production.
The best effect is to come.
Oh, I see them.
What?
Down there. The landscape is lighting up.
Thank you, fireflies.
Now I understand why you live up here, Noel.
Nothing to do but read and write and think.
Wouldn't that be a fine thing?
Steady on, Lorne. Ian has promised to return to his new bond.
It's not about Cuba, is it, Ian?
The thing about Cuba...
That's enough about Cuba.
I, too, must return to my book.
This is magical. The hillside all lit up.
Mind you, I am content just to be...
Excellent. Ian, Marlena and I shall toil over our Olivettis. Lorne will have a proper holiday. Cole can enjoy every minute of every day, as he always does. Oh, good God. I've just remembered.
What?
Nothing.
No?
Rather wonderful news, actually.
Go on.
This is not in any way in code,
Oh, come
We're
on.
waiting, Noel.
The Queen Mother is coming to luncheon.
This is a changing world, my dear. New dreams are dreamed, new dawns appear. Passion's a feckless cavalier who loves and rides away.
In Our Man in Jamaica by Marcy Cahan, Malcolm Sinclair was Noel Coward, Nicholas Farrell, Ian Fleming, and Eleanor Bron, Lorne Lorraine. Tam Williams was Cole Leslie, Alison Pettit, Marlene Dietrich, Kerry Shale, Henry Hedges, and Kerry Shale, Shraft. Peter Donaldson was Atkinson, Sam Dale, Chicago Garibaldi, and John Dougal, Robotnik. Our Man in Jamaica was directed by Gordon House.
No regrets are worth a tear. We're living in a changing world, my dear.
I'll never see my colleague Peter Donaldson in quite the same light again.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ronald Colman in Which We Serve, with Edna Best. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The slim gray shape of a destroyer is a thing of beauty as it knifes through the sea, and a thing of power and fury with its guns ablaze. But look below the steel shell, and you'll find a heart and a personality, intimately known to the captain on the bridge and to the men who are proud to be called destroyer sailors. One of the finest craftsmen of the theater in our time probed deep into the heart of a destroyer and gave us the epic motion picture In Which We Serve. In fact, Noel Coward not only wrote it, but also produced, directed, and acted in it. We consider its presentation an event in this theater, and we have a star in keeping with its importance. That star is Ronald Colman, and sharing honors with Ronnie tonight is the very accomplished actress, Miss Edna Best. In Which We Serve, I said, was the story of a ship. That's true. But the ship is a captain, and a chief petty officer, and a torpedo man, and an ordinary seaman, and their wives and mothers and sweethearts and children. His Majesty's ship Taran is all these, and a touch of Dunkirk, and the North Sea, and the Battle of Crete. And its story is told in the events that flash through the minds of the crew as they cling to a life raft in the Mediterranean. Dramas like this don't come from any ordinary typewriter, unless the right man is on the sending end. And they don't come to life here by themselves. But every bit of effort and care is repaid when we run across a note like this one from two members of the audience, which Lux Toilet Soap brings together each week. It's signed by a husband and wife who write, "We'd like to send a word of gratitude for a real show each Monday night. We're a pair of middle-aged war workers. We have 11 and a half hours at home out of each 24. Just enough time to eat, sleep, get a Lux soap bath, and go back to work. And thank you again. When people like that give us one of those very precious hours of leisure and use our product, too, we just can't let them down. And we won't with the play you'll hear now. It's curtain time for In Which We Serve, and Act One, starring Ronald Colman as Captain Kinross, with Edna Best as Alice.
Aircraft in sight, bearing red 40. Enemy aircraft! Hoist enemy aircraft! Bearing red 40. Angle of sight, 15.
Off the island of Crete in May 1941, the British destroyer Taran is under attack. The ship twists and turns through the sea. From her deck comes the pounding rhythm of the pom-pom guns as she fights gallantly for her life. But the odds are too great. Wave after wave of German Junkers sweep downward from the clouds to release their screaming loads of death and destruction. Now the ship is wounded. She keels over to starboard, her decks awash. From the sky, the last of the bombers is dropping like a stone toward the Torrens masthead. Hard aport.
All aboard, sir. This one's coming in much lower, sir.
Probably hit our mast. Rapid salvos.
All guns, rapid salvos. Here he comes. You hit the mark for sure, sir. Come on. You all right, Captain?
Yes. Well done, guns. We got him, but I'm afraid he's got us, too. Midship.
She won't answer her wheel, sir. Steering gear's gone.
Stop both engines.
Stop both, sir. Stop both. No answer from the engine room, sir. The takeoffs must be shot away.
I'm afraid we're going over. Pass the word for all hands to cast loose the Carly float.
All hands, cast loose, Carly float. Here it is, sir. She's turning over.
The Torrens is down. The Torrens gone down. I'm captain of a dead ship. Get to the top. I must get to the top. Lungs bursting. Get to the top. That noise. What is it? The Torrens engines. Yes, she's still fighting. Torrens still fighting. The Torrens, my ship. When was it I took command? August 1939. My ship. The Torrens.
Are you prepared to take over the Torrens, Captain Kinross?
Yes. I've time for her now. I've time for her now. I've time for her now.
Sawyer's coming aboard, sir. Commander of the shipyard. Yes, we're taking over the Torrens today. Is number one bringing him down? Yes, sir. Hands all up? Yes, sir. Good. Well, Edgecombe, how are you coming on?
Your cabin's all snug, sir. And those curtains help, if I may say it, sir.
Yes, they do, don't they?
This picture of Mrs. Kinross, sir, shall we have it on the desk or the shelf, sir?
Shelf for the moment. We'll have the usual one on the desk when you find it.
The one in the wedding dress, sir?
Yes.
It's here, sir.
Oh, yes, thanks. Let me have it, huh? By the way, Edgecombe, we're commissioning the Torrens tomorrow morning. I'll spend the night at home. You can drive me. That'll give you a bit of leave.
Thank you, sir.
Come in. Oh, good morning, Sawyer.
Good morning, Captain Kinross.
Sit down. Everything in order?
Certainly. I have the papers right here, Captain.
Well, we'll get the little ceremony over with, and then we'll go on deck.
Were you satisfied with the full-power trial?
Yes, she's a well-found ship.
Thank you. Now then, are you prepared to take over the Torrens, sir?
Yes, I'll sign for her now.
I'll sign for her now. I'll sign for her now. Get to the top. Get above water. I'll spend the night at home. You can drive me. I'll spend the night at home.
Daddy!
Hello there.
Daddy! We thought you were never coming. We've been waiting for hours and hours.
You have?
Mummy wanted us to go to bed, but we wouldn't. Hello, Daddy.
Hello, darling. Everything under control?
Oh, far from it. We've been in an uproar all day, ever since your telegram came. Come into the house, darling. I've been holding dinner. We saw the ship, Daddy. We saw the Torrens.
You did?
We took our tea under the cliff and saw it go by. Quite close. Not it, Laddie. Her.
Oh, that's right, son.
She looked beautiful, Teddy. It was thrilling. How fast was she going, Daddy? Was she going 40 knots?
Good heavens, no. Only about 20.
But she can do more than that, can't she?
You bet she can.
When would you like dinner, darling? Now?
Oh, anytime you say.
Can I tell him what you've got for dinner, Mummy? Of course you can. It's a surprise. She mustn't spoil it, must she, Mummy? Do keep still, Bobby. There's a dear. Teddy, how long have you got?
Only until the morning, I'm afraid.
The morning. Daddy, is that all? Can we come to the dockyard tomorrow and see her?
I'm afraid not, old man. I'll be too busy. We're commissioning. Making a rush job of it.
But Mummy promised Now, that that's quite enough, darling. You heard what Daddy said. But we shall be able to come on board before you go away, shan't we?
Yes, we'll make time somehow.
When, Daddy?
Oh, don't be so persistent, Bobby. Let Daddy relax for a minute. Give him a cigarette. There's a good boy.
Let me.
Sit down, darling. You must be exhausted. I'll mix you a drink. Cocktail or a whiskey and soda?
Well, seeing that it's a gala evening, let's have a Kinross special, shall we? And I'll bet you've forgotten to lay in the Cointreau.
Wrong again. Here it is. Here, Daddy. Cigarette.
Thanks, Bobby.
Let me light it. Children, you really must go to bed now. It's dreadful late.
Oh, Mommy.
Daddy will come up and say good night to you before dinner, if you're quick.
I want to hear about the ship, Mommy.
I'll tell you all about it in the morning, Bobby. We'll have an early breakfast, and you can fire as many questions at me as you like. It will be good. Now, do as your mother tells you and go to bed.
Can I ask questions, too?
You never do anything else, darling. Now, go on, off with you both. I'll come up in 10 minutes.
Promise?
Promise.
Are you coming up, too, Mommy? Yes, darling. Come on, lovey, I'll race you. You're cheating, Bobby. You and head start. Come on. Children. They've been wild with excitement all day. I'm so glad you got home, Teddy.
Yes, so am I.
Was the trial satisfactory, darling? Were you pleased?
More than pleased. She's a lovely ship. Beautiful manners, does what she's told without a murmur.
Why are you making such a rush job of the commissioning?
Oh, I don't know. I like getting things done quickly.
Is that the only reason?
We live in strange times, darling. It's as well to be prepared for anything.
Yes. Here, try this. It may be a little too sweet.
There's nothing to worry about, you know.
Of course not.
Well, here's to you, my love.
To you, my love.
Just right. Not a bit too sweet. Well, did you miss me?
Of course not. I've been far too busy. I never gave you a thought.
That's the girl. Now tell me, what's the surprise for dinner?
Grouse. Maureen sent us a brace from Scotland.
Good for Maureen. There's a girl of really fine perception. By the way, is that a new dress?
No, dear. I've had it for ages.
I'll swear I've never clapped eyes on it before.
Only about 20 times, my darling.
Perhaps it's you that looks new. As good as new, anyway.
Teddy, is there going to be a war, do you think?
Yes, I think there is.
Oh.
There's no use worrying about it until it comes.
No.
Yeah, now don't be sad, darling.
I'm not sad, really. I'm just gathering myself together.
Is there any more of that Kinross special left in the shaker?
Oh, of course. Teddy, no matter how busy you are and however quickly you get your commissioning done, I should like to come on board once before you go to sea. Just to give the ship my love.
Darling, you'll have to, whether you like it or not. My cabin's got to be made presentable.
Does the chintz look all right?
Lovely. Very shiny, very smooth. Gay as can be.
Good. Now let's drink this quickly and go out to the children. Dinner will be ready in a minute.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Get to the top. Get above water. There. Another stroke. Another. One more.
Captain Kinross, are you all right, sir? All right. You were under so long, sir.
Where's the float?
There's one over there, sir.
Men, swim to the float. Over this way.
She's still above water, sir.
Eh?
Current, sir.
Yeah.
Just her keel showing, but she's still on top.
Oh, yes.
Lend a hand, mate. This one's got it pretty bad. He can't hang on much longer.
Get him onto the float.
Oh, I've got his arm. Give a lift there. Up you go, mate. There we are.
Who is he?
Hardy, sir. Chief butler.
Hardy? Anyone got any brandy?
I've got some in me teeth, sir.
Let's have it.
Here, sir.
Hardy.
Oh.
Come on. Take a swallow. That's it.
Oh. Calf. What's he saying?
Calf, sir. His wife. He's taking a verse, sir.
Oh, calf.
One more swallow. That's right. That's it.
Calf. Where are you? Calf, do you hear? Calf girl. We're commissioning the time today. I gotta hurry. Calf girl. Do you hear?
Yes, Walter. Come in.
Calf, girl. We're commissioning the Torrent today. I've got to hurry.
Yes, Walter. Come in. Here's your coffee and here's the paper, dear.
Oh, thanks. Oh, it's nearly half past. Don't have much time to read more than the headlines. News doesn't look too good, does it?
Oh, you can't believe anything they say. Do you really think we're going to have another war, Walter?
Oh, looks like it.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, if you ask me, you'll see it quicker than you bargained for. I think we're in for it.
Well, if we have another war, I give up, see? After all we went through the last time.
All you went through. Why, you were too young and innocent to know anything about it.
Oh, don't talk so silly, Walter Hardy. You know perfectly well how old I am. And it's no use pretending you don't.
Oh, now. You'll always be young and innocent to me.
Oh, will I indeed now?
That's what I said. Well, I must be going. Is your mother coming downstairs?
Oh, I promised I'd call her. Mother, Walter's just going. You better come down if you are.
Oh, that'll be nice.
Will you get ashore again after commissioning? Before you go to sea, I mean.
Well, that all depends.
Now, don't forget to put them bulbs in when the right time comes.
You and your bulbs.
Well, give us a kiss, eh? Goodbye, old gal.
Why, Walter Hardy, whatever is the matter with you this morning? Anybody would think you was going away forever.
Well, you never know, do you?
Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself saying such things.
Oh, here comes Mother. Well, Mother.
That spirit lamp of mine will be the death of me yet.
What's the matter with it, Mother?
Oh, it blew up again. Frightened the wits out of me.
Well, I don't see what you want to go fussing about with spirit lamps in your bedroom for. You could easily pop down in the kitchen. Nobody would see you.
I've made my own tea in my own bedroom all my life, and I don't see any reason to stop now.
Yes, but that doesn't happen to be your own bedroom. It's my spare. And if you go on blowing things up in it every 5 minutes, it won't be fit to sleep in.
Oh, now, stop it, you two. I've got to go now. Goodbye, Mother.
Nice thing when my own daughter starts criticizing me.
Oh, keep quiet, Mother. Say goodbye to Walter. That's what you came down for, isn't it?
Will you get ashore again?
Well, that all depends on Hitler.
Hitler? Who does he think he is anyway?
Ah, that's the spirit, Mother. Now look after Kath for me. And don't go nagging at each other from morning till night.
Nagging, I like that, I must say.
Well, goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, Wolf.
Goodbye, old gal.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Walter.
Ship's coming up! Halt! Ship's company present, sir.
Thank you. Stand them at ease.
Aye, sir. Ship's coming up! Hang that! East!
Break ranks and gather round me, will you? Now, come a bit nearer. I don't want to have to shout. Can you hear me all right in the back row?
Yes, sir. We can hear you fine.
Good. Well, you all know it's the custom of the service for the captain to address the ship's company on commissioning day. Give them his policy and tell them the ship's program. Well, my policy is easy. If there are any here who have served with me before, they'll know what it is. Are there any old shipmates of mine here? Show your hands, will you? Oh, glad to see you again, Johnson. And who's that? Coombe and Adams. Hello, Reynolds. Who's that small fellow hiding his face behind the chief stoker?
Parkinson, sir.
Parkinson. Yes, you were coxswain of the All-Comers whaler in the Valletta, weren't you?
I was that, sir, when we won the All-Comers Cup in the 1936 regatta.
Yes, and fell into the ditch when you got back to the ship. Well, there are enough old shipmates to tell the others what my policy has always been. Johnson, Coombe, Adams, Reynolds, Parkinson. What sort of a ship do I want the Torrin to be, Come on, Reynolds.
An efficient ship, sir.
That's right.
A happy ship, sir.
Correct. A happy and efficient ship. Some of you might think I'm a bit ambitious, wanting both, but in my experience, you can't have one without the other. A ship can't be happy unless she's efficient, and she certainly won't be efficient unless she's happy. All right, now for our program. You've most of you seen the commissioning program of the Torrin published in Plymouth General Orders. And you'll have noted that this allows the customary 3 weeks. In peacetime, it takes all of 3 weeks to get a new ship's company together. To let them sling their hammocks and teach them their stations and various duties. But you've read your papers, and you know what's going on in the world. As I see it, it means war next week. So I'll give you not 3 weeks, but exactly 3 days to get this ship ready to sail. None of us will take off clothes or sling hammocks or turn in for the next 3 days and nights until the job is finished. Then we'll send Hitler a telegram saying the Torrin is ready, you can start your war.
September 3rd, 1940. Today, from his cabinet room at 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister declared that a state of war now exists between England and Germany.
Come on, Hardy, one more swallow.
Oh. Enemy plane, sir. I believe she started to float.
We're in for it, I suppose. Keep down, everyone. If she passes over us, get under the water.
Here she comes, sir.
All right. Down!
Well, he couldn't come much closer, could he?
Anyone hit?
I don't think so, sir.
Well, he'll be back, I imagine.
Yes, sir.
Torrin doesn't want to sink, sir. She's still hanging on over there.
Just her propeller showing now, sir. She ain't got much longer.
No.
Well, she did her stuff, sir.
Best ship I ever served in, sir.
Goes for me, too, sir.
A very happy and very efficient ship, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
God bless this ship and all who sail in her. God bless this ship and all who sail in her. God bless this ship.
It was Alex who said that Christmas, last Christmas, the Tarin was back in port for repairs. I remember the services we had on board, the men singing. O eternal Lord God, who alone spreadest out the heavens and rulest the raging of the seas, who has compassed the waters with bounds until day and night come to an end, be pleased to receive into thy almighty and most gracious protection the persons of us, thy servants, and the fleet in which we serve.
The King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen when the snow lay round.
Oh, Edgecombe, leaving Hardy? Having Christmas dinner at home. Thought you might care to come along.
Oh, thanks just the same, but the captain's having his on the boat, so I'm staying to help out.
Well, come on over later if you can. It's going to be a whole crowd.
Thanks, Hardy, I will.
My family and my friends, I will now make a speech.
Oh, Walter, sit down. Now, sit down.
Oh, quiet, wife. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take the opportunity of this festive occasion to drink the health of one and all present, and to thank a kindly fate for so arranging that my ship would have to come home for boiler cleaning exactly 2 days before Christmas. A bit of luck, which any sailor will tell you, is nothing short of a bloody miracle.
Oh, how can you, Walter? You know I don't like you using that word.
Be that as it may, I would like to add that I consider that we are very lucky to be all together on this happy day. And now, I should like to propose the health of one who is very dear to me.
Oh, now, Walter.
She's a creature of many moods and fads and fancies. She is, to coin a phrase, very often uncertain, coy, and hard to please.
What's that now?
But I'm devoted to her with every fibre of my being, and hereby swear to be true to her in word and deed. Ladies and gentlemen, His Majesty's ship, Torrin.
Oh.
Will there be anything else, Captain Kinross?
No, thank you, Edgecombe. That'll be all. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Same to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the King.
King. God bless him. You're having a good time, darling?
Wonderful. Terry, look at Flags and Maureen. They've been whispering all through dinner.
Yes, we should never have put them together. Flag, stop whispering. That's an order. we ought to drink to them. Come on, everybody, to the newly betrothed.
The newly betrothed.
What's betrothed, Daddy?
That's the beginning of the end, my boy.
Well, on behalf of my fiancée and myself, thank you very kindly.
Alex, as Flags and Maureen are so bashful, I think it only right and proper that you should make a speech.
Oh, no. No, I can't. Honestly, I can't.
Come on, Mrs. Kinross. I'll support you.
Teddy. I swear I'll never forgive you for this. Oh, dear, what am I to say?
Happy Christmas.
Just you wait.
Come on now, silence everybody. Her worship, the Lady Mayoress, is about to declare the bazaar open.
Don't let him get you down, Mrs. Kinross.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'll begin by taking my husband's advice.
Hooray!
And wish you all a very, very happy Christmas. I'm sure that Mrs. Farrell and Mrs. McAdoo will back me up when I say I'm going to deliver a word of warning on behalf of all wretched naval wives to Maureen, who's been unwise enough to decide on joining our ranks. Dear Maureen, we all wish you every possible happiness. But it's only fair to tell you in advance what you're in for.
Shame.
Speaking from bitter experience, I can only say that the wife of a sailor is most profoundly to be pitied. To begin with, her home life, what there is of it, has no stability whatsoever. She can never really settle down. She moves through a succession of other people's houses, flats, and furnished rooms. She finds herself grappling with domestic problems in Hong Kong, Bermuda, Malta, or Weymouth. We will not deal with the question of pay. That is altogether too painful. But what we will deal with is the most important disillusionment of all. And that is...
Stop her, somebody. This is rank mutiny.
That is that wherever she goes, there is always in her life a permanent and undefeated rival, her husband's ship. Whether it be a sloop or a battleship or a submarine or a destroyer, it holds first place in his heart. It comes before home, wife, children, everything. Some of us fight this and get badly mauled in the process. Others, like myself, resign themselves to the inevitable. And that, my poor Marine, is what you will have to do. That is what we all have to do if we want any peace of mind at all. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you my rival. It is extraordinary that one could be so fond and proud of her most implacable enemy. This ship, God bless this ship, and all who sail in her.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Ronald Colman and Edna Best in Act Two of In Which We Serve. And now, let's shadow a young lady walking up Main Street on some late afternoon errands. She stops for a moment to greet a friend who says,
"Why, it's Mary, my dear. I haven't seen you for ages. What have you been doing to yourself? You look simply marvelous."
well, this is certainly Mary's day, because just a few blocks farther on, she meets someone else she hasn't seen for quite a while.
Hello, Mary. How are you? I don't have to ask. You look wonderful. Some luck meeting you my first day home. Hope we're going to have a date soon. Tonight, maybe?
And as Mary hurries home to get ready for that date, she's thinking to herself,
Well, my Lux Soap facial certainly worked all right. I guess cream stars know a thing or two when they say nice, smooth skin's important.
you see, Mary decided to give Hollywood's beauty care a real try. Every day for 30 days, she's been using the simple complexion care screen stars depend on. Active lather facials with Lux toilet soap. Here's what she does.
I smooth lots of the lather well in, rinse with warm water, and splash with cold. Then I pat my skin dry with a soft towel. That Lux soap lather's so rich and creamy, it's just like smoothing beauty in.
Yes, Lux toilet soap is a real beauty soap. Mild and pure, kind to delicate skin. 9 out of 10 screen stars use this fine soap as their daily complexion care. If you'd like your skin to look fresher, more appealing, why don't you try it? Take a Lux Soap Beauty Facial several times a day, and always at bedtime. Follow this gentle care faithfully for 30 days. Then be surprised and delighted with the new smoothness and beauty that you and others will notice in your skin. Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's beauty soap, tomorrow. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act Two of In Which We Serve, starring Ronald Colman as Captain Kinross, with Edna Best as Alex.
Down, men, under the water.
Get down!
Again and again the German Junkers dive, but this time it is not a ship they aim for. Their target is a group of defenseless, oil-blackened men clinging desperately to a tiny raft. Now the planes circle and come roaring in for the kill.
Keep down, men. He missed. Butterfingers.
What's the matter, Shorty?
Blimey, I spoke too soon.
Hold on to him. Dad, did it get you badly?
I don't rightly know, sir.
Where is it, Blake?
My arm.
Knife. Somebody. Cut the sleeve away. Carefully now.
There it is, sir. Clear through the arm. Dirty rats up there. Dirty rats! With a mother with a baby in her arms, they would. Is it a bad one, Captain?
Oh, I don't think so.
Look, boys. He ruined a fine piece of tattooing, didn't he? See there? Frida, it says. See? Frida. You'd be pretty mad about that if I know Frida.
All right, Shorty, all right. Easy, Blake.
I always did hate the sight of blood.
Blake, he's fainted, sir.
Frida?